Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have a huge one for all of you. There are 50 stories in this video, and I will make a deal with you. If this video can reach 1,000 likes, I will make another one just like this in the future. I had a ton of fun making this video. There's a lot of really memorable stories in here, particularly ones that I'll remember when I'm trying to go to bed at night, but I guess that's just the way it goes. So if you want another one just like this, I had a ton of fun creating it, but I need to know that you want me to make another video like this. So 1,000 likes, I will make another video just like this one. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. I do not post videos just like this one all of the time. Unless this video gets 1,000 likes, in which case I will try to post them as often as I can. But I do post 2-hour videos, which is still really long. Very, very often. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. My brother died 6 years ago. He was 17, drunk driver, highway shoulder, over in seconds. I won't get into the grief. That's not what this is about. This is about what started happening 2 weeks ago, after my daughter was born. We bought this old farmhouse last year. It's the kind of place with creaky floors and drafty windows. And honestly, that's part of why we liked it. My wife and I thought it had character. The nursery used to be a study, tucked upstairs in the back of the house. Quiet, removed, perfect, we thought. We set up a baby monitor, a cheap audio one, not a camera. I'm not paranoid, just cautious. I like knowing if she's crying before the full-on banshee screams begin. But a few nights ago, I started hearing something that wasn't crying. It was a voice, male, soft, whispering. The first night I chalked it up to interference. The house is old. Maybe it was picking up a neighbor's radio. But it wasn't static or chatter. It said her name, Ellie, just once, like someone checking if she was asleep. I didn't tell my wife, not yet. What do you even say? Hey, I think our baby monitor is haunted. The next night it spoke again. Same voice. This time a little clearer. It's okay, Ellie. Don't cry. I'm here. I went into the nursery. Nothing. She was asleep, breathing slow, peaceful. The monitor was silent now, like it knew I was listening too hard. On the 4th night I recorded it. Sat up with the monitor plugged into my laptop and hit record. I didn't even have to wait long. It's okay. I'm watching her. You can sleep. That voice. It was his. My brother. Caleb. I didn't believe it until I heard the way he said my name. The same half laugh in it. The same cadence. I hadn't heard it in years, but when I played it back, it was unmistakable. Jake, it's okay. That's when I told my wife. She listened. She didn't cry, but her hands trembled. She'd only met Caleb once, but she remembered his voice. We tried unplugging the monitor. It didn't matter. We heard it anyway, like the signal had settled into the walls. The monitor still whispers most nights. Sometimes it sings, half-remembered lullabies our mother used to sing to us. Sometimes it just hums. It always sounds calm, gentle. Until last night. Last night I woke to Ellie screaming. Not crying, screaming. We both ran into the nursery. She was in the corner, pressed up against the wall like she was trying to escape the crib. The monitor was on the floor, still on. I picked it up and heard it. Caleb's voice, but different now. Urgent. He's here, Jake. Get her out now. Then silence. Dead air. We're staying at a hotel now. I don't know who he is. I don't want to find out, but tonight, the monitor's light blinked on again, and it's not Caleb's voice anymore. We've changed hotels twice. Ellie clings to us at night. She won't sleep unless one of us is touching her. Her fingers find my shirt, or her tiny foot presses against my side. She lies still, breathing softly, but her eyes don't fully close. Lately, she watches the corners of the room with a focus too sharp for a child her age. The baby monitor's gone, smashed and left behind. Whatever came through it didn't stay there. At the previous hotel, it found another way in. The television clicked on by itself, just static at first. Then the sound shaped itself. A voice emerged, slow and deliberate. The words were hushed, but they moved through the room like smoke, and as the voice grew clearer, the bed lamp began to pulse in rhythm, each flicker matching the cadence of the words. She belongs to the house. That was enough. We walked out within minutes. In this new place, we stripped everything down. No electronics, no screens. Nothing left that it can speak through. I stepped out just now to grab food and turn my phone on for a minute, hoping for a call back from someone who might know what this thing is. While I wait, I'm posting this quickly. I'll shut it off again before I drive back. I don't want it finding us through this. Still, something follows. Ellie senses it before we do. She tracks the ceiling, the spaces above door frames. Last night she reached toward the corner where the walls meet. Eyes wide. He's watching, she whispered. Her voice was calm, certain. She's not even a year old. My wife hasn't said a word since we arrived. She cradles Ellie like she's the only real thing left, humming those soft lullabies, the same ones we once played on the monitor, before it turned against us. The melody used to soothe her. Now it feels like bait. I've started to wonder how long this thing has known about Ellie. The way she stares into darkness like it's speaking back. The way she hums the lullaby in perfect rhythm when no one else is singing. Then there's the way she screams to know things she shouldn't. How she points to the corner of a room as though she can hear the voice before it speaks. It's like something in her bloodline is calling it to her. My family has never talked about it, but there's always been an odd, unspoken tension around the older relatives. Something's always felt off about their stories. Perhaps they know. Perhaps we all know. We're running out of places to go. The silence between us is heavy. Every door we close feels like a temporary seal against something inevitable. Ellie doesn't cry. She doesn't speak unless it's to point, to gesture, to let us know where it is now. Whatever this force is, it doesn't want us. It wants her, and not as prey. She isn't just being hunted. She's being claimed. The house, whatever that word means to this thing, it's bound to one location. It isn't just a structure. It's following us, perhaps through her, perhaps for her. The voice didn't say she was in the house. It said she belongs to us, and that's what keeps me awake. She's not just a target. She's the opening, and it's getting closer. We didn't pack, just grabbed Ellie, the diaper bag, and the keys. No checkout, no plan, just distance, just instinct. I drove like the roads would disappear if I slowed down. Back roads, service routes, even dirt paths, anywhere but the places it had already touched. My wife Sam sat silent in the passenger seat, Ellie asleep in her arms, her tiny hand curled tight around the fraying blanket. I didn't know where we were going. Didn't matter until the radio turned on by itself. I hadn't touched it. The display stayed dark, just static, low and sharp like something breathing through the speakers. Then a voice slipped through. Jake. It wasn't a question. It was a warning. Caleb? I said before I could stop myself. The air in the car changed. Thinner, like the space around us was stretching. Sam straightened, her grip on Ellie tightening. Even asleep, Ellie stirred and made a soft sound. Half whimper, half word, like she recognized the voice. It crackled through the static again, clearer this time. Go back. Farmhouse. Barriers thin there. Can't. He listens. The message broke apart like ice underfoot. The voice vanished. I pulled over, just stopped the car in the middle of nowhere. Sam looked at me calm but firm. It followed us, she said. Even here, we can't outrun it, but maybe Caleb can help us. I don't want to go back. I know, she said, but I don't think we have a choice. So we went back. We pulled into the gravel driveway just as the sun started rising. The house smirked at our return, like it expected us. There was something on the doorstep, a small wooden horse. Ellie reached for it immediately, whimpering when I didn't give it to her. I knew that toy. We hadn't brought it with us. I knew we hadn't. I cleaned it up weeks ago after finding it in a dusty attic box. It quickly became Ellie's favorite, but it was not on the doorstep when we fled. I would have seen it. Sam's eyes locked on it. That wasn't there before. She wasn't asking. We left Ellie asleep in the car, doors locked. I don't care how weird that sounds. It felt safer than bringing her inside. I want to go up there, Sam said, staring at the ceiling like she could see through it. The attic? I asked. She nodded slowly. Right before we bought this place, I had a dream. It didn't make sense until just now. It felt like nothing back then, just a weird, disjointed image I shrugged off. What was it? I was in an attic. There was this pressure in the air, like being watched, but not by anything human. I didn't think it mattered. Just stress, maybe. But the feeling I had in that dream, this creeping unease, it's exactly what I feel right now. I felt the chill crawl up my spine. You think it was a premonition? She turned to me. I guess you're not the only one this place speaks to. The attic smelled like old wood and colder air. Dust rose with every step. I could hear my own breath. We didn't find anything at first, just the boxes we hadn't touched, insulation flaking from the corners. Then I stepped on something soft, a hollow creak, loose floorboard. Underneath, wrapped in faded newspaper, was a stack of black and white photos, old, curled at the edges. They looked like scenes from some secret ritual. Men and women in carved wooden masks stood in a circle, surrounding a baby laid out on something like an altar. Candles burned around them, symbols scrawled in chalk or ash on the floor. The masks were too detailed, too lifelike. The beams in the ceiling above them matched ours. So did the knot in the floorboards beneath the circle. This wasn't just a ritual. It had happened here, in our attic. Sam found writing on the back, names, dates, my family's names, people from my grandfather's generation, aunts, uncles, cousins. One photo had my grandfather in it, unmistakably younger, but wearing the same smug smile I'd seen in old family albums. He stood in our front yard holding a baby. Behind him, plain as day, was a crooked old mailbox. Our last name on it. This was his house, I said, barely breathing. I think it still is, Sam whispered. Suddenly downstairs, something clicked on. A radio. The old tabletop radio in the dining room was lit up, crackling with static, the same one I'd thought was broken. Then Caleb's voice again. Ellie's in danger. He's still here. I leaned in. Who is he? Our grandfather. He's been waiting, watching. He needs her. A vessel. A second chance. Sam grabbed my arm. Why didn't your dad ever tell you any of this? A pause. Then Caleb's voice, raw and low. I tried to warn him before you bought the house. He told me this was my fault, said it was supposed to be me. Dad brought the horse. That's why he was here. He's in on it. I thought he might be happy to see me, or at least scared his dead kid was haunting him, but he was so matter-of-fact. It was as if he expected me to be here. Caleb's pain was palpable. Death didn't numb the wounds our dad inflicted. Silence. Caleb, what do we do? How do we stop it? The static hissed louder, drowning him out. But just before it cut completely, I heard one more voice layered beneath the noise. Different. Smaller. Tell Carl, it whispered. Frank always wanted a brother, too. The room shook. Not an earthquake. Something deeper. Like the whole house was breathing in. We ran, grabbed Ellie, drove straight to my father's house. The lights were on, but no one answered. I knocked. I called. Nothing. A shadow passed behind the curtains. I grabbed a rock. Sam said nothing, just held Ellie and ducked behind the car ready. I raised it high. Just as my eyes squinted to shield them from the shards that would follow, the door opened, and there was my dad, smiling like nothing was wrong. Well, hey, what a surprise, he said. Dad's smile was too wide, a mask barely hiding the tension beneath. We didn't respond, just stepped inside. Sam went in first, clutching Ellie. I followed, eyes locked on him. He stood like he was waiting for a cue, an actor hoping the scene would end before everything falls apart. Sam didn't give him one. Carl, she said, cool and direct. We need to talk. He blinked, then forced a chuckle. You guys look like hell. What's going on? When we moved in, I said, we found a wooden horse in the attic, hand-carved, worn smooth. We gave it to Ellie. Sam's voice was steady, but when we left the house and came back, it was waiting for us, on the front step. We never put it there. Carl didn't blink. Old houses stir things up. Maybe you dropped it, or the wind caught it. These things happen. There's something in that house, I said, and it's not the wind. He gave a slow, sympathetic nod. Your new parents, worn out. Trauma messes with the brain. It sees patterns that aren't there. Sam stepped forward. Caleb warned us, said Ellie was in danger. The smile vanished. I pressed. He said you blamed him for what's happening to us. Carl looked down, then shook his head slowly. You're remembering grief, not a conversation. Sometimes echoes sound like meaning. He didn't look up. I said quietly, Frank always wanted a brother too. He shattered. Carl dropped into the chair like his knees gave out, face gone pale. His hand reached for the table but missed, hovering uselessly mid-air before falling to his lap. They never said his name, he murmured. Not once, but I found it, scratched on the back of a photo buried deep in a drawer. I was 6. I asked Mom. She was drunk, stared into her glass for a long time before she said. He didn't cry, not even when they came for him, just stared at me like he knew. Then she started sobbing, ugly, choking sobs, and she never spoke his name again. His hands clenched. They cut him out of time itself, not just gone, like he'd never taken a breath. He looked up, voice raw. I didn't know him. I wasn't even born, but I missed him anyway. I needed him. When it got bad with my father, I used to talk to him, pretend he never left. He was the brother who protected me, who understood, who sat next to me in the dark and said, "We'll get out of here." I thought I made him up just to survive. He looked up at us, voice thick. Our father wasn't loud, just exact. He didn't hit us in anger, only when things were misaligned. He'd pull you into that basement and not say a word the whole time. Just wait, and then it started. He looked toward Ellie, then away. I thought I made Frank up, a protector in my head, someone to talk to when no one else listened. Turns out I'd been talking to a ghost. Sam's arms tightened around Ellie. Carl went on. The horse isn't just a toy, it's a marker. It's how they start the ritual. The child bonds with it. That bond creates an opening. Something starts to listen. You put it there, I said, in the attic, before we moved in. Carl nodded slowly. Before the sale closed, I told myself it was tradition, that I wasn't really doing anything, but I was. I knew what it meant. You blamed Caleb, I said. Why? Because when he died, the curse passed to you, Carl said. The pact only targets the youngest living child, a blood-etched tether, passed down like a curse older than memory. When he died, that became you, and that meant Ellie. He trailed off. Sam's voice was quiet but cutting. You blamed your son for dying because you couldn't face the truth that you're just as evil as your father, that you are the one who set this in motion. Carl didn't answer. The silence stretched. Then he exhaled, voice smaller. Staring into the abyss of death changes you. Not just the act, the absence. The closer I got to it, the more I thought about the ritual, about what it promised. A way back. I kept telling myself it wasn't real, just superstition, a story passed down. But even as I said it, part of me knew I was lying. I knew what I was doing. I wanted to come back, even if it meant stealing the future. He looked at Ellie again, and this time his face was raw. I held her in the hospital, her fingers curled around mine, and I felt something break in me. Not guilt, not dread, just this aching, fragile hope. Like maybe this was it, my second chance. He wiped his eyes. But it's not a second chance. It's theft. It's what my father did to Frank. It's what I almost did to her. The pact allows members of our bloodline to live again, if the price is paid. My father is hungry for his turn. What do we do? I asked. You burn the house, he said. With the horse inside, it has to be on that land. If the horse survives, so does the door. We turned to leave. Carl didn't follow. Just as I reached the door, he spoke again. Jake? I stopped. He didn't rise, just lifted his eyes slowly, like the weight of them hurt. Are you sure? He asked. You can always have more kids. I walked out. Didn't look back. We pulled up to the house and stopped cold. There it was, the toy horse, propped in the front window, facing us like it had been waiting. Sam hugged Ellie tighter. I killed the engine but stayed frozen, staring back at it. A knot twisted deep in my gut. We burn it all, I said. Sam nodded. Her voice was steady. The house, The horse. Everything. I popped the trunk. The gas cans were ready, 2 of them still sloshing from the drive. We circled to the trunk, whispering fast. Where to pour the gas, where to light it, how fast we'd have to move. Mid-sentence, Sam stiffened. The horse, she whispered. I turned back to the house. The window was empty. Gone. Before I could react, the ground rumbled beneath us, a low, throbbing vibration that climbed up through my shoes and into my bones. The air shifted, heavy and sour, and then a sound rolled out from under the house, a deep, guttural growl. The trees bent under the sudden gust of wind, howling through the yard, clawing at our eyes. Sam shrieked. Ellie was wrenched from her arms by an invisible force. Sam lunged, grabbing at empty air, fingers scraping against the nothing that swallowed our daughter. And then Ellie was gone. 1 second she was there, clinging to Sam's shirt, and the next, nothing but the echo of Sam's scream. We didn't hesitate. We ran. We knew exactly where she was. The attic. The heart of it all. The front door crashed open under my shoulder. Inside, the house was already tearing itself apart. Lights stuttered and sparked. TVs and radios shrieked static loud enough to splinter the windows. The walls pulsed, bowing outward, like the whole frame was breathing. We barreled up the stairs 2 at a time. The attic door yawned open at the top. We rushed in and froze. Literally. My legs locked mid-stride. I could still see, still breathe, but couldn't move. It was like every joint had been bolted in place. Ellie sat in the middle of the floor, tiny and still, clutching the wooden horse to her chest. Around her, a ring of candles sputtered and danced. Symbols had been carved into the floorboards. Circles, jagged lines, things that hurt to look at too long. Then came the masks. 2 floated forward. One pressed itself over Sam's face. The other locked onto mine. They didn't smother, they caged. I could feel the dead weight of them clamping down, pulling me deeper into the ritual. A third mask rose slowly, hovering above the scene. An invisible figure wore it. My grandfather. The entity. It floated toward Ellie, reaching out with arms that weren't there, but somehow still moving. Ellie didn't resist. She didn't cry. She just waited. The candles flared, the symbols pulsed. The entity lifted her, and then the attic door exploded inward, rattling on its hinges. Caleb, or what was left of him. He burst into the room like a dying star, flickering, unstable, but still burning. The entity recoiled. Ellie slipped from its grasp. Caleb caught her. He cradled her against his chest for a moment, and then dropped to his knees, collapsing beside her, trying to wake her. His hands passed through her more than touched her, flickering and unstable. Behind him the air warped. 7 figures emerged from the darkness. The vessel children. Their eyes burned red with fury, children who had been offered up like lambs to the slaughter. At their head was Frank, small, silent, seething. Frank screamed, an awful, ripping sound, and lunged at his father, knocking the mask clean off. The others followed, swarming the entity. They didn't attack just the thing in front of them. They attacked the memory of all in the bloodline that had betrayed them, the families that should have protected them, but instead gave them up. The entity faltered, losing form under the sheer weight of their rage. I saw it then, the flicker of realization. It was losing. It couldn't win against the vessel children. It needed help, and so it spoke. Not to us, to Caleb. "Help me," it rasped. "Help me defeat them. You can have her. You can possess her. I'll wait for the next one. The words slithered through the ritual space, poisoning everything they touched. Caleb froze. I could see it, the terror on his face. He was spent. Whatever force had let him manifest was almost gone. Even if he saved Ellie now, he would fade into nothingness. But if he accepted, he could live. The entity knew exactly where to strike, at the same fear that had ruled Carl's heart. I saw Caleb falter, saw him look at Ellie, at the children, at the door back into existence swinging open before him. He hesitated. Caleb didn't move at first. The spirit's voice threaded through the smoke, soft and slithering. You don't have to die. Take her hand. Choose life. He almost did. Frank's broken arm, barely visible in the smoke, reached out. His hand wasn't strong. It wasn't even whole. But it closed around Caleb's wrist. A dead boy's grip, trying to hold back the cycle. Caleb's whole body shook. He closed his eyes. He wanted to live. God, he wanted to live. But Ellie whimpered, and somewhere under the ash and static, Caleb remembered what it meant to love someone more than yourself. He tore his hand free, not from Frank, from the fear, from himself. And before the spirit could scream, before the horse could be snatched away, Caleb hurled himself forward. He seized the horse with both hands, and without hesitation, pressed it into the nearest candle. Flame swallowed wax. Caleb burned with it, not in body, but in the thin, brittle thread of soul he had left to give. We didn't have time to think. The horse exploded in Caleb's hands, the wax and paint igniting in a hungry snap, throwing sparks into the trembling attic air. The ritual cracked open like a fault line. The masks dropped, slamming into the floor one after another, hollow and broken. Sam moved first, always faster than fear. She grabbed Ellie and bolted. I stumbled after them, the smoke clawing at my throat, my lungs filling with the stench of burning wood and something fouler, something older. The house screamed not in sound, in motion. The floor writhed underfoot, stretching and tearing, the hallway out, bulging and buckling like the world itself was trying to push it back. Doors along the corridor slammed open, then shut, then open again, a stuttering, furious heartbeat. We ran. I grabbed Sam's hand and pulled her forward, feeling the house tug at my shoulders, trying to rip us loose. One last door, one last breath. I threw my weight into it, slamming it open just as it tried to slam closed, dragging Sam and Ellie through behind me. Outside, cold air, real stars, earth that didn't undulate. The gas cans sat by the car where we'd left them, as if the house hadn't noticed them, hadn't cared. Hands numb, I tore one open, sloshing gasoline across the porch, the steps, the broken threshold. Sam stood behind me, clutching Ellie against her chest, her face a blank mask of survival. I struck a match. The fire leapt up greedily, roaring along the wood, swallowing the doorway and the walls, gnawing into the bones of the house. The house didn't scream aloud. It fought. The flames bucked and twisted, trying to writhe free, to hurl themselves off the walls, to undo what had been done. But Caleb was already gone. The ritual was already broken, the blood debt uncollected. The house burned. No faces in the windows, no whispering in the eaves, just the smell of ash and grief and old, bitter promises burning out at last. We stood in the dirt and watched it die. It's been 3 years. Different state, different house, different ghosts. We never spoke to Carl again. I don't know if he's alive. I don't much care. Ellie is 4 now. She's fierce, bright, smarter than either of us knows how to handle. Sometimes when she's excited, she talks with Caleb's grin, half laughing, half challenging, like the world isn't moving fast enough for her. Sam says it's just family resemblance. I want to believe that. Most days I do. Last night, though, I woke up around 3 a.m. No reason, just a pressure in my chest. On my way to the kitchen, I passed Ellie's door and froze. She was awake, sitting cross-legged on her bed, whispering into the dark. I leaned closer. He's sleeping, just like before. The words floated out. Calm. Too calm. I knocked lightly. Ellie, what are you up doing? She turned toward me, face shadowed, smiling. Nothing, Daddy, she said sweetly. Then in a voice too steady, too old. You shouldn't be eavesdropping. It wasn't just what she said, it was how she said it. Like someone else was watching me through her eyes. My heart jammed into my throat. And then she laughed, bright, messy, normal, and flopped backward into her blankets, giggling. Only the laugh, the crack in the middle of it, the way it bent, the way it splintered just wrong. For one breathless moment, it sounded exactly like Caleb. I stood there for a long time, long after she fell asleep, long after the house settled into silence, just counting my own breaths, just making sure they were still mine. Back in my early 20s, I worked at a small radio station as the nighttime radio host. The station itself was in a small town about an hour away from Las Vegas. KRT3 87.4 FM was our station name. Not particularly noteworthy or catchy sounding, but our signal only really served the small town surrounding one side of Vegas, so it didn't need to stand out. Despite that fact, we had a small yet dedicated listener base and played mostly old country songs. Some mornings when I'd go to the local diner for breakfast after my shift, I'd talk with some of the old-timers that liked to tune into my evening broadcast. They'd usually give me music suggestions, or things to talk about for my next show. Needless to say, it was a great gig, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. The pay was okay, but it honestly wasn't a lot of work, and it got me by while I figured out what I wanted to do with my life. With that being said, there was one incident at the station that made me quit for good, and to this day I still have zero idea as to what actually happened that night. For context, our station was a small brick building about a 30-minute drive outside of a very small town. Altogether, the total population had to have been somewhere around 600 people, so the community was very tight-knit. We were situated just off the main highway, and it wasn't unusual to see a few cars pass each night, but you never really saw any people whatsoever. The land across from the station was bare desert for miles and miles, and the same could be said for the surrounding land as well, with the exclusion of a few small mountain/foothill ranges and a Native American reservation approximately 80 miles north of the station. Now with the scene set, let me share with you one of the most horrifying nights I've had in my life. It was late August, probably around 6 p.m. I was an hour into my shift and my coworker, who was the daytime host, had stayed a bit later with me so we could do a segment/debate about the local mayoral election coming up. Super boring stuff, but our average listener base consisted of old farmers and ranchers who ate up local politics. We finished up and segued into the first music block I had carved out for the night, allowing my coworker to gather his things and get ready to go home. Alright, I've got my keys, got my bag. Should be everything, my coworker mumbled to himself. Oh, and are you still okay to come in an hour and a half earlier tomorrow to cover me? I'm sorry to do it to you, but my dog cannot miss her appointment at the vet. She's getting old, you know? I never was able to sleep well anyways, and the little bit of overtime would help with some bills. So I had readily agreed. Yeah, man, of course. Don't worry about it. I'll be here for 3:30 p.m. sharp. Just don't forget, you owe me one. I jokingly jabbed back at him. Yes, I know, I won't forget. Anyways, I gotta run. See ya tomorrow, dude. My coworker replied back as he clumsily stumbled his way out the door towards his car. With a slam of the door and a turn of the key, him and his car motored off back into town, leaving just me at the station. I had about 50 minutes left of the uninterrupted music block I started, so I decided to break out one of the books I had in my desk and then head to our small kitchen to put a pot of coffee on. I managed to get about 3 chapters of Death is a Lonely Business and 2 cups of coffee down before it was time to interject with my weather update for the day. It's another lovely evening here in town name, with temperatures sitting around 91 degrees Fahrenheit as the sun is setting. Nothing but clear skies on the radar, so get out there and do some stargazing tonight. Anyways, coming up next we have another solid hour of nothing but solid gold country hits. Starting off with a great one from Hank Williams. This one's for you, Ray. Ray was one of the old-timers I talked to at the diner often. He had requested a certain album that morning, so of course I had to dig through all our vinyls to see if we had it. Which we did. As I dropped the needle onto the groove, I was startled by a sharp succession of knocks at the station door. It caught me off guard as nobody ever really shows up at the station, unless it's someone in dire need of help. Or maybe my coworker turning around because he forgot something. I recalled an incident the year prior where a stranded motorist had shown up at the station at night seeking help, and thought maybe this was the case again. I got up as my next block of music started, and went to peer through the peephole of the door to see who was there. There was a guy on the other side of the door, probably in his late teens or early 20s. Slim build, average height. Possibly Native American or Latino with dark black hair, dark brown eyes, and was wearing a tan plaid shirt with a pair of dirty jeans and well-worn cowboy boots. I decided to open the door to greet him and truly caught sight of just how bad he looked. He was disheveled and looked exhausted with his eyes sunken back into his skull and beads of sweat pouring from his face. Hey man, are you alright? Do you need something? I asked him. He looked back at me for what felt like almost entirely too long before replying in a low, almost hushed voice. My car broke down. You got a phone? The station did indeed have a landline, so I brought him inside and led him to the phone. There's a directory book hanging on the wall beside the phone. Town's not too far from here, and I believe the service stations offer towing services. Why don't you just give them a call and I'll grab you some water, man. You don't look too good. I told the man as I went to the kitchen to get some water and simultaneously make a fresh pot of coffee. He nodded but didn't say a word. I returned down the hallway with a glass of water and found him sitting at my coworker's desk. His back was to me, sitting absolutely pinned straight in the chair with his arms resting on the chairs. Here's that water, man. Were you able to get a hold of the folks at the service station? I asked as I set the water down on the desk in front of him. I received no reply to my question. Instead, he kept his gaze focused out the window beside the front door. I went and sat in my chair across from him. Yet again he remained silent, but picked up the water and drank it all down in one continuous motion, before sitting the glass back down on the desk. I found his lack of any real conversation a bit strange. But then again, I had no idea how long dude had been out there exposed to the elements. It could get up to 110 degrees Fahrenheit during the day, and that kind of heat can kill you if you're not prepared. I thought he's probably just severely dehydrated and beyond exhausted. "How far away did your car break down?" I asked. He stared at me for what felt like an uncomfortably long time, before raising his finger towards the east and saying again in a hushed tone, "About 5 miles. He looked like he had walked about 500 miles to get here, not just 5. So I was a bit confused on how he looked as disheveled as he was. Nonetheless, I wasn't here to judge. "Hey, that ain't too bad. At least it wasn't 100 miles away. Kinda lucky you were close to here. Well, just sit tight for a bit. I'm sure the tow truck will be along within the next hour or two. I've got coffee brewing right now if you want some." Again, he didn't utter a word, and just turned his head to stare out the window. The sun was starting to go down, casting a deep orange glow onto his face. I took it as a silent acknowledgement and jumped back into my reading for a bit, neither of us moving from our positions for the next 30 minutes, and nobody uttering a single word in that time. Checking my watch, I saw I had about 10 minutes before introducing the next music block, so I got up to get more coffee. The guy was still staring out the window as I passed by. I'm not even sure if he blinked once in the time we spent sitting there. He just kept his head to the side, staring out the window. Grabbing 2 mugs, I poured us both some coffee, but being the klutz I am, I managed to spill mine. I spent a few minutes cleaning everything up before heading back out to my desk with mugs in hand. My coworker's chair was empty. I sat the 1 mug I poured for the stranger down on the desk and looked around for him. Walking briefly to the hallway, I noticed the bathroom door shut and figured he was probably in there. I was a bit confused as I never heard anyone stand up and walk down the hall, but didn't really give it a second thought. I set my coffee down at my desk, dropped into my chair, and popped my headphones on just in time to interject my commentary before the next hour of music. KRT3, with yet another hour of uninterrupted music coming up. Next, starting off with a great album from the Charlie Daniels Band. But before that, I'd just like to say, even though we are heading into fall, make sure you and your vehicle are prepared to face the heat of the desert if you're headed out. It's better to be over-prepared rather than under-prepared. Swapping out the last vinyl for the next while, I gave my spiel. I put the needle down just as I finished my last sentence. Taking off my headphones, I picked up my book yet again and began reading, totally forgetting about the stranger who was still in the bathroom. It wasn't until 45 minutes later, after I finished my 3rd coffee and really needed to pee, did I remember he was still in there. I half rushed down the hall and went to knock on the door with a, "Hey, sorry man, but..." when the door pushed open as soon as my hand met it. The bathroom was empty. The stranger was gone. Now, there were no windows in the bathroom. If you were to leave, you'd have to walk out of the bathroom, straight down the hall, and then turn left right past my desk to go out to the front door. So if he left it at any point, he would have walked right past me as I was sat there reading. Of course, I was beyond puzzled at this, but I did really still have to pee, so I did my business. I washed up and came to the conclusion that maybe I was just mistaken. Maybe the tow truck had gotten here early, and he left and I mistakenly thought he was in the bathroom. It still didn't explain how I never heard anyone leave, though. Upon drying my hands off, I walked back out to my desk and then stopped dead in my tracks when I rounded the corner. There at my coworker's desk was the stranger, sitting in exactly the same way, still facing out the window, as if he had never moved from the chair. I was very weirded out, but I like to consider myself a rational and level-headed person, and reasoned with myself that there had to be some sort of explanation for where this guy went. So I asked him, "Hey man, I thought you left. Where did you go? Did the tow truck come by yet?" Nothing. Not a word from this guy. At this point, I was just wondering what the hell his problem is. I didn't want to come off as bigoted, but I thought that maybe he just didn't speak English very well. I mean, he didn't seem like a threat. He was just really weird. I don't know. The kind of vibes I was getting from him were indescribable. Maybe he just went outside for some fresh air or something. It's pretty stuffy in here anyways. Not a big deal, I thought to myself. I was feeling a bit tired from not sleeping particularly well the previous day, and just chalked things up to my brain jumping at shadows. I decided that another cup of coffee might be a good idea to regain some brain power. I grabbed my mug and noticed the stranger's mug was also empty. "I'm grabbing some more coffee. You want some?" I asked. "Yes." The reply came almost instantly, in a deeper voice than mine, a stark contrast to the hushed tone he had used earlier, but I welcomed it, seeing as how he hadn't spoken a word to me since he initially showed up. With both mugs in hand, I went back to the kitchen. I emptied out the old grounds and filter, and replenished the water before loading the machine with more coffee grounds. I decided to make a full fresh pot, seeing as how I'm tired and obviously the stranger likes the coffee, even if he didn't say much to me. Upon flipping the switch to start the brewing process, I turned and headed back to my desk as it would soon be time for my next commentary and the next album. He was gone. Again. Now I know for a fact that this time I didn't hear anybody get up and move around. No footsteps, no noises, no opening and closing of doors. Nothing. Yet he just disappeared. I checked the bathroom. The door was wide open and empty. Nobody was in the studio at the desk. Nobody was under the desk. Hell, I even checked in the desk for some reason. Nothing. Nobody was in the kitchen and nobody was in the storage room. That's the entire studio. And this stranger had just vanished. I walked back over to my desk and slumped into my chair, feeling half fearful and half bewildered. My mind was now going in circles, trying to figure out what the hell was going on here. I must have sat there going back and forth over possible scenarios for a good 5 minutes before I realized the record I had been playing ended, and it was time for commentary again. Still shaken, I picked up my headphones and tried to think of something to say. KRT3 here. We may be having a few technical issues here tonight, so I do apologize for any of our late night listeners. To make up for it, I have a special record up next. From one of my personal favorite artists, here's Waylon Jennings. As I changed out the vinyl, I was again startled by a sharp succession of knocks at the front door, just as I dropped the needle. I scooted back with my chair and dropped the headphones on the desk, sitting and listening. We kept a .22 caliber rifle nearby the storage room just in case. It was a small town in the desert with lots of farms and ranches around. Not uncommon for most people to own firearms. And without thinking, I made my way over to grab it. With rifle in hand, I grabbed a few bullets from the box of ammunition stored next to it, and made my way to the front door. If this was the stranger out there at this point, I didn't care. Now I was looking out for myself. I peered out the peephole in the door and scanned what little of the surrounding area I could see. It took my eye a bit to adjust, but I could just barely make out a figure standing back away from the door. I could not tell who it was, though, since the blinds on the window were still open. I carefully shuffled over to my left and leaned my head over to see out of it. At this point, it was fairly dark and I couldn't see all too well, with the faint glow cast by the 2 outside lights mounted on either side of the front door, but I could make out someone standing there, approximately 20 feet from the door. It shared the same height as the stranger, but I couldn't make out any discernible details. I strained my eyes to look a little harder when a giant thud hit the door. The sound was so violent and so unexpected that I screamed and fell back onto the floor. Still clutching the rifle, I brought it to my chest with one hand and used the other to slide myself backwards, pushing wildly with my legs until I was up against the wall. Though my hands were shaking hard, I raised the rifle to the door and shouted, "I have a gun. I don't know who the hell you are, but you need to leave before I start shooting." My warning, however, went unheeded, and the door shook again with a crashing thud. I kept my composure as best I could, and kept the rifle trained on the door, ready to start letting off rounds. Thud, thud, thud. It repeated about every 20 seconds. After I don't even know how many times the front door was hit, my adrenaline hit a peak and I squeezed the trigger. A single shot rang out and pierced through the door around chest level. I quickly cycled the bolt and let off another round, hitting the door again not far from where the first round hit. Then there was silence. As the ringing in my ears lessened and my heavy breathing slowed a bit, I stood myself up and kept the rifle trained at the door, cycling the bolt for a new round just in case. I didn't want to chance opening the door and getting jumped by something or someone in case I missed, so I slowly worked my way over to the window where I could see if anything was sprawled out on the ground. When I was finally able to get a clear line of sight outside, I was horrified to see absolutely nothing. No person, no animal, nothing. My blood had run completely ice cold at this point. My rational brain had all but completely shut down, and I was now entirely submerged in fight or flight. Thud. The crashing noise started up again, but this time from the opposite side of the building. Like I mentioned earlier, the station was a brick building. The only possible way a noise of that magnitude would be possible is if you took a pickup truck and hit the wall with it going at least 20 miles an hour. Thud. Something hit again from the roof this time. Thud. Again, the front door shook. At this point, I was turning in circles trying to decide where to point the gun next. It was like I was being surrounded, and boy if I wasn't severely outnumbered. I slung the rifle on my back and made a quick dash down the hall toward the storage room. Turning and slamming the door once inside. Thankfully, this being a storage room, there were some decently heavy file cabinets along the wall. I managed to slide one in front of the door to block it off before turning and slumping myself down against the opposite wall, grabbing and pointing the rifle at the door at the same time. The loud thudding continued for some time before blending into what sounded like a symphony of fists knocking on every inch of the building. I was beyond frightened. I was trapped in this small room, and though I did have something to protect myself with, I didn't even know what I was up against. I had never experienced anything even remotely close to this in my life. I sat there with the rifle and listened as the symphony of knocks dwindled to just a single knock at the front door, before stopping altogether. Obviously, I didn't trust that whatever was out there was gone for good, so I waited about an hour, according to my watch, before even thinking of leaving the confines of the storage room. Pushing myself up off the laminate floor, all my muscles ached and my body felt heavy. Once my fight or flight wore off, I just went back to being completely exhausted. No amount of caffeine could help me now, but I knew that I still had to keep my wits about me and stay vigilant. Even though I had only fired the gun twice, I grabbed another handful of bullets from the box and shoved them into my pocket with the others. Better safe than sorry is a great principle to live by. I stood in front of the door and took a couple deep breaths to steel myself. I just need to get to the phone. I can call the sheriff and get them to send everything they've got. It'll only take a minute. I can do this. With those thoughts in mind, I pushed aside the filing cabinet and readied my weapon. 1, 2, 3. I threw open the door and brought the rifle up to both my hands immediately. I could see across the bathroom. It was empty. Slowly working my way out, I peered right towards the front door and then left to the kitchen area. Everything was as it should be, nothing in disarray. The chair to my coworker's desk was pushed in neatly. The kitchen still faintly smelled of coffee, but there was this heavy scent that hung thick in the air through the whole station. I hadn't noticed until after leaving the storage room. This might show my true age, but whatever. It's the best way I can describe it. Have you ever rolled your spare change into those wrappers so you can take them to the bank? After handling all those old pennies and quarters and whatnot, your hands get this very distinct earthy / coppery / metallic smell to them. That is precisely what it smelled like in there. The coppery smell. The eerie silence only broken by the sound of the vinyl player's needle skipping over the record I had put on last. The whole situation was messed up like I was in the set of some horror movie. But unlike those movies, with their, quite frankly, brain-dead protagonists, I only had one mission in mind, and that was to pick up the phone and call the sheriff. So I did. After assuring myself the place was indeed empty, I slung the rifle back over my shoulder and made my way into the kitchen. I grabbed the phone off its receiver and started wildly punching in the number for the sheriff's office. A small sense of relief was starting to wash over me as the dial tone started to sound, but that sense of relief did not last long at all. Over the eerie quiet that had befallen the station, over the dial tone of the phone, and the skipping of the record player, there was another noise. The sound of the front door's hinges ever so slowly opening. Through everything that had transpired that night, not once did it cross my mind to even lock the front door, and in that moment, I had felt fear like I'd never felt it before. My heartbeat, which I could feel thumping so prominently within my chest, through everything had increased by so much I could no longer feel it, and I'm sure my face must have been whiter than a fresh snowfall. I forgot all about the phone in my hand. I dropped it. I had 0 grip strength left in me. Turning slowly around to face the front door, I saw the stranger was back. He stood back face towards me in the open doorway, arms at his sides, unmoving. The sound of the dial tone went quiet. The skipping of the record player, however, kept a steady rhythm. The only thing that pierced the silence were the words the stranger spoke. I need help. Now about here is where things get foggy for me. After those events, the very next thing I remember is the deep orange glow of the morning sun beaming on my face, and a firm hand on my shoulder. Dude, what are you doing out here? Are you okay? Are you hurt? What's going on? It was my coworker. Apparently, when he rolled up to the station for work that morning, he saw something out in the open desert across from the building. My coworker wore glasses and all around just genuinely had terrible vision, so he kind of just brushed it off because he couldn't make out any discernible details. But after walking up to the now closed front door of the station and noticing 2 perfect bullet holes right through it, he became intrigued and quickly went inside. I was gone. There was a cold cup of coffee on my desk, and the needle on the last vinyl I played was sitting off the record, as if someone had taken the time to stop it from repeatedly skipping. He called out for me and checked every room of the station, becoming increasingly concerned when he could find no trace of me anywhere, and found the rifle missing from the storage room. He returned outside and walked to the road when he noticed the figure in the desert had moved closer. Just barely being able to discern its features now as a human, he started to walk towards it, forming into a sprint once he got close enough to notice it was in fact me standing out there. And that is where I woke up. I was standing in the middle of the desert, arms laid at my side, back pinned straight, just staring out at the horizon. My coworker brought me back to the radio station and phoned the sheriff, telling him the state he found me in, and about the bullet holes in the door. Apparently the sheriff's station did get a call that night, but the operator hung up as there was nobody on the other end of the phone. I couldn't even speak for myself at this point. It was as if my mind had just completely broken, leaving me as a living, breathing shell of a human. Eventually the sheriff and a couple deputies did turn up as well as an ambulance. Everyone tried to ask me questions about that night, and knew I couldn't tell anyone what I witnessed. They would have just labeled me as crazy, and locked me away in an institution or something. So with what little grip of my sanity I could muster, I spun them a short tale about some crazed drifter that tried to assault me that night. Obviously they were a bit dubious about my story, as there was no blood from any of the shots I fired, and no sign that anyone else had been there with me that night. Hell, I learned later on apparently there wasn't even a second coffee mug found. Just the one I used. But as they had no other evidence to go off of, that is the official explanation for what happened to me according to the law. I stayed at the local hospital for a couple days so they could monitor me. The first day they loaded me up with Ativan, as I was still in somewhat of a state of shock and couldn't function, but ultimately I was released a few days later with a clean bill of health. I did briefly get a chance to speak with some of the locals I usually conversed with at the diner after the incident. They asked me how I was, and I reassured them that I would be fine. Ray, who was the one that specifically requested that Hank Williams album, would have been up late listening to my broadcast that night, so I asked him if anything seemed off about it, or if he noticed the dead air after I stopped playing music. He told me he stayed up a bit later after the music I played for him, as he was working on installing some new parts for his farm truck that night, but that he didn't notice anything unusual. Nobody else I knew caught my broadcast after about 8 p.m. I still don't exactly have an explanation for what happened that night. I remember years later learning about wendigos and skinwalkers and all the cryptids of the desert, but the coppery blood smell usually associated with the first two entities, but ultimately, I just don't know. I ended up moving to Canada a couple years later and no longer have contact with anyone back home. Most of my family is dead, and I really just don't have a reason to go back there. Ever since I left, I haven't experienced anything like that in my life ever again. Some days I still wonder if the radio station is still standing, and if anyone else has seen the stranger. But as far as I know, I'm the only one to come across him. That night left me with a giant mental scar I'll never truly be able to forget. If anyone has any ideas on what I might have come across that night, I would love to hear some suggestions, as I really don't have the faintest clue. My father asked me to play hide and seek for the first time in years. It's gone from playful to terrifying. My dad and I have always been close. We're a small family, just me and him in our modest house on the edge of town. He's a quiet, hard-working man, not the type to play pranks or act childish. In fact, since I became a teenager, he's been pretty serious, focusing on work and making sure I'm doing okay in school. I can't stress enough how out of character his recent behavior has been. About a week ago, out of the blue, Dad asked me with a grin if I wanted to play hide and seek, just like we used to when I was little. At first I laughed, thinking he was joking. We hadn't played that game in years. I'm 18 now, and the last time I remember hiding behind the curtains, I was maybe 7. But he was completely serious. His eyes lit up with a kind of childlike excitement I hadn't seen in a long time. I figured it wouldn't hurt to humor him. Honestly, I was a bit touched. It was nice to see him happy and playful for once. So I agreed. I covered my eyes with my hands and leaned against the living room wall, suppressing a smile as I started counting out loud. I felt a silly wave of nostalgia washing over me with each number. Ready or not, here I come, I called out, half expecting him to have given up already. But Dad was nowhere in sight at first glance. I wandered through the downstairs rooms, trying not to laugh as I peeked around corners and checked behind furniture. It didn't take long to find him crouching behind the long drapes in the living room. I could see his brown loafers sticking out from beneath the curtain hem. I pulled back the curtain, sing-songing, "Found you," like I was 5 years old again. Dad burst out laughing, a genuine booming laugh that warmed me to hear. He stood up, rubbing the back of his neck with a goofy smile. "Guess I need to try harder, huh?" He chuckled. I laughed with him. It felt good, innocent fun. For a moment, he didn't seem so weighed down by life, and I didn't feel so old. We switched roles, and this time I hid while he counted down from 20. I could hear the playful tone in his voice as he called out numbers, like he was really enjoying this. I stifled giggles from my hiding spot under the kitchen table as his footsteps stomped through the house. Where, oh where could she be? Dad muttered theatrically. I had to clap a hand over my mouth to keep from giving myself away. When he finally found me, honestly, I wasn't hidden well. I was too busy holding in laughter. We were both grinning like idiots. That first night, we only played a few rounds. After 3 or 4 quick games, we decided to call it quits. It was getting late, and we were both a little breathless from laughing and scurrying around. As I headed upstairs to my room, Dad ruffled my hair and thanked me for playing along. I hadn't seen him smile that wide in ages. I remember going to bed feeling happy that night. It was nice to bond with my father like that, to see a spark in him I thought had faded. I had no way of knowing how badly things would spiral after that. At the time, it was just a sweet, silly game. I wish it had stayed that way. A couple of days later, one evening after dinner, Dad asked me eagerly if I wanted another round of hide-and-seek. I paused, a bit surprised that he was still this enthusiastic, but I agreed. I figured the first time had made him happy, and there was no harm in a little more fun. Still, something in his eyes gave me a pang of unease. His excitement seemed almost intense. This time the game felt different. Dad was taking it much more seriously. As soon as I finished counting and started looking, I could tell he had stepped up his hiding spots significantly. It was almost impressive at first. I found him in the first round curled up under the kitchen sink, knees folded awkwardly to his chest among the pipes and cleaning supplies. He was crammed into the dark cabinet in a way that no grown man should have been able to fit. I actually laughed in disbelief when I opened the cabinet door and saw his contorted body tucked behind the trash bin. He just blinked at me with a weird, childlike grin. After a long moment, he unfolded himself and crawled out. Wordless this time, except for a faint chuckle as he dusted off his pants. In the next round, he somehow balanced himself on top of the wall wardrobe in his bedroom. I walked in thinking he might be hiding in the closet, but then I heard a shuffling above me. I looked up and nearly screamed. Dad was lying flat on his stomach atop the wardrobe, pressed between an old suitcase and the ceiling. I have no idea how he even got up there so quickly and quietly. My heart jumped into my throat as I realized those eyes staring down at me from the darkness were his. When I exclaimed in surprise, he just stared, unblinking. It took me saying, I see you, Dad. Game's over," for him to finally respond. He slowly began to climb down, never breaking eye contact with me the entire time. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Something about the way he moved was off, almost too slow and deliberate. Despite my growing unease, Dad insisted on one more hiding spot. I didn't even have time to object before he took off down the hallway to hide again. I sighed and started counting down from 20. trying to shake off the weird feeling that was creeping up on me. It's just a game, I told myself. He's probably trying to spice it up, make it challenging. And as the seconds ticked by, that nervous knot in my stomach only tightened. I searched for him everywhere. Downstairs, upstairs, even briefly outside on the porch in case he'd stepped out, calling for him as I went. Nothing. He didn't respond at all, not even a peep. 10 minutes passed, then 15, and I still hadn't found him. By now my nerves were on edge. The house was eerily quiet except for the sound of my own footsteps on the floorboards. I gave up and called out, "Okay, you win. Come out now, Dad." My voice echoed down the dark hallway. There was no answer. A panicky thought filled through my mind. What if he got stuck somewhere, or hurt? This had gone way beyond a simple game. I was about to grab my phone to call him when I noticed something odd. The door to the upstairs linen closet was open just a crack. We usually keep that closet shut. I walked towards it, heard thudding. "Dad?" I called softly. No response. With a trembling hand, I yanked the closet door open. At first, all I saw were towels and sheets stuffed on the shelves. Then I saw eyes. My dad's eyes peering out from the darkness between the stacks of linen. I jumped back with a yelp before I recognized him. He was wedged on the top shelf of the closet, curled up and jammed behind a bulky old comforter. He had practically become part of the pile of blankets, completely still. For a moment, we just stared at each other. He didn't blink. He didn't laugh or say, "Got me." He just watched me, half hidden among the sheets. His eyes looked strange, wide and unsteady. It sent a chill through me. "Dad, what are you doing? Come out. You're going to hurt yourself." I stammered, trying to sound lighthearted. I was genuinely freaked out to find him in such a bizarre spot. He didn't respond or move. He was crouched so unnaturally on that shelf, I wondered if he could move without help. I reached in and awkwardly touched his arm. It was warm. He was definitely alive and awake. In fact, at my touch, he finally grinned. But it wasn't a normal, embarrassed grin of being caught. It was slow, creeping, and somehow distant, as if it took him a second to remember how to smile. Slowly, he began to untangle himself from the blankets and climb down. I stepped back to give him room, my heart hammering. He practically slithered out of the closet, feet thumping to the floor. I forced a laugh. "That was a really good hiding spot, Dad." My voice came out thin. I didn't know what else to say. Dad stood there in the hallway, a full head taller than me, breathing a bit hard. There were deep creases on his arms where the wire shelf had pressed into his skin. He tilted his head, still fixing me with that unsettling stare. "Your turn to hide," he said softly. The playful, warm tone from our first game was completely gone. His voice was flat, almost expectant. I blinked. Actually, I wanted to tell him I was done, that this was too weird, but he immediately covered his eyes with one hand and started counting. 20, 19, 18. He whispered, as if we'd never stopped playing. My stomach dropped. He wasn't listening to me at all. "Dad, wait," I pleaded, feeling a swirl of fear. He continued counting, peeking between his fingers with one eye. The way he was standing there, looming in the dim hallway, chanting numbers under his breath, it was honestly giving me chills. I did the only thing I could think of. I backed away and ducked into the bathroom, locking the door. My hands were shaking. "I don't want to play anymore," I called through the door, voice cracking. His counting stopped at 12. For a long moment there was silence. I held my breath, staring at the thin line of light under the bathroom door, searching for the shadow of his feet. Nothing. After what felt like an eternity, I heard him shuffle away down the hall without a word. I waited another minute, my heart rattling in my chest, before slowly opening the door. The hallway was empty. I found Dad back in the living room, sitting on the couch in the dark. The TV was off. He was just sitting there in silence. He didn't look at me as I inched into the doorway. In the faint light, I could see him rubbing his temples. He looked tired, drained. "Dad?" I asked quietly. He finally turned his head towards me. His eyes were glassy and looked confused, like he wasn't sure how he'd gotten there. "That got a little out of hand, huh?" he mumbled, offering me a shaky laugh. The way he spoke was back to his normal self. Gentle, apologetic. I exhaled in relief. "Maybe we should call it a night?" I said, trying to sound casual. He nodded. "Yeah, okay." I hurried upstairs, mumbling something about homework. My mind was racing. What was that? Maybe he was trying to scare me on purpose. But why would he do that? None of it made sense. Lying in bed, I told myself that Dad just got too into the game and lost sight of reality for a bit. Everybody gets carried away once in a while, right? I eventually fell into a fitful sleep, hoping that by morning this would all just be a weird little memory we'd both quietly decide to forget. I hoped that would be the end of our hide-and-seek adventures. It wasn't. The very next night, I was in my room scrolling on my phone when I heard a soft knock on my door. It was almost midnight. Through the wood, I heard my dad's voice, eerily calm. "Honey, let's play again." A spike of anxiety shot through me. No, not again. I cracked open my door. Dad stood in the dark hallway, the faint glow from my bedside lamp falling on half his face. He wore the same unnerving smile from the night before. His eyes looked shiny and far away. "Dad, it's really late," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I have school tomorrow. Maybe we can skip tonight." He stepped forward into my doorway, not seeming to hear me. "Just one game," he said quietly. It didn't sound like a request. My stomach flipped. There was an intensity in him that set every instinct I had on edge. "Dad," I whispered, "I really don't..." Before I could finish, he reached past me and flicked off the lamp in my room. Suddenly we were in near darkness. I gasped in surprise. Dad's face was now just a silhouette inches from mine. "Go ahead," he breathed, that grin still on his face. I stood there frozen. His behavior from last night was seared in my memory. I didn't want to repeat that terror, but I also wasn't sure what he'd do if I refused outright. His smile twitched, and his voice came out sing-song in the dark. "You better hurry. 20, 19, 18. He had already covered his eyes with one hand, starting to count. My heart leapt into my throat. He was starting the game whether I liked it or not. I realized then just how wrong this had all become. This wasn't my dad being goofy or overzealous anymore. Something was broken. Something was dangerous. He kept counting, numbers tumbling from his lips in a chilling whisper. I took a shaky step back into the hall. I could barely see, but I knew I had seconds before he finished. I thought about trying to run past him and get out the front door. But what if it was locked again? And he was blocking the hallway. No time. Hide. For now, just hide. I forced my legs to move, as Dad whispered, 15, 14, 13. I slipped into the guest bedroom across from mine. The door was ajar, and I didn't dare close it and make noise. In the faint glow from a nightlight down the hall, I spotted the bed and immediately dove underneath it. My back pressed up against the dusty hardwood floor as I tried to make myself as flat and small as possible. 10, 9, 8. His voice floated down the hall. In the stillness, I became acutely aware of my own breathing. Far too loud. I clamped a hand over my mouth. My entire body was trembling. This is insane, I thought. I need to get out of here. I need help. 5, 4, 3. I held my breath, tears pricking at my eyes in the darkness under the bed. The house had gone deathly quiet. 2, 1. Ready or not, here I come, Dad announced. His tone was light, sing-song, but I heard the edges of a manic glee in it. Silence fell again. I strained to hear any hint of movement. For a long moment there was nothing. Then, somewhere down the hallway, floorboards creaked. He was walking, slowly. The soft thud of bare feet against wood grew more distinct. He was coming closer. Through the narrow gap between the floor and the bed frame, I saw his feet step into the guest room. I bit my tongue, praying he wouldn't hear the thunderous pounding of my heart. He moved with an eerie calm, no fumbling or hesitation. A shadow shifted as he stooped down. I saw his hand, then his forearm stretched to the ground. My dad dropped to all fours on the floor of the guest room, crouching like a predator ready to pounce. I had to choke back a gasp. His head turned side to side, scanning the room at ground level. All of a sudden, his face swung into view, peering under the bed from the opposite side. I saw his eyes first, catching a glint of hall light. He was grinning, his mouth pulled in that same too-wide smile. I realized he had known exactly where I was. He was just taking his time. I couldn't help it. A tiny, involuntary cry escaped my throat. In an instant, that grin of his stretched wider, and I heard a low giggle rumble from him. Before he could move around to my side, adrenaline took over. I rolled out from under the bed behind him, scrambling on my hands and knees. He must have heard me, because I heard him scuttle around with astonishing speed. His palms slapped the floor as he propelled himself after me. I leapt to my feet and darted out of the guest room door. A wild, high-pitched laugh echoed from behind as he gave chase. "Run, run, run," he crooned in a gleeful whisper that bounced off the dark walls. I sprinted down the hallway, my socks skidding on the wood. I veered into the kitchen and yanked the door closed behind me, then instantly regretted it. Now I was cornered with nowhere to go. I hadn't even caught my breath before I saw the door handle twisting. I threw my weight against the door to hold it shut. For a moment, the handle jiggled insistently. I could hear him breathing on the other side, a soft panting, almost excited sound. "I hear you," he whispered through the door, voice muffled but sing-song. I clapped a hand over my mouth, stifling a sob. Suddenly the pressure on the door released. I realized he'd let go of the handle. Was he leaving? I didn't hear footsteps. Cautiously I eased up on the pressure. Maybe he was trying to trick me, I thought. Seconds dragged by. Then, without warning, a rapid thump, thump, thump hit the door near the bottom. He was pounding on it, low and fast. I yelped and shoved hard against the wood, my panic renewed. The door rattled as he drummed on it from the other side in a frenzy, giggling like a child. He wasn't trying to open it, he was just hitting it, playing with me, testing my resolve. Each hit made the hollow door boom. I bit back a scream, tears streaming now. Just as abruptly as it began, the pounding stopped. The sudden quiet was almost worse. I strained to hear any movement, my ear close to the door. Nothing. Then a single tap came, right at the height of my head, as if he gently pressed a finger there. I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Still hiding?" Dad cooed from the other side of the thin door. He was so close I could almost feel his breath through the gap. "You can't hide forever." His voice was a husky whisper. My blood ran cold. Think. He had me trapped in the kitchen. The only other exit was the back door to the yard. In the dark, I fumbled across the room, groping for the deadbolt. My shaky fingers found it, and I quietly flipped it open. Please, I prayed. Let this door be unlocked. I eased the back doorknob, and to my amazement, it turned. I stole one last glance at the kitchen entrance. The door was still shut. I didn't know where Dad was now. He'd gone eerily quiet again. Heart pounding, I pushed open the back door just enough to slip through. The hinges whined ever so softly. I cringed. If he was anywhere nearby, that sound would draw him. The night air was like a shock to my system, cold and real. I realized I was barefoot, but I didn't care. I stepped out onto the back porch and gently pulled the door closed behind me. If I could just get off the porch and around the side of the house, maybe I could make a break for a neighbor's or flag down a car on the street. I crept down the porch steps into our backyard. The grass was icy against my feet. Clouds covered the moon, plunging everything into darkness. Our yard isn't fenced, so theoretically I had a clean shot to run. But if Dad realized I was outside, he could easily catch me in the open. I decided to hug the house wall and move toward the front yard as stealthily as possible. I edged along past the darkened windows of the dining room and living room. Each window was like a black mirror. I was terrified to see my dad's face appear in one of them, looking out at me. But all I saw was my own reflection and the faint glow of interior lamps we'd left on. I was nearing the front corner of the house. Just a few more feet and I'd be in the front yard, then the street. I risked speeding up my steps, almost there. All of a sudden, a figure stepped out around the corner of the house. My heart stopped. It was Dad. He had gone outside and was circling around, anticipating I might flee. And now we were face to face in the dark yard, only a few yards apart. I stood paralyzed like a deer in headlights. Dad's face was mostly in shadow, but I could see the glint of his eyes. He wasn't smiling anymore. His mouth hung slightly open, and his head was tilted at that unsettling angle again, as if he himself was not sure what he was looking at. We stared at each other for one endless second. Then he lunged. I screamed and bolted to the side, just barely avoiding his grasp. I tore across the front yard. My ankle twisted as I stumbled over something in the dark, sending me sprawling into the cold grass. Pain shot up my leg. I scrambled up, adrenaline numbing the ache. Behind me I heard footsteps, heavy footfalls. He was running at me full tilt. A strange, rasping breath, almost a growl, escaped his throat as he closed in. Desperate, I darted to the left, around the side of our parked car in the driveway. Dad skipped on the dew-slick grass, momentarily losing traction. It gave me a second's lead. I dashed across the driveway, heading for the street. If I could reach the road, maybe someone driving by. My bare feet slapped the pavement as I reached the quiet suburban street. It was empty. No cars, no people, just silent houses. I didn't even have time to scream for help. Dad was only a few paces behind. I could feel him gaining on me. In a last surge of panic, I cut hard into our neighbor's yard, intending to loop back to another driveway or door to pound for help. But I was not fast enough. I felt fingers brush the back of my shirt. Then a hand fisted a clump of my hair. I was yanked backwards violently, losing my balance. I hit the ground on my back. The wind knocked out of me. Before I could even gasp, Dad was on me. He pinned me with his weight, one hand clamping over my mouth. His other hand held my wrists with crushing force above my head. I thrashed, eyes wide with terror. His face loomed inches from mine in the darkness. There was sweat beading on his forehead, and his eyes looked almost hungry. I whimpered against his palm, tears leaking from the corners of my eyes. "Shh," he said softly. His lips were pulled back in a grin, but I saw madness and fury dancing underneath that smile. "You ran," he said, voice tinged with a bizarre mix of disappointment and glee. "That's against the rules." I shook my head frantically, trying to plead, but his hand smothered any sound. My scalp throbbed where he'd yanked my hair. I was completely overpowered. My dad was much stronger than me, and he had leverage. Still pinning me, he lifted his hand from my mouth slightly, just enough for me to suck in a desperate breath. I started to scream, but he slammed his hand down again, cutting it off. "Nope," he whispered, wagging one finger of his other hand in front of my face like I was a naughty child. "No screaming. You know better. This is a quiet game." My chest heaved under him. I was sobbing silently now, the reality hitting me that I might not get away. Above us, a porch light flicked on. One of the neighbors, alerted by the brief scream or the commotion, maybe. Dad glanced toward the light, then back at me. His expression hardened. Without warning, he leaned down and pressed his face into the crook of my neck. I felt his nose and lips against my neck, like he was sniffing me. I squirmed, a jolt of revulsion mixing with terror. He inhaled deeply, then let out a shuddery breath that tickled my neck. I stilled, too frightened to move. "I found you," he murmured against my ear, almost lovingly. "I found you, sweetie." Hot tears slid down my cheeks. My own father's voice was unrecognizable, both tender and twisted at the same time. He giggled softly, a grotesque sound so close to my ear it made me cringe inwardly. A quiet hum came from his throat like a lullaby missing all the notes. He wasn't looking at me anymore. He was looking past me, or maybe inside me. I wanted to retch. This wasn't real. This thing pinning me down couldn't be my dad. My dad was gentle, protective. He wouldn't hurt me, but here he was torturing me with his game. The neighbor's porch light suddenly turned off again. Maybe they looked out, saw nothing in the dark, and figured it was just an animal or a bad dream. Any hope of rescue faded. It was just me and my father in the dark yard, and I was at his mercy. He lifted his head to look at me again. In the faint starlight, I could see sweat dripping down his temple, his hair hanging loose and wild. "You broke the rules," he said, clucking his tongue. "Running, screaming, that's not how we play." I tried to speak under his hand, his voice coming out as a muffled plea. His brow furrowed, almost like he was concerned. He eased his palm off my mouth a bit. "What was that?" Dad, please." I choked out between sobs, my voice quivering. "Please stop." For a split second, something in his face changed. The grin faltered. His eyes flickered with confusion, as if he were waking up from a dream. He blinked rapidly, looking down at me, his daughter crying beneath him, and his breathing grew uneven. "Baby?" he whispered, but it sounded like his normal voice, the real him. What's... He released my wrists and leaned back slightly, shifting off me. Relief and hope surged in my chest. "Dad?" I whispered back. "Are you okay? Please stop. Let's go inside." I ran a trembling hand through his hair. In the dark, I saw a flash of remorse in his expression. He opened his mouth to say something, maybe to apologize. I'll never know, because in the next instant, that manic gleam flooded back into his eyes, as if a switch flipped. His mouth curved slowly back into that terrible smile. "Oh," he cooed, pressing a finger to my lips to hush me. You almost fooled me. Nearly got me to break character. He chuckled, and my heart sank. Whatever momentary clarity he'd had, it was gone. The game had him, again. He stood up in one swift motion, yanking me to my feet by my arm. I stumbled, legs weak and aching. Before I could try to pull away, he started half dragging, half guiding me back toward our house. His grip was steel. I couldn't wrench free. It's okay, he whispered as if comforting me. Game's almost over. Just one last round. One special round. I dug my heels in, a surge of fight left in me. No, Dad, let me go, I cried, trying to peel his fingers off my arm. He responded by effortlessly scooping me up over his shoulder. I kicked and pounded on his back, but he carried me as if I weighed nothing. Back inside the house we went. Through the back door I'd escaped from, he kicked it shut behind him. The lock clicked once more. My hope of escape extinguished like a candle flame. He set me down on my feet in the living room, but kept a tight hold on my wrist. I was sobbing openly now, my entire body shaking with adrenaline and exhaustion. He shushed me gently, wiping a tear from my cheek with his free hand. Don't cry, he murmured. It's all okay. It's just a game, remember? Just playing our game. His voice had that sing-song lilt again. I looked up at him, searching his face for any sign of the dad I knew. Please, please, let's stop now, I begged softly. We can just sit and talk. I won't tell anyone. I promise. Let's just stop. He cocked his head, smiling kindly. For one heart-stopping second, I thought I'd gotten through, but then he brought a finger to his lips. Shh, no more talking, only hiding. Fresh tears spilled as he began pulling me toward the hallway. I dug my heels in again, sobbing. I don't want to hide, Dad. I don't want to play anymore. Without warning, he whirled on me, eyes flashing with blind anger. You will hide, he snarled, the sudden rage in his voice like a thunderclap. I cowered, stunned. He had never shouted at me like that in my life. He immediately composed himself, smile returning as if nothing happened. But his grip on my wrist tightened until I winced. In a gentle tone he continued, You will hide, and I will seek. One last round, and no more running away, okay? If you do, I'll be very cross. He wagged his finger again, lightly tapping the tip of my nose with it. I flinched. He then covered his eyes theatrically with both hands and started to count once more. 10, 9, 8. His voice echoed down the dark hall, numbly hiccuping back sobs. I realized I had no choice. If I ran or fought, he'd overpower me again easily, and who knows what he'd do. My only hope was to hide, let him find me, and pray this final round would satisfy whatever bizarre compulsion had overtaken him. Maybe then he'd stop. Maybe then I could reason with him, or escape if he let his guard down. So I ran, not out the door, but deeper into the house, to hide. He counted cheerfully behind me. I dashed into my bedroom and slid under the bed. It was childish, obvious, but my options were limited, and I was running on pure fear. I used to hide here when I broke something, my childhood safe space. I scooted as far against the wall as I could, among some forgotten shoes and dust. Then I forced myself to breathe slowly, quietly. My body ached and my mind was screaming at me that this was a terrible idea, but I didn't know what else to do. 3, 2, 1. Ready or not? I heard him call out. His voice had a sing-songy glee again. The final hunt had begun. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to calm the shaking of my limbs. This has to end, I thought. It has to. Footsteps padded down the hall like a hungry wolf. Unlike earlier, he wasn't being stealthy now. He wanted me to hear him coming, to stew in fear. The deliberate steps stopped outside my door. I heard the door slowly squeak open. Silence. Then in the darkness, tap, tap, tap. He was knocking lightly on my door, in a mocking, otherworldly rhythm. "Honey?" he called softly. "Are you in here?" I bit down on my hand to keep from making any noise. Through the bed frame slats, I could see just a sliver of the room, lit faintly by the street lamp glow through my window. A dark shape crossed the beam of light. He was inside. I held my breath, not daring to peek properly. The heavy footfalls moved to my closet. I heard the closet door creak open. Hangers clattered as he pushed aside clothes. "Not here," he whispered, and I could hear the smile in his voice. A drawer slid open. He was checking my dresser. Absurdly. He was toying with me, searching everywhere except the most obvious place first, drawing it out. I clenched my jaw, body rigid. The footsteps came closer to the bed. My heart was a jackhammer. I saw his feet appear inches from where I lay. He crouched down. The bed springs above me groaned slightly under his weight as he leaned on the mattress. I could make out his face now, upside down as he peered under, smiling. Our eyes met. I will never forget that look in his eyes. Triumphant, wild, hungry, like a man possessed. "There you are," he sing-songed. A strangled scream ripped out of me. In a flash, his hands shot under the bed and latched onto my ankles. I was yanked out with astonishing force, nails scraping the floor as I tried to hold on to anything. He dragged me out from under the bed as easily as if I were a doll. I thrashed, kicking at him, but he didn't let go. One of my kicks caught him in the chin, and his head snapped back. For a brief moment, I thought I might have hurt him, but he only laughed, a short, giddy sound, and tightened his grip painfully. "No more cheating," he hissed, pulling me fully into his grasp. He wrapped his arms around me from behind, pinning my arms to my sides. I screamed and bucked, but it was like struggling against iron. He hauled me backward out of my bedroom. I was off the ground, feet flailing uselessly. He was carrying me down the hall, toward the living room again. I could see the front door directly ahead, still locked and bolted, my vision blurred with tears and dizziness. "Shh," Dad murmured in my ear as I writhed. "It's over. Game over." There was a strange relief in his voice. We reached the living room. He let go of me. I collapsed onto the carpet, scrambling away from him on all fours. He didn't chase this time. He just stood there, breathing hard, watching me with that detached curiosity. I backed myself into the far corner of the living room, near the fireplace. There was nowhere left to run. I was trapped. My whole body quaked, and my breath came in ragged sobs. Dad loomed a few feet away, turning his back to the doorway, just watching. "It's over," he repeated softly to the empty door frame. He turned and took a single step toward me. In his hand I now noticed he held something shiny, the fireplace poker. I hadn't seen him grab it, but he must have as we entered the room. He dragged it lightly on the floor beside him, almost casually. I pressed myself tighter into the corner, my hands up defensively. "Dad, please," I croaked, exhausted and terrified. He lifted the poker, twirling it in a showy way. "You know," he said conversationally, "when you were little, you used to hide in this spot all the time." He pointed the iron poker right at the corner where I huddled. My little girl, curled up like a kitten by the fireplace. So predictable, he tisked, shaking his head with a smile. "And here you are again. I used to pretend you disappeared when you hid here. That maybe the house took you." I had nowhere to go. He stood between me and any exit. I was too weak to fight anymore. My eyes darted around for something, anything I could use as a weapon, but he was already raising the poker high. I closed my eyes, a whimper escaping. There was a sudden loud bang on the front door. Both of us startled. Dad's head snapped toward the door, poker still raised. Another bang, then a voice. "Police, is everything okay in there?" Through my haze of fear, I realized the neighbor had called the cops after all. That single scream and porch light must have spurred them to call. I mustered every bit of strength and screamed, "Help! I'm in here! Help me!" Dad's face contorted with rage. He lunged toward me, but then, crash! The front door burst open, splintering as two officers rammed through it. Light from their flashlights sliced into the living room. "Drop it! Drop the weapon!" One officer shouted, gun drawn. Dad turned to them slowly, calculated, the poker still in his hand. For a terrifying second I thought he might charge them. He took one unsteady step forward, raising the iron bar. The officers yelled again, "Drop it now!" He halted, looking from them to the poker, as if confused how it got in his hand. Then the metal clang echoed as he let it fall to the floor. They rushed him. Dad didn't resist. He just sank to his knees, laughing softly as they forced his arms behind his back. "Just playing a game," he murmured to no one in particular, as they pinned him down and cuffed him. They wanted to just play a little game. One officer moved to me, wrapping a blanket. From where, I don't even know. Around my shaking form and guiding me out of the corner. I collapsed into sobs, trying to explain in broken gasps what happened. But she gently shushed me. "It's okay now. You're safe," she said. Those words unleashed a flood of relief tears that I thought might never stop. As they led my father away, he turned his face to look at me one last time. His eyes were clear. His face was streaked with tears. In a small, broken voice, he said, "I'm sorry, baby. It wouldn't stop counting down. It..." And then he was gone, guided out into the flashing red and blue lights beyond the busted door. That was 3 days ago. I'm staying with an aunt now, and I haven't slept since. My dad is in a psychiatric hospital for evaluation. They think he had some kind of psychotic break. They found no drugs in his system, no obvious cause. When I visited, accompanied by 2 orderlies and my aunt, he looked at me with hollow eyes and said he doesn't remember much of that night, just bits and pieces of a bad dream, where he was chasing a shadow that had stolen his little girl. The doctors think he was acting out some kind of delusion. I don't know. Part of me wonders if something else was in the house with us, something that used my dad to get to me. I know that sounds crazy, but I watched my dad change into someone, something else over those days, and I can't explain it. They tell me he's responding well to medication, that he might be able to come home in a few weeks once he's stable. I want to believe that. I want my dad back. But I'm also terrified. Every time I close my eyes, I see his face inches from mine in the dark, hear that gleeful whisper, "Found you." What if he's never truly back? What if that part of him comes out again? I don't think I could ever play hide and seek again. Not with him. Not with anyone. I'll never feel safe hiding. I want to tell you a story. I really don't care if you believe me. I know that what I'm about to say might sound frightening, but please, don't be frightened. Something wonderful has happened to me, and if you're reading this, I think it could happen to you too. Let me tell you about a miracle. It was about a month ago that my grandfather passed on due to complications from his stroke late last year. He and I were very close, and after his stroke, I had taken care of my grandmother and him the best I could while still making my way through university. The day of the funeral service, it rained like hell. The ground of the tiny cemetery on the corner of Elk and Monroe turned to mush underfoot, and a few unfortunate folks got mud all over their funeral blacks. The service had been incredibly hard for me, and because I had a lot of difficulty crying around my family and friends, I decided to stay back from the burial service so I could get a couple minutes to honestly grieve. That's when I saw him. The cemetery's caretaker stood out in the pouring rain looking underdressed and soaked to the bone. He stood a respectful distance away from the service, clearly not wanting attention, but I could tell he was shivering, so I walked over with my black umbrella to give him some relief. When I got closer, the first thing I noticed was that he was young. Under his thick, blonde beard, he couldn't have been more than a year or two older than me. The second thing I noticed was an odor that hung around him, thick and cool. It wasn't a terrible smell, more that he smelled like wet, black earth, even more so than the whole world seemed to smell of it in the rain, and a sort of cinnamony scent I couldn't quite place. "That's very kind of you, sir," he said in a surprisingly soft voice. "It's just that you looked cold," I stammered out, slightly off balance from the age, the smell, and now the voice. The caretaker gestured out to the mass of black umbrellas and solemn faces. "Who was he to you?" he asked in that soft, almost cautious voice. "My grandfather. I loved him dearly," I said, the second half of the sentence falling lame even to my own ears. "You and all those people out there," he gestured with a long-nailed hand out to my friends and family. "I've worked this plot for a long time, seen all sorts go into the earth. You can always tell when it's a well-loved one, something in the faces of the mourners. I can't quite explain, but it's there." He picked each word carefully, like an artist selecting just the right brush. As he spoke, I caught a whiff of his breath, and the smell that hung around him hit me even harder, this time less pleasant, and with an underlying rank sweetness. "How long have you worked here?" I inquired, eager to change the subject as my roiling emotions threatened to bubble over again. "A good long while now. I don't bother keeping track. The work's rewarding, and this is a good place. A calm and quiet place." His face spoke of a life that hadn't always been full of calm and quiet places. I couldn't disagree with him, though. Despite the rain, or maybe even because of the cemetery had almost an ethereal stillness, and looking over the well-cleaned headstones, I could see how this place could be someone's haven, if not mine. We made a sort of gentle conversation that slowly spun out into silence. Then we stood for a while, listening to the rain patter on the fabric of the umbrella we shared, and watching the service from afar. It wasn't until just before I was about to excuse myself to return to the last minute of the service that he spoke again. "I don't think most people would have shared their umbrella," he mused without looking away from the mourners and meeting my eyes. "Why's that?" I asked, startled out of my thoughts. They're uncomfortable with people like me, people who are proximate to death and decay. Thank you for being different, and thank you for the conversation. I think it's time you get back to your grandfather. They're about to begin the lowering." He offered one of his long-nailed hands. I took it with only the slightest hesitation. His grip was strong, painfully so. As he squeezed my hand, he leaned in. Breath stinking of the grave, he said, "Good deeds are rewarded, my friend. Run along now." The biting grip disappeared as quick as it came on, and I did my best to politely excuse myself without appearing shaken. I didn't notice until later, but those long, snaggled fingernails had bitten into the meat of my right hand in 2 places, forming a shallow V-shaped cut. There was a small reception after at my grandparents' house. We told stories about my grandfather, some of which I had never heard until then. It felt like once the ritual of viewing and funeral and burial were complete, my grandfather had somehow become a real person again, if that makes any sense. I felt closer to him than I had when I was helping to carry the casket. The house seemed to hold something of his presence that his cold body couldn't match. I never expected a funeral to have snacks, but the reception had tons of food, none of which I had much of an appetite for. Eventually, I excused myself. I was exhausted and I had to get ready for school the next day. As I left, my grandmother insisted I take some of my grandfather's brandy with me. She said she wouldn't drink it anyway, and that brandy is good for the constitution. When I asked her why that was important, she said with simple finality, "You just look a bit pale, that's all." That night, I dreamed of the cemetery on the corner of Elk and Monroe. I dreamed of the silent headstones at night, how the place would look lit only by the street lights spilling over the high wall that surrounded it. I dreamed that I was late to my grandfather's funeral, that I was dressed in the blacks and my dress shoes were getting stuck in the sucking, grasping mud, and when I finally made it to the grave, everybody was long gone. I had something that I meant to give my grandfather before he was buried, a little silver fork, and so I began to dig with my hands into the filled grave so that I could give him this one last thing, and he could give me something that I wanted in return. As I dug into the soaked earth, the smell of the grave filled my nose and my stomach bubbled and stirred uncomfortably. I excavated the way down, silver fork held in my teeth before my nails scratched on the lid of the coffin. Suddenly the flash of lamplight came over me and I woke up in a feverish sweat, my mouth full of a gungy, unclean, sick taste. My bones ached, and I knew immediately that I would not be making it to class today. I lay a while in my sticky, damp sheets. The dream was still pressed into the forefront of my consciousness. The pure illogic of it bemused me. My fevered brain raked over the details of the dream. Only as I pulled my mind away from the empty, sodden cemetery on the corner of Elk and Monroe, did I realize just how hungry I was. In all the events of yesterday, I had completely forgotten to eat. I hadn't had any appetite at the reception, and once I had gone, I had been too preoccupied by my grief and preparations for school. When I awoke, fevered as I was starving. I peeled myself out of my sheets and walked tenderly through my apartment. I filled a glass with water and sucked it down to try to soothe my aching head. It did no good. When I opened my refrigerator, a pungent cacophony of odors hit me in waves. I slammed the fridge door shut before the smell made me sick. Has something gone off in there? I wondered to myself. The worst part was that the horrible smell hadn't allayed my hunger for more than a few seconds. I grabbed a piece of bread and started chewing it, but the texture suddenly felt all wrong, and I hadn't gotten more than bite down when I had to run to my sink to retch. Bent over the sink, quivering with tremors and smelling my own thin vomit, I realized that maybe, The best thing I could do for myself was go back to bed. After I sent off a few short emails to my professors explaining that I was ill, I decided I would shower off the tacky sweat residue that clung to my skin. As I reached for my soap in the shower, I noticed something strange on my hand. At first I thought it was an ink stain, but when I inspected the V-shaped mark on the bottom of my right hand, I realized that 2 small cuts the caretaker's fingernails had made had scabbed over completely black. I was immediately worried that the cut had become infected or something, but there was no inflammation, and when I prodded it gently, it didn't sting any more than your typical scab. After I finished my shower, I opted to dab some polysporin on and around it, and go back to my bed. I took a long while getting back to sleep between the fever and the stomach cramping hunger, but when I did, my dreams were strange again. I dreamed of family dinners and the cemetery. I dreamed of the caretaker with his shovel. I dreamed of him filling graves and emptying them. I dreamed about the sound a shovel makes when it hits the roof of a casket, like the sound of a pirate striking buried treasure. I dreamed of smelling that damp dirt and cinnamon smell, and when I woke late in the evening, my fever had grown far worse and my mouth was watering. I was getting worse. I was a pale and shaking mess, completely unable to keep a bite of solid food down. When I tried a sip of my grandfather's brandy, I nearly spat it out. A rancid flavor had surpassed even the burn of alcohol in it. I resolved to drink only water until this flu or fever had passed, and I shivered out the rest of the evening on my couch trying to distract myself from the vicious combination of malaise and hunger. I dazed intermittently but always started awake from strange dreams full of grave dirt. 48 hours after my grandfather's funeral, I decided I was going to go to the emergency room. The fever was bad. The hunger was worse. I had wondered if I was well enough to drive, but ultimately decided that if this was contagious, it would be best for everyone if I tried to avoid exposing anyone. By the time I had walked out to my car, my heart was racing with effort and a cloud of lightheadedness hung over me. I sat in my car for a full 8 minutes before I felt clear-headed enough to start it. Even as I started to drive, I wondered if I was making a terrible mistake in trying to drive. My attention kept wandering, and I would lose seconds at a time, realizing I had run a yellow light or missed a turn. My eyes kept straying to brightly lit fast food signs, but I knew as soon as the greasy paper bag was passed over to me, I wouldn't be able to take a single bite. I rolled down my window to get some cool air on my face. That's when I realized where I was. The smell washed over me, and I felt my stomach growl maddeningly. It took a moment to identify. It was rich and cool, a simultaneously wet and dry odor. It was herby with an earthy note and the slightest hint of fruitiness. I had visions of sweet, cool fruits being pulled from rich, damp earth. My focus drifted in the tantalizing presence of this smell until the squawk of a car horn behind me snapped me out of my daze. The light at the intersection of Elk and Simons had changed to green, and I had been idling in front of it for who knows how long. I goosed the gas pedal, eyes scanning for the source of the delicious smell when I saw it. The next intersection was Elk and Monroe. The cemetery gate on the corner stood wide open, flanked by stone angels, and as I drove toward it, the sensations of smell and hunger threatened to overwhelm me, matched only by my internal horror. How could it be? How could it smell so right? There was nothing for me there, only the headstones, the dirt, and deep within the earth, gently moldering, fermenting, the many corpses with their pale flesh. I pulled away from the thought like it was a fat black spider discovered walking over my pillow. It was the fever. It's making me delirious, I reasoned to myself. I immediately turned off the street that led to the cemetery gates and, in a daze, drove halfway home before I remembered I had planned to go to the hospital. I was so desperate to get distance away from those gates and that horrid, wonderful smell that I couldn't even bring myself to turn back. Fatigue was washing over me in dark waves, and if not for the bone-deep horror that gripped me, I might have fallen asleep at the wheel. When I got back to my apartment, I pulled into my stall at a steep angle and stumbled to the elevator, resting my burning head against the cool metal of the elevator door frame as I waited for its arrival. I'll call 911 tomorrow if I'm not better. I bargained with myself. When I got into my apartment, fever had turned to chills and I hid under the sheets, body quaking and mind reeling. Even as I lay there, horror mingled with wanting into a primordial stew of feeling. Red and black fantasies played at the edge of my brain before swallowing me whole as I drifted off to uneasy sleep. In those dreams, I was a farmer in a field of dark soil and pale stones. I moved confidently with hoe and shovel, digging and planting deep within the earth. I pulled a strange and lovely crop from the ground and ate it under the stars. I was content. I basked in the night's breeze and drew in the odor of the land and my harvest moldering below its surface, and I was so at peace. But it was only a dream. I awoke. The fever had broken. The hunger had grown. When my eyes snapped open in the night-black room, I knew where my medicine was. The world had shrunk into a single point of rough need, and I rose from the chill sheets with a blank-minded purpose. Time slipped. I was in the car. The blue dashboard clock read 2:55. I watched the street lamps float past my car, and I rolled down my windows. I breathed deeply of the night air, and I caught the faintest hint of it in the wind. Time slipped. The car had stopped. I had pulled into the parking lot. Behind me, the intersection lights cast a pale green hue over the scene. The smell was so thick you could cut it with a knife. The stone angels seemed to beckon me in with outstretched hands. The gate was open, even though the sign said it was closed. I took the first step on the gravel path. Time slipped. I was on my knees, a headstone out in front of me. I must have looked from afar like some midnight mourner, but I hadn't even read the name. I stared down into the dirt and saw I had already begun ripping up the sod, revealing the pregnant soil beneath. Was there one last ounce of hesitation in me? No, I don't think there was. I could smell her waiting for me down there, 6 feet of earth, and it still filled my nose like honey. I began to dig with my hands, desperately scrabbling at the earth, pull out great hunks of black earth, dirt forcing itself under my nails, small rocks cutting my palms. I didn't care. I began to weep as I realized I couldn't possibly do this without a shovel or some tool. That's when the light washed over me and my heart froze. It was him. The caretaker stood with an ancient hurricane lantern in hand, its light casting stark shadows over his face. In this light he looked far older than I remembered. I had frozen, dirt in both hands at the sight of him. I opened my mouth to say something, and all that came out were thick rivulets of drool. My mind raced. The smell drove me to dig. My brain drove me to run. I had almost decided on trying to bludgeon the caretaker and make a run for it when he spoke in that soft voice. "You poor boy, you must be starving." His eyes were solemn as he looked at me. Could it have been empathy? I can explain," I started, no idea what I was going to say, overwhelmed completely. "You don't have to. Just come with me. Let's set you right," he said. There was perhaps the faintest hint of a smile on his face then. Perhaps it was just a trick of the guttering lamplight. I let the dirt fall from my blackened hands and rose from my knee-deep hole in the earth. "What's happening to me?" I asked. The shame ran back into me like a flood, and I began to blubber again, spit and snot mingling around my mouth. There, my boy." The caretaker closed the distance between us and held me in his arms for a minute before he looked me in the eyes with utter seriousness. "Something wonderful, I promise. You'll be feeling right as rain if you just walk with me now. You've come a very long way, but you only have a few more steps." He began to lead me gently down the path. Gravel crunched underfoot and was the only sound in the silence of the cemetery. I saw that we were coming to the caretaker's workshop. It was a small white building, almost a church in miniature. From within, unsteady candlelight burned. We entered to the smell of motor oil and sawdust, and above it all, the heavenly odor of the rotted dead. When we came to the workshop's back room, the table was already set. Fine china and small silver forks and wicked sharp knives, set for two. The centerpiece of the wide table was a long oak coffin, half rotted away. Candles had been placed at the corners of the coffin, and the caretaker bade me sit at one of the set places. Reaching into his coat pocket, he brought out a crowded keychain and carefully selected one. He slid it into the lock, and as I heard the click of it coming open, it was all I could do not to leap from my chair and push him aside as the smell of tantalizing rot seemed to double in the room. He spoke some words then. Some I understood and some that I did not. It was a benediction of sorts, a thanksgiving. "Blessed is the carrion, and blessed is he who tasteth the graveyard's fruit. We thank the ground for yielding her gifts to us. We thank the stars for sheltering us. We thank the empty vessel for remembering life, that it may be passed to us. Blessed are we by dark earth and black heavens, that we shall feast tonight." He spoke it with whispered ritual cadence. Then the small silver knife was in his hands, and he was cutting. I watched as he deftly split rotted flesh from the corpse of a woman. The meat was dry in places, wet in others. It was speckled with pale purples and reds. He started with the cheek. He separated it with a few quick strokes, revealing pale jaw and teeth underneath, and then he set it on my plate. "Take, eat, live." The three words were in the same ritual cadence, and as soon as he spoke, I descended on the meat with the desperation of a drowning man. It was like nothing I had ever tasted. Black, greasy, mealy, and yet sweeter than honeydew. More intoxicating than wine. It satisfied the indescribable need that bound itself in tight coils throughout my body. It was pure relief. The caretaker placed slice after slice of the prime cuts on my plate, and my aching, screaming hunger was finally answered. When I had eaten my fill, the caretaker set a few pieces on his own plate, and then closed and locked the coffin lid. As I sat in a warm haze of emotion and satiation, he broke the silence. He spoke to me of many things that long and deep night. I will not tell you most of it. He spoke to me of dark earth, old countries, and ancient laws. He told me of his life, long and sweet, how he had worked plots like these since he was an apprentice under a master far older than he was even now. That night he showed me the grandness of what I had become, the beauty and the comfort of it. He offered me a job. He offered me a life. When I asked him why choose me, his answer was simple. "When we met, I told you that good deeds should be rewarded, yes? I have no greater gift for you than this." He gestured at the dining ware and the candles burning low. "I am in need of an apprentice besides. I chose you because nobody had shared an umbrella with me in my long years of this work. Few have ever shared more than a couple terse words with me. I scrub the headstones clean, keep the plots free of weeds. In my work I have done nothing but bring closure and comfort, and I am made a pariah for it. I have never done harm to the living, have never taken anything that wasn't willingly surrendered to the earth. I have lived a graceful but lonely life since I came to this country, and I want to share the goodness of it with somebody. It seemed right that it was you. It did seem right. I've been working at the cemetery on the corner of Elk and Monroe for 3 months now. I've dropped out of university. I'm just too busy. The hours are good. The company is excellent. 6 days a week in the shade of the cemetery, where the air is sweet and cool. Looking back, I do not know what I was afraid of. The illness is already a distant memory, and the reward was more than enough. As for the appetites, the caretaker is right. We don't take anything that wasn't given to our cemetery. We serve in the moment of people's mourning, and are paid our wages under the sheltering night sky. The caretaker has been very pleased with my work. Even with the two of us, we're just so busy. I have no idea how he managed it alone for so long. The dead keep coming in the gates, carried on the shoulders of their loved ones, and we plant them deep in our soil to ripen. I think he'll be hiring again soon. We just need to find the right fit. Stop by someday if you're in the area. We're on the corner of Elk and Monroe. We'd love to say hello and shake your hand. I entered the department at around 10:30 p.m. The small Iowa town I worked in was quiet, so my hours often didn't extend past 7 or 8. As I hung my jacket, still damp from the cold November drizzle, Reeves walked in holding a few papers. "Sorry, boss, gotta get you to sign these," he said, his barely lit cigarette hanging from his mouth. The dark circles that gnawed under his eyes were at odds with the dim yellow light from the desk lamp. I sighed, falling into my chair as I scribbled my name across the papers. They were still warm, freshly printed. I leaned forward, rubbing my eyes as I dreamed of being back in my own bed. "This can't be the only reason you called me in here," I muttered, aching to go back home. "You said there was an emergency." "Well, kinda," he shrugged, smiled wryly. "May have exaggerated that a bit. Just got a call from a couple of folks near the old high school. They were hearing screams. Thought we should go check it out." "Probably just the wind or some BS. Do we really need to check it out? We've still got work tomorrow morning." He looked back at me, pushing some of his messy hair out of his face. He was a newer recruit, only a couple of years working here, yet he carried himself with the same fatigue as a worn vet. "No, we should. I wouldn't wish a sleepless night on others." I sighed again and nodded. Town only had about 1,500 people, so we're known by name. Ignoring even a small incident like this means I'll have a personalized complaint, something I don't want to deal with. "Alright, but we've got to be quick about it. Don't want my bed to be cold when I get back." We hop in the patrol car, a crappy 96 Caprice. The town doesn't have that much need for police, so we essentially get hand-me-down equipment from the state. "So, screams, huh?" I sighed. Reeves lit another cigarette. "What do you think it is this time? A cat? Maybe a couple high schoolers messing around?" He took a long drag, almost savoring it. "Don't really care. Doesn't change the fact we gotta deal with this." He reached out, offering me his already half-burned cigarette. "Sorry, don't smoke," I said half-heartedly. "Wife made me quit. Can't be dying and leaving her and the kids to fend for themselves." "Oh, since when? Yesterday?" He laughed, his voice cracking a bit with the cold air. Come on, one won't kill you. Besides, if anything, you smoke more than me. I'm serious. I made a promise to my wife. I smiled, though my face felt tired. One smoke turns to 2, then 3, then to 10. Next thing you know, we'll be stopping at Lou's to get another pack on the way back. Suit yourself, he said, turning back to his window. It's already been a long night, and I got a feeling it ain't gonna get any shorter. We pulled into the dilapidated parking lot of Eaton High, the old town high school. The building had seen better days, practically neglected following the opening of Hillside across town a couple years back. We stepped out of the car, breath visible as rain lightly fell from the pitch black sky. I pulled out my flashlight, illuminating a clear path to the entrance. Reeves tossed his smoke, following closely behind. There were no other sources of light aside from the street lamps a couple 100 feet away. As we got to the door, Reeves hesitated. You feel that? He asked, his eyes on high alert. Feel what? Exactly, he said, scanning the parking lot. There was no one, just our patrol car. A slight pinging noise echoed as the rain pranced on the lonely vehicle. Where's the wind? The wind? Yeah, where is it? What are you on about? I said, exasperated. Does there need to be wind? We live out in the open plains of Iowa. I don't think I can remember a day without at least a slight breeze hitting my face, especially when it's raining like this. I thought about it. As I looked back on my time here, I couldn't recall any windless days. What does this have to do with anything? Don't know. Just feels strange. He pushed his hair back again as he went to open the double doors guarding the main entrance. I pointed my flashlight through the glass, getting a sneak peek of the layout. Dusty ceramic tiles, old lockers, and some graffiti met my gaze. Nothing looked out of place, although I'm not sure I'd know the difference if something was. Reeves pushed open the doors, surprisingly not locked, and headed inside. I followed closely, looking at the surrounding area. It looked like a typical high school, aside from the occasional art piece sprayed carelessly on the wall. The building was 2 stories, and consisted of 6 wings, labeled A through F. The school was organized nicely, with certain kinds of classes isolated in certain wings. Notably, the school was silent, almost eerily, aside from the noises coming from Reeves and myself. The school was dead. Reeves made his way to the A wing, which housed the electrical unit for the school. It was also where the music department was located. As we approached, I kept looking around. It was musty, a lack of cleaning and ventilation leaving the air stale. The halls were lined with music lockers, and a few classrooms. Though the lockers were left empty and ajar, I poked my flashlight through a small window in one of the doors, revealing the old auditorium. Though still in fine shape, it was silent. I scanned the area, looking for any potential source of the reported screams. Found it, Reeves said excitedly. I jumped, his voice still ringing in my ears in contrast to the silence of the school. Jesus, kid, I whispered as I made my way to him. Don't scare me like that. Can't be screaming like that out of the blue. Sorry, he said, rolling his eyes. Didn't know you scare easy like that. I pointed my flashlight at the panel board. All switches were flipped off. What rooms you want lit up? Just do the hallways. Flashlights should cover the rest pretty easily. As he flipped the switches, the dim lights flickered on, slightly illuminating the rundown building. We may as well have just left him off, Reeves remarked, laughing softly. Better than nothing, I replied as we made our way back to the main hall. We had yet to hear any noises, much or less screams. We walked through the halls cautiously, Something about dark, old rundown buildings makes you feel on your toes. We browsed the classrooms, pointing our flashlights into the occasionally open door. Nothing too out of the ordinary, just the occasional graffiti or misplaced desk. I sighed. I wanted to go home, back to the comfort of my own bed. As much as I like Reeves, my ideal night did not include scouring an abandoned school with him at dang near midnight. "Wanna just go home?" Reeves suggested. He was standing in front of me, obviously bored out of his mind. "It's almost midnight. We've been here for close to an hour. Maybe the folks who reported it just had a bad dream or something." "Sure, why not?" I smiled a bit. Would make the wife a lot happier if I was back home. We turned to leave, both relieved this excursion amounted to nothing. Then we heard it. A scream. Human. A blood-curdling noise to hear, especially against the dead silence prior. It resonated through the halls as Reeves and I ran toward the source. We ended up in the D wing, where the history and English classes were located. I pulled out my gun and Reeves followed suit. The screaming had ceased for the time being, as if it knew we were coming. We split up, scouring the old rooms for any sign of life. Just as I approached the end of the wing, Reeves' voice broke the newfound silence. "Got something." I ran over to him. Adrenaline still rushing through my spine. As I approached, I saw him crouched, talking to a little girl. She couldn't have been older than 5. Messy hair with a white dress with pink flowers. Her blue eyes met my gaze calmly, a sort of calm not usually seen in children. "What's going on?" I panted, out of breath from the cardio we just did. "Did she scream?" "Don't know." Reeves was fixed on the girl, his eyes softening as he looked at the girl. "You got a name, sweetheart?" She nodded shyly, playing with her hair. "Care to share it with us?" I asked. She looked back up at me, glaring slightly. She quickly turned back to Reeves, who smiled a bit. "Guess we know who her favorite is," he joked. "Don't blame ya, sweetheart. He isn't much of a looker." "Ha ha. Now ask her what her name is," I stated bluntly. "We need to find her parents." "True," he said. "Though she doesn't seem too inclined to speak. Don't even know if it was her who screamed. We also don't know what a little girl is doing alone in an abandoned school." Reeves covered her ears, glaring at me a bit. "Not in front of the kid." Sorry, I apologized, though my suspicions were mounting as the initial adrenaline wore out. Her being here raises a few questions, though. There's no way her parents took her to an abandoned school, which means she either brought herself or was brought here. And I don't know too many 5-year-olds inclined to explore abandoned buildings at midnight. "You saying there's someone else here?" "Course I am. I can't think of any reason why or how she'd be here by herself." Reeves looked back up at me, still crouched by the newly found girl. He looked like he'd just seen a ghost. "Know something else?" His face was pale as he turned back to the girl. "I've seen this girl before. I know it in my gut. My eyes have seen this face before, but for the life of me, I can't pinpoint where." He looked at the girl a bit longer, who was still fidgeting with her hair. "Want to tell us your name? Who brought you here?" Reeves asked softly, though the girl did not answer. Instead, she took off into the main hall. "Hey, don't run. It ain't safe in here," Reeves called out as we took off after. She made a beeline for the gym as we followed close behind, shoes squeaking against the faded tiles. We entered the gym, though the girl was gone. I could have sworn we were only a few steps behind her. We looked around, dumbfounded. How had this girl vanished? We didn't have much time to react to the strangeness of our current situation before Reeves shouted. I glanced over to where his flashlight was pointed. At the edge of the gym, barely illuminated, was a body, face down on the dirty hardwood floor, blood forming a pool around the head. A man, messy blonde hair splattered red, 3 distinct bullet holes poking through the back of his skull. His body was splayed out, clad in a brown flannel and jeans. Call some backup, I ordered Reeves. We gotta get this building locked down. Who do you think did this? Reeves asked, still staring in shock at the body. Probably whoever brought the girl here, I said bluntly. I don't know what's going on here, but we've got a murder and potential kidnapping. We're out of our depth. Who should I call for backup? Milton? Milton won't be able to do anything. Call the Des Moines apartment. They're only half an hour away. I scanned the surrounding gym. Where had the girl gone off to? As I tried to piece a reasonable explanation together, Reeves called me back over to the body. Toss me the walkie, will ya? Reeves said, still staring at the corpse. I unclipped it from my belt and handed it to him, careful not to contaminate the crime scene. He started flipping through channels, eventually landing on our shared frequency with the Des Moines department. We've got a 707 and a potential 710 here at Eaton High, requesting backup. No response. The static filled the once silent room with an eerie buzz. Do you copy? Reeves looked up at me confused. The people working at Des Moines often pulled late nights, having people on standby the full 24 hours for cases such as these, but no response. There hadn't even been the slightest indication there was anyone on the other end of the line. Did you check the channel? I asked, hoping his tired eyes accounted for our lack of communication. Yeah, channel 6, Reeves said, puzzled. I'm positive this is the right channel. I used it a couple months ago for that thief we were tracking down. He was right. Channel 6 was a direct line of communication to Des Moines, yet the static persisted. I rubbed my eyes. The night just kept getting stranger. Why couldn't this have just been some animal? Some sort of BS we could write off. Did you check the time? I think there's some sort of shift change at midnight. Maybe the operator overseeing the graveyard shift hasn't clocked in yet. Don't think it's that, Reeves said, staring at his watch. It's 11:39. You serious? I froze up, glancing at my own watch. Sure enough, it read 11:39, 6 seconds. It was 11:39 half an hour ago. Check the second hand, Chief. I glanced back at my watch, and sure enough, the seconds hand was still reading 6 seconds. It kept ticking, jolting right back to the same mark. What's going on? I muttered, shifting back slightly. Nothing was making sense. Maybe our watches broke, though with everything that's happened, I doubt it. Reeves circled around the body, still trying to piece some sort of reasonable explanation together. Also, do you remember hearing a gunshot? Much or less 3 of them? What? Blood's still fresh. Usually takes 30 to 60 minutes to dry. His eyes remained trained on the body. We've been here for about an hour, yet the blood is still wet. He put his hand over the body. Still a bit warm as well. Should have at least gone cold by now. What we've got here is a fresh body. My eyes widened. None of it added up. What the hell are we dealing with then? I don't know, Reeves continued. But whoever did this is most likely still here. Girl as well. We can't get in contact with Des Moines, so we're on our own. I gazed at the surrounding gym. The musty smell of old wood met my nose. as my flashlight illuminated the dusty bleachers. The girl must also still be here. No way a young kid like that could make it far. For now, let's stick together, I said, glancing back over at Reeves. His eyes were trained back on his watch. We don't exactly know what we are in for. Reeves nodded as we both turned back to the main hallway. As we stepped back into the light, we were met with a scream. It sounded as if it were on top of us, resonating from us. It was piercing, a scream populated with loss and sorrow. Reeves and I covered our ears, though that effort was in vain. Just as soon as it had started, it stopped. I looked back at Reeves, whose eyes were now wild with shock. What just happened? I don't know, I replied. Can't even begin to try and explain. PA system malfunction? Man, Reeves rubbed his ears in discomfort. Didn't know these old PA systems had that kind of juice. I also didn't turn this back on the panel board. Kid may have gotten to it, I said. Or worse yet, our suspect. We made a beeline for the panel board, hoping to end this awful night once and for all. As we approached the A-wing, we could hear the distinct clicks from the panel board switches. They were rapid, nonsensical. Someone just flipping them with no sense of what they even do. The panel board door was wide open when we arrived, though everything was where we had left it. Is someone messing with us? Reeves said, exhausted from the oddities of the night. Like, who was just flipping through all of these? Are we both going crazy or something? I shrugged, my mind alert that the killer could be around any corner. Just then, Reeves turned back to the door. Oh, it's you. The little girl stood silently at the entrance to Wing A, playing with her hair. She waved at Reeves, beckoning him forward. All right, I guess, Reeves said, responding to some unspoken message. His eyes were bloodshot, tired. Each step he took appeared a challenge, as if he was falling forward and catching himself. Where do you want to go? The little girl took off. Reeves followed suit. Reeves? I shouted, chasing after. What's gotten into you? I reached out, desperately trying to grab onto his coat. Getting split up with a potential killer loose in the halls is the last thing we should have wanted. As Reeves passed through the double doors guarding the A-wing entrance, they slammed shut, almost taking my fingers off in the process. Reeves, I shouted again, banging against the door. Open the door. We've got to stick together. We haven't got the foggiest idea what's happening. Silence. I pounded on the door, begging Reeves to come back, but I was stuck. What had gotten into him? Just a few minutes ago, he was preaching the idea of sticking together, and now this? I stood confused, wondering what I should do next. Just then, I heard the auditorium door slam shut. I made my way to the door cautiously, peeking into the small window the door possessed. The stage light was on, and standing in it was my wife, Maya. She stood tense, wearing a sundress I bought her only a few months prior. Her brown hair shined under the piercing light, though her look was nervous. A bed lay behind her. Why was she here? I tried opening the door, but it was locked. The handle wouldn't budge. As I struggled to open the door, a group of 6 dark figures stepped onto the stage. They were clad in black robes, faceless shadows that haunted her. I watched as these things slowly undressed her, her now naked self lying on the bed set up on stage. The figures stepped back, forming a circle around her as she lay still. I called out to her, tried wrestling with the door handle again, but nothing worked. My continued was cut short as a man emerged from behind the stage. His back was turned toward me, revealing only his messy hair and brown flannel. Brown flannel. God, it was the same man we'd found dead mere moments before. What kind of game is this? I watched as he approached the bed, the figures humming a soft tune I couldn't understand. I screamed as he mounted her, raped her. She cried out for someone, anyone, yet the figures only watched. She writhed as the man lay on top of her, having his way. I pounded on the door, screaming. "Hey," I cried out, though my call was ignored. "Get off of her!" My voice was cracking. I took a step back, now using my body as a battering ram against the solid wood door. I drove my shoulder into the door as my wife screamed out. God, the screams. My head hurt. My shoulder ached as I kept ramming into the door. I let out a yell, a primal wail that brutalized the air around me. I flew into the auditorium as the door yielded, falling forward into the rows of chairs. As I shot up in anger, I noticed the stage lay empty. The scene I had so vividly endured was gone. Not a whisper remained. "I've got to be dreaming," I muttered to myself, laughing. "I've just gotta. None of this stuff I've had the pleasure of seeing tonight makes sense." I buried my face in my hands. What had I just witnessed? What does it mean? The screams, the clock, the body, the wind. What could possibly be going on? I couldn't think for long as I heard a giggle of a small child. I looked up, meeting the gaze of the same little girl who took Reeves. She smiled at me, contrary to the usual scowl I received. She waved at me as she ran behind the stage, giggling as she went. I got up, still disgruntled from the previous display. I ran after her, hoping to find some answers, hoping to find Reeves. As I ran past the curtains, I found myself outside, but not into the cold November night Reeves and I had left earlier to examine the school, but a warm afternoon. The sun was still up, though drooping slightly to the west. A warm breeze met my cold face, offering a bit of comfort. What had I stumbled upon? I looked at my surroundings. I was in a park. The trees were bright green, the leaves rustling as the breeze overtook them. The grass was soft, my shoes sinking just slightly with each step. Kids swarmed the playground, laughing and playing, fighting and crying. The little girl looked back at me, giggling as she beckoned me to further explore. Why was I here? I looked back for the stage curtains, but they were gone. Was I trapped? My clothes remained the same, as I was adorned in a jacket not suitable for the sunny summer weather I found myself in. This had to be a dream. All of it. I watched as the little girl made her way to a man. Messy hair, brown flannel. Fury raged in my chest as I took off toward him, tackling him to the ground. As I grabbed his collar, I got a closer look at him. It was Reeves. I faltered, loosening my grip as he smiled at me. "What's going on, man? Long time no see." He sat up, leaning back up against the grassy hill as he brushed himself off. "What the—" I stammered. "How did you get here? What is this?" I paused as I let my shock wear off. "Why did you screw my wife?" He paused, confused. "Not exactly sure what you're asking. We're at Legion Park with my daughter." He picked up the little girl, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "Little Riley here loves this park. Won't shut up about it at home. Ain't that right?" He nodded shyly, burying her face into his sleeve. "Is this a dream?" I asked, dumbfounded. "More like a memory," Reeves responded, setting Riley down. She took off, heading straight for the playground. I don't remember this. I stared, confused as Reeves smiled. Didn't say it was yours, boss. He sat down in the grass. I sat next to him, digging my hands into the soft earth. I clenched my fists, pulling out clumps of wet dirt and grass as I did. Reeves looked at me concerned. Here, he said as he reached into his pocket. He pulled out a pack of smokes. It'll help take the edge off. I inhaled as he lit the tip, letting the warm smoke fill my lungs. God, how I needed it. I exhaled, letting the gravity of my situation leave as I did. Why did you screw my wife? I asked solemnly. I leaned forward, burying my head between my knees. Why are you wearing the clothes of a dead man? Reeves stared, a bit confused. I don't follow. I saw you in the auditorium screwing my wife. Some cult people watched as you did it. I was starting to yell. Kids were starting to stare. I took another long drag from the dead man's cigarette. You're wearing the same clothes as the guy we found dead and eaten. Don't you remember? We were on a case, investigating the screams. Reeves smiled softly, trying to comfort me. You're exhausted, he said, placing his hand on my shoulder. I still don't understand. Maybe you should get some sleep. I laid my head against the grass as the sun poked through the leaves overhead. Am I hallucinating? Did that scream mess with my brain or something? Are you sure that's your daughter? I asked. You couldn't remember her face when we saw her in the school. He laughed, shaking his head a bit. You in this school of yours, he joked. You'd think I would recognize my own daughter. I just stared in utter confusion. I didn't know what to make of all of this. I offered him his cigarette back, only half burned. Nah, you finish it, he smiled. I don't really smoke anymore. I stared. Now I knew I was dreaming. You've got to be kidding me. This has to be some sort of dream, I said, laughing. Reeves doesn't want to smoke? What kind of fairy tale is this? I told you, it's not a dream. Reeves stared, his smile gone. It's a memory, and if you want out, fine. The A-wing doors appeared in the distance. I looked, shocked. Reeves was now staring at me, smile gone. His eyes were still warm, but filled with sorrow. Just remember this is what could have been, he said. Tears filled his eyes. Reeves, what are you saying? Just remember, we are all corpses here, the ones left in your wake. He cried out as he turned his head. The kids had stopped playing. The parents had stopped talking. They had all turned toward me, turning their heads. Their heads started twisting past the natural limit. They all cried out as the tendons in their necks snapped. Reeves looked at me, screaming as his head completed rotation after rotation. His daughter Riley stood next to him, enduring the same fate. I watched in horror as their heads popped off one by one. Blood gushed from the open necks as bodies toppled, children and parent alike. Reeves wailed, his head now purple. Leave, now, he gurgled under his final breath. I turned and ran for the doors as the trees decayed around me. The sky turned gray and the grass withered and died. I sprinted, unable to make anything out of the conversation I had just had. As I pushed through the doors, I heard a scream. The same scream I had heard all night. I didn't look back, letting the doors slam shut behind me. I was back at Eaton High, the same abandoned school Reeves and I had entered. The dim hall lights were still on as I made my way through the building, calling out for Reeves. As I stumbled through the halls, I noticed the front office lights were on. I made my way forward, hoping Reeves would be in there. He has to be. I couldn't take any more nonsense tonight. I approached the desk, half expecting Reeves to be there. How I wished he was there. Instead, a single case file met my gaze. A bit of dust coated the brown packet as I picked it up. It was filed by the Des Moines Department on August 13th. The year remained the same. I sat down at the desk, compelled to read it. Something told me I must. I opened it up as the memory came to me. What have I done? Case file, robbery, filed by Officer IA 2375 at approximately 11:39, August 12th, 20XX. God, what have I done? Detective Ramirez, do you recall what exactly transpired? It was a warm August night. No wind. Officer 2375. Yes, I do. I had just gotten home from work. Another late night at the station. Detective Ramirez. Can you give an account of what exactly went down? I was tired, worn down. Just wanted to get some sleep. Officer 2375. I was at home. Just got back from work. I heard noises coming from the master bedroom. Officer 2375. I heard noises coming from my driveway. I opened the door. Officer 2375. I went to go check it out. My wife was in bed, though she wasn't sleeping. Officer 2375. Saw a man clad in all black. Couldn't make out his face. A man lay on top of her, buried in the sheets. Officer 2375. I was scoping out the house. At the time, I didn't know if he had a gun. I saw his messy hair, brown flannel. Officer 2375. I went to alert my wife, called up my partner Reeves to get over there. She yelled when she noticed me. The man turned around. Officer 2375. He broke the window, forcing himself in. Reeves looked at me shocked. Officer 2375. He proceeded to shoot 2 shots into the ceiling. Warning shots. He couldn't believe I caught him. Officer 2375. My wife ran from out of the bedroom, holding the house gun. I couldn't take it. Officer 2375. He shot her dead in front of me. I just couldn't take it. Officer 2375. Reeves was gunned down. I didn't count the number of shots. I shot Reeves 3 times. Officer 2375. I thought I was next. My wife screamed. Oh, how that scream blinded me. Officer 2375. But he went for my car keys, demanded my wallet. I unloaded the remaining 3 bullets into her skull. Officer 2375. He just took my car and drove away. Oh, God. What have I done? I was terrified. Still am, if I'm being honest. It's not every day your guitar amp gets possessed. Here's what happened. My guitar amp started picking up a random radio station. Initially it was faint, barely above a whisper. I just grumbled, then went back to practicing whatever I was working on. Probably something by Brandon Lake. The next morning, I'd completely forgotten about it. I had other problems. This was a dark period in my life. After spending my 20s touring in a Christian alt-country band, I decided to settle down and find gainful employment. Is there such a thing these days? Perhaps I'd find a partner and get married. Simple pleasures, right? Well, I did find employment. Although I wouldn't call working at an outlet store selling shoes gainful. Around that time, I'd lost interest in playing music. In fact, I'd gone a full year without touching my guitar. I was emotionally drained, having spent most of my young adult life touring crummy venues and crashing in cheap motels. To make matters worse, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find a partner. This saddened me. Probably that's why I picked up the old Fender Telecaster again. Shame me if you will, but I knew if I performed at some open jams on the weekend, my chances of finding an interesting partner would greatly improve. It's worked in the past. You see, I'm socially awkward. A wee bit on the spectrum, perhaps. Picking up women was never my forte. I'd sooner sit on a frozen toilet seat than approach some good-looking stranger in a bar. Yikes. And online dating just isn't my bag, ya dig? Tried once and failed miserably. I still prefer meeting people the old-fashioned way, in person, even though the process eludes me. When I'm performing music, however, they approach me. It's how I meet people. It's my superpower. Anyways, back to the amp. The following weekend, while I was plucking away on my electric guitar, it happened again. My amp was picking up a random radio station. Only this time, it was loud and clear. It scared the hair right off my head. What was left of it anyways. The DJ spoke in a low-pitched, sardonic voice. Something about his voice sounded off. It was too harsh, for starters. Like a chainsaw. Voices don't sound like that. Human voices, that is. His drawl was as deep as a Leonard Cohen song. A drawl that can only come from the deep south. Eastern Kentucky, perhaps, but not quite. It was unlike any voice I'd ever heard. I live in St. Paul, Minnesota, in a crummy one-bedroom apartment, nowhere near the south, so you can imagine my confusion. The voice speed talked for about a minute, while I stood stupefied, scratching my head. Ultimately, I chalked it up to a faulty patch cord and kept picking away at Sturgill Simpson's version of a Nirvana song. When the DJ spoke my name, I nearly died. "Hey Noah," the voice croaked. "You gonna learn to play that thing or what?" I dropped my guitar pick and watched it bounce underneath the bed. "Welcome to WDVL 666 on your earthly dial." The voice went on as if nothing was out of the ordinary, as if he hadn't just spoken my name. "Hail Satan, he's the truth, the light, and the darkness." The voice rumbled on and on, speaking so fast he barely had time to breathe. Meanwhile, I was trembling, my bladder threatening to burst. That the DJ knew my name troubled me most. I wondered what else he knew. Did he know my faith was weakening, or that I'm a sinner? With a flick of the wrist, I turned off the amplifier. His grim voice died an awful death. I gulped. My right leg was twitching 1,000,000 miles per hour. What's going on? Was something wrong with me? Clearly there was. But what? I wasn't taking drugs. I rarely drank alcohol, nor was I on any meds. I wasn't a weirdo. The people at work seemed to like me, and I wasn't living in some random haunted house. This made 0 sense. Needless to say, I avoided the amplifier, choosing instead to practice on my acoustic guitar. Problem was, I could barely strum the damn thing. My hands were so shaky. That night, sleep was futile. My mind was racing, so instead of tossing and turning, I did some research and discovered that the problem was, in fact, my faulty patch cord. Just as suspected. The next day, after work, I went to a local guitar store and purchased a new one. Paid a hefty price, but I wanted the very best. Guitar stuff isn't cheap, let me tell you. When I returned home, the guitar amp seemed larger than life. lurking joylessly in the corner of my bedroom, daring me to plug it in. Every time I'd pick up my electric guitar, ready to blast out some chords, my anxiety skyrocketed, and I'd put it down. My nerves were shot. I started talking to myself. Not a good sign. I had to do something. This was getting ridiculous. So, at long last, I plugged the shiny new cable into my amp, a Fender 68 Custom Deluxe Reverb, for all you gearheads, and started rocking out. Nothing. No devilish DJ, no random radio station, just pure, angelic Fender tone. Phew. Relieved, I set about working on some Johnny Cash songs. Who doesn't like the Man in Black? While I was belting out Ring of Fire, giving it all I had, the unthinkable happened. The dreadful DJ returned. Hell yes, my son. You will, in fact, burn in a ring of fire. Lord below, Satan is the way, the truth, and the answer. Give in to him, and he shall fulfill your deepest, darkest desires. I froze. My tongue felt like a sponge. My hands as big as baseball gloves. My blood turned to ice. Something about the voice paralyzed me. It was like he was in my room, delivering his diabolical sermon directly to me. That's right, Noah, he sneered. Give in to Satan, the Lord of Death, and he shall deliver salvation. You want a partner? A luscious, beautiful blonde? I'll bet you do. Or how about a busty brunette? Yes, sir. A gal that loves her country music. I unplugged the cord, hoping that would stop him. It didn't. Nah, he continued louder than before. What you really need, Noah, my hapless human friend, is a fiery redhead. Lord below, one that'll suck the paint off your porch, if you know what I mean. I don't care to intrude, Noah, but you're looking awfully thin these days. I do reckon. And I turned off the amp. It crackled and popped, then went silent. My beating heart, which was louder than a bass drum at a rock concert, filled the room. Tears threatened my eyelids. I'd always loved that amp, had it for years. Suddenly I was too afraid to even look at it, let alone touch it. What a dilemma. Smartly I put the guitar back in its case and shoved the case in the closet. Then I wept. That night the DJ visited my dreams. I can't recall exactly what he said, but I woke up in a pool of sweaty sheets. Worse, my fingertips were encrusted with blood, and I was balding. My once golden hair was sprinkled across my moist pillow, like evidence. I knew I needed help, but there was no one to turn to. Having spent 10 years on the road, my only friends were my bandmates, and let's just say we didn't end our partnership amiably. Spending that much time with anyone, even your closest friends, can cause serious friction, even in the best of times. And I'm not close with my family. They never approved my musician lifestyle. I have many acquaintances, but only one true friend, Peter, and he's going through his own version of hell, a nasty divorce. So I didn't reach out. After my morning shower, I put on a fresh pair of Levi's and a plaid sweater. As I was leaving the bedroom, my amp started hissing. The red power light was flickering. When it spoke, I nearly had a heart attack. "Plug me in," the DJ said in a croaky voice. "You're not scared, are you?" The rational part of my mind insisted that nothing was wrong, that this was merely my overzealous imagination. Had to be, right? But that didn't explain the voice. Amps don't speak, especially when they're unplugged. I shoved the amp in the closet next to the guitar. For the remainder of the week, I avoided the electric guitar and returned to my trusty old acoustic, a Gibson J100. Life seemed to settle. The following weekend, Longing to find myself a partner, I decided to hit up a local jam session. It had been over a year since I'd last performed. I needed this. Problem was, most jam sessions provided inadequate amplifiers, and tone is king. It's a guitarist thing. So despite my trepidation, I loaded my amp, guitar, and a tube screamer overdrive pedal into the van and drove downtown. The house band was fairly decent, weekend warriors at best, but nice enough fellas. That they knew who I was certainly boosted my confidence. I'd only done backing vocals in my previous band. Now I was to sing lead. Confidence was crucial. When they called me up, we blasted through a Georgia Satellites classic, followed by Tennessee Whiskey, always a crowd favorite. Although it was a meager-sized audience, I had them in the palm of my sweaty hands. My voice felt strong, and my amp sounded superb. Halfway through Tennessee Whiskey, I noticed a redhead wearing a tight Zeppelin t-shirt, giving me dirty eyeballs. She couldn't keep her gorgeous green eyes off me. I felt invincible, just like old times. With the 2 songs completed, the small but mighty crowd demanded an encore. I busted into Ring of Fire, and all hell broke loose. The drummer kicked off a steady train groove. The bass player locked in nicely. There was a keyboard player on stage providing the much-needed harmony. I played the trumpet bit on the guitar. We nailed the intro. Love, I sang in a throaty baritone, is a burnin' thing. The redhead started dancing, and it makes a fiery ring. As I leaned into the mic, eager to deliver the next line, I got zapped, electrocuted. I fell with a thud, cracking my head on the side of the stage. The mic stand went flying and slammed the keyboard player in the skull. He went down, too. Amidst the chaos, my amp started speaking. This is WDVL 666 on your earthly dial. Everybody stared, stupefied, as I lay sprawled across the stage, twitching. The band leader approached me cautiously. "You all right, son?" I tried speaking, but my lips felt like 2 balloons. Graciously, he helped me up. As my eyes adjusted, I noticed the redhead walking out of the bar, shaking her head. The remaining patrons chuckled, then returned to their drinks. With a troubled mind and scorched lips, I gathered my gear in disgrace. "You're pitiful, Noah," the DJ pestered. "All hail Lucifer, the Prince of Darkness, the Evil One, Lord of the Flies." The hair on my arm stood tall. My mouth was as dry as a musician's sense of humor. I studied the bar room. Was anyone else hearing this? Apparently not. Or if they did, they chose to ignore it. I drove home highly agitated. What the hell's wrong with my damned amplifier? I pouted. And why me? What did I do to deserve this? Not only was I miserable, I was petrified. I needed to get to the bottom of it, and fast, so I contacted a local luthier, a guitar repair person, for you non-musicians. When I told Steve, not his real name, what was happening, he turned ghost white. "Heard of this happening once before," Steve said in a nasally voice. He ran a large hand through his thinning gray hair and paused. "Paul Marino," he said thoughtfully, eyes cast afar. "Poor old Paul is still in the mental hospital, or whatever it's called these days. Not allowed visitors, last I heard." Steve looked at my amp with suspicion, then smiled awkwardly. I was as tense as a $2 steak. Having just turned 31, I knew I was too young for a midlife crisis, but that's how it felt. And I was lonely. Playing guitar was my only outlet. I needed it, even if only on the weekends. "Tell you what," Steve said, inspecting the amp. I'm sure it's nothing. Probably your patch cord. You have your cables on you? I did. Good, he said. Leave 'em with me. I'll have a look. Come back next week. I sighed. He turned the amp on and, using my cables, plugged a guitar into it. No radio station, no disreputable DJ. He strummed a G chord. It sounded as sweet as roses. Looks fine. Sounds good. Steve shrugged. It's probably nothing but strange karma. He winked. We shook hands, then I left. It was a rough week. I barely could concentrate at work, and I no longer felt comfortable at home. I slept on the couch, avoiding my bedroom like the plague. The following week, when I hadn't heard back from Steve, I stopped by his shop after work. The lights were off. The parking lot was deserted. I called him, and it went straight to his voicemail, which was full. An icy chill climbed up my spine. Steve worked late hours. He should be open. The following Friday, there was still no word from Steve. My anxiety skyrocketed. I could only imagine what my dreaded amp was doing, or saying to him. My life was in turmoil. I'd lost weight, and to my chagrin, I'd gone completely bald, seemingly overnight. None of that mattered. What mattered was that people were posting about Steve on social media, asking for information. Apparently he failed to show up for a band rehearsal, and he missed an important gig. His family and friends were worried sick. By now, I was completely freaked out. The cursed amp. What the devil was going on? A question came, one I could do without. What would the deranged DJ do next? My mind jumped to many conclusions, each more terrifying than the last. Was the devil out for revenge? Was he punishing me for quitting my band? He probably hates Christian country bands. Maybe I should play heavy metal. Surely the devil loves metal. Or perhaps I should pack up and move to Canada. He'd never find me up there. Too damn cold. I stayed put. My rational mind was having none of this. Surely this is a case of bad luck. Or as Steve put it, strange karma. Another week went by and still no news of Steve. It was like he'd vanished. Ultimately, I was forced to purchase a new guitar amp. Truth be told, I was kinda excited. Yeah, I was saddened about Steve. He'd helped me a lot back in the day, working on my road-worn gear, but perhaps a new amp was all that was required. Out with the old, in with the new, as they say. Don't judge. Once a musician, always a musician. I had to do something. Besides, it's not like I murdered Steve. All I did was bring him a glitchy amp. Repairing amps was his job, for Christ's sake. Thus, I bought a brand new Vox AC30, a classic. When I plugged it in, it sounded wicked good. No devil, no radio station, just a smooth, velvety tone. The amp soared. I cranked it to 11 and waited all weekend. It was a blast, although I'm sure the neighbors would disagree. Relieved yet anxious, I needed redemption. It was time. I had to return to the local jam session. Perhaps there was still a chance of impressing the redhead. Needing new material, I decided to take a stab at something more challenging. A popular Charlie Daniels song. Not an easy feat, let me tell ya. Playing the fiddle parts on guitar would require a heck of a lot of practice and dexterity. But the devil's in the details, as they say, so I woodshedded all week. I was extremely nervous. Bizarre amps, missing luthiers, electrical shocks. If only I had something to soothe my worried mind. A fiery redhead, perhaps. Despite my trepidation, I practiced the Charlie Daniels song as though my life depended on it, and perhaps it did. Another week passed, still no Steve. Surely an omen. I was coming unglued, but sitting around feeling sorry for myself wasn't helping, so I returned to the local jam session, toting my brand new Vox AC30. The place was packed. The fiery redhead was there, sipping cocktails in the corner with her friends. The host looked at me peculiarly, but smiled nonetheless. I was terribly nervous about performing the Charlie Daniels song. What if the house band couldn't handle such a challenging piece? Maybe I should reconsider and choose a simpler song. When I was called up to perform, a few patrons giggled, including the redhead. Despite my shoddy nerves, I played exceptionally well. My guitar soared like an eagle. The Vox delivered what it promised, killer tone. The band was hot. The audience was receptive. After blazing through a Jimmy Reed song, Big Boss Man, I started to relax. Things were actually going my way. It was time to play the Charlie Daniels song. The drummer, a middle-aged Mexican man with a cop mustache and a hefty beer gut, looked uneasy. Nonetheless, he counted off. The devil went down to Georgia, and away we went. You gonna play that thing, boy, or stand there looking stupid? The DJ. His menacing voice soared through the amp speaker, clear as a bell. Because I'm in the mood for some fiddlin', Lord below, yes sir I am. His voice was as meaty as a porterhouse. Fear paralyzed me. My shaky hands could barely hold the guitar pick. I'd forgotten the words. I didn't know what to do. Fortunately, singing wasn't required. Apparently Satan knew all the words. Well, the devil went down to Georgia, he sang. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind 'cause he was way behind. And he was willing to make a deal when he came across this young man. I fainted. When I came to, the bar room had cleared out. The bartender glared at me with contempt. I felt like an imbecile, a total loser. I left immediately. In the confusion, I'd forgotten the amp. I considered returning for it, but was too embarrassed. So I stayed at home and wallowed in self-pity. I've thought long and hard about the decision. Maybe I should have gone back for it. Maybe not. Hard to say. Because what happened next still haunts my dreams. Later that night, in a burning ring of fire, the bar was set ablaze. Foul play is suspected. And still, no word from Steve. I think something most people can relate to is the odd paranoia of sleeping at a grandparent's house in the middle of nowhere. The nights are so quiet and eerie. It always feels like something is watching you just outside of your field of vision, but close enough for you to see movement in the peripheral. When I was a kid, I used to frequent my grandparents' house on a large wooden estate in some rural mountains. There were always stories that a man had died in that house, but who knows if that's even true. These days, I don't remember much about those nights, but I do remember always seeing some being outside the door to the room I would sleep in. It would sit on the roof and look in from the top of the door frame. It would just sit there and watch. It would be gone by sunrise, but there would always be mysterious puddles of liquid where it hung. For the longest time, I convinced myself it was just childish superstitions. Nothing more than my younger brain making me see things. Recently, however, I got the chance to revisit the old house, and those memories of that thing just pried at my mind. My grandparents both died years ago, and their house was simply left to rot away. I was passing through that area, and decided to stop in the little town nearby to relive some childhood memories. I wish I just kept driving. I used to head into the town with my grandparents just to look around, grab something to eat from the local diner at the corner. There wasn't much to do, but it was quaint and I enjoyed it. Driving through the town now, though, everything just seems so off. There was a strange whistle as the cold wind blew through the town, lifting up the snow on the sidewalk. The old diner had closed down and was left abandoned on the corner. There weren't many people walking around the main road, which was odd considering that place used to be quite busy this time of day. But it had been years since I visited. Maybe people just moved away. I don't exactly blame them. Like I said, the town was quaint and generally felt disconnected from the world. Some found it peaceful, others lonely. I took one of the back roads leading towards the house. The sun was setting at this point. The dense forest on either side of the road was getting darker and colder by the minute. On the side of the road was a ripped open deer. It had been freshly killed. I guess nature never sleeps. It was about here I got a strange chill through my entire body. It felt like tons of tiny pinpricks were stabbing me across the entire body. I started to see eyes in the trees and heard whispers in the wind. I started shaking, despite the fact the inside of my car wasn't even cold. I considered turning around, which in retrospect was what I should have done, but I felt something pulling me back to that house. I pulled into the long, winding driveway and slowly made my way up to the front of the house. It was in shambles. Parts of the roof had fallen in, some of the windows seemed broken into. The door was ripped off its hinges in an unnatural way. What the hell? I thought. Had someone robbed this place at some point? I stepped out of my car, and the frost whipped my skin. The cold dark felt ever encroaching. I could barely see 25 feet in front of me, the only source of light being my dim car headlights. Those went out and I was left in a freezing blackness that consumed me. I heard voices in the trees all around me, beckoning me toward them. I switched on my flashlight and started to walk up to the house. The porch creaked with every step. There were tons of holes in it, and familiar claw marks were all over it and the broken door. My heart stopped. Was there some animal inside? Whatever it was, it had to be long dead by now. The house was silent except for my paranoid breathing. I took my time looking around. After all, there were plenty of memories to be reminisced on. I would cook with my grandma in the kitchen. I was never too good at it, but I was young and nothing really mattered yet. My grandpa would show me his hunting rifles in his trophy room. Stuffed deer heads lined the walls. Back then, they were all marks of a great huntsman. Now, they just felt creepy. Their dead, beady eyes staring into me. A noise from the kitchen. The hairs on my neck stood up. Something was inside the house with me. I picked up one of the old guns and prayed to God it still worked. I slowly peeked around the corner of the doorway, staring into the abyss of the darkened kitchen. I couldn't see much, but it was impossible to discern actual movement from anxious mind tricks. I closed the door and waited in the trophy room a bit. Footsteps. I put my ear up to the door. They were right outside it. My heart dropped and I could feel it pounding in my throat. A sweat broke out on my forehead. They came up to the door, and then slowly trailed off into the distance. I waited a good 15 minutes just listening to the silence to make sure the coast was clear. Someone or something was definitely inside with me. I finally gathered up the courage to peek through the crack in the door. Nothing, at least as far as I could tell. I slowly creeped out into the main room, shotgun pointed out directly in front of me. At this point, my heart was pounding inhumanly fast. My entire body was shaking, due to the cold or the fear, I wasn't sure. I should have left then, but I had to check one last thing before I did. Either way, it seemed like whatever was inside had left. I couldn't hear any noises anywhere in the house. I came to the stairs leading up to the second floor. I had to look in the room I used to sleep in one last time, just for nostalgia's sake. I still had the shotgun in my hands, although I relaxed a little now. There were only 3 rooms on the second floor. My grandparents' bedroom, my guest bedroom where I stayed, and the upstairs bathroom. I didn't care much to look anywhere else but the guest room. I had spent so many nights there. The room had been ingrained into memory. As I began to step towards it, I heard another step above me, in the attic. My heart started beating again. My skin was littered with goosebumps. I had to check. I pulled down the old ladder and slowly made my way up it. I stared into the darkness of the attic. I couldn't see my hands in front of my face, but I could hear something. Not 30 feet from me, something was eating something. I heard bones crunching and flesh being torn. I turned on the flashlight and pointed it towards the sound. There, now staring directly at me, was whatever creature I used to see those late nights when I was a kid. It was completely real and physical. It was a bony humanoid creature. Its eyes were a piercing white, its skin a disgusting pale, and its teeth rotting and razor sharp. Blood dripped from its mouth, and I saw it was eating a dead deer corpse. It let out a nauseating screech that caused me to fall down from the ladder. If it hadn't been for how panicked I was, it might have got me. I screamed and scrambled back to my feet. I ran and tried to shoot the thing. The gun didn't even work. I ran to the only place I could think to stay, the guest room. I ran inside, the door fallen off its hinges. I got a second to catch my breath, and realized I had no idea where that thing was. My mind was racing, my body was violently shaking. I tried to think of where it could have gone. Then I remembered how it used to sit on the ceiling. I peeked up at the ceiling, and sure enough, it sat. Claws sank into the roof, just waiting. It wasn't able to come into the room. I tried to possibly think why, but I couldn't come up with anything at the moment. I couldn't walk outside the room. I couldn't jump out the window, lest I wanted to risk an injury from the second floor. Plus, that thing would probably run out after me. I looked around for something to use. There was nothing there. I opened the closet and I screamed as a corpse fell out from it. It was rotten and old, and I vomited on the spot. This was a person who had died here years ago, probably because of the creature. And this was why, I assumed, the creature couldn't climb into the room. His corpse held a small vial of an unknown substance. It looked like some kind of powder or incense. Some strange concoction that kept that thing away. It made sense to me now why that creature never entered all those years ago. That man's body was always in the closet. I just never bothered to look inside. My shaky hand picked up the vial and sprinkled some out into the hole. The creature screeched again, causing me a pounding headache. This stuff kept it out, and that's all I needed to know. I've now been sitting in this room for 2 hours. That thing hasn't left. No matter how much of the incense I sprinkle out into the hole, the dead corpse is still rotting next to me, and I'm still freezing in the darkness. I don't know what to do. I'm going to have to leave eventually, but I don't want to become the thing that's the source of the liquid dripping from the ceiling. Date, Friday. Time, night. I don't remember anything before moving to this apartment building. Really, I'm serious. I genuinely could not even tell you how long I've lived here. I couldn't even tell you what the name of the building is. I don't remember signing a lease, touring the place, nothing. I mean, this is really a mess, huh? What's wrong with me? Gotta be mold or some gas. It could be gas. I have been occasionally smelling this weird metallic smell, like an old middle school drinking fountain. Anyway, I've been having some serious memory issues lately. Basic information, names, etc. Entire days missing. That's why I'm starting this log, so I can look back and read what happened if I lose any more time. I'm gonna try calling a doctor first thing on Monday morning. Just a few more days, I think. I'm actually not sure what day it is. Wait, it's Friday. I know it's Friday because yesterday I talked to, what's his name? The hallway guy. That was yesterday, which makes today Friday. Date, Saturday. Time, morning. I tried to go for a walk outside today to clear my head. Only problem is I can't find the stairs. I know it sounds so stupid. It is stupid. How can I not know where the stairs are in my own apartment building? This is getting ridiculous. I need to call a doctor now. Screw waiting until Monday. This is like an emergency. Time for action. Date, Saturday. Time. Called the doctor. No answer. The phone just kept ringing. I got pissed and threw the phone. I think it might be broken now. I can't handle this. I need to go for a walk outside right now. Fresh air. Fresh, without that gross tinny smell. The whole floor reeks of it. No excuses. I'm going to keep doing laps around the entire floor until I see the stairs. Date? Saturday? Time. Where are the stairs? I think I'm losing my mind. I must be losing my mind. I almost screamed when I came around the corner after the ice machines and saw the elevator. I had forgotten all about it. Problem is, you need a key for it. I can't catch a break. What is this? What kind of apartment building has an elevator that you can't use without a key and doesn't give you the key? I need to get to the bottom of this. Date, Thursday. Time, midday. I talked to the guy in the hallway again. I guess that means it's Thursday. I asked him if he's ever used the elevator. He said he hasn't. Didn't even notice we had an elevator. I told him I didn't either. I asked him if he knew where the stairs were. He said he didn't. He did mention the smell, though. He doesn't know where it's coming from. I can't just sit here. I need to get out and move around. If I can't leave this floor, then I'll become the master of this floor. I'm gonna map it out. Date, Thursday. Time, night. I don't know what happened. I tried to map the place out. I got a pen and paper and an ashtray as a clipboard. Put the wall to my right side shoulder and just went forward until I hit a corner. Then turned and repeated. The problem is, how can I put this? It's like, this place doesn't have a shape. I mean, it does, obviously. Everything has a shape, but it isn't. I turned left at the corner, and then later I turned right at the exact same corner. I wasn't turned around. I checked the paper. I was going in the exact same direction I was going last time, at the same pace, and the same distance. Instead of turning back in towards the rest of the apartment building, it turned out. It opened up to more of the apartment building, but it wasn't there before. I mean, maybe it was. I guess. I need to take a nap. My head hurts. Date. Time, midday. I slept for a really long time. At least, I think I did. I'm now realizing that there isn't a clock in here. Anyway, I feel like I just woke up from hibernation. So I guess that's a good thing. All that BS yesterday really messed with my head. What was it? A map? What did I do with that map? I'm gonna go looking for it. Date? Time? I don't know what happened to the map. I don't even really know how it got lost. Considering how empty this apartment is, I have bare minimum furniture and not much in the way of personal possessions, so there isn't really even anywhere for something to get lost. Oh well, best to not worry about it. Missing things only ever seem to turn up right after you stop looking for them. I'm gonna go for a walk. Date? Time? I walked around the floor again. I saw the elevator, which is weird because I'm pretty sure I took a different route today than I did yesterday. Plus, I didn't see the ice machines. They were at the corner right before the elevator. Not today. My heart is starting to flutter. I'm way too young to be dealing with this kind of stress. My mind is falling apart and I need help. I need to get out of here. I need to find that map. Date, Thursday. Time, night. I found it. I found the map, finally. I must have been really loud when I yelled in excitement, because the guy from the hallway knocked on my door. It was super strange. I mean, I guess it wasn't that strange. I was being loud after all. I opened the door and apologized for the noise, but he didn't really seem to care about that. To be honest, I'm not really sure what he even knocked on my door for in the first place. I guess he just wanted to talk about... What the hell did we even talk about? It was weird to see him here. I mean, at my door. I feel like I've only ever seen him in the hallway by the left side corner. Date, time, night. I went for another walk with the map and pen, trying to get a lay of the land. It doesn't make sense. It makes less sense. The more I explore and map it out, it somehow gets even more confusing. It doesn't help that my brain isn't working at full efficiency. At this point, I'm determined that there's only two possibilities. Possibility 1, my mind has been poisoned beyond all reasoning by some sort of hyper-aggressive mold or chemical agent. I'm screwed and will 100% die soon. Possibility 2, there's a secret room hidden somewhere on this floor. That must be it. Wait, yes. It actually makes so much sense. One of these walls is a false wall. It's hollow behind it. I know it. I'm willing to bet that whatever's in there is probably what's causing my head to feel this way. Probably some animal that crawled into a vent and died or something, leaving toxic fumes into every apartment on the whole floor. How come the owners didn't send a maintenance dude to come deal with this? There's no way I'm the only one on this floor who's experiencing these symptoms. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to find that room. Date, time. I knew it. I knew it. I found the hidden room. I took the map and went to each spot one by one. That could have possibly contained another room. Knocked on the walls trying to hear the hollowness on the other side. Some of my neighbors opened their doors and leaned out to look at me. They weren't mad or anything. Just curious, I guess. Anyway, the room. I started at the elevator, took 2 rights, a left, and then one more right, back at the ice machines. Started knocking. Heard that unmistakable echo on the other side of the wall. Hollow. For whatever reason, I decided to try and look directly behind the ice machines. They were pressed up right against the wall, so I couldn't see anything back there. I don't know why I did, but I grabbed one of the machines and started pulling it. It was heavy as hell, but thankfully I'm pretty thin. So I only needed to move it a little bit to create an opening wide enough to squeeze through. It looked dark inside. I really wanted to go back to my apartment and grab something to use as a light source in case the lights don't work in there. But I'm not sure if I'd be able to find my way back. Anyway, long story short, it's a file room, or a data room, or something like that. There's a row of file cabinets in the back, a round table in the center with 4 desktops arranged in a circle around it, with monitors and mechanical keyboards. I immediately went to turn on one of the computers. It was functional, but totally empty. Not a single app or file on this hard drive. It's a dud. I checked the other 3. They're the same. These have either never been used before, or they were recently wiped. I tried to read the files, but it was way too dark in there, and the lights didn't work. I thought about reading them in the hallway, but then I got hit with a random sense of fear that I would get caught by someone and get in trouble for entering a forbidden area and reading files. I can't afford to get evicted. Or worst case, arrested. I need to do this in private. Plus, the metallic smell is worse in this room. I grabbed as many files as I could fit under my shirt without causing too much of a noticeable file-shaped bulge. Moved the ice machine back into place, and I speed-walked back to my apartment. I have no idea how, but I somehow managed to make it back without getting too lost. Date. Time. I read the files. I mean, not all of them yet, but I made it through a folder and a half in a few hours or so. Not too shabby. It's people. The files are like just people. I mean, names, dates of birth, dates of death. It's files and files of random people. Why? It's not just names and numbers either. It's whole essays. Like, this one goes into pretty excruciating detail over how this one guy would beat his wife up. It's like I'm reading a textbook or something. It's all so matter of fact. What's the point of it? Here's another one. This one is just a sweet old lady. But it's everything. From the day she was born through to the day she died. Every major life moment and relationship she ever had. Who the hell is this old lady? Who are these people? They aren't famous or anything. I'm pretty sure they're just normal people. Why would anyone need this information? I'm gonna call it a night on these files and get back at it tomorrow. First thing in the morning. I won't stop until I start to piece this whole thing together. Date, Thursday. Time, morning. Went for a walk this morning. I was in a good mood. Even the hallway guy seemed to be in a good mood. I almost forgot all the BS I've been dealing with for the last time period. Everything was fine. We just chatted about whatever. When I left, he didn't say a word, which was weird because he usually says goodbye. When I turned the next corner, I saw something that made my heart jump. It was a maintenance guy. I couldn't believe my eyes. I had never seen an employee at this place ever. At least, not that I can recall. He had a hand truck, and he was unloading a brand new ice machine from it. My skin went hot, and my blood flushed. I knew I was screwed. I looked back at the wall where the hole opens up to the file room. It wasn't there. I mean, the wall was there. The hole wasn't. The hole was gone. They'd repaired the wall, which means... I could have sworn I was gonna die in that moment. I swear to God, I was so scared. I couldn't move a muscle. I couldn't even say why. But for some reason, every single cell in my body was screaming at me that this maintenance man was about to lunge at me, wrapping his hands around my throat and snuffing out my life in an instant. I stared at him for so long. I was too terrified to blink. I was convinced that if I moved a muscle, even an eyelid, I would be dead before I could react. He didn't even notice me. Just unloaded the ice machine, plugged it in, turned it on, and left. Didn't say a word. Didn't even glance in my direction. I sprinted home. Back to the files. I can't take much more of this. Date, Thursday. Time, night. Spent all day going through more files. It's nothing. Just people. Good people, bad people, old people, young people. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What does any of it have to do with anything? Gonna keep going. There's got to be something important here. I feel like I'll know it when I see it. Date, Sunday. Time, midday. That's it. I finished the files. I read every single paragraph. It's just biographies. Nothing more. I've gained nothing from this. What the hell am I doing? I tried calling the doctor again. Still no answer. Infinite ringing. Are my calls even leaving this building? I'd have no way of knowing. If I could figure out a way to... This smell is making my head spin. I'm starting to be able to taste it. Date. Time. night. It's the middle of the night and I woke up screaming. I was having a horrific dream. Like, so bad that it made even this BS I'm dealing with seem like a walk in the park. It was... I can't almost even describe it. I was totally helpless, and... never mind. Just glad it's over. There's no way I'll be able to go back to sleep tonight, so I guess I'm going for a night walk. Date, Thursday. Time, night. I ran into the hallway guy during my night walk. Scared the crap out of me at first, truthfully. I came around the corner and almost had a heart attack. He was standing there the same way he normally does, leaning against the wall on his shoulder. He didn't say anything at first. I nodded to him and said, "What's up?" And he nodded back, but didn't speak. I walked past him and kept going down the hall. I heard him say something from behind me, but I couldn't make out what it was. When I turned back and asked him what it was, I barely was able to catch a glimpse of him as he disappeared back into his apartment and closed the door behind him. Date, Friday. Time, morning. I noticed a small little bag hanging on the hallway guy's apartment door handle this morning. I assumed an apartment employee had put it there. I didn't want to be nosy, but these apartment people are elusive, and I have to take any opportunity I can to acquire intel. I didn't open the bag, but I felt it in my hand. There was something hard, heavy, metal, stone, but it was wrapped in something soft, fabric, cloth, no clue what it could be. As I stepped back away from the hallway guy's door, I saw a laminated piece of paper posted to the front of his door. In bold letters across the top of the page said, "Eviction Notice." Date, Friday. Time, night. What the hell is going on with this hallway guy? Evicted? I need to talk to him before he leaves. He's got to know something about the files, or the phones, or something. Date, Saturday. Time, morning. He's gone. The sign was off his door and the bag, too. They even changed his apartment number. It's apartment 803 now. I don't remember what number it was before, but I know it wasn't 803. Are we on the 8th floor? Date, Monday. Time, morning. Hoping I wake up and it turns out this was all just a really, really bad dream. Date, Wednesday. Time, night. I can't do this anymore. I'm thoroughly going insane. I'm not seeing connections where there aren't any, right? There's something here. The files, these people, the hallway guy, the elevator, the smell that won't go away. It's all connected. I know what I need to do. I need to go back to that room. Date, Wednesday. Time, night. This might be my last entry. If there's something awful waiting for me in that room, I don't really have anything I could bring as a weapon, other than a dull kitchen knife. I have it tucked into the back of my pants. Hopefully I won't forget about it and accidentally stab myself in the butt. I'm going back to the ice machine and the elevator, and I'm gonna kick a hole through that wall and go back into that room. I'm gonna get answers, and if anyone tries to stop me, they're gonna get hurt real bad. If this is my last entry, it means I'm dead. Send help. There's something evil going on here. Date, time. I wish I never went back to the file room. I did exactly what I said I was going to do. I went back to the room, kicked a hole in the wall, and got my answers. There was another box in the corner that I could now see clearly due to the extra light coming in from the hallway. It was filled with files. I had a feeling that I should just lift up the files out of the box for a second. No real logical reason, but the feeling was too potent to be ignored. I lifted up the files and looked down inside the box. There was a USB drive on the bottom. I booted up one of the desktops and put the USB drive in it. Nothing happens. I opened up the file explorer just as I did before, when I saw that the hard drive was totally empty. Except now there was a folder. It had no name, but it contained 2 files. A text file and a video. I opened the text file. It was another one of those biographical files about some random, unimportant person. The problem was, this time, I was that person. I was looking at my own file. It was accurate. I'll spare you the details, but it was accurate. So accurate that it's impossible. Some of these details are things that shouldn't be known to anyone. They couldn't be known to anyone. It's impossible. But there it was, all in the file, right in front of my eyes. I started to get a sinking feeling in my stomach. The feeling that I now knew exactly what was going on. The files, the room, the entire apartment building, or at least this floor of it. When I opened up the video file, my suspicions were confirmed. Every single one of those people in the files, myself included, is in an in-between state, or at least they were. Most of them have probably moved on by now. Moved on to the next life, a life full of opportunity, if they've proven that they deserve such a reward, a life full of hardship if they haven't. I've proven the opposite. What I saw in that video file, what I saw in my dream, it's real. It was real. I did those things. Me. I did. Even if I don't want to remember them, I still did them. No one else. Just me. And those poor people, they were helpless. I don't know what's waiting for me on the other side. I know it isn't a grand life full of opportunity, but I don't think it's a life of standard hardship either. I think there's something different in store for me, and it's exactly what I deserve. I found the eviction notice on my door the next day. Bag on the handle, too. I opened it up and found a bundle of stained gray cloth. I unraveled the cloth and opened it to reveal my prize. My reward for all the effort I went through, mapping the floor and scouring through endless files. The elevator key. In the days following marriage, there was a weird sort of hold that tradition had on us. Custom dominated sense, and culture preceded reason. One of those traditions was that the bride had to be fetched to the groom's village at midnight. Always midnight. Folks said it was to guard her modesty, to make sure no stranger saw her face before she moved into her new home. But I always figured it was a matter of fear. Superstition masquerading as ritual. No one challenged it. No one dared. That night, as with so many nights before me, I was one of the men who were called to escort the bride. I was not her brother, but I was a cousin, close enough by blood to accept the honor and heavy enough with obligation to not refuse. 2 of us walked behind the bullock cart, sticks in hand, keeping watch under the moon. The cart creaked like an old bone with every turn of the wheel. The bride was concealed inside, wrapped in silence, shrouded behind folds of cloth and tradition. The village was hours away from here, and the road twisted through empty fields and dense, whispering forests. The air was chill but had a stillness that made even the insects reluctant. All that could be heard was the gentle crunch of our footsteps on the ground, the oxen's sigh, and occasionally the ghostly hoot of an owl in the distance. As we strolled past a small pond, a dark sheet of still water under the stars, I saw something scurrying around its rim. I looked into the blackness. It had looked like a fox, a thin and small one, its nose twitching as it dug in the rubbish left by travelers. Maybe it was its wild movements that caught my eye. Maybe it was the way it stared at me when it saw me looking. Half jestingly, I said, "Why look there when you can ride with us? We have plenty to fill you up for days in our village." I laughed softly to myself. My partner shot me a sidelong look but remained silent. At the time I felt strangely proud of my joke, as though I had uttered something witty into the darkness. We proceeded further, but the night wasn't forgetful. 10 minutes or so after that, I heard the faintest noise behind us, a shuffle or a dragging foot. I turned and there it was. The fox, only it wasn't quite the same. It was bigger now, its fur wet or perhaps gone in patches. It trailed behind at a distance, keeping just far enough back to be just on the edge of sight in the dark. I laughed nervously and thumped my stick on the ground. "Shoo, go eat somewhere else," I said, trying to be bolder than I felt. The creature hesitated, tilted its head, but didn't flee. My cousin turned around and saw it too. "Foxes don't follow people like that," he complained. "Maybe it's sick," I replied. "I don't believe it." I kept looking over my shoulder more than I looked where I was going. The beast trailed behind, steady and slow, as if it were somehow held to us. Each time I glanced back at it, it looked less fox. Its gait was unnatural, too smooth, too silent. Its eyes had lost that animal glint and now simply reflected nothing. No fear, no curiosity, nothing. Then came the moment that changed everything. I turned once again, and what I saw rooted me to the ground. It was not a fox. It was not even a beast. It was on 4 legs, but its body was naked, smooth and long. Holes pockmarked its skin, as if decay had taken hold years ago, but it still had a purposeful movement. It was the length of a calf, contorted and curved in shape, but appallingly alive. It looked at me as if it had heard the joke I had told and had accepted the invitation. I remained there. My heart was beating so fast that I was afraid to wake the bride. My cousin bent forward and whispered, What is that?" But I couldn't answer. I knew in my very bones that we could not bring it into the village, so I did the best I could think to do. I approached it slowly on foot, shaking with every step. I placed my stick in front of me as a sign of surrender, then went down on my knees. "Please," I whispered. "I've done something wrong. There is nothing there for you where we're going. I've made a false statement. Don't follow us, please." The creature didn't move. It stared at me, empty eyes unblinking. For a moment I was convinced it was about to pounce, but then, with a slight shift of its odd head, or perhaps a readjustment of its odd body, it wheeled westward and left. No noise, no sign, silent and away. It disappeared into the darkness, consumed by the night. I just stood there for what seemed like forever before I could walk again. My cousin and I never said a word to one another as we walked. We did not even glance to see if the beast would return. We did not care. 1 week later, word came from the west. Village after village. Sick. People dying in scores. Some said it was malaria. Others said it was a curse. I remembered the holes on that creature's skin, the way it walked, the silence it carried with it. I remembered what I had said, what I had invited. Was it me? I kept asking myself over and over. Did I unleash something? The shame clung to me like dust, heavy and smothering. I starved for days. I could not sleep without seeing its face, or what amounted to one. Each evening I caught myself gazing out to the west, half hoping to see its shape materialize on the horizon, coming back to claim the rest of what I had vowed. Years went by, and the sensation never faded. The bride and groom went on with their lives, and other people quickly forgot that evening. But I did not. I could not. Certain errors diminish with the passing of time, but some cast a shadow. I had laughed in the darkness, and something had listened, something that did not laugh. And now, even years later, I find myself wondering, was that thing the disease carrier? A ghost? A demon? Or was it something created by guilt, born from a coincidence so terrible it could not be overlooked? I don't know. All I know is this. Some invitations are not meant to be spoken, and if they've done so, they cannot be taken back anymore. Working at the hospital most days has its ups and downs, especially with the budget cuts we've endured these past months. It's getting harder to understand what the administrators expect of us when we're stretched so thin. Honestly, it's a struggle for patients to even see a doctor these days. It's difficult to reconcile that a system meant to care for people so often just guesses. So often it shrugs. What I've learned is this. The only thing that saves a patient anymore is a doctor bending the rules, or one of us nurses actually putting in some work. It started small, these unconventional methods. A burn victim came in, and we had no available rooms, no proper anesthetics, just me and 3 other nurses scrambling for a solution. Then I thought of something. Nearly expired experimental medications for pain relief for chemotherapy, stockpiled for another department. The others hesitated. It was a risk, but it worked. The patient recovered. Slowly they came to see things my way. Now, our unit reports a 5% better recovery rate than the others. But we don't talk about how. Not to patients. Not to doctors, not even to new nurses until they've been broken in properly. Other cases had improvised solutions, but then came the ones that didn't, the ones where we had to decide, fast, who got pushed through and who wouldn't last the wait. After a while, the solutions got creative. The second time, it was a child, leukemia, with the oncology unit backed up for weeks. His mother begged, her voice fraying at the edges. The boy's veins stood out like ropes beneath his papery skin, his breath wet and labored. I'd seen the signs before. He wouldn't survive the delay. So I took one of the spare chemo vials. It was expired technically, but what wasn't these days? I diluted it, half dose. Just enough to stabilize him until real treatment could begin. He seized within minutes. Not the slow, fading kind. Violent, back arched like a bowstring, fingers clawing at the sheets. We pinned him down, shoved a bite guard between his teeth. His mother screamed. The other nurses looked at me like I'd handed him poison. Maybe I had. But by morning his counts improved. The oncologist called it an unexpected remission. The mother cried in relief. Nobody asked questions. It was after the kid that I started paying closer attention to the chemo vials. The drug name was on familiar startup's logo, a snake eating itself. When I asked admin about the stash, they just shrugged. Probably a trial batch. Don't overthink it. The other nurses hesitated after the seizure. Too risky, they said. But the kid lived. And when I checked his charts a week later, his counts were cleaner than any of the oncology unit's regulars. So I took a few vials home. Heavily diluted, obviously. Just enough to test. I told myself it was research, that if I could pinpoint the right dosage, We wouldn't have to gamble next time. The microdosing sharpened me. I worked double shifts without fatigue. My hands never shook. I calculated dosages in my head faster than the pharmacy software. The other nurses whispered about me. How is she always the first to spot the crash? But only Clarissa watched me with real fear. She was the one who clung to protocol, even when it failed. The one who panicked with textbooks, didn't save a coding patient, then glared when our vials did. When admin announced random drug tests, she actually smiled. Joke's on her. The tests came back clean. Whatever was in those vials, it didn't metabolize like normal chemo. At the right dose, it was invisible. Perfect. That wasn't until the first patient we treated showed up. Their skin had cracked. The old burns had healed wrong, leathery and discolored. No, these were deep, jagged splits, like something inside had grown too large for the flesh to contain. They ran from the clavicle down, precise as surgical incisions, following the spine in unnervingly straight lines. Then the smell hit. Sulfur, like thick and coppery blood left to rot in a rusted can. It clung to the inside of my mask, coating my tongue. One of the nurses gagged. Another. Clarissa's hands started sobbing. I dragged her into the supply closet before she could hyperventilate. Her pupils were blown wide, her breath coming in hitches. "Look at me," I hissed, squeezing her wrist too tight. "You say one word to admin, to a patient, to your priest, and we're all done. You understand? No severance, no references. Don't forget how the job market is like now. You'll create a black mark that'll follow you to every hospital in the state." She nodded, tears cutting clean tracks through her foundation. Good. But later, alone in the staff bathroom, I peeled off my scrubs, pressed my fingers to the base of my own neck, where the skin had started to itch. I gathered the nurses one last time. More patients would come, more cracks, more sulfur, more questions we couldn't answer. The vials had to disappear. Every record, every note gone. I made sure of it. What happened to that man was wrong, yes, maybe even sinful. But what choice did they leave us? We wade through death every day. We kneel beside it, stitch it shut, send it home with a smile and a prescription. If we hesitated every time the rules didn't fit, the morgue would overflow by Tuesday. The meeting ended at midnight. I stayed behind. Security helped me load the expired inventory into the van. $100 silenced their curiosity. Now alone I had to bury it. I stopped for gas. That's when the itch spread. It started at my neck, then slithered down to my elbow, slow and deliberate, like something crawling under my skin. I scratched until my nails caught my dampness, pulled back my sleeve, oozing a wet, glistening split, barely a hair's width, but deep, too deep. I turned my head. The stench hit me like a fist, sulfur and spoiled meat. It was back. I slammed my hands against the steering wheel, once, twice. The pain grounded me. In the rearview mirror, the vials gleamed. I reached back, fingers trembling, and felt the crack widening beneath my collar. I made it home just as the itch became a fire under my skin. Parked crooked in the driveway, brushed past my husband's questions, my daughter's outstretched hand, locked myself in the bathroom. Strip, inspect, fix this. The mirror showed the truth, jagged fissures branching from my neck to my ribs, weeping that same translucent ooze. The smell had already seeped under the door. A knock. "Honey, you okay?" Fine. My voice didn't sound like mine. Order the pizza. The shower hissed to life. I scrubbed until my skin burned, but the ooze clung like oil. My daughter's voice floated in, muffled. Ma, why does it smell like matches in here? Then the solution. A single 50 ml vial tucked behind the towels. I drank it. The reaction was instant. My bowels turned to water. The cracks hissed, edges fusing like melted plastic. Pain gave way to numb, blissful relief. Ma, pizza's here. I leaned against the tiles, breathing hard. The vial had worked. For now. I started to grow nervous about how long I would need to take the vials to prevent the cracking. Maybe I could trace the manufacturer, find a generic, something to make it feel less nameless. But every search hit a dead end. No website, no FDA listing, not even internal inventory records. The department that originally asked us to store it couldn't explain where it came from or why. I kept searching. Through pathology reports, procurement records, even my own tampering with the vials, and nothing. Every attempt to dilute the dose, to ration it, only made things worse. The cracks came back faster, deeper. One night they split me open across the abdomen. I barely made it to the bathroom before I vomited on the tile, choking on the stench. You just never get used to it as soon as you catch a whiff. Work didn't get easier. If anything, it became a mirror where I saw pieces of myself in every body that came through. The morgue reeked of sulfur on the bad days. Then, without warning, time began slipping faster. A month ago, I realized the worst of it. I'm running low. My supply, what little I have left, might last 3 months, maybe less, and then I'd just be another corpse on a slab. Pathology have told me that they can't dispose of a body the same day. They make exceptions. Cut it open, drain it dry, bleach everything before the smell sets in. Apparently it works. I can't stop thinking. That's going to be me. They'll bleach me before my husband even gets there. He suspects something. He thinks it's another affair. How could I tell him this? Show him this? I just think about how alone I am now, especially now that I'm the last one left. Everyone else quit, transferred, or disappeared. Clarissa? She didn't make it. I went to her funeral last week. I wasn't welcome. The contempt from the other nurses fouled the air. Before the service even started, I had to leave. The itch had come back worse than ever, like something was clawing its way out every time I took the vial too late. Sometimes I think there's no way out, but then something happened. Last week, the final patient I ever dosed came back. I saw them in the ER, just a flash of a face through the cracked door of Trauma Bay 2. But I knew. Same hollowed eyes, same pallor, same veins that once pulsed wild with fever and fear. They were supposed to be gone. Not dead, just processed, discharged, out of sight, out of the nightmare. But they were back, sitting upright, legs swinging over the edge of the gurney, like they hadn't spent weeks with death curled in their lungs. Their eyes met mine and they smiled. Not grateful, not kind. Something else. Something knowing. I couldn't breathe. I turned and walked until my knees hit tile. I didn't cry. I couldn't. I convulsed, bent over the sink in the staff bathroom, gasping like I was the one coding. The smile kept replaying in my head, stretching wider every time, as if they knew what was inside me, as if they'd seen it grow. I didn't go back to the door. I couldn't. By the time I returned the next day, admin had already filled out the paperwork. Leave of absence, burnout, Perfectly understandable, the last veteran finally cracking under pressure. The others bought it. Why wouldn't they? They'd seen enough of their own breakdowns to know the shape of one. I even nodded along, playing the part. It was easier than the truth. That I'd seen a ghost come back wearing flesh I helped rewrite. So now I'm home, resting, recovering. Just long enough to die in private. I'm not sure what else I can do to stop this. Three years ago, my friends and I decided we would all go on a fun camping trip for the weekend. Like most friend groups, we had a group chat where we discussed plans and other random topics. Typically, our plans were made last minute. Somehow, planning ahead never worked out for any of us. Ironically, the more spontaneous the plan, the more likely it was to actually happen. So you can imagine my surprise when we managed to plan a camping trip in advance, and it actually worked out. All of our parents said yes, and no one had any games or school commitments to worry about. We scheduled the trip for a Friday evening, planning to spend the whole weekend outdoors. When Friday finally came, we were all excited. Some of my friends brought tents and fire starting gear, while others packed safety equipment, just in case. The only downside? We had to hike a trail to reach the campsite. I had work that night, so I was the last one to start the hike. I got off at 8:30 p.m. and made it to the trailhead by 8:50. The hike would take an hour at most. Keep in mind, I lived in Colorado, so wildlife was always something I had to watch out for. But little did I know, wildlife would end up being the least of my concerns. As I started along the trail, my mind began to race. I'd always been someone who overthought everything. My thoughts spiraled. What if a bear comes out and eats me? What if my blood sugar drops and we're out of snacks? What if someone is stalking me from behind the trees? Eventually those thoughts faded, and I found myself more focused on the music playing through my headphones. As I kept walking, I realized my blood sugar was actually starting to drop. I stopped for a quick snack break and sat down to rest. I've been a type 1 diabetic since birth, ever since I was 18 months old, when my pancreas decided to retire early. My life was revolved around managing sugar intake. All that really did was turn me into a sneaky kid who constantly found ways to sneak sweets. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to be normal. But then again, this is my normal. I don't have a single memory of life without diabetes. If anything, not having it would feel abnormal to me. Maybe I wouldn't be the punching bag of the group if I didn't have it. Maybe my mom wouldn't carry so much guilt over it. Either way, there's not much I can do. It's just the crappy hand I was dealt. Once my blood sugar was back at a reasonable level, I stood up and continued down the trail. But after a few minutes, I stopped. My surroundings felt off, uncomfortably unfamiliar. I looked at the map I was using and realized I'd taken a wrong turn. I had been walking in the wrong direction for nearly the entire hour this hike was supposed to take. A chill crept through me. It felt like freezing water was being pumped through my veins. My mouth went dry, and my heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my head. Crap. Okay, this isn't a big deal. I muttered to myself, trying to stay calm. I just walked back until I reached the points where I went off course. Then take the right path. But deep down, I was panicking, and I didn't even know why. It wasn't just that I was lost. Something about that one wrong turn felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain, like it had set something in motion. As I retraced my steps, a strange paranoia crept over me. I started walking more quietly. I pulled out my headphones and tried to suppress every sound I made. moving quickly but silently, like something might be listening. As I started walking, I began to notice something strange. Why are there two sets of footsteps? I wasn't imagining it. I could clearly see it. It wasn't subtle. Every time I took a step, something else did too. But it wasn't just that something was walking behind me. No. It was that every footstep it took was perfectly synchronized with mine. Not just the timing. The sound was identical. The only reason I even noticed it was because of a slight delay. Just a fraction of a second. I know that doesn't make much sense. If it stepped when I stepped, the sound should have blended perfectly, but it didn't. I could hear the echo of it, like a mirrored version of my own movement, just a half beat behind. I started counting each of my steps, and each of the ones I heard. It wasn't the idea that someone might be there that scared the crap out of me. No, it was the realization that something was there, copying me perfectly. There's not something a person can do. No human can replicate another person's footsteps exactly, not down to the sound, weight, and rhythm with 100% accuracy. Most people, when they think they're being followed, will call out, ask, "Who's there?" or maybe even run. They'll make it obvious that they know. I wasn't going to do that. I decided to play it smart, act clueless. The plan was simple. Keep calm, walk like everything was fine, and the moment I reached the parking lot, run to my car, lock the doors, and get the hell out of there. I started texting my friends about what was happening. None of them took it seriously at first. One of them even joked, "Record it." So I did. Surprisingly, the recording made it clearer. You could hear it, the sound of multiple footsteps, perfectly synchronized, but with that strange delay. The second they heard it, the tone shifted. Suddenly they were asking real questions. "Where are you? How close are you to the campsite?" I told them my plan, then I shut off my phone. I wanted to seem unaware, but not vulnerable. That's when I think it started to get impatient. The footsteps weren't perfectly in sync anymore. They were slipping, getting sloppy. Now anyone could have heard it. It wasn't subtle anymore. At first I couldn't figure out why it was giving up the illusion. Then it hit me. It wants me to know it's there. Now I had two options. Stick to the plan and keep walking, or abandon it and run in a different direction. Option 2 became the obvious choice real fast. The footsteps started to change. I don't even have words for how fast they moved. Unreal, like something out of a nightmare. But the worst part? They weren't behind me. They were in front of me. This entire time I had been walking toward it. I never saw it. It was too dark, but I heard it running straight at me with that impossible inhuman speed. And that's when the real fear hit me. I can't even begin to describe the fear I felt. It wasn't just the kind that makes your heart race. This was deeper, primal. My chest tightened so hard it felt like my ribs were closing in on my lungs. My heartbeat wasn't just pounding, it was slamming, like it was trying to break free from my chest. Every beat hurt. My skin went cold and clammy, like all the warmth in my body had been sucked out through my face. It felt hollow, like my skull was trying to collapse in on itself. My mouth was so dry it felt like sandpaper, like I hadn't had water in days. Even my thoughts weren't normal. They didn't come in words anymore, just sharp flashes of panic, like alarm bells going off in a language I didn't understand. This wasn't just fear. This was my body reacting like it knew something was wrong, something it couldn't see but felt. I bolted off the trail and into the woods. There was no way I could outrun this thing in a straight line. Whatever it was too fast. I ducked between trees and ran in every direction I could. desperate to break its line of sight. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes, hours. My lungs were on fire, every breath a knife in my chest. I finally stopped when I realized the footsteps were gone. But so was the trail. I had run so far, turned so many times. I couldn't tell where I came from, and to make things worse, it was dark. Not just can't read my phone dark, I mean pitch black. I couldn't even see 2 feet in front of me. I reached for my flashlight. Just as my fingers brushed the switch, something stopped me. Not a feeling, an instinct. It was deeper than thought, something primal, ancient, a survival reflex that didn't feel like it came from me. Then I heard it, a voice in my head, one I wasn't in control of. Don't. I froze. I don't know why, but I knew if I turned on that flashlight, I'd die. Move, it said. So I did. I walked forward, straight ahead for what felt like minutes. Hands out, blind. Stop. I obeyed. My body wasn't mine anymore. I was just following orders. Silence. Then the voice returned, louder this time. Hide. My stomach dropped. Hide? What do you mean? I couldn't see anything. How was I supposed to hide in a forest I couldn't even see? Hide, the voice repeated, sharper, more urgent. And that's when I knew. Whatever had been chasing me, it wasn't done yet. It was close. My gut was right. I heard footsteps again. I dropped to the ground and pressed myself behind the largest tree I could find. Heart hammering, breath shallow. I didn't move, didn't blink. A horrible thought crept into my mind. What if it's a Wendigo or a skinwalker? It didn't seem that far-fetched. I do live in Colorado. The idea only made the crushing sense of dread worse. I heard it begin to circle. Its steps were slow, deliberate, like it knew. Run. The voice in my head, loud, sudden, panicked. It caught me off guard. I barely had time to register what it said before I heard it. The footsteps, charging straight toward me. It found me. I ran. I zigzagged wildly, cutting through trees, not caring which direction I went, just moving, fast and erratic. I ran until my legs burned and my lungs begged for air. Then I stopped. I collapsed to the ground, crouched behind a thick brush, too exhausted to go any further. I could only pray I had lost it, that maybe, just maybe, it gave up. That's when I heard it. An ear-piercing scream ripping through the silence of the woods. It came from behind me, close but somehow distant, like it echoed from somewhere it shouldn't have been. I froze, paralyzed by fear, waiting for the voice, the real voice, to guide me. And then I heard something else. James, is that you? Eric. It was Eric's voice. My friend. Every ounce of fear drained from my body in an instant. Relief flooded through me. I was just about to jump out, call out to him. But then the voice returned. Don't. Why did it say that? I listened anyway, and within seconds I realized why. It was there, looking for me. That didn't make sense. I had just heard the scream behind me not even seconds ago, and now Eric's voice. But it wasn't him. None of it made sense. Before I could spiral any deeper, something pulled me back to the present. Something far worse. I could see it now, and this wasn't a Wendigo. It wasn't a skinwalker. It wasn't anything I could recognize. It was tall. No, inhumanly tall. Its limbs stretched so far they nearly touched the ground, and its fingers dragged through the dirt with each movement. The nails. God, the nails. They were long, jagged, soaked in something dark. Blood, maybe. And they weren't just sharp. They looked designed to tear through flesh. But the worst part? I couldn't even see its face. It was so tall, its upper half disappeared into the tree canopy. Its torso was skeletal, thin, bony, and its skin had the texture and color of bark, almost perfectly camouflaged in the night. I began to inch away, slow and silent, but then, snap. A twig underfoot. It heard it. No, it reacted to it instantly. It didn't turn like a person. It didn't move naturally. Its entire body stopped, frozen mid-step, and then just its neck turned. Long, so disturbingly long. It peered down at me. The rest of its body didn't move, only the neck twisting at an unnatural angle. I didn't wait. I didn't want to see its face. I ran. The voice screamed in my head again, this time with pure, urgent panic. Run! The footsteps came fast. Too fast. They didn't sound like running. They sounded like something charging through the woods, tearing through branches, eating the distance between us like nothing. It roared. But the sound, it wasn't the scream I heard earlier. This time, the voice in my head started shouting commands. Left, right, faster, slower. I followed them blindly. My feet pounded the ground, lungs burning, vision blurring. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to keep moving. Then, stop. I collapsed behind a fallen log, gasping, body trembling, and for the first time I realized it was gone. Somehow the thing was no longer chasing me. Quiet, the voice whispered. I obeyed, not a sound, not a breath too loud. Then another word. Snack. And that's when I understood. My blood sugar. The running, the fear, the adrenaline. It had drained me completely. I was crashing, and if I didn't eat something soon, I wasn't going to survive, even if the monster didn't get to me first. I pulled out a candy bar and began eating as quietly as possible. It had been a good 15 minutes. The voice had gone silent, and everything around me was dead quiet. Not peaceful, not still, just wrong. I tried to reassure myself that I was going to make it out alive, but no matter what I told myself, I couldn't shake the feeling. I couldn't calm down, because in my gut I knew this only ended one way. Listen. The voice returned, cutting through the silence like a blade. I listened, and then I heard it. James. The voice was uncanny. Have you ever watched the Mandela catalog? It sounded exactly like that. Like a warped imitation of a real voice, stretched and hollow, echoing from something that wasn't human and never had been. Turn around. I turned, and standing there was a humanoid figure, but it wasn't human. Its left arm was half missing, torn away, bone exposed. The rest of its body looked decayed, rotting like a corpse left out too long. And its proportions? Off. Some of its limbs were too long, others grotesquely swollen or twisted. Its smile glowed faintly in the darkness, so wide it had torn the skin around its mouth. Blood still clung to the shredded flesh, and I could see inside. Ropes of dark, stringy blood stretched between jagged teeth, like it had just chugged a gallon of blood. It didn't speak again. It just stared. Then in one motion it dropped to all fours and screamed. A high-pitched, bone-shattering shriek, inhuman violence. Then it charged. I didn't even get the chance to run. It was too fast. It grabbed me and then nothing. Just the sound of flesh tearing, pain, then darkness. I woke up in agony. Every inch of my body hurt. The first thing I noticed was the light, broad daylight pouring in from behind me. I was lying at the entrance of a cave. Next to me was a pile of bones. Definitely human. In front of me, nothing but pitch blackness. The cave stretched deeper than I could see. I didn't have time to process anything before I heard it again. That thing. It was already chasing me, back on all fours, just like before, but this time, there was distance between us. I had a head start. I pushed myself to my feet, ignoring the pain, and ran, faster than I ever have in my life. It screamed again, a horrible, piercing scream that ripped through the air. It was so loud I thought my eardrums would burst. But then I noticed something. The scream wasn't behind me. It sounded like it came from in front of me. I didn't look. I just kept running, my feet pounding the trail until somehow I made it back. Back to the parking lot, back to my car, and the police were already there. They rushed me, took me in. I was barely conscious by that point. I hadn't realized just how messed up I really was. The thing had bitten a chunk out of my shoulder. Deep, ragged scratches tore across my back. Some of the wounds were already infected. They asked me what happened. I lied. What was I supposed to say? The truth? That a monster in the woods stalked me for a week and left me to die in a cave full of bones? They'd have locked me in a padded room. But as they questioned me, I learned something that chilled me deeper than anything else had. I had been missing for a week. A whole week, and somehow I survived, which made no sense. I didn't have my backpack. My insulin was gone. My pump was missing. There's no way I could have gone a week without it. No way I could have gone that long without water. Yet I did. Somehow. Recovery was long and hard. Therapy was even worse. Eventually I told the truth. The therapist gave me the usual canned response. Trauma interferes with our memory. Yeah, I know what I saw. She made me talk about it a lot. And that's when I started putting the pieces together. The screams, the voice in my head, what I thought was a guide. It wasn't guiding me out. It was leading me deeper. There weren't just one of those things. There were two. Every time I heard that scream, every time I thought it was in front of me, it was actually right behind me. They played with my perception, bent my senses, used sound and hope to trap me. They weren't hunting me for the kill. They were playing with me. And I think that's the part that breaks me the most. They kept me alive on purpose. They let me wake up again and again. I wasn't unconscious for a week. I wasn't sleeping that whole time. I kept waking up. But every time I opened my eyes, it was night. Every time I'd forget what happened the time before. And every time the chase would begin again. Sometimes I'd run. Sometimes I'd hide. Sometimes I'd hear a loved one's voice calling out to me. Eric, my mom. But they weren't real. The second creature, whatever it was, it mimicked them. Used their voices. Their faces. It gave me hope just long enough to lead me into the jaws of the other. Every night the game reset, and every time I lost. I know this now because the memories are coming back, slowly in flashes and dreams. I wasn't asleep for a week. I woke up 7 times, 7 nights, 7 rounds of fear, pain, and false hope. I even went into the cave. The same one it always came out of. I think I lived in it for some of those nights. The memories are still blurry, but here's what haunts me the most. Why was the last time different? Why did I wake up in daylight? Why was that the only time I made it out? I ran 10 minutes from the cave to the trail. That's far, but not far enough to explain why the pattern broke. It doesn't make sense, and maybe it's not supposed to. Some things are random for a reason. Some horrors don't follow rules. This is just what I remember, my perspective. But I know one thing for sure. It's over now. And I am never going camping again. No, screw that. I am never going near the woods again. The maelstrom's fury rode the black swells of the North Sea like something cursed. The sky hung low and rotted, a bruise of cloud and spray, and the wind keened through the rigging like a thing bereft. I'd worked the docks long enough to know the sea's moods, but this was different. The water heaved and seethed, cold as a grave, and the rain came slantwise, needled and relentless, harrowing our faces raw. We'd drag the nets for hours, the steel doors clawing the seabed, the boat shuddering like a dying beast as it hauled its burden. Cod and haddock thrashed in the mesh, their eyes dull coins, their gills gasping the poisoned air. The stench of them was the smell of salt and rot, and the iron reek of blood gone old. Josh stood at the stern ramp, his silhouette cut sharp against the gray void. Time and the sea had worked him into something gnarled and unyielding, his face a web of fissures, his hands like tarred rope. He spat into the churn and barked my name. "Aiden, get down here." The deck pitched underfoot as I clambered to him, the boards slick with gurry and rain. The winch screamed like a thing in pain, its gears grinding as the net breached the surface. It writhed there, bloated with fish and weed and darker things, the cables groaning under the weight. Josh gripped the net's edge, his knuckles bone white, and I took my place beside him. "Better be worth the fight," he muttered, though the sea stole half his words. We hauled. The net bled seawater, icy and foul, and the catch spilled onto the deck in a slithering mass. Cod twisted and slapped, their scales catching the weak light with shards of bone. But there was more. Tangles of kelp black as rot, stones crusted with barnacles that clicked like teeth, and deeper something else, a tumorous mass, black and glabrous, swelling and contracting like a drowned lung, ribbed with veins that burned a cold cerulean, their light leaching into the scales of dying fish, turning them spectral. The thing breathed, or seemed to, a wet rhythm that matched no living thing we knew. I stepped back, my boots slipping in the offal. Josh stood carved from salt-bleached wood, his knife hand trembling. "What is that?" I said. "Hell if I know," he said. Josh crouched but did not touch the thing, the blue light carving gullies in his weathered face. Captain Reed's boots stuck the deck like gunshots, pipe clenched between tombstone teeth. The sea had taken his left eye years back, the remaining one a shard of flint. "What's here?" he said. Josh lifted both shoulders. I stared at the thing. The captain leaned in, his shadow fell across the thing, and for a breath it pulsed brighter, veins throbbing like live wires under skin. 30 years, the captain muttered. 30 years, and I ain't never seen no god-forsaken thing like this before. Jake came laughing until he wasn't, rag hanging limp from grease-black fingers. "That could be treasure," he said. His voice cracked like a boy's. Tom emerged, squinting into the spray. "Christ and all saints," Tom whispered. Alexei followed, hands red with engine blood. He froze mid-wipe, cussing in Russian. The deck swayed, then the thing hummed. Not sound, but vibration. A teeth-rattling drone that climbed from gut to skull. Tom backed toward the galley, eyes white-rimmed. Jake knelt near the thing. The light pooled in his pupils, twin moons in a starless sky. "Wow," Jake said. His hand floated toward the mass. Captain Reed moved faster than a man his years should. "Don't touch it," he commanded. Metal screamed. The winch shuddered, cable snapping taut. The Fury listed hard, deck tilting like a coffin lid. Men scrambled. I fell against the rail, salt blood in my mouth. The mass glowed nuclear now, veins spidering across its flesh, the hum a scalpel in the brain. Jake stared slack-jawed, drool glistening. Tom's scream pierced the din as he vanished below. Alexei roared in the tongue of drowned men. Then silence. The light died, the hum stillborn. Reed stood carved from shipwreck timber. The silence after the hum was worse. A thick, clodding quiet that pressed against the eardrums like deep water. My skull throbbed, and the afterbirth of pain, a dull auger, boring behind the eyes. I gripped the rail, the iron biting into my palms, and spat blood-flecked phlegm into the seethe below. Josh knelt in the gore, his face the color of gutted cod's belly, lips peeling back from yellowed teeth as he whispered half-words to whatever god still listened. "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee." The prayer of a man who'd long since traded faith for survival. Jake hadn't moved. Still he crouched by the mass, his spine bent like a question mark. Drool pooled beneath his chin, catching the weak light like diesel spill. His eyes were opened wide, the pupils dilated to black pits. The dead blue glow lived there still, though the mass lay dormant, as if the thing had poured part of itself into him, left its poison simmering behind those vacant mirrors. "Jake," I croaked, "get the hell back." Nothing. His hands hovered inches from the mass, fingers twitching as though plucking something invisible. Reed moved sudden, a storm front in oil skins, grabbed Jake's collar and wrenched him backward. Jake spun wild, all elbows and teeth, and drove his fist into the captain's face. Reed staggered, blood sheeting down his chin, but Jake was already lunging for the mass again. Reed hooked an ankle, sent him sprawling. Jake's temple struck the deck with a sound like a mallet splitting green wood. He lay still. A dark rose of blood bloomed beneath his skull. Then a shudder, a rattling inhale. Jake sat up slow, head lolling on a ruined neck. Blood painted his cheek in arabesques. He stared at Reed without recognition, without malice. He seemed to stare through him. Reed hissed through crimson teeth. The fear in his sea-milked eye was worse than the blood, a primal understanding, the look of a wolf that smells its own mortality. Alexei materialized from the engine stink, wiping his hands on a rag gone stiff with grease. "Captain," he said, the vowels heavy with the Volga's frost. "If we throw it back, what if something worse happens? What if it answers?" Reed stared at Jake for a while, then studied the mass. It pulsed once, faint, like a heart in a butcher's bucket. "Ain't about answers," he said. "It's about what's asking." Tom emerged from below decks, skin the gray of weak old corpse flesh. His eyes darted animal-like, whites showing all around. He crossed himself 3 times, thumb carving shaky sigils. "It's cursed, Caps," he whispered. "Cursed, cursed, cursed." Josh swayed against the rail, one hand pressed to his gut. "It ain't cursed. It's some lab experiment," he slurred. help and jellyfish is all. Wyatt breathes then. Alexi's voice cut cold. Wyatt put its teeth in our heads. Jake began to laugh. Not laughter exactly, a ruptured wheeze, air forced through broken bellows. He stood, movements jerky. The wound on his head wept freely. "Y'all scared?" he rasped. The grin splitting his face belonged to something that had never learned human shapes. "All you rotten meat stacks, think it'll kill you?" He turned toward the mass, arms spread, crucifix wide. "It don't want to kill you, don't you see?" His fingers grazed the surface. Jake's eyes had been that dead blue sheen since the thing touched him. Glass orbs lit from within, the pupils blown wide as a shark's. But when he rose, we understood it was worse. His grin split his face like a poorly stitched wound, lips stretching until the corners cracked and bled. He moved toward Josh with the languid menace of a thing unspooled from its bones. "Jake?" My voice died in the salt air. Josh backed against the rail, hands raised in the universal plea of prey. Jake grabbed Josh's head and struck it against the railing. Josh's skull met the railing with a wet clang. Again, again, again. The metal sang its awful hymn. Blood sprayed in arc patterns, blackened the falling light. Josh's body sagged, limp as a gutted sail, but Jake kept swinging the ruined head like a clapper in a bell. Again, again, and again. We were statues, salt-crusted and hollow. When he turned on us, it was with the precision of slaughterhouse machinery. Alexei raised greased hands in defense, but it was too late. Jake's fist cratered the Russian's throat, cartilage collapsing like rotted mastwood. Alexei folded, drowning on his own blood, while Jake pivoted toward Tom. Tom ran. Jake moved like current, fast and depthless, snatching Tom's ankle mid-stride. Tom screamed as Jake dragged him back, fingernails scraping grooves in the rusted iron. Reed charged then, a pipe raised high, but Jake sidestepped with eel grace. The captain's weapon struck empty air. Jake's counterblow dropped the captain like a gaffed marlin. I ran. Jake's laughter chased me, a sound like rigging torn in a gale. The storage door loomed, pitted steel smeared with fish guts. I barricaded myself inside among crates of rusted hooks and frayed netting. The dark stank of brine and diesel. I heard someone groaning. Not human, not animal. I peered through the salt-caked window. Josh shuffled toward me. What remained of him? His skull a shattered eggshell, brain matter glistening in the crevices, clouded eyes milky as a dead squid's. The thing inside his corpse moved all wrong, joints bending backward, fingers clawing air in pulsed jerks. The dead were all rising. I scavenged the crates with numb hands, a flare gun crusted with barnacles, a life jacket gone green with mold. The door hinges screamed as I shouldered into the maelstrom. Jake stood silhouetted against the roiling sky, his laughter now a ceaseless drone. The others lurched behind him, Reed dragging a shattered log, Tom crawling on stumps of elbows, Alexei's head lolling from a spine snapped clean. Their eyes burned with that same cursed blue. I fired the flare. A comet's tail of phosphorus red lit the slaughterhouse deck. Jake turned, his grin splitting wider, and in that hellish glow I saw the truth. The thing inside him, inside all of them, pulsing like a nest of eels under their skin. The life jacket clung to me like a dead man's embrace as I vaulted the rail. The black water opened its maw. The sea stretched endless and gray, a roiling purgatory of water and sky. The maelstrom's fury lay hull down on the horizon, a blackened tooth jutting from the maw of the deep. The life jacket bit into my ribs, its buoyancy a meager blasphemy against the hunger of the waves. My legs hung numb in the gelid water. Dead things trailing in the current. Salt crusted my lips, blood blooming where the skin split. Hours had passed since I'd plunged into the void. Time held no purchase here, only the living and the not. Movement flickered on the Fury's distant deck. Figures lurched along the rail, marionette-limbed and wrong. Josh, Alexei, Reed, their bodies bent at angles no spine should allow, skin luminous with that same gangrenous blue that had rotted through our world. They paused as one, head swiveling towards some silent command. They then hurled themselves overboard. Bodies struck the water with fleshy detonations. They thrashed toward me in that distant horizon, limbs churning the brine to froth, glowing like drowned stars. No cries, no breaths, only that terrible purpose. The sea claimed them greedily. Reed sank last, his milky eye fixed on me even as the dark closed over his head. Night fell. The stars blinked cold and indifferent. My gut cramped, emptiness gnawing at itself. Thirst sandpapered my throat. To drink the sea was to court death, but death kept closer company now, his breath on my neck. Dawn came leprous and pale. I raised blistered hands against the light, scanning the horizon for ships, planes, gods. Nothing but the gray forever. The life jacket chafed raw flesh. My legs had gone beyond pain to some mute abstraction of self. On the second day the driftwood came, a spar from some lost vessel, barnacled and reeking of rot. I clung to it, fingers finding purchase in the worm-riddled grain. It buoyed me when the squalls came, wind screaming like the damned. I did not think of what moved beneath, the things that wore familiar faces, their bones lit from within by that eldritch blue. The third day unspooled in fevered ribbons, sun like a white-hot brand. Nightmares swam just beneath waking, pale faces ballooning from the depths, mouths gasping soundless curses. I bit my arm to stay conscious. Sleep promised darker things, cold tendrils coiling around ankles, glowing veins threading through black water. On the fourth day I saw a smudge on the horizon, white against gray, not ship nor raft, but something moving. My heart stuttered. I raised arms heavy as anvils, croaking a prayer through cracked lips. The sound died in the wind. The speck grew. I waved until my shoulders screamed. The ember in my chest guttered. The speck swelled in the gray waste. Not ship, nor savior. A figure. I let my arms fall. It moved as no man moves. Spine undulating like an eel's. Limbs jerking in marionette spasms, yet cutting the waves with shark's intent. The wind brought sounds now. Not laughter, but the creak of waterlogged timbers. The suck of tide pools, emptying of life. Closer. No. The word a rusted nail in my throat. No, 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 no. It halted 10 fathoms off, buoyed by the swells. Jake. Or what the sea had regurgitated. His face bloated to translucence, veins mapping blue ruin beneath skin like drowned parchment, eyes like foxfire in a ship's corpse, the same cursed radiance seeping from their sockets. His grin split the putrid flesh of his cheeks, a rictus of needle teeth too numerous, too sharp. Kelp threaded through his hair. Crabs scuttled in the ruin of his oilskin coat. "Found you?" The voice wet and resonant, vibrating in the mastoid bone. "Why'd you run, brother?" I scrabbled backward, dead limbs flailing. The driftwood slipped away, claimed by the hungering deep. Jake's laughter rose, not sound but pressure, the whine of stressed hull plates before the breach. He drifted nearer. The stench of him enveloped me, low-tide rot, petroleum, things festering in lightless trenches. His jaw unhinged, widening beyond human limits, the maw a black pit stippled with barnacle clusters. "Ain't no elsewhere," he crooned, salt water dripping from his tongue. "But down." His hand breached the surface, fingers fused into a single slick appendage, blackened and webbed, glistening with primal mucus. It hovered before my face. I tasted copper, bile, the sweet decay of hope. The talon traced a cold parabola an inch from my eye. "Not yet," he breathed. The words vibrated in my teeth. "Soon." He sank, slowly, deliberate, eyes never leaving mine. The water embraced him, a lover's caress. The last I saw was that grin, stretched eternal, before the dark of the water took him. The laughter welled up from below, a subsonic thrum that stirred the water into whirlpools. I clung to the life jacket. The horizon bled into void. The sea watched with a billion glass eyes. The sea kept me long after they pulled me from its maw, days uncounted, nights without stars. The trawler emerged from the gray like a fever dream, rusted hull bleeding orange corrosion, nets hanging slack as gallows rope. I raised arms, gone to stone. Mouthing pleas my throat could no longer shape. "Help me." Men moved on her decks, shadows against a bleached sky. Their shouts carried across the chop, crude music to a drowning man's ear. A lifeboat kissed the waves, oars rising and falling like the wings of some great seabird damned to skim the surface forever. The water clung to my legs as they hauled me aboard, cold fingers trailing up my calves. I did not look down, did not dare. Rough hands swaddled me in wool that reeked of another man's sweat. Their voices reached me through fathoms of static. "Easy now, lad. Christ alive, look at him. Get the kettle on." I stared at the planks beneath my boots, watched seawater weep through the cracks. Some part of me still floated there, adrift between worlds. Engine vibrations thrummed in my marrow as they bore me below decks to a cabin no larger than a coffin. Diesel fumes coiled in the air, thick enough to chew. A mug appeared in my hands, stained tin, liquid black as bilge. I drank. The heat scalded a path to my gut, but left the deeper cold untouched. Lucky. The speaker loomed in the doorway, backlit by sickly yellow bulbs, a face carved from wind and whiskey, eyes the color of the North Sea fog. "Another tide and you'd have been crab meat." I nodded. My tongue lay dead in my mouth. Questions came in shifts, men with fishhook scars and breath like rotting kelp. What ship? How many lost? Storm? Collision? I gave them corpse answers, dry facts stripped of blood and truth. Told of rogue waves, raging squalls, equipment torn loose in the frenzy. They wrote it down in water-stained logbooks, nodding sagely. Sailor superstitions kept their tongues still. No one asked about the marks on my arm, livid grooves where the life jacket straps had bitten to bone. The city of Aberdeen, on Scotland's North Sea coast, rose from the horizon. The docks teemed with gulls and graveyard shift workers, their faces gray under sodium lights. They put me in a white room that reeked of antiseptic lies. Doctors prodded my waterlogged flesh, spoke of exposure, shock, survivor's guilt. Police came with notebooks and narrowed eyes. I led them the same carcass story, watching their pens scratch away the truth. Reporters clustered outside like lampreys. Flashbulbs popped. "Miracle survivor," their headlines would scream. They don't know the real story, the thing that breathed in the hold, the crew that walked into the deep. Jake's grin splitting wider with every retelling behind my eyelids. Nights were worse. The hospital bed became a raft adrift on a black ocean. Glowing veins pulsed in the walls. Salt water dripped from ceiling tiles. Always the laughter, wet and resonant. I'd wake choking on imaginary brine, fingers clawing at phantom kelp. They discharged me with pills and pity. I took a room above a dockside tavern where the windows rattled with every freighter's horn. The walls wept condensation. The mattress sagged like a drowned thing. I bought whiskey by the chase, chasing warmth that always receded. Sometimes I'd stand at the window watching trawlers come and go. Their crews laughed on the docks, voices carrying up through the salt-rotten boards. Young men, foolish men, ignorant men. I'd press palms to glass and wonder which would next feed the hungering deep. The nightmares never stopped. Jake waited in them, not as they'd found him, bloated and barnacled, but as he'd been in those last moments. The wrongness of his movement, the wet clicks of his joints. Soon he'd whisper through needle teeth, and I'd wake with the taste of crude oil on my tongue. Autumn came. The sea turned the color of gunmetal. I took to walking the docks at twilight. Past gutting tables, crusted with fish scales. Past nets hung like flayed skins. Sailors stared when I passed. They knew, not the truth, but the stench of it. That maritime's sixth sense, warning of cursed men. One evening I found myself before the Fury's berth. Her replacement rode heavy in the slip. A factory trawler named Atlantic's Bounty. Crewmen hosed down decks still glistening with viscera. I stared until my eyes burned. A mate spotted me, made the sign of the horns behind his back. I fled to my room, drank until the walls blurred. Outside, foghorns moaned their dirges. The laughter began at moonless midnight. Not memory, not dream. It rose from the harbor floor, bubbling through black water, vibrating in the pipes. I pressed hands to ears. Useless. It was inside. Same as the cold, same as the rot. I went to the window. The docks lay empty under sickly yellow lamps. Ripples spread through the dark water, concentric rings expanding toward my building, toward me. Something broke the surface. A fin, a hand. The laughter crested, drowning out the gulls, the ships, the feeble human sounds of the waking world. I reached for the whiskey, and the sea reached back. It started again last night. 3 soft knocks at the door, just after 2 a.m. The exact same as it's been for the past 4 nights. Knock, knock, knock. I know I shouldn't open it. I know what I saw. But when you hear children's voices whispering your name in the dark, When you see their silhouettes pressed against the frosted glass, it's hard to pretend you're not just a little bit hopeful that it's all been some horrible mistake. The Wilson kids died 5 years ago. Their house caught fire in the middle of the night. Faulty wiring, they said. By the time anyone noticed the smoke, it was already too late. The family was trapped upstairs. The whole street woke up to their screams. I did too, but I didn't do anything. I stood in my window and watched the flames eat their house alive. I told myself it was too late, that by the time I got outside, I couldn't have helped anyway, but I heard the knocking even then, faint and desperate, just like now. I think it came from inside the walls. The parents' bodies were found together, melted into the charred bed frame, but the kids, they were never found. Just tiny handprints on the floorboards leading to the front door. That door had claw marks in it, deep ones. The cops thought wild animals had gotten in, but wild animals don't knock. Last night I finally opened the door. There was no one there, but the knocking didn't stop. It was coming from the walls now, and it's not just knocking anymore. They're talking. I can hear them behind the drywall, giggling and whispering, scraping their fingernails along the inside. They're moving, room to room, closer. They keep asking why I didn't help them, why I watched, why I did nothing. I tried to tell them I was scared, that I didn't know what to do. They didn't like that answer. I don't think they're going to leave this time. My lights are flickering, the air smells like smoke, and I see tiny handprints forming on the walls beside me. They're inside the house now, and they're not alone. I didn't sleep. After the handprints appeared on the wall, I locked myself in the bathroom and turned the lights off. I don't know why. Like, hiding would help. I sat in the bathtub with a knife I found in a drawer. Like, that would make a difference. They didn't try to break in. They didn't have to. Around 3:15 a.m. the whispering started again. Not just the kids this time. Another voice joined them. Deeper, slower, like it was learning to speak. The children sounded afraid of it. I heard one of them say, "He's awake again." Then silence. And then the scratching started. Not at the walls this time. From inside the mirror. I swear I'm not crazy. I watched as a small crack formed in the center of the glass, spiderwebbing outward like pressure was building behind it. Something moved on the other side, just beneath the surface. I turned away, and when I looked back, the mirror was normal again, but my reflection wasn't. It blinked when I didn't. I left the bathroom when the sun came up. I thought maybe daylight would push them back, like they were tied to the night somehow. But now things are different. It's not just the walls, it's the photos too. Every picture in my house with people in it. Friends, family, even old school photos. All of their eyes are gone, scratched out, but there's something worse. The Wilson kids are in them now, standing in the background, watching. One of them is behind me in the picture on my fridge, smiling. I'm in the photo too. I don't remember taking it. I don't remember ever smiling like that. I left the house around noon and drove until my gas light came on. Parked in some diner lot, an hour out of town. I've been sitting here for hours. I don't know where to go. But they do. There's a note under my windshield wiper, written in crayon. Why did you leave the door open? I didn't. I swear I closed it. Unless... No. I locked it. I know I did. I'm going home now. I have to. I think whatever was with them got out. I think it's wearing me, pretending to be me. And if that's true, then who's been driving my car for the last 10 minutes? This is hard to talk about. I know how it's going to sound. If I hadn't lived through it, I'd scroll past this too, but if you've got kids, especially really young ones, maybe read this before you go to bed tonight. Or don't. I wish I hadn't waited. My son Jacob is 5. Smart kid. Sweet. A little obsessed with dinosaurs and drawing like most boys his age. He's never had any health issues. Never had night terrors. Until 6 weeks ago. It started small. Stuff that's easy to shrug off. He woke me up one night around 2 a.m. just standing in the hallway staring into the dark. When I asked what he was doing, he said, "I was listening to the floor." I laughed it off. Kids say weird things. But then he started waking up with weird questions like, "Where did the basement go?" Or, "What happened to the boy who used to sleep here?" We live in an apartment. There is no basement. And Jacob's had this room since he was born. It got worse. He'd cry when I tried to tuck him in and say stuff like, "I don't want to go back in the hole," or, "He's watching from the wall crack." I cut all screen time. No scary books. Asked his preschool if anything happened there. Nothing. He's the happiest kid during the day, but every night around 2 to 3 a.m., I'd catch him awake, talking to someone, whispering, always smiling. Then he stopped calling me Mom. He started calling me Elaine. That's not my name. I asked him who Elaine was, and he said, "You, before, when the house was still burning." He said it like I should know what he meant. A week later, I found his drawings. Pages of stick figures. All normal except for one. A tall, stretched-out shadow with black arms that touched the ground and a wide hole in its chest. It appeared over and over, always standing beside a little boy. Jacob called it the Keeper. He said, "The Keeper lives under where the bricks were." I asked what bricks. He said, "The bricks they buried me under." That night I barely slept. I did some digging the next day. Turns out our apartment complex was built in the early 90s. Before that, it was a group foster home. Burned down in 1989. 7 children died, all under 10. One body was never recovered. His name was Eli Matthews. I found a newspaper article. There was a grainy photo. Jacob looks exactly like him. Same chin, same freckles, same scar above the eyebrow. I showed it to my mother without explaining, and she asked me when Jacob took that old-timey photo. The next night I caught him digging at the floor of his closet with a spoon. When I asked him what he was doing, he looked up and smiled. Not a 5-year-old smile. He's almost done fixing the hole. Once it's open, I have to go back. I asked who. He said, "The Keeper." He promised I'd get my real mom back. Last night I got a phone call at exactly 2:13 a.m. No caller ID, just static and breathing. Then a voice, low, cracked like it came from inside a wall. "Elaine, he was never yours." I ran to Jacob's room. He was standing in the corner facing the wall smiling. He turned to me and said, "He found the basement." There is no basement. This morning I checked his closet again. I noticed the carpet was slightly raised in the corner. Underneath it was a wooden trapdoor. I swear wasn't there before. Update. I opened it. There's a staircase and it goes down. I'm posting this from my phone. I'm taking a flashlight. I'm going in. I don't know what else to do. If you don't hear from me again, don't let him leave the house. My name's Rick, or it used to be. When I woke up one morning, the guy in the mirror wasn't me. I'm not talking about a bad hair day or a weird dream. I mean, the face staring back at me was someone else's. A total stranger. I stumbled into the bathroom half asleep, switched on the light, and there he was. About 5 years older. Short black hair, receding at the temples. Mine was full and dusty brown. A scar on the chin like he'd taken a bottle to the face once. Thick eyebrows. Brown, tired eyes. They were supposed to be green. I touched my own cheek. The mirror guy did the same. I blinked. He blinked. I pulled open the medicine cabinet, hoping to find something, anything that would explain this. Pills, booze, drugs. Nothing but toothpaste and an old bottle of Tylenol. The panic started hitting, so I yanked a hoodie over my head, pulling the drawstrings tight until my face was basically a shadow, and tiptoed downstairs. Kelsey, my girlfriend, was still asleep in bed. For a second, I thought about waking her, telling her everything, but how the hell do you even start that conversation? A lot of guys have woken up looking like crap, hungover from a bender, shiner from a bar fight, but no boyfriend has ever had to explain wearing another man's face. I grabbed my keys instead, made it halfway across the living room when I heard her scream. "Who the hell are you?" I turned and there she was, frozen at the top of the stairs, clutching a blanket to her chest. "Kelsey, it's me," I said, voice shaking. "It's Rick." Wrong move. She bolted toward the bedroom, shouting about calling the cops. She looked at me like I was some kind of monster. I'll never forget that look. I didn't stick around to see if she made the call, just jumped into my car and floored it out of the driveway, charging down the road without thinking, out past the gas stations and boarded up strip malls. I pulled into the parking lot of a diner, a 24-hour greasy spoon with flickering neon signs. I needed a place to sit and think. The bell above the door jingled as I walked in. A few heads turned, but quickly went back to their coffees and scrambled eggs. I slid into a booth in the back, pressed against the window. A waitress approached, chewing gum lazily. "What'll it be, hon?" "Just coffee," I muttered. She walked off. I buried my face in my hands. I needed a plan. I needed answers. Should I check myself into a hospital? Go to the police? Hell, maybe find a motel and lay low until I figured it out. "Hey, there you are." I looked up. A man was standing at the edge of my booth, grinning ear to ear. He was big, beefy, with tattoos running up both arms. His eyes gleamed with something between recognition and excitement. "We've been looking all over for you, man," he said. "You're supposed to be at home." I blinked. "I think you have the wrong person," I said carefully. He laughed. "Come on, Alex. You forget your own name now?" Alex. The word hit me like a slap. "Sorry," I said. "I'm a little out of it." He clapped me on the back hard enough to rattle my teeth. "No crap. Come on, let's get you back. Tara's worried sick." Tara. That name meant nothing to me. But right then, I didn't have any better options, and maybe they would help me figure out what the hell had happened. He drove an old Ford pickup, reeking of cigarettes. "Been a rough couple of days, huh?" he said, pulling out of the lot. "Tara said you stopped taking your meds. Started talking crazy again." I stared at him. "What do you mean?" I ventured. He shot me a side eye. You know, about being somebody else, not remembering who you are, all that. My skin crawled. I turned to look out the window. The town blurred past. Shuttered stores, peeling billboards, cracked sidewalks. It all felt unfamiliar, like I was dropped in the middle of a movie I hadn't seen from the start. We pulled into a suburban street lined with sagging houses and unkempt lawns. He parked in front of a yellow house with peeling paint and a broken mailbox. You ready? He asked. No, but I nodded anyway. Tara was waiting at the door. She was mid-30s with short blonde hair and dark circles under her eyes. She looked at me with a complicated expression. Worry, frustration, love. Thank God, she said, pulling me into a tight hug. I stood stiffly, not knowing how to react. She pulled back, frowning. Are you okay? You look different. I tried to smile, but it probably looked more like a grimace. I'm fine, I lied. Let's get you inside. The house smelled like stale beer and old laundry. The living room was cluttered with toys, dolls, and action figures. Scattered across the floor, a little girl peeked around the corner, clutching a teddy bear. Hi, Daddy, she whispered. My heart cracked. I didn't know her. I didn't know any of them. But she knew me. Abby, I soon found, was her name. My daughter. Hi, I said, as softly as I could, and she ran and hugged my leg. The next few days were a blur. Tara handed me pills every morning, tiny white ones from a bottle labeled Haloperidol. The label said, Alexander Marshall. I swallowed them without arguing. Better to be numb than to feel like I was in the wrong skin. The meds dulled everything, like living inside a padded room, watching the world through dirty glass. But they didn't erase my memories. I still remembered Kelsey, our first apartment above the bookstore, the way she used to wear my old hoodie on cold mornings, her laugh when she got nervous. I remembered being Rick Morrison, and this wasn't my life. Late one night, I woke up thirsty, in bed alone, still half drugged from the pills. As I stumbled toward the kitchen, I caught a glimpse of Tara in the living room. She was kneeling in front of the coffee table, whispering to something small and dark sitting in the center. At first, I thought it was a statue. Some ugly figurine about the size of a football, carved like a man with wings folded over his face. Mouthless, knees drawn tight to his chest. Tara rocked back and forth, whispering words I wouldn't catch. I blinked hard, trying to focus. When she saw me, she snapped upright, blocking it from view with her body. You should be sleeping, she said sharply. I mumbled something and stumbled back upstairs. I told myself it was just grief, stress, medication. I told myself I was unreliable, delusional, insane, and had to lean on the people around me to know what was going on. Then it happened. I was on the couch when the news came on. Breaking, car crash off Route 7. I barely looked up until I heard the name. Richard Morrison, 32, found dead at the scene. My chest locked up. They showed my face on TV, my real face. Found dead in a ditch outside of town. They said I must have lost control. Drunk, maybe. No foul play suspected. Something snapped loose inside me. I waited until Tara and Abby were asleep, stole the keys off the kitchen counter, and drove. Headlights off, heart in my throat. I had to find Kelsey. Had to make her understand. I went back to my house, waiting out back in the rain. Kelsey arrived, heading inside. I didn't want to break in and scare her again, so I waited until she came out with a cigarette. She stood under the awning, shaking from either the cold or from holding it together too long, fumbling with a lighter. "Kelsey?" I said, stepping out from the shadows. She jumped, dropping the cigarette. Her eyes went wide. Fear, recognition, confusion, all smashed together. "You again," she said, voice trembling. "Why are you here?" "I know how this sounds," I said quickly, "but you have to believe me. I'm Rick." She shook her head, backing toward the door. No, you're sick. You broke into my house. You're crazy." I knew she'd say this, and I came prepared. "I know about the quarry," I said. "When you were 16, you broke your wrist sneaking in, trying to impress that idiot Jason. You lied and said you slipped on the stairs." She froze. I pressed on. "I know about the birthmark on your hip that you hate. I know you hate mint toothpaste, and pretended you didn't because I love it. I even told you not to smoke, but know you still do when you're stressed. Found that pack of cigarettes 3 months ago. Breast pocket of your pea coat with a rip in the lining. But I didn't tell you." Tears welled up in her eyes. "How?" she whispered. "I have no idea," I said. "I saw the news report, but that was my body, but I'm here. Somehow, this is me." Kelsey stood there, rain dripping from her light brown hair, staring at me like she was seeing a ghost. For a long time, neither of us said anything. Finally, she broke. "Get inside," she whispered, her voice cracking, "before someone sees you." The house was dim and cold. She didn't turn on the lights, just closed the door softly behind us and bolted it. That night I crashed on the couch, wrapped in a blanket that smelled faintly of home, detergent and Kelsey's old perfume. Neither of us slept much. She sat in the armchair across from me, sipping cold coffee. Every few minutes she'd look at me, studying my face, my gestures, the way I scratched my head or shifted my weight, looking for pieces of the man she lost, looking for proof. I didn't blame her. Sometimes I caught myself doing it too, trying to find myself in this stranger's skin. Over the next few days we started digging. She pulled out old photo albums. I pointed out things only Rick would know. Places we'd gone. Stupid inside jokes scribbled on the back of Polaroids. We went through my old texts and emails. Looked for anything about Alex Marshall. Nothing. No overlaps. No connections. One night we drove out to the crash site. Headlights cutting through the misty dark. Route 7 was deserted. The road wound between 2 rocky slopes, guardrails twisted like broken arms. We found the spot easily. A fresh patch of scorched earth, scattered glass glittering in the weeds. The official story said I veered off, hit the ravine, snapped my neck on impact. But standing there looking down at the wreckage site, it didn't feel like an accident. Kelsey shivered beside me, pulling her jacket tighter. She had told me that since that morning she first saw me as Alex, the Rick that returned home hadn't been acting like himself. He claimed he was out on a morning jog when I intruded, but he was cold, distant, going through the motions. Then a memory clicked into place, sharp, clear. On the way home I told Kelsey about the figurine, the mouthless thing Tara had been whispering to. The way she tried to hide it when she realized I was watching. Kelsey went still, her hand tightening around her coffee thermos. "Describe it again," she said. I did. She searched on her laptop, using my description to find something. A pagan story older than any religion about a figure called the Morn Kin. He fit the description on the figurine to a T. A being that could swap one life for another. But the price was steep. The stolen soul would rot away, memory by memory, until nothing remained. Only the vessel, the body, would survive. Before we could scare each other any further, we decided to call it. Kelsey had made up the guest bedroom for me after the first night, but she didn't want to sleep alone. I told her I could take the floor and she could have the bed, as she shook her head and pulled me in, kissing me. She came away, saying it was the strangest thing. She knew I was physically different, but she could feel me in the kiss. It couldn't have been anyone else. We slept together that night, and I felt like I was home again, even if we had a long way to go. I was overwhelmed with the comforting sensation that we would figure it out together. The next morning we were awoken by 3 loud knocks on the front door. Kelsey sat bolt upright, heart hammering like mine. A voice called out from the porch. "Alex, you need to come home." It was Tara's brother, Wesley, the big guy who found me in the diner, and he wasn't alone. Through the blinds, I caught a glimpse of a patrol car. The police. Kelsey grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the back of the house. "Out the window," she hissed. We scrambled into the kitchen, wrenching open the tiny window above the sink. I barely fit through, landing hard in the wet grass behind the house. Kelsey tumbled after me. We sprinted into the woods, shoes slipping in the mud. Behind us, I heard the front door crash open, cops bursting inside, then Tara's voice cutting through the morning air. "It's too late," she screamed. I didn't look back. We ran for what felt like hours, through the trees, down abandoned side roads, across parking lots slicked with rain. Found an old junkyard, busted open a rusted Ford that still had keys tucked behind the visor. We drove with the windows down, soaking wet, breathless. And when we thought we were clear, we pulled into a gas station outside of town. The lot was empty except for one truck. Wesley's truck. By the time we spotted it, he was already standing there behind my bumper, blocking us into our space, waiting. Kelsey cursed under her breath, restarting the ignition like she was going to run him over. But in the rear view, Wesley held up one hand, not threatening or angry, just tired. I opened my door before she could stop me. Maybe I just needed answers, or maybe I was sick of running. Wesley didn't move, just looked at me, really looked, and said, "I'm not here to drag you back." "Then why are you here?" I asked. "To let you know." "Know what?" I asked. He lit a cigarette with shaking fingers, glanced toward the dark highway. "You were never supposed to survive it." "What is it, exactly?" I asked. "I don't know." He exhaled a cloud of smoke. "All I know is it trades one life for another. First time Tara did it, it was to a bully of hers in high school. Caused so much chaos. I never thought she'd use it again." "Then why did she?" I asked. "Because you..." He paused. "Alex wasn't well. He kept talking about leaving Tara. Didn't want to be with her anymore. And he was threatening to take Abby." He paused, then said, "Guess she figured she had a better shot at someone else in his body than no Alex altogether." "Why did you choose me?" I asked. He smiled and shook his head. "It chose you. We had nothing to do with it." In a weird way, this made sense. I was a perfect stranger, but I still didn't understand why he was here. What's the point of finding me? telling me all this? I could see regret in his eyes. Because it wasn't supposed to go down like this. You were supposed to forget right away. He shook his head. But she didn't count on you fighting it, on her still loving you, even as someone else. He looked toward Kelsey sitting in the car watching us, terrified. You being around her, remembering who you are, that's what's screwing it all up, he said. It needs you broken, alone. That's how it finishes the job. But you wouldn't lay down. You kept fighting. Am I safe now? I asked earnestly. He thought about it. You bought time. I don't know how much, but use it while you can. He dropped the cigarette, grinding it under his boot. That's it? I said. He nodded. I'm sorry. Then he got back into his truck and drove away, his taillights shrinking into the dark. We fled again, not putting stock in anything he said, knowing it was better to keep running than to let our guard down now. New state, new town, new motel. Night after night. I was just glad to have Kelsey with me, and she felt the same. We didn't care where we were, as long as we were together. And it felt like maybe we had beaten it until things started slipping. First, it was small stuff she had told me, things I should have remembered. Where we parked the car, what room we were staying in. I brushed these off. Everyone forgets sometimes. Then whole conversations were gone like smoke. I couldn't remember what we talked about or ate at dinner. Kelsey was concerned but kept me calm, hoping for the best despite the growing evidence to the contrary. Finally, one night we stopped at a nameless motel on the edge of town. It was cold, freezing. Kelsey said she was going back inside to grab her scarf. I sat on the curb smoking, watching the stars blink and shimmer in the distance, the kind of dark that illuminated them all but made everything else impossible to discern. And just then, I swear some of the stars seemed to brighten, forming the shape of something, a new constellation I'd never noticed before. A mouthless figure curled in on itself, wings folded across its face, knees drawn tight to its chest. The door creaked open behind me, footsteps on gravel. I turned. There was a woman standing there, mid-30s, light brown hair, warm but tired eyes, a scarf dangling from her hand. I stared at her as she approached, heart pounding for reasons I didn't understand. "Rick?" she said, voice trembling, giving me a look of concern. I stared at her for a long time, then I shook my head. "Sorry, ma'am," I said gently. "I think you have me mistaken for someone else." Her eyes pleaded with me, but I didn't know what for. Tears welled up and spilled down her cheeks. I shifted awkwardly, feeling bad. "Are you okay?" I asked. She shook her head no. I hesitated, the night pressing down around us. "Are you alone here?" I asked gently. For a moment, she just stared at me, searching for something in my face, something that wasn't there anymore. Then she nodded. In the heart of the city stands an abandoned bakery. It is a high, sprawling complex of brick and granite, and its great smokestack still stands watch over the loading bays where fleets of gleaming trucks once began their journeys to supermarkets across New England. Now the weeds grow long and tall across the parking lot, and the great ovens sit silent upon the darkened factory floor. Only the former administrative wing shows signs of occasional life, having been refurbished as office space. and rent it out to small businesses whose clientele will not be intimidated by the great emptiness next door. Tonight, as the clock strikes 11, only one of these offices remains lit. The rear window, heavily frosted and recently installed, reveals one of the vaguest of shadows to the outside world. Behind it, a stout, graying, and exquisitely dressed gentleman hunches over a massive writing desk that is entirely devoid of electronic devices. The only adornment is a single faded photograph of a dark-haired lady, standing before a trellis that bursts with flowers. The man's mutton chop whiskers give him the appearance of a latter-day Ebenezer Scrooge, and the fabric of his suit appears both expensive and somehow oddly cut. His brow furrows in concentration as his pen flies over sheet after sheet of thick, cream-hued paper, filling each with flowing script that seems to crackle with urgency. The desk drawer at his left elbow stands open, and with his left hand he places each finished page into it even as his right drops the pen, and reaches for a fresh sheet. This is my boss, Mr. Silverglade. He is not available for appointments. I state this latter fact because doing so is a duty of my employment. I have other duties, ensuring a fresh pot of coffee on the burner, keeping the stocks of paper and pens filled to Mr. Silverglade's specifications, occasionally patrolling the immediate perimeter of the office to ensure that all is in order, whatever that may mean. But the core of my mandate is quite clear. Do not make any appointments for Mr. Silverglade. That's right, kid. He'd told me at the interview, as I blinked and tried to decide whether to chuckle. 10 to 2. Every weeknight, and you don't let anyone past you. And you don't make any appointments. Not any. Can you do that? I thought about it as the sun sank low over the crumbling houses across the street. What if someone needs to talk to you? I asked at last. Mr. Silverglade smiled, and it did not reach his eyes. They don't. You know anyone who's just got a jaw with a guy like me in the middle of the night? Nah, kid. They might say they do, but they don't. All you gotta do is send them away so I can focus on my work. And how are you gonna do that? Say it for me, kid. I cleared my throat. Mr. Silverglade is not available for appointments. Mr. Silverglade clapped me on the shoulder, and his smile seemed more genuine now. You'll do fine, kid. Welcome aboard. Now, tonight, I sit at my desk in the outer office and consider whether I truly need another cup of coffee. On my desk sits a half-finished project for one of my architectural classes. If nothing else, the job affords me ample leisure to focus on my schoolwork. Behind me, the door to Mr. Silverglade's office is shut as always. Warm golden light spills through the frosted window, and beyond I see only the vague shadow of my employer bent over his desk. The door to the outside swings open. This is both unexpected and largely unprecedented. I have by now been in Mr. Silverglade's employment for almost 3 weeks, and our association has settled into a predictable routine. I arrive shortly before 10, put on a pot of coffee, and greet Mr. Silverglade as he bustles in and closes his office door gently behind him. 4 hours later, he emerges and hands me a crisp stack of bills as he bids me good night. In the interim, I am free to pursue whatever avenues of inquiry suggest themselves, so long as the coffee remains hot and the stationery stacked high. Our cozy arrangement has been interrupted only twice. Once by a gentleman in a sleeveless shirt who wishes to ascertain whether this is Nasty Boy's joint, and a second time by a dark-haired beauty whom I recognize immediately from the photograph on Mr. Silverglade's desk. She offers a cheery wave and deposits on my desk a large plate covered in foil. Nathan, isn't it? So nice to meet you. I just swung by to drop this off, to welcome you to the firm, so to speak. She dimples when she smiles. I smile back. It is good to see a friendly face and to meet the elusive Mrs. Silverglade in person. She has changed little from her photo, and while younger than her husband, exudes something of the same Victorian spirit. I carefully peel back the foil to reveal a bountiful pile of home-baked muffins dotted with chocolate chips and strawberries. "From our house to yours," says Mrs. Silverglade. No, don't get up. I know how he gets about interruptions. I just wanted to say welcome aboard and... She trails off. "Ma'am?" I say at last. "And just be careful," she says. "Be strict. If you ever need to talk." She shrugs. "I'll stop by once in a while. I know you'll do great." And she is gone into the night. I am still thinking about her words when I realize I have finished the muffins and am hungry for more. The perils of the night shift, I suppose. Other than those brief interludes, we have entertained no visitors. As Mr. Silverglade himself said, why would we? Tonight, though, the door opens, and a man comes in from the dark. He is tall, thin, gangly. So tall, in fact, and he has to bend his head slightly as he passes through the doorframe. He is clad in an olive drab greatcoat and a battered down hat, which he removes politely as he enters. His face somehow brings to mind both a scheming Roman senator and a plow horse well past its prime. He smiles at me with his mouth. "Mr. Silverglade?" he says, pointing toward the inner office, and makes as if to step past me. I am still trying to adjust to this sudden break in my routine, but I do have the presence of mind to hold up a finger. Your name, sir?" He stops, shakes his head as if in self-admonition. "Of course, I am Deacon Keyhole. I serve as Mr. Silverglade's church in a pastoral, or perhaps an administrative capacity. There is, I regret to say, a problem with the lights, if I may." He gestures to the inner office. To say that these remarks throw me off balance would be putting it mildly. Deacon Keyhole's watery blue eyes are fixed on mine, and they belie his friendly smile. I look away, busy myself with the papers on my desk. "I am very sorry, sir," I say to one of them. "Mr. Silverglade is not available for appointments." Deacon Keyhole does not answer, and when the silence stretches too long and I look up, the office is empty. I am seized with alarm. The outer door remains closed. Deacon Keyhole must have taken advantage of my preoccupation to sneak past me into Mr. Silverglade's office. My employer will doubtless be displeased, and I will lose a job which has provided me with both quiet study time and growing bank balance. I lurch from my chair and rip open the inner door to Mr. Silverglade's sanctum, a hasty apology already forming on my lips. Mr. Silverglade is at his desk, writing undisturbed. He looks up with mild concern. "Everything all right, kid?" I blink, staring at each corner of the room in turn. Deacon Keyhole." Mr. Silverglade relaxes and nods, as if in perfect understanding. "You did great, kid. It's like I said. No one needs to be in here." I look back into the outer office, expecting to surprise Deacon Keyhole hiding behind a flower pot or a filing cabinet. But he's still. Where'd he go? And I tell Mr. Silverglade, albeit with much stammering and head scratching, about the visitor. Mr. Silverglade looks me straight in the eye, man to man. "He's gone, kid. You don't need to worry about him. He won't be back." He sighs and picks up his pen. "Just be ready for the next one." I pause, with my hand on the door handle. Does he really go to your church?" "That guy and church don't mix," says Mr. Silverglade. "Keep up the good work, kid." And he bends over his writing paper. I am left with several questions. I do not, for the time being, trouble Mr. Silverglade with them when he emerges from his office and hands me my nightly packet. For instance, I do not ask why he employs me to turn away visitors instead of simply locking the door to keep them out. Perhaps I do not truly want to know the answer. And I am, of course, back at my station the following night. I do not pretend to understand all the dynamics at play, but I do not need to. My part is simple: make coffee, refuse appointments. At the rates Mr. Silverglade is paying, I can do this with pleasure. Nothing happens that night, or the next. I do take Mr. Silverglade's admonition to patrol the perimeter somewhat more seriously. And at least once an hour, I step forth into the dark and pace the cracked sidewalk in front of the office. But the tranquility of the night is unbroken. There is no sound but my footsteps and the wind through the tall grasses. On Friday, Mr. Silverglade calls me into his office. He takes a sheaf of finished papers from his desk drawer and begins to place them into a large manila envelope. "Something a bit different tonight, kid," he says, then curses as one of the sheets goes astray and flutters to the desk in front of me. I pick it up and hold it out to him, making an active effort to avoid reading what is written upon it. To do so would seem a violation of Mr. Silverglade's privacy, at a minimum. However, my eye cannot help but catch a fragment or two as he thanks me and returns it to the stack. Legendaire's daughter and the Duchess are especially dangerous. Guardian can be neutralized only by used to open directly to the orangery, but on my most recent visit. Mr. Silverglade seals the envelope and slides it across the desk to me. "You're gonna take this to a guy named Saul. Good guy, friend of mine. Don't give it to anyone else. Here's the address." He scribbles a few lines on an index card. "You shouldn't be bothered, but if you are, meet me here." He scribbles on another card and passes it to me along with my night's salary. The stack of bills seems slightly thicker than usual. "You can head home when it's done. See you Monday, and keep those cards. We do this every week from here on out." I stand and put the cards in my wallet. "Yes, sir. How will I know Saul?" "He's gonna ask you if you like steak. You're gonna say, 'Only if it's cooked right.'" He grabs his coat and hat from the coat rack. "Don't write that one down. It's gonna change every time." I think of asking why it will be necessary to use a passphrase once I know what Saul looks like. Instead, I nod and ask, "Leaving early tonight, sir?" He shrugs. "You'll be gone. Someone might come in." I follow him out into the night, and though the breeze is warm, I feel a chill. The delivery goes without incident. Saul, a quiet man with a firm handshake, meets me in an empty function room beneath a busy downtown hotel. He asks after my health and slips the envelope into a secure briefcase, and within 15 minutes, I am safely home. On Monday, the fire alarm goes off. It is just before midnight. I have settled in with my schoolwork and a large coffee, iced in deference to the late spring heat. Suddenly there are footsteps pounding down the stairs from the upper level, a sharp and jarring smell of smoke, and the wail of a klaxon piercing the air as a fully clad firefighter emerges into the office. He is a middle-aged man, red-faced and winded, with a long dark mustache and an air of brisk competence, frayed by great pressure. His eyes bulge when he sees me. "Buddy, you can't... Is there anyone else still in here?" He clicks his shoulder radio, speaks into it. "Control, Suite 7 is not clear. I repeat, not clear. I need additional hoses over here now." His alarm is infectious. I glance over at the door to Mr. Silverglade's office, but it is as ever. A vague shadow bent over a desk. I rise from my chair and the firefighter is there, standing at my shoulder, urging me toward the door. This place is going up, buddy. He shouts over the alarm. Get out there and get across the street. You ain't got much time. Sprinklers ain't even working right. Go, go. I gulp, look around the office. My boss. The firefighter glares at Mr. Silverglade's office, shakes his head. You gotta be... he deaf or something? Something tickles at the back of my mind. I'll get him, I shout. You go on, we're right behind you. He shakes his head. No time, buddy. You gotta go now. He in there? He points at Mr. Silverglade's office, steps away from me and toward the inner door. But he does not open it. I stand there in the smell of smoke, with the alarm klaxon drilling into my brain, and I try to think. I take a deep breath and look the firefighter straight in the eyes. Mr. Silverglade, I say, is not available for appointments. The alarm stops, the air is clear of smoke, and a smile begins to spread across the firefighter's face. He places both of his rubber-gloved hands on my desk and leans in close. Do you want to see? He asks. What my eyes really look like? I do not, and before I know it, I have stumbled away from him and out the front door. In the parking lot, all is quiet. There are no alarms, no smoke, and no fire trucks. Of course. Why would there be? My battered Dodge Charger awaits nearby. I fumble in my pocket for the keys, still staggering backwards, expecting the firefighter to emerge any moment. To emerge and show me his eyes, but he does not. No one does. And as my hand finds the keys, I realize Mr. Silverglade is still in his office, with the firefighter. I stop, breathing hard, and I force my body to walk back to the office. The door hangs open. I grip the frame hard with both hands and peer inside. The outer office is empty, and Mr. Silverglade's door is still shut. Through the frosted window, his shadow writes on. I collapse into my desk chair and begin to shake. I do not know how long I would have remained that way if I left it to myself. And in any case, I am eventually roused by a soft voice at the door. Nathan? Nathan? Mrs. Silverglade enters, another foil-covered plate in her hands, and hastens over to my desk. She sets the plate aside in a single practiced motion and takes my hands in hers. Oh no, poor Nathan. Was it bad? I am still breathing hard, but her presence is calming. I tell her, as best I can, about the firefighter. I don't. Who are these people, ma'am? And what do they want with your husband? Her eyes and voice are hard. I don't know. Not exactly. But I know that for 2 pins, I'd march in there and tell him exactly what I think of him putting a young man like you in a position like this. Better save it for breakfast, I suppose. She stands. If you want to quit, Nathan, no one could ever blame you. I'll see to it that you get some money to send you on your way. Just say the word. But I stand and I meet her eyes. No, ma'am. Mr. Silverglade's been good to me, and it's the right job. I won't let them chase me off. She presses her lips together. Very well. I think I'd better start coming by every night, just to check. She stops at the door and turns. Be well, Nathan, and remember, you don't have to do this. Yes, ma'am, I say, but she is already gone. The next evening, there is a detour. A water main has burst, it seems, beneath one of the city's busiest streets. Traffic is routed several blocks to the west, and I decide to walk. I park the Charger in front of the neon-lit Mexican restaurant, and a man steps out from beneath the awning. Nathan? He says. Nathan... I spin around. The man is tall, thin, well-dressed. He holds both hands up in a gesture of peace. In one of them is a leather billfold with an ID inside. He offers this to me with a smile. I'm glad I caught you. I was gonna come to your apartment, but this is better. Name's Phil. I'm a private eye. I glanced at the ID. It is indeed a private investigator's license, with Phil's full name and photograph. I nod and it disappears into his pocket. Let's take a walk, he says. I carry on toward the bakery and Phil makes no objection. I'll be brief, he says. I know you gotta work. Let's start with what we both know. He holds up a hand and starts ticking off fingers as he speaks. You're a private secretary to a guy named Silverglade. Been in the job about a month. Every night he writes, and last week he had you take what he's written and deliver it to someone. He clears his throat. Now this part we ain't too sure about, but we think the contact is Saul, and we think you don't know exactly what it is you've been turning over to him. No comment, I say. Do I need to call my lawyer or something? Phil chuckles. I ain't the police, son. I got a boss, just like you. Difference is, my boss didn't tell me to do a bunch of stuff that's gonna get me in trouble. I shake my head. Trouble? You mean Mr. Silverglade's in the mafia or something? I don't buy it. I glare at Phil, and he's not available for appointments either. Phil holds up both hands. I ain't asking for an appointment, son. I know how he is about that, and I know telling you to get me in there ain't gonna buy me much. He sighs. No, he ain't mafia. We actually think this guy Saul is working for the Chinese Communist Party, and that Silverglade's selling stuff to him. Stuff that belongs to my employer. I shrugged. So call the police, or the FBI, or... Phil cuts me off. You seen anything weird, son? At Silverglade's, I mean? I press my lips together and walk faster. The bakery is 3 blocks away. Sure you have. I see it in your face. He matches my speed. His face hard and focused. You ever wonder where Silverglade works during the day? Well, I'm not gonna name names, but you know the place. A lot of the things they work on, a communist spy would pay plenty for. And one of them is a gas to give enemy soldiers violent hallucinations. You feel me, son? And I do. I do not want to, but I do. Phil sees this in my face, too. That's right. Just the thing to confuse the bad guys before we attack, or convince an innocent kid to trust a thief. He glances around. We're almost there now, and I can't be seen, but I want you to take this. He shoves something into my pocket, a business card. I see briefly before it disappears. When you make your delivery on Friday, you call me. I'll have a team ready. We'll steam that envelope open, real careful, and we'll copy what's inside. If I'm wrong, no harm, no foul. If I'm right, we're gonna find you just exactly what the boys in Beijing have been paying Mr. Silverglade for. He stops and holds up a finger. We are close to the bakery now. It is clear he will come no further. Why do you do it? 2 reasons, son. First, we'll pay you for your trouble, but I don't think that's what matters to you. What matters to you is doing the right thing. Your boss tried to make you a patsy so he could sell military secrets to communists. You okay with that? No, you aren't. So you're gonna do the right thing. Your boss goes away. My employers are happy. Our soldiers are safe. He taps me on the chest. Friday, you hang on to that card. You call me. He turns and is gone into the gathering dusk. Friday arrives and I'm not ready. A powerful thunderstorm grips the city, and I awake with a pounding headache that dogs me throughout the afternoon. Even migraine pills and strong black coffee only dull the discomfort. I arrive at the bakery, bleary-eyed and unsure of myself. Mr. Silverglade, for his part, seems troubled as well. As he walks through the door, lightning cracks overhead, and he whirls with his silver-tipped cane gripped tightly in both hands. The thunder rolls away, and he sighs and relaxes. The smile he gives me as he makes his way to the inner office seems more forced than usual. I pray, as I fumble with the coffee pot, that Mrs. Silverglade will appear, that I will find a way to confide in her and seek her advice without directly accusing her husband of being a traitor to the Republic. But she does not, and soon enough Mr. Silverglade's door opens and he calls me in. "Delivery day, kid," he says, stuffing papers into a new manila envelope and sealing it tight. "Just as well, really. Looks like you're not feeling it today, and I don't blame you. Go home after this and get some sleep." He hands me the envelope and my salary, but does not go to the rack for his hat and coat. "Saul's gonna ask if you played baseball last week. You're gonna tell him yeah, but the game got rained out. Good luck, kid." I nod, still unsure. "Yes, sir. Are you coming?" Despite my misgivings, the thought of him alone in the office fills me with disquiet. He shakes his head. "Not just yet. Something I gotta take care of first." He gives me the best grin he can, and I appreciate the effort. "Don't worry about me, kid. I've been doing this a long time. Someone shows up, I'll send him home myself." I smile back and wonder if this can all truly be a cynical ploy by a thief who has subjected me to military-grade hallucinogens. I wonder, and in response, I ask myself for the 100th time, what is the alternative? And I still do not know. I drive halfway to the hotel, then pull the Charger over to the side of the road and park. I put my head on the steering wheel and breathe. Eventually, I take Phil's business card out of my pocket and I call the number. Less than 10 minutes later, a dark gray work van screeches to a stop in front of me. On its side are emblazoned the name of a dry cleaning company and a picture of a cheerful rooster holding up a pair of bloomers. The rear doors burst open, and Phil gestures furiously from within. I emerge from the Charger, envelope in hand, and climb into the back of the van. The door slams shut behind me. 3 other operators are here as well, all sharply dressed, all bending over screens or other specialized equipment. One pushes a metal cart carrying a small copier into position, and Phil takes the envelope from my hand and places it flat on the top. He nods at me. "Thanks for calling, son. I know it wasn't easy, but you're doing the right thing." As he talks, he runs a small pen-like device over the seal of the envelope. Steam issues forth, and in short order Phil is opening the flap and drawing out Mr. Silverglade's carefully written sheets. Phil rifles through them, whistles in satisfaction. "Oh yeah, this is the stuff all right, son. You did real good." It is dim in the van, and Phil is moving the papers around as he speaks, but I try as best I can to catch a glimpse of what is written upon them. If the pages are truly full of military secrets, I wish to see this with my own eyes, and thus convince myself that I have done right. As before, though, I can only see fragments. Crystal-capped skyscraper just north of the former city center. There are always beauties in the lighthouse. There are always shadows in the corners. Underwater facility, former Imperial Skyway, sunken Mechtunamoth. I can make no sense of it, and despite my best efforts, I am not comforted. Phil perceives this, perhaps, for he claps me on the shoulder as his compatriot runs the sheets through the copier and returns them to the envelope. "It's all right, son," he says. "It's all right. The hard part is over. Here." He takes from his pocket a fat roll of bills. "Press them into my hand. For your trouble. That's as much as Silverglade would have paid you in 6 months, and you can keep what he gave you." The other operator has finished resealing the envelope, and Phil takes it from him and returns it to me. "Hold up 1 second, he says, and makes a call on his smartphone. "Special Agent, it's Phil. We got it all. I mean the full deck. The boys are transmitting now. Yeah, I'll ask him. Okay." He looks at me. Is Silverglade still at his office? I gulp. I think so. He said he was staying. I don't know how long, though. Phil nods crisply. Think you can keep him there for another 30 minutes? The special agent is talking to the judge now. As soon as he's got the warrant in hand, they're moving in. He sighs and looks off into the distance. I'm afraid your boss is going away for a long time, son. This stuff? He shakes his head, looks at his watch. It goes down at midnight. If you can hold him there. Tell him there was a problem with the pickup. Tell him, I grip the envelope tighter and try to stand straight. I'll tell him Saul didn't say the passphrase. Phil clasps my shoulder again. Good, that's good, son. Thank you. For everything. He opens the van doors. Get going. I'll see you after. I run back to the Charger, start the engine, peel out onto the street. It's 10 minutes back to the bakery. I flip a quick U-turn across the center line. Ignore the outraged honking. Watch from the corner of my eye as the gray van tears away from the curb. The Charger's engine roars as I accelerate through the sporadic late-night traffic. I glance at the clock on the dashboard. It's 11:35. If I can get to Mr. Silverglade in time, if I can keep him there for midnight, for the appointment at midnight, my stomach drops. I slam on the brakes, coming to a complete stop in the middle of the still busy thoroughfare. A car whips around the Charger, roars past with the blast of a horn, and as I sit, the full horror settles over me. I realize, at long last, and surely very belatedly, what I have done. I have made an appointment for Mr. Silverglade. One that now takes place in less than 23 minutes. My hands shake, and I will them to stop. There is still time. I can still fix this. I must fix this. I say out loud, and I know it's true. I put the hammer down and the Charger leaps forward into the driving rain. I scrape and bounce into the bakery's parking lot. A bare 5 minutes later, screech to a halt just outside the office, and launch myself from the car. As I scramble into the outer office, I am already shouting, Mr. Silverglade? Mr. Silverglade! I am so sorry. I made a mistake. You have to... And I stop short as Mrs. Silverglade stares at me nonplussed from the visitor's chair. On my desk in front of her sits a plate of muffins. She stands, her beautiful face creased with concern. Nathan, whatever's the matter? You look like... I wave my arms at her like a crazy person. I made an appointment, I shout. I didn't mean... It doesn't matter. We have to warn him. I glance back at the outer door, expecting to see a SWAT team crashing through at any moment. But for now, there is only rain. She breathes in through her nose and out through her mouth. Okay, it's going to be okay, Nathan. We'll do it together. She glances at the inner door. I'll go first, all right? He might take it better coming from me. This is my screw-up and I should take the heat, but I am grateful for the support. Okay, I say. Thank you. It's my pleasure, Nathan, she says. She turns, grasps the knob for the inner door, flings it open. She strides through and I am close behind. To ye elephant, she shouts as she crosses the threshold. Keeper of... Oh. She stops and I stop behind her, for Mr. Silverglade is not at his desk. In his place sits the upper half of a department store mannequin, clad in a fraying top hat which superficially resembles Mr. Silverglade's. The photo of Mrs. Silverglade is gone from the desk, and in its place sits a single sheet of cream-colored paper covered in large block letters. You're bothered, it says. The paper is turned so as to be easily readable by someone walking in the door as we just have. Mrs. Silverglade regards the scene, and she hisses. She marches over and crumples the paper viciously in one hand. and the room is filled with a sudden bang, bang, bang as the rear door to the street, locked and bolted as it always is, judders in its frame against a series of brutal impacts. With a final massive blow, the lock bursts from its moorings, and as the door swings open, Phil charges through the gap. His suit is immaculate as ever, and his eyes are blazing. "So ye, Oliphant," he roars, "keeper of the tunnels, I offer this—" He stops, stares, takes in the tableau. His eyes fix on Mrs. Silverglade, and in them I see only hate. "You," he spits. Mrs. Silverglade steps to the side, as if to keep both Phil and me in her field of vision, and her lips curl. "You," she says, and her voice drips with contempt. Her resemblance to the kind woman who brought me muffins is growing slighter by the minute. "I should have known. Do you really think—" "Never mind." She shakes her head, smiles a poisonous smile. "Here we stand," she tells Phil, "and here it begins. We are heard." She raises her hand, points at the east wall. A doorway has appeared where none was before, a battered wooden frame, yawning open to reveal a dark, cramped space filled with dusty crates. It should not be there. Behind that wall, I know, are the offices of the variegated travel agency. Painted in bright, appealing colors and festooned with pictures of sailboats. What I look upon now is something else entirely. "So we are," says Phil. He drops into a fighting stance. "Let's get you two acquainted." "Age before beauty," the former Mrs. Silverglade replies. Her hand darts into her coat pocket. There is undoubtedly more, but I do not hear it. I have, I think, at long last, and surely very belatedly, understood enough of the situation to plan and execute my next move. It is, in brief, to step quietly back out of Mr. Silverglade's office and make my way to the front entrance. As I pass through the doors to the parking lot where the charger awaits, the lights in the front office begin to flicker and dim. I close the doors behind me, and moments later I am roaring out of the parking lot. In my hand is the second index card that Mr. Silverglade gave me, the one that tells me where to go when I'm bothered. 30 minutes later, I'm sitting at a secluded booth in one of the finest steakhouses in the city. Across from me, Mr. Silverglade sips from his wine glass and then raises it in greeting as the matard once again approaches us. "Reginald," Mr. Silverglade says. "Thanks again. I'm sorry to put you to the trouble." Matard Reginald bows and smiles slightly. "It is no trouble at all, Mr. Silverglade. Of course you must both stay with us tonight. Charles is making up the west and south rooms as we speak. In the meantime, I do hope you enjoy your meal." He bows again and takes his leave. Mr. Silverglade squints at me. "You haven't eaten much, kid. You feeling all right?" He sighs. "I mean, I know it's been a day, but you're safe here, and tomorrow you can go back home. Really." I take a bite of steak to be polite. It truly is excellent, and I am sorry I cannot enjoy it more. I try to decide how to best formulate the question that has been weighing on me. "Am I fired, sir?" For a moment, Mr. Silverglade just goggles at me. Then he throws his head back and laughs. "Fired? Is that what's eating you?" He puts his glass aside and leans forward. "You know the worst part of this gig, kid? It's trying to balance what I can tell people to keep them safe, and what's going to make them write me off as a nut. Because if they write me off, they don't take it serious, and someone gets hurt." He makes a brushing gesture. "You and me, we're past all that. You've seen behind the curtain, and you get it. And you care. The job's yours, kid. To start with, if you still want it." "I do, sir." I think for a moment. Your wife was never really there, was she? He shakes his head. My wife died 15 years ago, kid. I still miss her every day. He looks down for a moment, then brightens. Listen, enough of that. Tomorrow we find a new office, and I tell you the score. All of it. And you decide how much you want to help. He beams and cuts into his steak. Personally, I'm guessing it's gonna suit you right down to the ground. And do you know what, dear reader? He is entirely right. This is perhaps a good time to wrap this tale up. I am about to head out on a very special assignment for Mr. Silverglade, and I do not yet know exactly when I will return. In the meantime, I want to thank you for allowing me to get all of this off my chest. It has been immensely helpful, and I want to close by recommending that you too find a trusted friend to whom you can unburden yourself. Give that person a call and set a time to meet, and talk through whatever is ailing you. Your call should not, however, be to Mr. Silverglade. He is not available for appointments. I grew up in a house where pets never lasted long. Doesn't matter what we brought home. Goldfish, birds, a kitten once. They either disappeared or just died. Always in weird ways. Like there was this parrot we had. One morning he was chirping like crazy. Happy. Loud. That night, dead. Lying stiff at the bottom of his cage. One wing bent in the wrong direction. Neck twisted like someone snapped it and forgot to finish the job. There were these little drops of green stuff around him. His eyes were wide open, staring up at the ceiling like he'd seen something. Something bad. And the goldfish? That night, I swear to God, they all floated up at once. Bodies stiff, mouths half open, stuck like they were still trying to scream underwater. If you watched long enough, it almost felt like they were whispering something. I didn't understand. I didn't want to. My parents acted like it was normal. Until one day they put cameras all over the house. They didn't tell me why. They just said it was for security. But the next morning, I caught them whispering in the kitchen. Did you see it last night? Mom asked real low. Dad didn't answer right away. Then he muttered, It's reacting faster than we thought. Reacting to what? I remember standing there watching them. They smiled when they saw me like nothing was wrong. Morning, sweetie. Breakfast's almost ready. Did you pack your school bag? They always smiled too wide. A few days later, they took me to meet this uncle. I don't remember his name. I barely remember the drive there. I just know that halfway through talking to him, I started feeling tired, like heavy, like my bones didn't want to stay up. And then everything went black. When I woke up, I was back home, Mom and Dad standing over me smiling. From now on, they said, you should write a diary every night. Write down everything you do, everything you think. Be a good boy. So I did because I was a good boy. At first the diary was normal, me writing about school, homework, dumb stuff, but then stuff started appearing in the diary that I didn't write. In red ink, things like, you weren't polite to your teacher today. Don't sneak snacks after dinner. Sometimes there were drawings, little crude sketches of my room, of me. I thought maybe Santa Claus was watching, or some guardian angel. I tried not to freak out, but it kept getting worse. The diary started telling me about things that hadn't happened yet. There will be a fire drill tomorrow. Don't panic. Guess what? There was a fire drill. Then it started telling me what to think, who to trust, who not to question. Don't worry about where Dad went last night. He's doing it for you. Trust the process. Process? By the time I was a teenager, I knew something was wrong. Very wrong. One night when my parents were out, I snuck into their room, found their laptop, found a folder on the desktop. Experiment number 12. Inside, hundreds of photos of me. Charts, brain scans, notes, all about me. There was one file I can't get out of my head. Subject 12. Neural restructuring at 60%. Dream function terminated successfully. Antisocial personality framework initializing. What was happening to me? I ran to the bathroom, looked in the mirror. For a second, I swear to God, I didn't recognize myself. My reflection smiled before I did. I grabbed a razor, sliced my finger. Green. The blood was green. And then behind me, Dad's voice. Calm. Too calm. You're almost one of us. I don't know how much time I have left. I still write in the diary every night, but now the replies come before I've even finished writing. Sometimes they tell me things I don't want to know. Sometimes they tell me things I'm about to do. And lately, the handwriting, it's starting to look like mine. She always questioned why I was wearing makeup. Is it for a boy? Why are you wearing it today and not yesterday? Why are you doing it differently today? Back in high school, I could never catch a break from her. She was my best friend since middle school, and there were literally zero boundaries between us in her mind. We had the same classes, sang in chorus together, and went to the same church. But even though her questions like these were irksome, it was best to not confront her head on, which I think I always knew subconsciously, even before knowing what I do now. I have a taciturn and deeply non-confrontational personality, so back then I would rather die than say the truth, which is to say I'd never admit to wanting to look attractive out loud. So I'd pretend that I did my makeup absent-mindedly just to end the conversation. We basically did the same song and dance every time I wore makeup. I found that it was just easier to lie, or, more often than not, just to not wear it. My looks and self-esteem be damned. More than anything else are the things that I remember about my early high school days. When I think back to all those drawn-out hours with her at school, carpool, chorus events, summer camps, I remember specific things like her questions about my makeup, any changes to my hair, new clothes, etc. And not to sound like a queen bee, but it also seemed like if I bought anything new, she would too. Jewelry, keds, dresses, ringtones for my cell phone. We had plenty of laughs and good times too, but the feelings that have persisted are the ones of insecurity and exhaustion from avoiding being on her bad side. I also remember her being a really tough hang. I couldn't bring any new friends or acquaintances around. She was loud, talkative, and needlessly abrasive to new people. If you looked up RFB in a dictionary, you'd see a picture of her being around someone she didn't know already. She was also an oversharer, especially with gross body stuff, and an over-communicator. I couldn't log on to AIM without her already being there, literally at all hours of the night. She called anytime she was driving from one place to another, and I learned that it was better to always answer, even if it was terrible timing. One time, I passive-aggressively didn't answer when she called. After 5 minutes, I gave her a call back. She didn't answer, but she returned my call immediately. I didn't answer her again, and then called her right back. Guess what? She didn't answer, but again, she called me right back. We did this back and forth a couple more times, It felt obnoxious in the moment, and even more so in hindsight. I came to the conclusion that she would never answer when I called. She'd only call me. One time I literally couldn't bring myself to answer. I was in one of those moods where I couldn't stomach even a 5-minute conversation. So I texted her and said I couldn't talk and asked what was up. She never texted me back and literally didn't speak to me for an entire week. Apparently she was going through something and really needed me that day. But honestly, I don't believe that it was anything out of the ordinary. I don't remember what eventually broke the silence between us after that tiff, but I remember feeling happy that we were on speaking terms again. After less than a day, it was like it never happened. Now, to the day that changed everything. It was a normal school day in late April, definitely in that post-spring break season where the sun is shining, and it's torture to be cooped up in a classroom. Another one of her quirks is that she had to know what I scored on every test and likewise would tell me what she scored. It was a frustrating expectation of hers. She had a habit of calling herself an intellectual, without even a hint of irony, mind you. But in truth, she was very, very smart, so she usually scored higher than I did. But one time in English, I aced a test while she got something worse but respectable. Like an 87. She asked what I got as soon as the teacher gave me my test back. I pretended not to hear her and put it face down on my desk while I rummaged in my backpack. In a flash, she stood up, reached across and grabbed my test before I knew what was happening. It was all so aggressive and happened so rapidly that I couldn't help but shoot her a nasty, what the hell, kind of look. I remember us having an uncomfortable beat or two of eye contact, and then her looking at my test, after which her face darkened, severely, whether it was my test result or my honest reaction to her invading my privacy and personal space. I had deeply offended her. What made matters worse is that everyone noticed since it was a sort of violent disruption to a quiet classroom. After that incident, again I got the silent treatment, but this stretched far more than 2 weeks. She was not speaking to me in the mornings at carpool. She skipped chorus events, and at school it was just strange. I would look in her direction and she'd pretend to not notice me, but when I wasn't looking, I could feel her watching me. It was so weird, but I was not in a hurry to mend fences with her. One day after school, I got a text from her. This was so many years and phones ago, so I don't remember specifics, but it had something to do with a school assignment. There was no apology or warmth, or even an attempt to awkwardly address the situation. The text was so random and I felt like she was fishing for a reaction, so I didn't answer. I wanted to actually have a conversation, and if she couldn't handle that, then I was also fine just moving on. I wasn't going to let her dictate how we were going to resolve things. Later that night, she sent another message on AIM that asked if I saw her text, and also if she could come over right then. I logged off immediately so I wouldn't feel compelled to answer. It was all really weird. She wasn't at school the next day. I didn't think too much of it, except that it was refreshing to not have to ignore her for a full school day. That afternoon, one of our assistant principals showed up to my biology classroom and asked for me to accompany him to the principal's office. My principal began asking me questions about my friend and about her interest in computers, which I didn't know how to answer. I said that she was a whiz at AIM, but that's about all I knew. Turns out, my friend had made a hit list naming me directly. My principal had printed it out for me to read, and it was some of the most vulgar things I've ever heard. He explained that she tried using an offshore router in her email to the school the day before, but they were able to easily pinpoint her IP address and alert the actual authorities. From there, my recollection gets blurry. But I remember getting a police escort home from school that day with a helicopter overhead and everything. She was sent to juvenile detention, and then eventually to a girls-only mental institution in Florida for a short stint. I don't think she was ever formally convicted, but she was expelled. Her family moved that summer a few towns away and enrolled her at a private school. My principal would check in on me randomly from that point until I graduated a few years later. I think he did that because he wanted to let me know that the administration was thinking about me, but I'm sure he was also angling to see if I received any threats, which I, thankfully, never did. So many years have passed, and I honestly don't think about those days too often. They were confusing and frustrating years, and the meeting with the principal and the fallout with my friend happened in quick succession. Every now and again I'll see her on social media, and her name comes up here and there in conversations with family or old friends. I'm writing this all to give context. She just messaged me on social media, and I'm not sure what to do. I found the first letter on a Tuesday. It didn't come in the mail, not really. It was just there, in our mailbox. No stamp, no postmark, no return address. Just our names written in a child's handwriting. Mara and Eli. Inside, on a single sheet of folded notebook paper, was this. Hi, Mom and Dad. You don't know me yet, but I'm your son. I'm writing from the future. I just wanted to say thank you. You're doing everything right. I'll see you soon. Love, me. We laughed at first. We thought it was a prank. Maybe one of the neighborhood kids had slipped it in. It was cute, innocent. We saved it on the fridge for fun. The second letter arrived a week later. This time it was inside the house. I found it on the kitchen counter, beside the coffee pot. No one had been in. No signs of a break-in. Nothing stolen. The doors were locked. We had no cameras, but we were always careful. Still, there it was. Hi again. Mara, your headaches are from the water. It's the pipes. Don't drink it anymore. Eli, bring an umbrella on Thursday. You'll need it. I love you. Me. Mara had been having migraines for weeks. Her doctor thought it was stress, maybe hormones. But she stopped drinking the tap water and switched to bottled. Within 3 days, the headaches vanished. Thursday brought on unexpected hailstorm. Everyone at the office was drenched. I was dry. After that, we stopped laughing. We didn't talk about it at first, we just obeyed, quietly, unsure why. The letters were always right. Helpful, loving. They felt real. They started arriving regularly. The third letter told us not to attend a birthday party we'd RSVP'd 2 weeks ago. It was vague. Please don't go to the party on Saturday. Something bad will happen, but you'll be safe if you stay home. I promise. We stayed home. The next day, the news reported a carbon monoxide leak at the event hall. Several people were hospitalized. One person died. The following letter said, "Thank you. That would have been very bad for us." We started saving every letter. They felt sacred. They always came when we were alone, always in strange places, under pillows, inside cupboards, once even inside the fridge, folded neatly between 2 cartons of eggs. Each note felt warmer, more intimate, more personal. They began using our childhood stories, ones we'd only ever shared in whispers. Mom, remember the pink shoes you buried in the woods behind Grandma's house? I found them. They were still there. Thank you. Mara burst into tears. She hadn't thought of those shoes in 20 years. Dad, the letter you wrote to your grandpa before he died, he read it. He says thank you. My knees buckled. I had burned that letter before ever sending it. Then the warnings began. They were subtle at first. Don't answer Aunt Lydia's calls anymore. She doesn't believe in me. She's going to make you forget. We ignored that one. Lydia came to visit the next week. She walked through our house, sat on our couch, and said she felt something wrong in the air. She kept asking if we were okay, if we were sleeping, if we were eating. She left us a dream catcher and told Mara to wear lavender on her wrists. The letter that night said, "She saw too much. You have to be careful." 2 days later, Lydia's car crashed on a mountain road. She survived, but she was in a coma for 2 weeks. We never called her again. By the time the pregnancy test came back positive, we didn't question it. It didn't matter that we hadn't planned for children. It didn't matter that I'd had a vasectomy 5 years earlier. "Miracle," Mara whispered. "Destiny," I said. We held hands in the kitchen, trembling. The house felt too still. Outside, the wind stopped. The letter was already on the counter. "He's coming. Thank you for making it possible." The letters became more frequent, more urgent. "Don't trust the man with the dog who walks past at 8:15. He's watching us. Don't let the doctor touch Mom's stomach. He'll feel something he's not supposed to. Don't look into the mirror for too long." We didn't know what that meant, but after a while we couldn't. Our reflections began to move out of sync. The pregnancy progressed rapidly. By what should have been week 12, Mara looked full term. She didn't gain weight. Her skin remained smooth, flawless. But her stomach grew and the skin over it pulsed faintly, like something underneath was testing the boundaries. She didn't sleep much. When she did, she murmured in a language I didn't recognize. The letter still addressed us lovingly. "You're both doing so well. I'm so proud of you. Don't listen to anyone else. They'll try to keep us apart. You have to protect me. We're almost ready." Then came the letter about Mr. Halberd, our neighbor. "He knows. He's been watching you. He's going to ruin everything. You have to stop him." We were scared. We believed it. Halberd had always been nosy, sure, but lately he had been stopping by more, asking strange questions. "You folks expecting? You look different. This house, something about it feels wrong now." The next note said, "He's lying. He always has. He hurt children once. He'd hurt me too. Do what you need to do." Mara convinced me to confront him. It wasn't supposed to happen like it did. But it did. Halberd fell down the stairs. His neck broke. We didn't call the police. We buried him under the garden shed. We found a letter in the soil the next morning. "Thank you. He won't interfere anymore." Mara went into labor that night. That's when the sky turned black. Not cloudy, not stormy, just black. Like someone had painted over the sky with tar and forgot to leave room for the stars. The power flickered once, then died. Every light, every outlet. My phone screen refused to turn on, even with a full charge. The clocks froze at 11:44. Outside the window there were no streetlights, no moonlight, just a black wall where the world used to be. Even sound felt muffled, like we were wrapped in cotton. Mara screamed. It wasn't a cry of pain, it was something else. Her voice didn't echo. It seemed to collapse in on itself. The sound falling flat in the air like it wasn't allowed to leave the room. And then it stopped. Her eyes rolled back, her mouth hung open, and from her lips came a voice that wasn't hers. Not deep, not monstrous. Just wrong. Like 100 whispers trying to form one word. I leaned close, trying to understand. She convulsed once, twice, then went completely still. Her stomach bulged and contracted in slow, rhythmic pulses. Something was moving beneath the skin, not kicking, shifting, like it was stretching. unfolding. I backed away. The room felt hotter by the second. The walls pulsed with a dull red hue, as if lit from behind veins. The floor vibrated beneath my feet in perfect sync with Mara's breaths. Deep, dragging, unnatural. There was no blood, no contractions, just silence and movement. Then came the sound, a high-pitched whine, like metal scraping against bone. It came from Mara's mouth, eyes, fingertips. Her skin began to glow, and just as quickly, it stopped. Her belly went still, her eyes fluttered open. She looked at me, really looked at me, and smiled. "It's okay now," she said. I dropped to my knees beside her. The glow in her skin faded, and then slowly, impossibly, she reached down and pulled something out of herself. Not screaming, not shaking. Calm, serene. What she held was not a baby. It was shaped like one, sure, but the proportions were wrong. Limbs too long, eyes too large, skin smooth and translucent like polished stone. It blinked at me, its mouth opened into a crooked smile, and God help me, I smiled back. We didn't sleep that night, not because we were afraid, because the baby, our son, didn't want us to. He didn't cry, he didn't fuss, he just stared wide-eyed from the little nest of blankets we laid him in on the living room floor. His eyes never closed, not once. "He doesn't blink," Mara said around 3 a.m. I hadn't noticed, but she was right. He watched us constantly, like he was memorizing us, studying us like we were a test, and he was waiting for the results, and we felt proud, grateful. There were no more letters, none the next morning, none the next week, but there were changes. Mara no longer needed food, not really. She'd pick at toast, sip at tea, but nothing else. She stopped sleeping entirely, yet never seemed tired. She said her dreams now lived outside of her, that he had taken them from her for safekeeping. I kept working, going through the motions, but people looked at me differently. My coworkers asked if I was okay. One even reached out and grabbed my arm like he thought I was about to collapse. "You've been losing weight," he said. "You look pale." I looked in the mirror that night and I didn't recognize myself, but when I turned away, I saw my reflection blink, and I hadn't. The next letter came 2 weeks later. It wasn't in the mailbox, it was in the crib, folded beneath our son's body, like a note left in a bassinet at a fire station. It was different, printed, not handwritten, sharp letters, uniform and cold. Phase 1 complete. Secondary conditioning successful. Intervention no longer necessary. Initiate localization. We didn't understand what it meant until the dream started. Not for us, for others. We got a call from a friend in New York, terrified. She said she dreamed of us, but not how we are. She saw us in a house with no windows, holding something that looked like a child but wasn't, smiling, rocking it, singing lullabies in a language she couldn't understand. She woke up crying. Then the dreams spread. Relatives, co-workers, strangers. People messaged us, confused, disturbed. "We saw you. We saw him. He told us things. He told us what's coming." He, not it. He had a name now, and then he spoke it. To us, out loud, just one word in a language we couldn't place. But it cracked the glass on the coffee table, sent every dog on the block into a howling frenzy. Mara dropped to her knees and whispered, "Yes, yes, I hear you." The house felt smaller after that, warmer. The walls pulsed slightly, like lungs, The lights no longer worked, but we didn't need them. Everything inside glowed softly, like it had its own hidden sun. I stopped going to work. I couldn't remember what my job had been anyway. Mara spent all day with him, cradling him, speaking to him in strange murmurs. Her head tilted like she was listening to music I couldn't hear. Sometimes he'd hum, not a lullaby, but something more primal, like static turned into a melody. I started finding drawings on the walls, childlike scribbles at first, then more complex. Circles within circles, jagged geometry, sharp lines forming impossible angles. I tried to wipe them off. They wouldn't smudge. They were drawn in something that wasn't ink. I woke one morning to find a spiral traced on my chest in fine red lines. Not a wound, more like a tattoo that had always been there. That's when I knew he'd start using me too. The next letter didn't come on paper. It came through the radio. The kitchen radio hadn't worked since the blackout, but it turned on by itself at 2:17 a.m. White noise at first, then a child's voice. "You've both done beautifully. It's almost time. Please make room. Others are coming." The sound looped once, then the radio exploded. It started raining the next day. Black rain, thick and slow, like oil. It didn't splash, it stuck. The sky above us had not returned. There was no sun, no clouds, just that awful velvet void, like we lived beneath a blanket that didn't want to be removed. I tried to call my brother. The line clicked and opened into silence. Then I heard him breathing, then crying, then a voice, our son's voice, saying, "He's not ready." Mara was ready. She started setting up the house, rearranging the furniture. She said they needed a nursery. Not for him, for them. "They're coming soon enough," she told me one night while folding linens. "He's made it safe for them now." "Who?" I asked, because I didn't want to believe I already knew. She looked at me with those wide, glowing eyes and said, "The others." 2 nights later, we watched from the porch as the man across the street walked into his front yard, dropped to his knees and carved a circle into his chest using the edge of a broken CD. He was smiling the entire time. When I ran to him, he was already gone, but on his shirt, written in something that might have been blood, or something worse, was one word: ready. We stopped getting mail. No trucks came down the street anymore. No deliveries, no neighbors. The homes around us went dark, one by one. Some remained standing, shadows behind their windows. Others collapsed in on themselves overnight, like paper folding into ash. Still, we stayed because he told us to. The house had changed. The doors no longer opened outward. Behind every door was another room of the house. The living room, the kitchen, the nursery. They had multiplied. Endless variations of the same 3 places, looping deeper and deeper the more you opened. I once passed through 7 living rooms before finding Mara again. She said it was better this way. "We need room for everyone." The next letter was scratched into the inside of the refrigerator. "He's almost ready to be born again." We didn't understand. "He's already here," I whispered. "No," Mara said gently. "That was just the beginning." That night, he changed. He grew, not larger, but deeper. He felt heavier in our arms, like he contained more space than the outside of his body suggested. His eyes no longer blinked. They shifted, like you were never quite looking at them directly, no matter where you stood. He called me by my real name, not Eli, the one no one knows, not even Mara. And when I asked him how he knew it, he said, "I gave it to you." We found the final letter in our bed, folded neatly, resting on our pillows. This one wasn't signed. The bridge is built. The hosts are prepared. The signal will arrive soon. Do not interfere. The walls began to hum. The black sky tore open, but it didn't reveal stars. It revealed an eye, huge, pulsing, watching, and it blinked. We didn't scream when the sky blinked. We knelt. Everyone did. Across the street, from what houses remained, figures emerged, staggering, praying, chanting in tongues that didn't belong to any language we knew. Some we recognized, some we didn't. All of them watched the sky and waited, and our sun, our beautiful, impossible sun, smiled. "Now you see," he said. He wasn't a child anymore, not in the way we understood. His body hadn't aged, but his presence filled the house like gravity. He bent the air, light avoided him, shadows bowed. "We didn't mean to help this," I told Mara. She didn't answer. She was no longer Mara. Not really. "It started 3 nights ago." I found her standing in the hallway tracing the spiral on her chest. She said it itched, said it moved when she looked away. She whispered that she'd started dreaming of herself, from the outside, watching her own body carry out instructions she hadn't consciously heard. She didn't fight it. I think a part of her had been gone for weeks. And now, there was no more denying it. The air crackled with electricity. The ground shook in pulses. The eye in the sky blinked once more. Then the letter appeared, not in the house, in my mind. A voice, warm, familiar. "You were never meant to survive me, only to usher me in. The locks have been undone, the veil rewritten, the shape of the world bent back to its origin, to me. I did not come to destroy your world. I came to replace it. You were the prayer, and now you are the silence that follows it. There will be no aftermath, no reckoning, only continuity. In my shape, in my image, and in the names that come after yours are forgotten. Sleep now. The new world does not require your witness." I tried to scream, but my mouth no longer worked. I tried to run, but my legs were no longer mine. Mara turned to me one last time. She opened her mouth, and in our son's voice, she said, "We're already inside." We moved into this apartment in February. Just me and my daughter, Ivy. It's not much, but it's ours. 5th floor, decent view, rent just barely affordable. The building is old with creaky pipes and paper-thin walls, but it's quiet and no one bothers us. Ivy is 4. She's bright and weird in the best way. Loves bugs, talks to stuffed animals like they're old friends. Invents strange stories on the fly. I've always encouraged her imagination. Kids need that, especially after what we've been through. At first it was just a normal play. She'd crawl on the floor with her dolls, press her ear to the wood like she was listening for something. I asked her once what she was doing and she told me. He talks funny when he's sleepy. I didn't think much of it. Thought she was mimicking a TV character or something. A few days later, while brushing her teeth, she pointed to the floor and asked if I could tell the man to stop watching her. I froze, not scared, just thrown. "What man?" I asked. She pointed to the floor again. "The one who lives under the wood." I gave her a confused smile. "Honey, there's nobody under there. We're on the 5th floor. Remember?" She didn't respond, just rinsed and spat like nothing happened. That night I checked the floor while she slept. The boards were dusty but solid. No gaps, no loose panels. Still, I knelt down and tapped a few spots. Hollow, but not unusual. Old floors always sound like that. Over the next week, Ivy started avoiding the hallway. She would step around specific boards like they were hot. She stopped sleeping in her bed and would sneak into mine without saying a word. When I asked her why, she'd just whisper, "He gets louder at night." I started keeping the TV on while she fell asleep. White noise, comfort. Still, I'd catch her glancing toward the floor in the middle of a show, like she was waiting for something. Then, 2 nights ago, I woke to a loud pop, like a board snapping under weight. I rushed to her room. She was sitting upright in bed, wide-eyed, staring at the floor. I asked what happened. She pointed to a spot near the corner of the room. One of the floorboards was slightly raised. Barely noticeable, but it hadn't been like that before. I pressed down on it. It gave a little, like something beneath had pushed upward. "Did you drop something under there?" I asked. Ivy didn't answer. She just whispered, "You touched his door." Last night I barely slept. Every creak of the building made me tense. I turned on every light, sat in the living room until morning. This morning I went to the kitchen to make coffee and found a piece of paper tucked behind the cereal box. Ivy's drawing, crayon on lined notebook paper. A stick figure girl stood in a square room. Beneath her feet, a black figure was drawn in a pit of jagged lines, reaching upward with arms too long for its body. In the corner of the drawing was a sentence written in shaky, childish letters. "He said you shouldn't have touched his door." I'm not sure if I'm more afraid that Ivy drew it, or that she didn't. Hello, everyone. Never thought I would do this, but I need to talk. I need someone to know what I know, even if they won't believe me. I'm a normal guy just like everyone else. My life is very ordinary. Work, then home, maybe a bit too much solitude. The only thing that gives me a sense of comfort or escape from this monotony is the sky. Ever since I was a child, I've loved looking at the stars. It's a strange feeling, looking at things millions of light years away. Things our ancestors saw, and perhaps generations long after us will see. It makes you feel incredibly small, but also part of something immensely larger. About a year ago, I decided to take this interest to another level. I saved up and bought a telescope. Not exactly professional grade, but a decent one. It magnifies the view and lets me see more details on the moon, nearby planets, and sometimes distant star clusters, or faint nebulae if the sky is clear. Most nights I go up to our building's rooftop, as far away from the street noise and city lights as I can manage. I sit there for hours in the quiet of the night, the sound of the cool breeze, just focused on the telescope's eyepiece. The whole world disappears, leaves only me and the tiny point of light I'm observing. Many nights passed in the same routine. I'd align the telescope to a specific region of the sky and just contemplate. Sometimes I'd look at Jupiter and its faint rings, other times at Mars with its distinct red hue, and often I'd just get lost in the endless sea of stars. I used to feel a strange peace, a peace I couldn't find anywhere else. Until one night, about 2 months ago. That night changed everything. I was on the rooftop as usual. The weather was nice, the sky relatively clear. I had an eyepiece attached that gave me a slightly wider field of view, wanting to scan an area dense with stars. As I slowly moved the telescope, I noticed something odd. A point of light, like an ordinary star, but it was stationary. At first I thought maybe my hand had shaken, or perhaps it was just a very distant aircraft. I focused harder. No, not an airplane. Airplanes follow straight or gently curved paths, and they have blinking lights. This was a steady point of light, just like a star, but it was moving. And it wasn't moving like the satellites we sometimes see crossing the sky at a constant speed in a straight line. No, this thing was moving in a way that was impossible. It was making sharp, acute angles, stopping abruptly, then shooting off in another direction at high speed, only to slow again and trace something like a strange geometric shape. Initially, I thought I might be hallucinating. Maybe my eyes were strained from focusing too long. I pulled my eye away from the eyepiece, looked up at the sky directly. Of course, I saw nothing but the familiar fixed stars. I returned to the telescope, aimed it at the same region. There it was. Still there. Still moving in that same crazy manner. My heart started beating faster. What was this? A spy satellite? But what kind of satellite performs these kinds of aerobatics? A drone? What drone could reach that altitude and appear like a star? My mind raced, searching for any logical explanation. Anything to hold on to. I found nothing. I kept tracking it with my eye in the telescope for about an hour. It was tracing bizarre shapes in a small patch of the sky. Complex patterns, like intersecting lines, curves, and sharp angles. Then suddenly it would vanish, or move so fast I'd lose it. I came down from the rooftop feeling a mixture of shock, anxiety, and intense curiosity. I didn't know what I had just seen. I spent that whole night thinking, could it be a rare optical phenomena, a specific light reflection, a problem with the telescope itself? But the telescope worked perfectly fine with all the other stars and planets. And this phenomena was very specific, localized to that single point. The next day, I went up to the rooftop a bit earlier, before the time I'd seen the phenomena. I was tense, expectant, same area of the sky, same telescope settings. And indeed, at roughly the same time it appeared again. The same point of light, the same impossible movements. This time I was more focused. I tried to follow its path meticulously. It was tracing the exact same shapes I had seen the night before. Not similar shapes, no, precisely the same ones. The same angles, the same pauses, the same speeds. This is where it went beyond coincidence or natural phenomena, or even a conventional satellite, something tracing the same complex pattern every night, in the same spot, at the same time. This wasn't natural. This was intentional. A faint sense of dread started creeping into me. The idea of aliens or UFOs had always been just science fiction and movies to me. I never seriously considered it, but what I was seeing had no earthly explanation I could logically arrive at. If it wasn't aliens in a craft, then what? The third night, I went up armed with a notebook and pen. I started observing the point as it moved, trying my best to sketch the path it was taking. It was incredibly difficult. The movement was fast, the shapes complex, and my hand wasn't steady enough. But I was determined. I drew jagged lines, dots, angles, trying to capture any part of the pattern. Every night I went up and drew. Every night, the same movements repeated with the same meticulous precision. I began comparing the drawings from different nights. The same sequence, the same strange geometric figures. It wasn't just movement anymore. It felt more like a passage being written across the sky. But a message from whom, and why, and what did it mean? The first week passed like this. I became obsessed. My work started to suffer. My sleep dwindled. During the day, I'd think about what I saw at night. And at night, I was perched on the rooftop, fixated on that moving point of light. I started feeling utterly alone in the world, holding a secret nobody knew, and nobody would likely believe if I told them. I considered telling a friend once. We were sitting in a cafe, and I was very hesitant. Finally, I vaguely hinted that I was seeing strange things in the sky with my telescope. He looked at me and said, "Man, you must be seeing things. Maybe it's just a plane or a satellite, and you're making a big deal out of it." I tried to explain that the movement wasn't normal, that it repeated, but he just laughed and said, "All right, man, next time film it and show us." The idea of filming it had occurred to me, of course. I tried recording with my phone camera through the telescope eyepiece, but the image came out extremely shaky and unclear, and the point of light was so small it barely showed up as a pixel or two moving erratically in the video. There was no solid physical proof I could present. I went back to the notebook and pen. Every night, I added a new piece to the drawing, like assembling a large, complex puzzle. I started noticing that these shapes weren't just random lines. There was repetition, a certain symmetry, like a strange visual language. I would stare at these drawings for hours, trying to understand them. Was it a map, chemical symbols, the design for some machine? Time passed and I still didn't understand anything. The feeling of helplessness grew. I was witnessing something happening right before my eyes every night. Something that could potentially be the most important discovery in human history, and I couldn't comprehend it or report it to anyone convincingly. The fear began to evolve. It wasn't just fear of the unknown anymore. It became fear of what this message might actually be saying. If it was a message, who was sending it with such power that it barely appeared as a moving star? And what level of importance or danger would warrant such an effort? I started searching online for anything similar. Amateur astronomy forums, conspiracy theory websites, anything. I found no description matching what I was seeing. Everything was either mundane sightings of satellites or planes, or clearly fabricated videos. What I was seeing was different. It was real, persistent, and terrifyingly organized. Over time, the drawing in my notebook started to take shape. I now had a complete sequence of the movements, the points made over about an hour and a half each night. An incredibly complex drawing, filled with minute details. I'd looked at it, feeling like the key was right in front of me, but I couldn't find the door. One night, I was looking at the drawing, comparing it to the previous nights to ensure accuracy. I noticed something. In a specific part of the drawing, there seemed to be a certain ratio that repeated between the lengths of particular lines and specific angles. A mathematical ratio. Something like the golden ratio, perhaps, but much more complex. I thought to myself, wait a minute. What if these aren't visual symbols in the traditional sense? What if they're equations? What if it's the language of mathematics? They call mathematics the language of the universe. Maybe whoever is sending this message knows that the only way to communicate with any other civilization, regardless of their language or form, is through mathematical constants and logics. The idea sent a shiver down my spine. If this was math, then I needed someone who understood highly complex mathematics to decipher it. My education is average. My highest level of math was in high school, but this idea opened a new door. I began focusing on the drawing from a mathematical perspective, looking for numerical patterns, for known constants like pi or Euler's number. It was like trying to crack an impossible code. I spent days and nights trying to apply the simple math I knew, searching online for advanced mathematical concepts that might relate to these shapes. Chaos theory, fractal geometry, things I'd never heard of before. I felt like a blind person feeling their way through a dark maze. Every time I felt I was getting close to something, I'd hit a dead end. But I didn't give up. The feeling that the answer was near, that this message had meaning, was stronger than any frustration. To avoid suspicion or questions about the source of these shapes, I started using a tactic. I joined specialized math forums online, presenting small fragments of the drawing as abstract mathematical problems, or geometric puzzles. I was trying to solve as a hobby. I framed them in a context completely removed from astronomy or anything unusual. The reactions were mixed. Many people said they were just meaningless scribbles with no clear mathematical significance. Others tried to find patterns but arrived at illogical conclusions. However, a small minority, likely academics or people deeply versed in pure mathematics, were intrigued by the complexity and symmetry in these shapes. They began discussing a hypothesis, talking about the possibility that they represented a specific type of complex mathematical function, or an unconventional mathematical system. I followed these discussions eagerly, gathering any information, any thread that might lead me somewhere. I started understanding new terminology, learning about branches of mathematics I didn't know existed, and I began applying these ideas to the complete drawing I possessed. Slowly, gradually, the picture began to clear. It wasn't just a single equation. It was a series of interconnected mathematical equations and concepts, layered on top of each other. Each part of the drawing represented a variable, a constant, or a specific calculation. It was a purely mathematical language, completely abstract, devoid of any form of spoken or written language we knew. I spent several more weeks on the painstaking work, connecting the parts, trying to find the logic governing the sequence. It felt like solving the hardest equation of my life. And the closer I got to the solution, the more the fear inside me grew, because I started sensing the nature of the message. It wasn't a message of welcome, nor a map to a cosmic treasure, nor the design of a devastating weapon. It carried a sense of urgency and of pain. Until I reached the crucial moment, after long nights of sleeplessness, concentration, and calculations, aided by online tools and the discussions on the specialized forums I interacted with very cautiously, I managed to piece it all together. I was able to translate this mathematical message into a concept that we humans could grasp. The result was simpler and more horrifying than anything I could have possibly imagined. The message wasn't coming from a spacecraft orbiting this star, nor from a civilization living on a planet orbiting it. The message was coming from the star itself. I don't understand how, and I don't know if this is scientifically possible or not. Can stars possess consciousness? Can they be living beings in a way completely different from our understanding of life? I don't know, and that's not the important part right now. What matters is the contents of the message. All those complex geometric shapes and impossible movements, when translated from the abstract, universal language of mathematics, conveyed one simple, terrifying meaning, a meaning understandable to any living being anywhere in the universe, that might have reached a certain level of understanding of the fundamental laws of physics and mathematics. The equations described a specific physical state, a state of rapid, unexpected internal collapse, a state of imminent stellar death. And the final message? The culmination of all these movements was the mathematical equivalent of a simple phrase composed of two core concepts. Help request, imminent end/death, or simply in human terms, help us. We are dying. I sat there staring at the notebook, at the final equation frozen in place. Unable to move, unable to think. The coldness I felt in that moment wasn't from the rooftop air. It came from the depths of the cosmos itself. A dying star, a conscious star, or at least one capable of communication somehow, sending a distress call across the vast expanse of space. A plea written in the language of mathematics so that anyone might understand it. And that someone was me. An ordinary young man sitting on a rooftop in a distant country, with a modest telescope. I was the one who cracked the code. I was the one who heard the scream. A scream that had been traveling for how many light years to reach here? Tens? Hundreds? Thousands? Millions? Where exactly is this star? Is it even still there? Or is this just an echo of a voice that died long, long ago? And what could I possibly do? Who am I to help a dying star? What help could I offer? Even if I knew its exact location? Even if I notified every space agency in the world? What would they do? Send a spaceship that would take millions of years to arrive? And if it arrived, what could it possibly do? The sense of absolute helplessness was crushing. The feeling of cosmic loneliness became deeper, more terrifying. We aren't just small in this universe. We are also frighteningly powerless. We hear the cries for help from our cosmic neighbors, and we can do absolutely nothing. That night, after deciphering the code, I went back to the rooftop. I pointed the telescope at the same spot. The point of light was still there, still tracing the same complex geometric shapes in the cold silence of space, still sending the same desperate message. Help us. We are dying. This time, I wasn't looking at it with curiosity or fear of the unknown. I was looking at it with profound sadness and a terrible sense of guilt. I knew, I understood, and I could do nothing. The sky where I used to find peace and escape had transformed for me into a vast graveyard filled with stars dying in silence, or screaming pleas for help that no one hears, or those who hear cannot answer. Every night now I go up to the rooftop, not to enjoy the stars, but because I honestly don't know why. Maybe to bear witness, maybe so that this scream doesn't just echo into the void completely alone. I sit and watch this point as it draws its message of death, knowing that a real star, a massive entity perhaps the size of our sun or larger, is collapsing and crying for help somewhere far away in the darkness. The biggest problem is that a realization like this changes everything. How can I go back to living my ordinary life knowing what I know? How can I care about trivial problems of work, money, and relationships when I know that beings the size of stars are pleading for help in the universe around us? I still go up to the rooftop every night, and the point of light still traces the same pattern, the same equation, the same scream. Help us. We are dying. And I don't know what to do, and I don't know if there's anyone else, anywhere else in this universe, seeing the same message and feeling the same helplessness that I feel right now. Just the thought that this message might be traced across the skies of other planets, before the eyes of other beings, each one standing alone, as helpless as I am. That thought makes me want to scream, but I hold it in, and I just keep watching in silence. Maybe that's all I can do. I'm in need of some advice, but I don't even know what kind of help I should be after. It started about 3 weeks ago. I got a call from my mom on a cold Monday. We talk often enough, and a phone call from her isn't a strange occurrence at all. The only real strange part about it was that it was while I was on the clock at my job. I'm a nurse, so she usually would only call if something was important. I picked up the phone, fully expecting to hear that someone had died, only to be greeted by her familiar, gentle voice. She was casual, sweet, just asking about my day. Don't get me wrong, I love my mom, and I like talking to her, but I was at work and it was a very busy day. I tried to politely excuse myself and get back to what I was doing. Before I could hang up, she said something that caught me off guard. "I'm glad you're sleeping better. You looked so peaceful." I was caught a bit off guard by this. You see, I'm in my 20s and I've lived alone for almost 7 years now. What's more, my mom lives about 200 miles away from me. I didn't think much of it at the time, but as the day went on, for some reason, it bothered me more and more. After my shift, I called her again, and again she began a casual, cheery conversation with me. What she said earlier was burning into my brain at this point, so I asked her what she meant by that. Without missing a beat and in the same happy tone, she told me, "Well, you've been tossing and turning. I was just happy to see you sleeping peacefully last night." I didn't know what to say. I asked her if she was making a joke. Her response sounded just as confused as I was. She told me she had tucked me in last night. I didn't want to start an argument. My mother is not young, and there is a history of degenerative brain disease in some of our family. I was worried that maybe she was sick. I changed the topic again to her day, and finished what turned into a relatively pleasant conversation. Given the earlier confusion, I texted my brother immediately. He lives in the same town as my mom and told him to check on her. Ever since then, I feel like I've been losing my mind. At first I began to notice the smallest things. Tiny instances that aren't as they should be. That day when I got home, for example, the chair at the head of my dining room table was pulled out too far. I could have sworn I tucked it in, but reason tells me I must have forgotten. My bed was made when I knew for a fact I didn't make it. It was folded and tucked under the mattress, the same way my mom did it when I was little. I called my brother. I had no idea what was going on. Maybe my mom had come to visit and was pranking me. It was unlike her, but what else could this be? He told me that he had just had tea with her. It's been getting worse and worse. At night, I can hear footsteps, but when I get up to look for their source, they vanish, leaving me questioning if I really heard anything at all. A few nights ago, I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of humming. It was faint, barely audible, but I recognized the melody instantly. It was the lullaby my mom used to sing to me when I was little. The one she hummed when I had nightmares. I froze. It was coming from my bedroom doorway. I couldn't bring myself to look. I just shut my eyes and lay there, stiff under the covers, trying not to breathe too loudly. Eventually the sound faded. When I finally worked up the nerve to turn on the light, the room was empty, but the closet door, which I always leave open, was shut. I've been calling her during the day, but it's no use. She either denies any of it, or simply speaks as if nothing was wrong. More often than not, she goes off on tangents that frustrate me to no end. I even recorded our last conversation, thinking maybe I could catch something, some slip, some change in her voice that would make sense of this. But when I played it back, the audio was crystal clear. Too clear. There was no background noise at all. No ambient hum, no shuffling, no clink of her spoon in her teacup like there always is. Just her voice, bright and cheerful, telling me she was proud of me, that I looked so calm now. I hadn't told her I was recording, and yet, right before the call ended, she said, "You should stop doing that. It's not polite." I've grown paranoid. I don't sleep in my bed anymore. I've taken to sleeping on the couch instead, but without fail I wake up in my bed, neatly tucked under the covers. Last night, I stayed awake as long as I could. I thought if I could catch it in the act, I could prove to myself that this wasn't just in my head. I don't remember falling asleep, but I remember waking up. And I remember the hand that pulled the blanket over me. It wasn't hers. It was colder, thinner. The fingers were too long, and they didn't tremble the way hers used to. When it touched my forehead, there was no warmth, just a kind of pressure, like it was memorizing me. I kept my eyes shut. I don't know why. I think I thought if I looked at it, it would look back, but it knew I wasn't asleep. I can't explain it, but I could feel that it knew. It leaned closer. I could feel it, the weight of it pressing into the mattress beside me, slow and deliberate. The sound it made was low and wet, like thick saliva pulling apart in strands. Something dragged across my cheek. Not fingers this time. Something softer, frayed at the edges. Hair, maybe. But it smelled like meat left too long in the sun. Then it spoke. You don't cry anymore. Not like before. Its voice was trying to be hers, but it wasn't right. The words came out broken, halting and slow, like someone reading phonetics off a cue card. And underneath it, something else breathed. Something heavier, labored, excited. I opened my eyes. There was nothing there. But the blankets were rising and falling beside me like someone invisible was still lying there, mimicking my breath. The indentation in the mattress was fresh, deep, and smeared along the pillow next to mine was a thick, dark streak, brown-red and rotting at the edges, like old blood mixed with dirt. When I looked back at the mirror, there was something sitting on the edge of the mattress. At first, I thought it was her. The hair was the same length, same part down the middle, but it was patchy, thin and coarse in some places, clumped like wet straw in others. Tufts were missing altogether, exposing skin that looked stitched, like burlap pulled too tight over something that wasn't a skull. It tilted its head again. The motion was jerky, like a puppet on tangled strings. Then slowly it began to turn. I didn't want to see. Every instinct screamed at me to look away, but I couldn't. The face that met mine in the mirror was trying to be my mother. It had her eyes, at least. It had eyes where hers used to be, but they were cloudy, too wide, like glass marbles pressed into soft clay. The nose was flat, crushed like something broken and reset wrong. The mouth was the worst part. It stretched too far, like it had been cut at the corners. The lips were split and scabbed, peeled back in a permanent smile that showed rows of tiny baby-like teeth. Dozens of them. Too white, too clean. It was brushing its hand across the pillow, slow and tender. And then it looked up, not at the bed, at the mirror, at me. And it smiled. I backed away from the mirror, heart pounding so loud I could barely hear myself think. I didn't want to see it anymore. I didn't want it to see me. But I couldn't look away. The thing on the bed tilted its head slowly like it was curious. Then it raised one long shaking arm and waved. I turned. Nothing was there. When I looked back at the mirror, it was gone. The bed was empty again. Just rumpled blankets and silence. I stood there for a long time, barely breathing, too afraid to move. And then my phone rang. It was my mom. Her voice was soft, calm. "Don't be scared, sweetheart," she said. "We just miss you." This happened to me a few years ago. My therapist says it helps to tell people about traumatic events. Something like getting it off my chest. I don't go outside all that often anymore, and I don't talk to all that many people, so I figure this is the next best thing. Take it as a cautionary tale. If you've ever worked retail, I'm sure you can relate to this experience, at least at some level. I had a coworker who had absolutely no concept of personal space. At the time, I was a student and worked at a local grocery store. The way this company works is that each employee rotates jobs on a set schedule. So for a few hours in the shift, you'll be at the register. The next, you'll stock aisles, so on and so on. My apartment was in a city on the eastern coast of the United States, a mere 2-minute drive from my work. It was a nice setup, classes in the morning and work in the afternoon. But if I am being entirely honest, my coworkers could get under my skin at times. They were relatively nice people, but they were the type who would avoid work like the plague and leave most of it to me while attempting to appear busy to our manager. Still, outside of the occasional misogynistic comment and the extra work, it wasn't so bad. But one of my coworkers in particular, Trevor, would not leave me alone. Like I mentioned earlier, we had all set jobs per shift, yet for hours at a time he would come pester me, talking on and on about whatever topic he chose that day. Usually it was about his girlfriend, about the renovations he was making to his new house, or what he did over the weekend. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind chatting. I don't mean to come across as an insensitive jerk who was too arrogant to make friends. His talking would last entire shifts without pause. It impeded my work. I would give him hints, social cues, and try to dismiss him as politely as I could. But it was like pebbles bouncing off of a brick wall. Nothing got through to him. More than once a manager would pass us by and scold both of us for slacking because he wasn't at his designated job. I did explain this to the managers, and it provided a temporary solution. They talked to him privately and gave him a warning. From now on, he would need to stay at his position for the duration of his shift. I was happy too that this freed me from his endless chatting, while also making it seem like the issue was only his lack of work, and not my annoyance and discomfort. Looking back, I almost wish I had just endured his chatting. This new enforced separation between us caused him to escalate. Now he would wait for me to take my lunch so he could sit by me. Again, uncomfortably close to the point where I could smell his breath. This was some months after I first started working here, and he had ramped up his advances. A favorite topic of conversation for him was how he feels disconnected with his girlfriend, how she acted immature, and how he wished she was more mature, as per his own words, like me. He would make comparisons between me and her, and talk about how great I was. He began to ask me to spend time together outside of work. Again, I do not want to come across as some snob who thought I was too good to make friends with him. I feel it's pretty obvious he had motives outside of friendship anyways. I really wasn't interested, and I gave a lame excuse every time he asked to hang out over a weekend. Usually something like I had to study for an exam or do homework. Eventually he picked up on the hint, but he took it the exact wrong way. Instead of dropping it and giving up, he adopted a tone of spiteful guilt, tripping, which he would disguise as pointed jokes. For example, if I told him I was busy, he would say something like, "Still trying to avoid me? You sure seem to have a lot of homework. What class is it in?" He'd try to catch me in white lies, or make me feel guilty about declining. And sure, maybe it was dumb to lie at all. Maybe I should have just told him to go away. But I wanted this to end neatly for everyone so that my job wouldn't be even more uncomfortable than it already was. I guess I was hoping he would just give up. Again, it did become worse. He began to tell me about parts of his past, deep, personal parts that should only be shared with people you are close to. For example, one day on break, completely unprompted, he began to talk to me about how he used to be an alcoholic, how he was suicidal and how he nearly took his own life multiple times. I had no idea how to respond outside of giving cheap and, frankly, unenthusiastic sympathies. I was beyond uncomfortable, mostly because I felt like he was trying to scare me and guilt me into something I didn't want. As in, do what I want or maybe I'll hurt myself and it'll be your fault. I'm sorry to say it almost worked. For those of you who may think I neglected a person in need who was reaching out for help, understand that this man has been in a relationship with his girlfriend for 2 years and talks to me all the time about his family who he lives with. He has many people to support him who aren't just co-workers. It's important I give a bit of context about his living situation. As I mentioned, he bought a new house recently at the time. He was renovating it while still living with his parents until he was ready to either move into it or rent it out. While I'm at it, I'll explain mine to you as well. It'll be relevant in a little bit. My street turns off into a corridor of garages. It's how I and the other tenants who live here enter our apartments. The garage is separate from the living area and is divided by a small outdoor concrete courtyard. I keep my grill here. The door to my house from this courtyard is a glass sliding door. At this point, I had endured enough of what I considered to be Trevor's emotional manipulation. I sent an email to HR complaining about Trevor and the unprofessional things he had done. The next week, I didn't see Trevor at the start of his shift. I did, however, see his car in the parking lot on my way in. When I clocked out, he was waiting for me by my car. I dreaded this conversation. I was sure HR had fired him. Did they mention my name to him? Was he going to do something extreme? But he simply explained to me that he had moved to another store location. He seemed bitter and angry. He asked for my number with venom in his tone. He almost demanded it. I didn't want to lie anymore. I was so ready for this all to be over and done with. I thought just one last step, and my life would be normal again. I told him no, flat out. I told him I thought he was a fine person. I was glad to have chatted with him during our time working together, and I didn't want our relationship to carry on beyond work. His face fell flat, like air leaving a punctured tire. I waited for a response. I was expecting insults, yelling, screaming, crying, maybe even a slap, but no, nothing like that. He told me, "I just want to show you our house." I didn't know what he meant, but I knew I was done with this conversation, so I wished him the best of luck, told him goodbye, and got in my car. As I was driving out of the parking lot, I could see him staring at the back of my car from my rearview mirror. I watched his unmoving form until it wasn't visible anymore. I breathed out a sigh that carried tension I didn't know I had. I felt like a weight had lifted off my back. No more Trevor. No more awkward conversations or trying to tiptoe around his brazen advances. No more trying to convince him of how his girlfriend was every bit as good as I was. I could just work and go home without any worry of stress. I was honestly naive to think it would end here. I wish I had just taken it more seriously, reported him to someone. I don't know who. For the next 2 weeks, life was great. I went to class, the gym, work, and home without any unexpected stress. On the 3rd week, I saw Trevor's car in the parking lot of my school. But there are plenty of the same types of cars on the road, right? It couldn't be him. And yet I recognized the dent on the front bumper. I looked around, dread setting in, but he was nowhere to be found. I cautiously went about my morning as usual. When I returned to the parking lot, his car was gone. Maybe he had enrolled and was taking classes. Who knows? It was arrogant to make it about me. At least, so I told myself. A week later, I saw him at my gym. I was on the stair stepper when I saw him across the room on a bench press, facing my side. I am not one to insult newcomers, but he clearly had no idea what he was doing. He didn't approach, but I felt his eyes on me. I ended my workout early and went home. I became paranoid at this point. I would feel his eyes on me when I was alone. I would jump at the smallest sound. I stopped going out as often. I even switched gyms and took a week off from classes. I talked to my friends about it and they told me I was being crazy. So he was taking classes at my college. It was that strange. He was in his late 20s. People go to community college at any age, and the gym is a public space. It's the nearest to both of us. Surely it was a coincidence. I shouldn't judge him for trying to improve himself. Their rationalizations didn't help me the night I caught his reflection in the sliding door, watching me as I struggled to unlock it after my shift. I spun on my heels, my vision tunneling in panic, but he wasn't there. I called the cops. They were reluctant at best, lazy and annoyed at worst. They assured me all is well and to call them if I saw anything again. I drove to a parking lot, made sure there were plenty of cameras and people nearby, and slept in my car. Tried to, rather. I couldn't stop looking out the windows and double-checking to make sure my doors were locked. When the sun rose, I called a friend of mine to check out my apartment with me. When we were sure it was empty, I finally felt just barely comfortable enough to be alone there. Luckily, before my friend left, I found it. When I saw it, my skin turned cold and clammy, and nausea rose in my throat. There, tucked under my pillow, was a photo. It was of Trevor and his girlfriend, but her head had been scratched out with something sharp. In its place was a picture of me. My face, eyes closed, fast asleep. I went straight to the police with it, but it was again pointless. According to them, the photo proved nothing. It could be easily faked. A photo wasn't enough to arrest someone. At this point, I was terrified most of the time. I constantly looked over my shoulder. I searched my house daily for I don't even know what. Cameras, more photos, anything. I had begun looking for other places to live. I was planning to end my lease early and leave town as soon as possible. Trevor was going to do something to me. I could feel it. I had been living at my mother's house during my search for another apartment. I let myself fall into a sense of security. I felt that nothing could happen to me in my own mom's house. And as the weeks went by without incident, I began to think maybe it was over. Maybe Trevor had moved on. Maybe he'd gotten bored with me. I underestimated his insanity. At my job, they offer employees free bottles of water. There are 2 fridges, one in the front of the store and one in the back, that you can grab water from at any time. I didn't even think about it. It was just habit. It was a Wednesday. The day was particularly slow and a handful of people had called out sick. I still wonder if Trevor had somehow planned that. Maybe I attribute too much power to him in my fear and hatred. I was closing that day, and I was a bit out of it already. The whole situation had been so stressful and school kept piling on. I just needed space to breathe. It made me vulnerable. I remember grabbing a bottle of water from the back about half an hour before I planned on leaving. I finished about half of it, went through the procedure of closing the store and locked up. My head was spinning. The world air felt like molasses. Time slowed down. The last thing I remember seeing was a familiar red car with a dent on the bumper. I woke up in a wooden chair. The air smelled like drywall and concrete powder. My hands and legs were tied up to the chair. My screams were muffled by a dirty rag. To my disgust, I recognized the smell of sweat on them. It was one of Trevor's shirts. I looked around the room, trying to catch my bearings and maybe see if I could do anything about my situation. Honestly, I almost wish I hadn't. The walls were gray and unfinished, but I could hardly see it behind the mass of photos covering its rough surface. Photos of me at the gym, at work, in class from the perspective of the window, in my apartment, in my bed. I'd started to cry at this point, and I could taste my own stomach acid bubbling up from my throat. I had become lucid enough to make out singing. Trevor was singing somewhere in the house. It was Frank Sinatra's "I've Got You Under My Skin." I will never listen to that song again as long as I live. Tied up in that place, the lyrics of the song sounded like death threats. Trevor came into the room after a while. He was smiling at me, not smug or threatening. He looked at me as if we had been dating for years. He kissed my forehead. I wanted to stop existing. He told me that he'd been planning this for a long time. He kept talking about how I had been confused, how he had been planning our lives together, preparing our home for when I was ready to be with him. He picked a handful of photos from the wall. They seemed as if they'd been touched more than the others. I don't know how to describe a photo as well used, but that's the best I can do, is they looked worn out. He showed them to me. More poor edits or cutouts of him and I together. One of them had me in a wedding dress. Whether or not he could sense my terror or disgust, I don't know, but my lack of enthusiasm didn't seem to please him. His face soured. He began insulting me. I won't repeat what he said verbatim, but his point was that I was ungrateful. He said he would treat me right and be the perfect partner, and I was too stupid to give him a chance. His anger grew to the point of rage, and I really believed he would end my life at any moment. But as soon as it had come, his rage subsided. His smile came back, and he said he forgave me. He told me I was still confused because of my friends and family. He said I would thank him one day for, according to him, saving me from them. He kept calling me pet names which sent chills down my spine. In truth, his insane obsession probably helped to spare me. Had he been an outright killer, I wouldn't be typing this now. That being said, it's hard for me to honestly say that what happened was a preferable alternative to dying. He kept me down there for what felt like a long time. I learned later it was just over 2 weeks. I won't go into detail about all the things he did to me. I'm sure you already know regardless. I know I said I'm trying to get things off my chest in this post, but some things I can't bring myself to relive. I was easy to find, luckily. I had made a big deal of Trevor to my work, to the police, to my mother and my friends. When I went missing, he was the first suspect. The day the police knocked on his door, I was more afraid than ever. If he thought his plans with me were at an end, this delusion of a future with me, I have no doubt he would have killed me and himself. In his mind, I'm sure it would be romantic. He opened the door to the 2 officers who began to speak to him. I was weak, dehydrated, and malnourished, but I put every ounce of energy I had into screaming through the filthy shirt he used to gag me. I heard their conversation pause, then I heard footsteps. Quick, heavy steps. He was running towards my room. The door swung open violently. It was Trevor. I can't say for sure what he was doing. He wasn't armed, at least. He took a step towards me, but was quickly stopped by an officer's taser. He collapsed and the officer was on him in an instant, cuffing his hands behind his back. Trevor was crying. He was begging them to let him keep me. He kept asking me to tell them that I loved him too. The other officer untied me and took the shirt out of my mouth. I collapsed into her and sobbed until I couldn't anymore. They took Trevor away in the back of a cruiser. I never saw him again. But that doesn't mean the story had a happy ending. I mean, I lived, which I am truly grateful for, but I can't see myself ever healing from this. I still find myself double-checking my room before I sleep. I still wake up at night in a cold sweat. I still feel panic whenever I see a car the same make and color as Trevor's. Obviously, this has marred my social and romantic life. It's been several years since then, and I can't stand to be touched by anyone. Sometimes, I can't help but feel like Trevor still won, like he still has power over me, even though I know he's locked away. I can only hope that I'll learn to cope with what happened one day. I graduated not long after and moved cities. My life has been going well, or at least as well as it can be. I took up therapy, like I mentioned at the beginning, but it's a slow process. I guess all I can do is my best. I appreciate you reading my story, if you did make it this far. Like I said, take it as a cautionary tale. There are some twisted people out there, and you never know what someone is capable of. Don't take half measures when it comes to your own safety. If you have a bad feeling about someone, please just play it safe. I only wish I could have told myself that back when I had the chance. I haven't told anyone this. Not my family, not my friends. I'm not even sure why I'm writing it down here. I guess I just need someone to believe me. Or at least to read this before it happens again tonight. It's been exactly 1 year since my younger brother Elias died. He was 3 years younger than me, but always seemed older, calmer, kinder, more grounded. Well, I was the loud one, the one who pushed boundaries. Elias was the type to read in silence, to smile without needing a reason. The cancer hit fast. Acute leukemia. The doctors didn't sugarcoat it. They gave us a few months, maybe, but in the end, it was barely 8 weeks. I spent most of that time with him. I helped him eat when he couldn't lift his arms, held his hand when he was too weak to speak, tried to joke around just to make him laugh. In the final hours, when he was barely there, he looked right at me, not scared, not sad, just knowing. "Don't stay alone," he whispered. That was the last thing he ever said. After that, everything shut down. There was a flat line on the monitor, a few soft words from the nurse, and then nothing. The world just stopped. I didn't cry much, not at first. I think part of me refused to believe he was really gone. I disconnected from everything. School, friends, routines. I slept all day, stayed awake all night, barely ate. I thought maybe the silence would help me process it. Instead, it left space for something else. The first time I heard his voice again, it was around 3 a.m. I hadn't been asleep, just lying there staring at the ceiling. The window cracked open to let in the late October wind. "Are you there?" It was faint, soft, coming from the hallway. I froze not because I was afraid, but because I knew that voice. I got up, opened the door, turned on the lights. Nothing. Every door was locked, windows closed, no sound except my own heartbeat. The next night it happened again. Same time, same voice. "Are you there?" I told myself it was a trick of memory, auditory hallucinations, lack of sleep. That made sense, right? But the voice kept coming back, every night at 3 a.m. sharp, and then the footsteps started. Soft, deliberate steps across the hallway floor, stopping just outside my bedroom. Never louder than a whisper, but impossible to ignore. Eventually I started locking my door at night. I played white noise, music, anything. Sometimes I'd fall asleep with a podcast playing just to drown it out. But none of it worked. The sound always cut through. Always him. Then came the knocking. 3 soft taps. Then his voice closer now. "Please, open the door." It never sounded threatening. Not angry or vengeful. Just pleading. Almost sad. I told myself I wouldn't give in. I wasn't going to open the door. I wasn't going to play into whatever this was. Grief, trauma, madness. But it didn't stop. Then it got worse. I started finding things around the apartment, objects I hadn't seen in years. Stuff I knew was in a box on the attic, sealed and forgotten. A small, worn-out toy dinosaur on the windowsill. His favorite. The one he carried everywhere as a kid. A half-drunk Capri Sun on the kitchen table. Wild cherry. The exact flavor he used to beg Mom to buy. Each day, something new. Each night, his voice. Like the past was leaking into the present, or something was trying to lure me back. Last night, I found his old diary on my desk. It had gone with him to the hospital. I'd packed it in his bag. He never wrote much in it, but it was something that brought him comfort. It never came back home with us. I'm absolutely certain of that. And yet there it was. Dusty, locked, familiar. I opened it. Only one sentence had been added, written in a shaky but unmistakable hand on the last page. I found a place for you. That's when I knew this wasn't just memory. This wasn't just grief. Something was actively reaching out. I've tried everything. I left town, booked hotel rooms, stayed with friends. I even rented a cabin hours away, in the middle of nowhere, and turned off my phone, but no matter where I go, at 3 a.m. I hear him, even when I'm awake, even when I know he can't possibly be there. And every night his voice changes, just a little, subtle at first, a slightly slower rhythm, a flatter tone, like a recording wearing down, like a mask slowly slipping. If it's really Elias, why does he sound less and less like himself with every visit? Tonight is the anniversary of his death, 1 full year, and I'm hearing him already. No waiting for 3 a.m. this time. He's early. I hear footsteps in the hallway, slower than usual, more deliberate, closer. Then the whisper. Please, open the door. I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't. Every part of me screams not to. But something inside me is whispering that tonight is different. That if I open it now, it might finally end. That maybe I'll see him just one more time. That maybe it won't stop unless I do. I'm standing up now. I'm walking to the door. My hand is on the lock. I'm going to open it. I stayed too late at the flea market, and now I know why they close at 3 p.m. I've always loved flea markets. There's something about them. Things left behind, forgotten, repurposed. That's why I was thrilled when I moved to Ashbrook and heard about Cooper's Market. It sat just outside town, tucked against a stretch of dense forest. It was open Tuesday to Sunday, from dawn until 3 p.m., without exception. I assumed the closing hours were caused by a city ordinance, or just something people had always done, but the more I asked, the more people avoided answering. Vendors packed up quickly, customers left without lingering, and by 3:05 the place was abandoned, as if it had never been there at all. The market was just down the road from my house. I'd been a few times, usually in the mornings, but I'd never stayed until closing. I wanted to know why they closed so early. Now I do. March 25th, 2:50 p.m. The air changed as closing time approached. Vendors stopped humoring browsers, shifting their attention to breaking down their stalls. No one told stragglers to leave, but the message was clear. I lingered at an antique stall, pretending to examine a set of brass keys. The woman behind the table, thin, weathered, watched me with an unreadable expression. She was wrapping small porcelain dolls in tissue paper, her hands moving fast. "Hey, how's it going?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She barely glanced up from the doll in her hands. "I'm doing great, sweetie." Her voice was kind but distant, polite in a way that felt automatic. She just kept rapping, her fingers moving fast. "I was wondering, why does everyone pack up so early? Is it a city ordinance or something?" Her hand stilled for half a second. When she spoke again, her voice was colder. "If you're smart, you won't ask." She folded the last piece of tissue paper over the doll, tucking it in tightly. "We need to leave." She didn't look at me, just kept working. The rustling of paper suddenly sharper, more hurried. March 25th, 3 p.m. I hid inside an old camper van near the back of the lot, crouched behind dusty furniture. Through a small window, I watched the last vendors pull out onto the road in a slow procession, dust rising behind them. March 25th, 3:15 p.m. The lot was empty. For a long time, nothing happened. I sat still, listening to the wind move through the trees, the rustle of old tarps shifting in the breeze. The sun was still high, the air still warm. I pulled out my iPhone, scrolling mindlessly to pass the time, occasionally glancing up to check my surroundings. Everything looked the same, still, normal. I began to wonder if I'd fallen for some elaborate local prank. Time passed, maybe a couple hours, maybe more. My phone had died after being on it for so long. I can't be sure of the time exactly, but it was starting to get dark. The footsteps came first, soft, like someone walking barefoot through dry leaves. Then closer, deliberate, a slow, cautious approach. I held my breath, straining to see outside the camper. Nothing. The lot was still empty, but the feeling was stronger now, like being watched through a window I couldn't find. At some point the whispers began. Not words, not exactly. Just a sound threaded through the air, somewhere between wind and speech. My name surfaced on it over and over, stretched and pulled apart like something spoken through water. I stayed curled behind the furniture, pressing myself against the tightest space I could find. I felt like I was there forever. Then through the corner of a window I saw it, thin, motionless. At first, I thought it was a vendor who had forgotten to leave, but it was too still. The longer I looked, the more unnatural it seemed. Its limbs too long, its posture too rigid, like something standing the way it thought a person should. I didn't move, neither did it. Sometime later, I ducked lower, wedging myself between an old dresser and a rusted mini fridge. The metal was cold against my back. I told myself I could wait it out, that whatever it was, it would go. Then it took a step, slow, deliberate, not searching. It already knew where I was. I clenched my teeth, forcing myself to stay still. Through the thin gap between the camper door, I could see its feet, long, pale, standing just outside. A pause. Then the lightest sound, so faint I almost didn't notice it. A slow, deliberate tapping. Not a knock, just the bare scrape of a fingernail against the metal, testing the surface. It dragged downward, slow and careful, then lifted, only to tap again, softer this time, almost thoughtful, like it was waiting. Minutes passed, maybe more. The tapping stopped. The air sat heavy, thick with silence. Then from nowhere a warmth stirred the back of my neck. Not a breeze, not movement, just heat, faint, damp. My fingers curled against my leg. The camper door was shut. The window was latched. I stayed still. The warmth came again, closer this time. I felt a shift in the van, fabric dragging against wood, a weight shifting, then a breath, deep, controlled, right against my skin. Before I could react, something pressed against my spine. Light at first, just the barest touch through my shirt. Then a nail, jagged and slow, tracing its way up my back, higher and higher. I ran. March 25th, 8:40 p.m. I jumped into bed, pulling the blankets around me. Home felt safe. My boyfriend would be off soon. His shift runs from 2 to 10. Just a couple of hours and I wouldn't be alone. I tried to calm my breathing. The bedroom was quiet except for the sound of my cat, Henry, snoring at the foot of my bed. Then a few light taps on the dresser. I was never alone. I grabbed Henry and ran. My keys were still in my pocket. I didn't turn the lights off. I didn't look back. I just got in my car and drove. The dresser was still shut. Now I'm at my brother's house. Henry is curled up behind me, and I can still feel my pulse in my throat. It's late now, and I am so tired after today, so I'm going to hop off. I'll update everyone soon if anything happens. Oh yeah, and I called my boyfriend. I told him not to go home. Told him to come straight here. I don't know if I can go back. Would it even make a difference? I became a smoker when I was 16. I stole 2 cigarettes that my older brother left on the dashboard of our car. In my head, I couldn't blame this on his carelessness. I didn't even have a reason to start smoking. I just wanted to know what it was like. Curiosity killed the cat and all that. A week after I had found them, I waited until it was past 11 and the house was asleep. I opened the window and climbed out onto the back roof overlooking the marsh. I used a candle match to light it. Funnily enough, I actually lit the filter instead of the tobacco end, and I sat there wondering what all the buzz was about. It tasted vaguely burnt, and I couldn't even blow out the smoke like I'd seen in movies. I stubbed it into the windowsill and chucked it into the marsh, too scared of my parents' wrath to try and dispose of it any other way. I watched the orange spark, still left on the end of it, disappear into the long grass until the darkness enveloped it. Of course, now I know I was being careless, but back then I was too self-absorbed to think about the animals or the possibility of a wildfire. All I really cared about was not getting in trouble. The second cigarette I'd ever smoked, I smoked it properly. It was broken in half with the tail hanging off, so I broke off the end of it and lit the paper still left. The filter was in my mouth this time, and I suddenly got why my entire family risked lung cancer every day. I held it between 2 fingers and felt so unbelievably cool when I released the smoke in my mouth. The vague burning was more of an ash this time, stuck on my teeth and the back of my throat. I cannot explain what was so pleasant about it, as I'm sure any smoker could tell you. You don't know why they do it until you've done it. I stubbed it shortly thereafter, since there wasn't much paper to burn, but the damage was done, and I was hooked. I knew when I chucked it into the marsh grass that it would not be the first time, and that fact settled over me. With a finality I accepted quickly. I brushed my teeth thoroughly after every smoke break. It started just at night, and then in the evenings after school when I knew my mother would be cooking dinner. Anytime I was stressed, I needed a cigarette. I craved the burn at the back of my throat. I wouldn't say I was fully addicted at that point, since I was limited in my supply. I would be able to steal 1 or 2 a week, and even when I eventually started buying them off kids at school, I was too lazy to get a job and could only afford a pack once a month. Even as my habits changed, the place I smoked them never did. I still sat perched on my rooftop, feet dangling over the edge, and when I was done I would chuck them as far as I could into the marsh grass. It became a game in my head. If I could get farther than the last one, how long I could still see the ash in the dim sky. Once at 2 or 3 a.m., I was splayed out over the roof on my back. The cigarette between my fingers was almost finished, and when I held it in the air to blow it out, it fell directly on my face. I cursed and sat up, twisting it into the roof in frustration, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw something in the marsh. I spun my head around and saw the dark figure of a tall man. His silhouette was odd and unnerving, body too skinny to hold a head that large. He stared at me, arms at his side. I nearly fell off the roof. I used the heels of my boots to push myself up and grab the windowsill. I shut my eyes tight as I climbed back through and plopped down on my bed. I whipped around to shut and lock my window. I snuck a peek out of the blinds, but he was gone. I've never been sure if I actually saw something out there. I was tired, and unless he laid himself down in the wet mud or gained super speed, I couldn't figure out how he'd gotten out of my sight within that minute. It frightened me out of smoking for all of a week. And then I was back to my old habits. Except now I smoked in the park. My window remained locked until I moved out. I still thought I saw him out of the corner of my eye sometimes, but I was also always known to be paranoid. I'm 28 now. I quit smoking last year when I got pregnant with my daughter. My husband and I are living in an apartment a long way from my childhood home. We're on the final floor, high in the air with no balconies or ledges for my daughter to sneak out of when she's older. Quitting smoking was one of the best decisions of my life. I have more money in my pocket to spend on my little girl. My anxiety has almost entirely ceased. Last week I burnt dinner. It wasn't a big deal, but the kitchen stunk. I decided to slide open a window to let some air in. I dropped a glass of water I was holding. It shattered on the floor. My husband ran over and found me confused, a hand up to my open mouth. On the windowsill, 400 feet in the air, was a mound of burnt cigarettes. Long pieces of grass were poking out of it, covered in mud. A couple weeks ago, I got a text from an unknown number. Your appointment is scheduled for 2:30 p.m., October 19th. Please arrive on time. No name, no details, just that. I figured it was a wrong number or some spam bot and ignored it. I'm not the type to book random appointments. My life's a mess of late rent and grocery runs. Not schedules. But the next day, another text. Reminder, 2:30 p.m., October 19th. Do not be late. It came at 3 a.m., lighting up my phone on the nightstand. I blocked the number. It didn't stop. The texts kept coming. Every day from different numbers, burner phones maybe, or spoofed lines. Always the same message, same time. 3 a.m. I'd wake up to my phone buzzing, that cold glow cutting through the dark, and my stomach would drop. I called my provider, but they said there was nothing they could do. Numbers weren't traceable, no pattern to pin down. I stopped sleeping right, started double-checking my locks, even though I live on the 4th floor of a crappy apartment building with a broken buzzer. Paranoia, sure, but it felt like someone was watching me screw up my own head. October 19th feels almost like yesterday. The text stopped that morning, and I thought it was over. I was exhausted, strung out on coffee and nerves, but relieved. Around noon, my boss called me into work. Extra shift. Cash I couldn't say no to. I'm a line cook, and the kitchen was a blur of grease and yelling. I didn't notice the time until I glanced at the clock while scrubbing a skillet. 2:28 p.m. My chest tightened. I told myself it was nothing, just a coincidence, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. At 2:30 sharp, the power cut out. The kitchen went dark. Lights, vents, everything. Dead silence. Then the sound of something heavy hitting the floor in the back room. My coworker, Javier, swore and grabbed a flashlight from under the counter. I followed him, my sneakers sticking to the tile. Heart thudding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The back room's where we keep the walk-in fridge and extra stock. Cramped, cold, no windows. The flashlight beam caught stacks of boxes. Then the fridge door cracked open. Javier muttered, "What the?" and stepped closer. That's when I saw it. Something was smeared across the door. Thick, dark, like oil, but redder, wetter. Blood maybe, but it didn't smell right. Sharp, chemical, wrong. Javier reached for the handle and I grabbed his arm. Told him to wait. He shook me off. Called me a baby and pulled it open. The fridge was empty. Not just no meat, no crates. Empty like it had been gutted, walls bare and gleaming. Too clean. In the center on the floor was a folded piece of paper. My name was written on it in block letters. Javier laughed, nervous, and said, "Someone's messing with you, man." I didn't touch it. I couldn't. My legs felt like they were sinking into the floor and every breath tasted sour. He picked it up, unfolded it, and his face changed. Went slack, pale, like he'd forgotten how to blink. He dropped it and bolted, didn't say a word, just ran. I should have left too, but I looked. It was a photo of me taken from above, like a security camera shot, standing in my kitchen at home. I was holding a knife staring at the counter, but I don't remember it. I don't own a knife like that. Long, serrated, stained. Written across the bottom in the same block letters. You were late. The power kicked back on then, and the fridge was normal again. Stocked, cluttered, no blood, no paper. I stumbled out, told my boss I was sick, and left. Javier didn't come back either. His phone's off and no one's seen him. I got home, checked every corner, found nothing. But my kitchen counter had a fresh scratch, deep like something sharp had dragged across it. I haven't slept. I keep hearing footsteps above my apartment, slow and deliberate, even though I'm on the top floor. My phone buzzed at 3 a.m. again. Rescheduled. April 6th, 2:30 p.m. Be on time. That's today. It's 1:45 p.m. now. I'm sitting here typing this because I don't know what else to do. I can hear someone moving upstairs again, pacing, stopping right over my head. My hands are cold and my stomach's a knot. I don't know what's coming at 2:30, but I know I can't run from it. If I don't post again, check the news. Look for me. Please. You ever notice something in your house that wasn't? A corner that feels colder, a shadow that bends wrong, maybe a door you swear didn't used to be there. Mine appeared on a Tuesday. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment, 1 bedroom, 1 office, always been that way. I work from home, no pets, no guests, just me. But when I walked past the hallway that afternoon, there it was. A door on the left wall. Same color, same handle. Perfectly normal. Only problem? That wall's never had a door. I stood frozen, just stared. I even took out my phone to check old pictures. Walls empty in every single one. So obviously I did the stupidest thing. I opened it. It was a room, small, empty, dustless, windowless. The air was warm, still. The floorboards were the same as the rest of the apartment, but newer, like freshly installed. The ceiling light flicked on automatically, humming softly. I stepped inside just for a second. When I stepped out again, it was night. I checked my phone. 3:42 a.m. I'd lost over 10 hours. I tried to convince myself I fell asleep, blacked out, whatever. But the next morning the room was still there, and something was in it. A chair. Not like one I own. This one was old, Victorian maybe. Ornate carvings, crimson velvet, worn down to threads and spots. And on the chair, a single Polaroid. It was of me standing in the room, but I never took that photo. I slammed the door shut, locked it, pushed a bookshelf in front of it. I didn't sleep. The next morning I pushed the shelf aside. The room had changed. Now there were 3 Polaroids. Me sitting, me looking up in confusion, and the third, me screaming. Over the next week the room grew, slowly by inches. A side table one day, a coat rack the next. Every day something was different. The light bulb began to flicker. The air smelled like rotting wood. The photos multiplied, but I never went in again. I started hearing things at night, shuffling, a soft, dragging noise, like something pacing in a circle. One night I heard humming, a lullaby I couldn't place. And then the photos started appearing outside the room, in my fridge, my coat pocket, my shoe. One was pinned to my pillow. Me, sleeping, shot from above. I called my landlord. I asked about previous tenants. He hesitated before saying, "You're in 3B, right?" "Yeah." He paused again. "There is no 3B. I thought he was messing with me, until I went outside. The building has no 3rd floor. I live on the 2nd floor, and the apartment above me is gone. It's just roof. I ran back inside. My hall was longer than I remembered. The door to the room was now the only door. My bedroom? Gone. Office? Gone. Just the door, and the chair, and the photos. Hundreds now. Thousands maybe. Piled on the floor, pinned to the walls, floating in the air. All of me. Dozens of angles. All expressions. Some I don't remember making. Some I know I never made. Some photos are of me sleeping in places I've never been. One shows me with my eyes stitched shut. One shows me hanging from the ceiling. One shows me holding a camera, smiling. And now there's a mirror. It wasn't there before. And in that mirror, I just saw myself stand up from the chair. But I haven't moved. I don't think I ever left the room. I think it's been watching me pretend to. I think it's learning. I think it's almost ready to take my place. So if you ever notice a new door in your house, don't open it. Please. Don't. Let it out. It started with a simple task, cleaning out my closet. It's one of those things I put off every few months, but this time I decided to take care of it. My closet's a mess. Old clothes from college, jackets that don't fit anymore, random things I've collected over the years. You know the type. I reached for a jacket that I hadn't worn in ages, one that was a bit too small but always reminded me of simpler times. Walking around campus, running late for classes, just the usual college life. I pulled it out from the back of the closet, shook off the dust, and noticed something odd. There was something in one of the pockets. I don't remember putting anything in it, and I've had this jacket for years. I didn't even know the last time I wore it, but the thought of finding something inside felt weirdly comforting. It was a small folded up piece of paper, the kind of paper that felt old and familiar but still had a little crisp. I unfolded it, half expecting to find some stupid receipt or an old ticket from a concert I'd forgotten about, but instead it was a note, written in my handwriting. I froze. It wasn't the kind of note I would have written recently. It was my handwriting from years ago, but I'm certain I didn't write this. The words were clear, precise, and strangely calm. Here's what it said. Do not open the door at 3:23 a.m. Don't listen to the knock. My blood ran cold. I didn't even know what to think. I looked at the clock. It was 3:22 a.m. I checked the time again. 3:22 a.m. How could this note have been written by me? I haven't written anything like this in years. I couldn't remember ever making a note like this, and yet there it was, in my handwriting, in my jacket pocket, as if it had been placed there just moments ago. I stared at the paper for what felt like an eternity. The smell of old leather and paper in the room suddenly felt too thick, like the air was closing in on me. I thought about tossing the note, throwing it away, or burning it, but something made me keep reading. I'm not joking. The knock will come. It will be faint at first, but it will get louder. Don't answer the door. It's not you on the other side. That part didn't even make sense. It made my head hurt just reading it, but before I could make sense of it, the strangest thing happened. I heard it. A knock. I know it sounds crazy, but it wasn't just any knock. It was like someone was tapping on my door, just hard enough for me to hear, but soft enough that it almost sounded like I imagined it. I looked up, my heart pounding, and checked the time again. 3:23 a.m. There it was, just like the note said. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it's a neighbor. Maybe I'm just hearing things. I stood there frozen for a while, staring at the door, waiting for more knocks. Something. Anything, but it didn't come. For a while the silence was almost unbearable, and then I heard it again. This time it was more deliberate, louder, almost as if it was an actual person on the other side. Someone knocking slowly, methodically, like they knew I was there, but that's impossible, right? I'm here alone. No one has keys to my apartment. No one should even know I'm up this late. I've read enough horror stories to know where this is going, but something feels off. This isn't like any other story I've read. This feels personal, like it's meant for me. That's what's scaring me the most right now. I'm not answering the door. I swear I'm not. But every time I look at the clock, it's like I can feel the time slipping by. The knocking hasn't stopped. It's still there. Faint, rhythmic, almost a whisper at this point. I can't tell if it's just my mind playing tricks on me, or if it's something else. So here I am, writing this because I don't know who else to tell. I don't know what to do. The note was right. 3:23 a.m. came and went, and now I'm sitting here in the dark, listening to something I can't explain. But if the note was right about that, then what else is true? What else is coming? I'm scared to find out. The first time I heard the hum, it was in the dead of night. Snow had blanketed the town in a heavy, sound-dampening hush, and the only noise in my house was the soft ticking of the clock on the mantel. I was drifting somewhere between sleep and wakefulness when it started. A low, mournful melody, barely audible but impossible to ignore. At first, I thought it was the wind howling through the eaves, but this was different. It wasn't random. It was deliberate, rhythmic, almost human. I sat up in bed, holding my breath, straining to listen. The hum seemed to be coming from inside the house. My heart started to race as I fumbled for the lamp on my nightstand. But as soon as the light flickered on, the sound was gone, like it had been swallowed by the darkness itself. I told myself it was nothing, just a trick of a half-dreaming mind. But when I went to the window, I froze. There were footprints in the snow, starting at the edge of the woods and leading straight to my house. They stopped abruptly beneath my bedroom window, as if whoever, or whatever, had been out there had been watching me. The next morning, the town was buzzing with the news. Mrs. Avery, a neighbor 2 doors down, was missing. Her house was locked up tight, her car untouched in the driveway. The only thing anyone noticed was an odd sound, like faint humming, drifting around her property. Now I can't stop hearing it. The hum follows me everywhere I go, growing louder and closer, as if it's waiting for me to figure out what it wants. Or to take me, too. At first, I thought I was going mad. A sentient hum that wants to take me. It made no sense, but as the missing persons reports kept flooding the bulletin boards, I knew something had to be happening. On the 16th of August, the mayor held a press conference. I'm flipping through channels when I spot her familiar face on channel 7. I listen in. Madam Watson, what is happening with all these people? A reporter queries. We want answers. The mayor responds. There is an ongoing police investigation, and we are working hard to find your loved ones and bring them home safe. The camera zoomed in on the mayor's face, her calm demeanor faltering as the crowd's frustration erupted in a storm of shouts. BS, someone screamed from the back, their voice cutting through the noise. You've been saying that for 2 weeks. The mayor's expressions shifts. She seems uncomfortable, like she's holding something back. I lay there, silent. The moon casts a soft shadow on the back end of my room. I drift away to sleep when suddenly I hear it. I can't pinpoint where it's coming from. It's like a surround sound speaker turned to the lowest volume. The hum is soft yet eerie. I stand up, listening closer. I still don't know where it's coming from. I decided to investigate, so I equipped myself with a flashlight and an old, dull kitchen knife. I hesitated at the edge of the woods, my flashlight beam barely penetrating the thick darkness ahead. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, but the hum, the cursed hum, pulled me forward. It was as if I had no choice. The footprints continued well into the woods. Animals howling and snow breaking under my boots keep my mind off the god-awful hum in the background. Continuing, I see that the footprints veer off the trail into the denser, wilder area of the forest. As I pressed deeper into the woods, I felt the hum crawling under my skin. My head throbbed. My vision swam, and for a moment, I thought I heard my name woven into the melody. The footprints, almost unnatural in size, led me to a small opening. Inside was a quaint cabin, but it felt wrong. It looked ancient, yet new at the same time. The wood was plentiful with cracks, yet the hinges were freshly oiled. The door was slightly ajar, as though it was inviting me in. Stepping in the clearing, the hum was deafening. It smothered my mind in darkness. I raised my flashlight and stepped forward, the crunching snow becoming a haven from the hum. Then I saw it. Movement inside. I stood there a moment. Should I have gone back? I whispered to no one. I was in too deep now. I enter the cabin. The floorboards a symphony under my weight. I clear the cabin, but no one is inside. Looking deeper, I see musical instruments. A piano, its keys yellowed with age, an old 6-string with 1 string snapped, and a gramophone, gleaming flawlessly despite the state of the cabin. On the platter lay an aged record, its label faded. I extend my hand, now trembling, to pick it up, but the hum grows. It's no longer an organized melody. It's a scream. It's a fighter jet taking flight in my mind. I stumble back, my hands grasping, my head in pain. Something moves in the shadows, a flicker, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. No, I muttered, my voice shaking. I turned and bolted, nearly tripping over the doorway in my haste. The hum receded as I ran, fading to a faint, almost soothing drone that nestled in the back of my mind. When I finally stumbled into my bed hours later, the hum was still there, dormant but present, its rhythm a sinister lullaby. Sleep came, but peace did not. I stood in line in the mayor's office, humming softly under my breath without realizing it. The realization jolted me, and I clamped my mouth shut. When my turn came, the secretary gestured for me to enter. Inside, Mayor Watson sat behind a massive oak desk, her expression unreadable. "What can I do for you?" she asked. Her tone clipped. I dove straight in. "I need answers about the disappearances. The hum, what is it? I know you're hiding something." Her gaze sharpened, but she didn't react immediately. "That's a dangerous assumption," she said, leaning forward, "and one I suggest you keep to yourself." "I hear it," I said, my voice shaking. "The hum, everyone who's heard it is gone. What's happening to me?" Her face tightened, and for a moment, she seemed to weigh her words carefully. Finally, she sighed. "My great-grandfather created it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "A song. He wanted it to be perfect, but it became something else. It feeds on curiosity, draws people in. It always leads to the same place." "The cabin," I said, the word falling from my lips like a stone. Her expression darkened. "No one who goes there comes back, and every time, it gets stronger." I shuddered, the hum growing louder in my mind, as if reacting to her words. She stood abruptly, her gaze hard. "You shouldn't have come here," she said, her voice final. "Leave, before it's too late." As I walk to the exit, the hum grows louder in my head, reverberating off my skull. I exit, trying to ignore the intensity. It continues back home. My body began to move on its own. I tried to fight it. My mind screamed for control, but my body no longer obeyed. Each step toward the cabin felt like sinking deeper into quicksand. Inescapable, suffocating. The hum swelled, a living thing coiling tighter around my thoughts. When I reached the clearing, the cabin stood waiting, its crooked frame illuminated by the pale moonlight. My vision blurred, the edges of reality folding in on themselves. I could feel it. The hum wasn't just sound anymore. It was inside me, rewriting me. The door creaked open as if it had been expecting me. The gramophone gleamed in the center of the room, its brass horn catching the faint light. My hand reached for the record, trembling but purposeful, as though it no longer belonged to me. When the needle touched the vinyl, the hum erupted into a symphony, haunting, beautiful, and devastating all at once. It was everything: joy, despair, love, and terror, woven into a melody that consumed me. My body sagged, and for a moment I felt weightless, as if I were dissolving into the music itself. I wasn't alone. Shadows emerged from the walls, faint outlines of those who had come before me. Their eyes glowed faintly, their mouths moving in unison to the hum. I tried to scream, but no sound came. They weren't trapped. They were the hum. My vision faded, but I could still hear the song, now clearer than ever. It whispered promises, beckoning others. It wasn't just music, it was a message, a signal, and I was its newest voice. The next morning the hum began again, faint but insistent, drifting over the town. Another would hear it soon, another would follow, and I would be waiting. I work the late shift at a small convenience store near the train station. It's a quiet job, mostly just stocking shelves and occasionally chatting with customers. But every night, right around closing time, I get a regular who makes my skin crawl. He's an older man, disheveled, with a long trench coat that seems too big for him. He shuffles in just before midnight, mumbling to himself. I know I should call the cops on him, but he never causes any trouble, just buys a pack of gum and leaves. Last Thursday, as I was ringing him up, he paused and looked at me with wide, sunken eyes. "You hear the train, don't you?" he said, his voice a raspy whisper. Yeah, I guess," I replied, trying to keep it casual. "It's pretty loud." "No," he insisted, leaning closer. "Not the train. The last train. It's calling for you." I chuckled nervously, not wanting to engage too much. "Yeah, well, I have to get going soon." But he just stared at me, and I could feel a cold sweat creeping down my back. "You need to be careful. It's not what it seems." He left without another word, and I tried to shake it off, but his warning echoed in my mind. After closing the store, I walked to the platform to catch the last train home. It was already late, and the streets were eerily quiet. When I got to the platform, the lights flickered. I waited alone, listening to the distant rumble of the train approaching. But as the train pulled in, something felt off. The train was empty, the seats eerily clean. Not a single passenger in sight. I hesitated, but figured I'd just ride it home. As I stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind me with a deafening clang. I sat down, looking out the window as the train began to move. The conductor's voice crackled over the intercom. "Next stop, nowhere." Panic surged through me. What did he mean? I pulled out my phone, but there was no service. The train rattled along the tracks, and I tried to convince myself it was just a malfunction. Then I noticed the lights flickering again. It wasn't the train's lights this time. It was something outside the window. Shadows darted past, almost too fast to see. I pressed my face against the glass, heart racing. That's when I saw them. Figures, dark and featureless, standing by the tracks, watching the train go by. They were everywhere, lined up as far as I could see. I felt their gaze pierce through me, freezing my blood. I stood up and banged on the door, desperate to get out, but it was locked tight. "Let me out! Let me out!" I screamed, but the train just kept speeding along. The conductor's voice echoed again. The last train always takes its passengers. My heart sank. I remembered the man from the store, his words replaying in my mind. I stumbled back to my seat, overwhelmed by dread. As I sat there, the train slowed to a stop and the lights went out completely. In the darkness, I heard whispers surrounding me, a cacophony of voices. Join us. Stay with us. I felt a cold breath on my neck and I whipped around, but there was nothing there. The door suddenly swung open, revealing a long, dark tunnel ahead. Something in me snapped. I bolted for the door, leaping off the train just before it disappeared into the darkness. I landed on the ground hard, rolling to my feet and sprinting away from the tracks. I didn't stop running until I reached the safety of the convenience store. I locked the door behind me and collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. Now, every night, I wait for the old man to show up again, hoping he'll give me some answers. The last train has become my nightmare, and I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there waiting for me to return. If you're ever near a train station at midnight, heed my warning. Don't take the last train home. I don't think I'm me. I know that sounds strange, and yeah, if I heard someone else say it, I'd probably tell them to see a psychiatrist. But it's true. I would never wear a striped sweater, and definitely not on a random day in July. I don't even own striped sweaters. Yet there I was in a photo inside a photo album my best friend's mom was showing me, grinning in a red and blue striped knit like it belonged on me. And that wasn't the only strange thing. Earlier this week I came home from a month-long work trip. I was exhausted, dragging my suitcase through the door when my girlfriend greeted me. Hey baby, I made your favorite meal. Eat it before it gets cold. I'm gonna go run a bath for us. Amy called over her shoulder. Chicken parmesan. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was tired, hungry, and honestly touched by the gesture. I sat down and inhaled the food without hesitation. It was good. Really good. Too good. Halfway through rinsing my plate, it hit me. I don't even like chicken. I never have. I haven't eaten it since I was a kid. The texture makes my skin crawl. So why the hell did I eat an entire plate of it without even noticing? I shook it off. Jet lag, maybe. Or maybe I was just being dramatic. I got in the shower with Amy, didn't say anything, and we went to bed. The next morning, I was getting ready for work when Amy tossed me my keys and kissed me goodbye. I caught them midair and headed downstairs. Halfway, I felt them in my hand. Something was off. The grooves, the weight, they weren't mine. I looked down. Honda keys. I rushed back up the stairs. Whose keys are these? I asked, trying not to sound as shaken as I felt. Amy looked up from her coffee, brow furrowing. What? These keys, Amy. They're not mine. I drive a Toyota. So, whose are these? Don't play dumb. She blinked. Honey, are you feeling okay? Those are your keys, stupid, she said with a soft laugh. No, they're not. My voice dropped cold. Without saying a word, Amy disappeared into the hallway, then returned holding a framed picture. That's you, she said, handing it to me. In the photo, I was standing next to a shiny new Honda Civic at a dealership. Huge smile. Handshake with the salesman, wearing, of course, a striped sweater. That was 6 months ago, babe. When I surprised you with the car. Do you seriously not remember? I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. That was me. My face, my grin, my stance. But it felt like I was looking at a stranger with my skin. I hurried into the bedroom, pulled open the closet, and froze. Dozens of sweaters. Striped, patterned, holiday-themed. My entire wardrobe looked like an ugly sweater convention. Amy followed me in, concern all over her face. "Jamie, are you okay? You're starting to worry me." "I'm fine," I lied. "Just didn't sleep well," I said, even though I slept like a baby. I kissed her on the cheek and left for work. Outside, the Civic sat gleaming in the driveway. It looked familiar now. I got in. It smelled like me. Air fresheners, black tree scent, LED lights under the dash. Everything clean and organized. Exactly as I would have it. But it still felt wrong. Like I was stepping into someone else's life who just happened to be me. I arrived at the office late, feeling hazy. As I settled into my usual desk, a voice interrupted me. "Jamie, you're at my desk," said Andrew, my annoying coworker. I looked up. "What? No, I've always sat here. Just because I've been gone for a while doesn't mean you can steal my desk, Mountain Drew." "Mountain Drew? Seriously?" he muttered, pushing up his glasses. We had a bit of back and forth, and 10 minutes later I was in HR. "Do you know what your position is here?" the woman behind the desk asked. "Of course," I said. "I'm in charge of the Orbis project." "And what does that entail?" she asked, typing something. I opened my mouth, closed it, then opened it again. "I attend meetings, organize." Wait, I blinked. "What is the relevance of this question?" I deflected. "Well," she said, swiveling her monitor slightly, "you're in the wrong department. Wrong floor, actually. And according to your file, you haven't been assigned to the Orbis project. That doesn't launch for another 2 months. You were moved to data processing last month after your last incident." My stomach dropped. What incident? She scrolled through my record with a practiced sigh. "The one where you were caught dumping unmarked liquid into coworkers. Lunches in the break room. Honestly, you're lucky you weren't fired." I sat frozen in the chair, every nerve in my body screaming. What the hell is happening to me? The words slipped out before I could stop myself. "Excuse me?" she asked. My face turned slightly red. "I'm sorry, I'm just having a hard time readjusting after the work trip." "Okay, Mr. Jamie, why don't you just go on ahead back to your proper work area and try to stay out of trouble, please. The paperwork isn't easy on these old fingers, you know." "Yes, of course. Thank you," I said as I quickly and quietly whisked away back into the building. After asking around a bit, I finally made it to my actual desk. Everyone on that floor acted as if I belonged there. I got a quick rundown of my tasks and got right into it. Trying not to think about all the bizarre things that happened, I decided to put it out of my mind and focus solely on work. About 30 minutes before I had to clock out, I decided to go through my emails. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I checked my drafts and saw my last draft dated on the day I went on to the work trip. Subject, Orbis. Sweet red, it's not me. Take the call. It made no sense, but I didn't know what to make of it, so I just went back to work. Besides that first day back, everything else seemed to be running smoothly. I got through the week without any more hiccups. I didn't mention my apprehension to Amy because she is such a worrywart. That was until today. I had planned to visit my best friend's family for a weekend barbecue, kind of an unofficial celebration for his niece's upcoming graduation. I got there relatively early. Honestly, I was looking forward to it. I needed something familiar, but if I thought that today would bring me peace, I was wrong. The grill was already going when I got there. The scent of charcoal and barbecue sauce hit me before I even stepped out of the car. Kids were running around the yard with water guns, and someone had queued up an early 2000s playlist on a Bluetooth speaker. It felt right. I needed this. Familiar faces. I spotted Marcus, my best friend since middle school, near the back porch, beer in hand, laughing with his cousin. He lit up when he saw me. "Jamie, look who finally decided to show up," he said, pulling me into a quick hug. "Hey man, sorry I'm early. Didn't want to miss the ribs this time." "Smart move," he chuckled. "You're not still vegetarian, are you?" That made me pause. "I was never vegetarian," I said, half laughing. He blinked, then shrugged. "Oh, right, yeah." The moment passed, but something about it lingered. I grabbed a plate, made small talk, accepted a drink. For the first time all week, I felt like myself again, until I wandered inside to use the bathroom. On the hallway wall, right before the guest bathroom, was a photo collage I'd seen a dozen times before. I'd even helped Marcus's mom hang it last year, but this time something was off. At the center of the collage, surrounded by prom photos and school portraits, was a framed picture of me and Marcus at the lake house. I remember that trip, or at least I thought I did, but in the photo I was wearing a striped sweater again, the same red and blue one from the dealership photo. I stared at it for a long time. My arm was around Marcus's shoulder. We were grinning, beers in hand, but there was something wrong with my face. Too wide a smile. Almost posed. Unnatural. Why would I even wear a sweater in the sweaty July weather at a lake anyway? "You okay?" a voice said behind me. I jumped. It was Marcus's mom holding a bowl of potato salad. She smiled warmly. "Bathroom's just there, hun." I nodded. "Yeah, thanks. I don't remember this picture being here." She looked at it. "Oh, you two had so much fun that weekend. You don't remember? We printed that out the same night you all came back. You helped me pick the frame, Jamie." "Oh, yeah. I must still be tired," I said quickly, slipping past her into the bathroom and locking the door behind me. I turned on the sink and stared at myself in the mirror. Same face, same eyes, but I couldn't shake the feeling I was looking at someone else. I washed my face. Suddenly my phone buzzed. Unknown number. The area code was wrong. Too many digits. I answered without thinking. "Jamie?" A panicked voice cut through the speaker, echoing in the small bathroom. "Who is this?" I snapped. "It's me. You. I'm you." What? Is this some kind of joke? "Marcus, if this is you..." "No, please just listen to me. Don't hang up. This is important." "I need your help. I need to get back to my home." "What the hell are you talking about?" I asked. "The Orbis project. It worked. We opened a gateway, a dimensional gate, but something went wrong. We didn't know it would swap us. I don't belong here, and you don't belong there." No, this isn't real. You're lying." "I swear to you, we don't have much time. The longer we stay out of sync, the harder it'll be to return. We'll be lost, Jamie." My head was spinning. How is this even possible? What went wrong? I don't know exactly. There were variables we didn't account for, but I've been working on a fix. I think there's a way back. How do I know you're telling the truth? Have you noticed anything strange? People acting like you said or did things you don't remember? Preferences that don't feel like yours? I hesitated. "Yeah, I don't like chicken." "I do." I swallowed. "This is your world? You're the one who drives the Honda Civic?" "Yeah, Amy bought it for me." "And the sweaters? What's with all the striped sweaters?" "Sweaters?" "Your closet's full of them, and you're wearing one in every photo, even at the lake trip last year." He paused, then said, "Who the hell wears a sweater in July?" In my apartment, I barely paid attention to the bathroom mirror. The place was old and cheap, and I was too broke to be picky. The mirror was like everything else, stained, slightly warped, and permanently fogged in the corners. I only glanced at it in passing, never giving it much thought, until the night I realized my reflection wasn't blinking. It happened while I was brushing my teeth. I had been staring absent-mindedly at my reflection when a strange feeling crept over me. Something was wrong, but I couldn't place what. Then it hit me. I blinked. My reflection didn't. I froze, toothbrush clutched in my hand. My eyes were burning from how long I had been staring, so I forced another blink, slow and deliberate. The man in the mirror held my gaze, his eyes wide and unblinking. I let out a nervous laugh, shaking my head. Maybe I had just imagined it. Maybe I was overtired, or the mirror was old enough to have some weird warping effect. It was an illusion, nothing more. That's what I told myself. Over the next few days, I started to notice other things. Subtle at first, the tiniest delay in my reflection's movements, a hesitation before it matched my expression, a flicker like a buffering video, before it snapped into place. And then one night it smiled at me. I wasn't smiling. The change was so small, so fleeting, that I almost convinced myself it hadn't happened. But deep down I know better. Something was wrong with the mirror. I started avoiding it. I'd brush my teeth quickly, keeping my eyes down. I'd shower with the door open, towel draped over the glass to block my view, but no matter how much I ignored it, the feeling of being watched never faded. Last night, everything changed. I woke around 3 a.m., my throat dry, my body aching with exhaustion. Without thinking, I stumbled into the bathroom and flicked on the light. And I looked. I shouldn't have looked, because my reflection was already staring at me. It wasn't mirroring my sleepy confusion. It wasn't matching my sluggish movements. It was grinning. A slow, creeping smile stretched too wide across its face. And then, as I stood there, frozen, it blinked. But not normally. One eye, then the other. A cold wave of nausea rolled through me. My breath hitched. My hands clenched the sink so hard my knuckles went white. My reflection took a step forward. I flipped the light switch off and ran. I don't remember getting back into bed, only the sheer terror that kept me awake until morning. When I finally worked up the courage to check the bathroom, the mirror was empty. Not shattered, not removed, just empty. The sink, the tiled walls, the shower curtain, everything reflected perfectly, but I wasn't there. Then I heard it, a slow, wet footstep behind me, and another, and another. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My body was locked in place, every nerve screaming at me to run, but something in the air, something thick, heavy, wrong, kept me frozen. My breath came in short, shallow bursts, my pulse pounding in my ears. The floor creaked. Whatever was behind me was getting closer. I squeezed my eyes shut. If I didn't look, maybe it wouldn't be real. Maybe I'd wake up in my bed and this would all be some fever dream. A long, slow exhale ghosted against the back of my neck. Not mine. The air around me felt colder, suffocating, like the walls were closing in. Then a whisper, so close it could have been inside my own head. "You let me out." The lights flickered. The air smelled damp and rotten, the wood left to decay in a basement. I opened my eyes, and against every instinct I turned around. There was nothing there, but in the mirror my reflection was back, only now it wasn't mimicking me. It stood still, watching as I slowly backed away. Then, just before I turned to run, it raised one hand and waved. Before I understood what was happening, an invisible force, something pulling at me, dragging me towards the mirror. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to fight, to resist. I dug my heels into the floor, twisting, thrashing, forcing my body to break free from the invisible grip. My fingers, which had already begun to press against the glass, curled into a fist, and I punched the mirror. Glass exploded in all directions, shards cutting into my skin, a sound like shrieking metal tearing through the air. The pull stopped. I hit the floor, gasping, hands shaking as I scrambled backward, away from the shattered remains of the mirror. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from within the broken pieces, something moved. A pale hand reached out from the largest shard, fingers stretching, twisting, grasping at empty air. My face, but wrong, warped with rage, its mouth stretched wide in a silent scream. Then, piece by piece, the shards went dark, like ink spilling over a canvas. The reflection faded into nothing, swallowed by an emptiness that made my stomach turn. And then it was gone. The room was silent. The mirror was shattered, and I was still here. I sat there for hours, waiting, trembling, staring at the pieces, expecting something or anything to come crawling out, but nothing did. I didn't sleep that night. I haven't slept since. I threw away every mirror in my apartment, any reflective surface I covered. My phone, my laptop screen, even the shine of my doorknob. I avoid them all because I know it's still out there, waiting and watching. And sometimes in the corner of my vision, in a place where my reflection should be, I see nothing at all. My dad never let me own a phone. He'd already lost one son to an online predator, and he wasn't going to let it happen again. I tried to explain that I wasn't like Kyle. I didn't want to meet up with anyone from the internet. All I wanted was to message my friends and watch YouTube videos on the bus. But Dad wouldn't have it. Since Kyle disappeared, I barely left my room. When dinner was ready, I waited until Dad had finished eating before I grabbed my plate. Easier that way, without him watching. If I ate too slowly, he'd snap. "What, not good enough for you?" Before, Kyle used to redirect our old man's anger at himself, shielding me from the worst of it. He'd taken a beating once when I knocked over a can of red paint in the garage. Whenever someone asked about the purple bruise under his eye, he'd say it came from playing hockey. I never got the chance to thank him for that. I worked part-time bagging groceries at the Quick Mart and saved $200. One of my friends, Devin, sold me a cheap Motorola smartphone. I added people's socials, installed YouTube, Spotify, and a few other apps, and set up this Reddit profile. I couldn't risk Dad finding out the phone, so I pried up a floorboard in our bedroom, my bedroom, to hide it. I had to keep reminding myself of that. Without Kyle, there was no more our room, our desk, or our wardrobe. It was all mine, and that's all it ever would be. With steady internet access, my morbid curiosity got the better of me, and I googled Kyle's name. Recent articles popped up, and a headline on an obscure news site froze me. Father investigated in missing child's case. The photo showed Dad stepping in, or out, of his Lexus. Suddenly his boots echoed on the staircase. I slid the phone back under the floorboards and hopped into bed, pulling the cover to my chin. Dad leaned in my doorway, slurring, "Good night, Bailey." Lately I'd caught him hiding a flask of whiskey in his jacket. It hadn't been this bad since the early months of the divorce. "Good night, Dad," I replied. But a question escaped me. Is there any new information on Kyle? His expression sobered. You know the rule. You don't talk about him. It's not for you to worry about. When he left, he kept the door ajar. I considered closing it, but if he went to the bathroom during the night and found it shut, he'd chew me out. I rolled onto my side and tried to sleep. I was beginning to drift off, my thoughts bleeding into hazy dreams, when the sound started. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It reminded me of nails on skin or a shovel in dirt. I looked down at the floorboard I'd hidden the phone under, and the scratching stopped, as if it were saying, "Yes, it's me. I'm here." Had I left Spotify playing by mistake? Carefully I slipped from the bed and crouched by the floor, glancing at the door to be sure Dad wasn't watching. I pressed my ear to the boards and listened. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Then I recognized the sound. Fingers clawing through soil, as if something was climbing up from beneath the house. I jumped back into bed and closed my eyes, desperately trying to ignore the sound. It was an absurd thought, not one a rational mind interprets. Yet I couldn't bring myself to lift the floorboard and look inside. The next morning, I asked Dad what it could be. He had an immediate answer. Rats. They'd probably nested in the walls and floor. One must have fallen into a gap and trapped itself. Night after night, the scraping continued. I wondered how long a rat could survive. 5 days? A week? By the end of 2 weeks, I knew it couldn't be a rat. The sounds grew louder, closer. At times, when there was no wind outside, I'd hear weak, whistling breaths creeping up from the floorboard. I forced myself to endure it for 2 more days, determined to block out the noises until they faded, until last night when everything changed. The scratching began as usual around 2 or 3 in the morning, but after a few hours it stopped. Silence stretched, and for a peaceful moment I thought it may have stopped. But then the scraping resumed, rougher, fingernails against wood. The loose floorboard wobbled open as something shifted beneath. Too terrified to look, I grabbed a stack of textbooks and placed them onto the board. The wobbling ceased, but on the other side, the scratching continued. I stayed awake until dawn, and at first light, I finally removed the textbooks and lifted the floorboard. Inside, my phone was gone, fallen into what had replaced it, an arm-sized hole leading into blackness. My heart pounded as I stared down the void. Without my phone, I had no light to shine inside and see how deep it was. So instead, I leaned closer and hovered my ear over the hole. Breathing. The weak, whistling breaths I'd heard earlier, like the lungs were filled with dirt. My pulse quickened. It couldn't be true. It'd be ridiculous to even consider it, but I found myself confronting the possibility. Something was buried down there. At school the next day, I borrowed Devon's phone and called my number. Devon gave a short laugh. "You think the thing in the hole knows how to use a phone?" The phone rang 7 times, then clicked as someone answered. "Hello?" I whispered. A voice I knew all too well. Kyle's voice, crackled through the static. "Don't trust him." The last time I decided to journal my travels didn't end well. I was hunting a demon that had the supernatural abilities to create life out of written word. And all the messed up stuff I put down came back to kick my butt for months after that. Nearly killed me on multiple occasions. And I had many sleepless nights. I think it's safe to say that the pesky little guy got what was coming to him, though. I thought it ironic to use my own word as bait. only to lure him into a paradox. It went something like, "You will cease to exist once you understand why you cannot." You like that? I spent all day thinking about the best way to mess with him. Poor guy tried to twist out of it, but you can't fight words when they break your own rules. He ended up comatose, loaded up in the back of my truck, and thrown into the holy burn pit after that. Good riddance. Anyway, my shrink says I gotta keep writing things down and really process my thoughts and actions. I can then maybe identify what triggers my PTSD and try to make some progress out of it. I don't think he really understands the gravity of what I do. As long as I keep hunting, I am safe. The world is a safer place. It falls on me to keep it that way. So, I'm shacked up in this musty yellow motel room in the middle of nowhere typing out my emotions. As long as it helps me hunt, then it's alright by me. Middle of nowhere is actually a special place called the Ho Rainforest in Olympic National Park. All kinds of god and devil-given creatures alike call it home. It's over 1,400 square miles of dense and mountainous terrain. Most of it is so remote that GPS and cell service doesn't work at all. What I'm saying is, I'm very lucky to have narrowed my search down to just a small part of it. About 25 square miles is where my stage is being set here in Ho. Hopefully it ends up being a good show. It's also one of the only temperate rainforests in the world, meaning it's cold, foggy, and constantly damp. Everything out here is covered in thick sheets of emerald moss. They grow out of twisted and wound-up trees under the cozy blanket of fog. Those wind-up trees are massive and ancient. Some even tower well beyond 300 feet. Their twisted roots and dense undergrowth make the forest a labyrinth with no real entrance or exit. Perfect for a little mouse like me to go and find my cheese. The whole place looks and feels like a dream, straight out of high fantasy. I've already done some preliminary scoping out of the forest to figure out what I'll need to survive for a week or so. Camping out there is serene, but also utterly terrifying. It's so silent. You could hear your own blood pumping, only to be broken up by the sounds of blood-curdling screams. Cougars. Among the animals to look out for in these parts are of course bears, the aforementioned cougars, and maybe an elk if it's got its balls twisted in a knot that day. But the real big bad, the one I'm interested in, is responsible for centuries worth of disappearances and lunatics. I call it the Nemosith, from Mnemosyne, the Greek goddess of memory, and Sith, an old word for shadow, or parasite. It's an elusive creature that I suspect has some sort of memory warping ability. From what I understand of the research, it feeds off of the memories of its victims, sucking them of their life's essence, so to speak. Once your memory is gone, you become like a husk with a brain filled with holes, as if a parasite burrowed its way through your soft, fatty tissue, and left you to rot. I talked to a young man last week who had an encounter with it, the only possible survivor from such a deadly monster. Every other account was just second-hand descriptions of events. I can assure you that he acted like his head was Swiss cheese, and he looked like it too. After the incident, he sure as crap couldn't take care of himself anymore. His parents kept him in his own room in the backyard. It was a shed converted to a livable area, complete with a bathroom, AC, and everything. They claimed that they couldn't handle his episodes anymore, and so I got the vibe that they needed the space more than he did. They looked tired. They wheeled out a decrepit young man with a 1,000-yard stare, folded in a strange position, one leg tucked under himself and left arm grabbing the back of his seat. He looked like the origami of pain, a collection of mobile, bagged fluids and tubes littered around him. Some coming in, others out. He was gaunt and deathly. Head was caved in, a perfect concave lens around both temples, leading to a sharp edge at the top where some wiry hair held on. I smiled and waved with smooth southern hospitality, but could tell my smile was just a bit too straight-lipped. That slight grimace of acknowledging something terrible had happened to him, and my sympathy couldn't help but show itself in an awkward gesture. I hoped his parents didn't notice and thought I was wincing, but they didn't seem to mind. They gave me nothing but kindness, the sort of people that would take great care of their disabled child. Good people. "Hey, Eddie, my name's Mark," I said. I reached over and touched his frail shoulder. He squeezed his eyes and lurched back in his chair a little, like I was threatening to hit him. "He hasn't talked much since the accident," said his mom. The father chimed in. "He doesn't do much at all. Stares off into space, draws a little. He likes that one cartoon. You know, the creepy one with that weird pink dog. Courage, baby." Yeah, that one." He looked solemnly at Eddie, then glanced at his wife for a brief moment, seemingly from embarrassment. I crouched down and got a better look at the kid. From what I've heard, the parents, Beth and Rick, went camping in Olympic National with their 2 sons, Eddie and Ryan, about a year ago. "So, Eddie, you like to draw?" He looked scared, nodded his head a little. "Beth, could you show me some of his drawings?" She took me inside his shed, which honestly looked better than my own apartment. It was pristine and clean, very sterile, hospital-like. His drawings were black and white sketches of abstract nature. Some almost looked like chicken scratch. They were all pinned up on a corkboard past a drafting table set up to fit his wheelchair under it. Some of the chicken scratch looked like humanoid figures, almost amphibious and wet, dripping with charcoal onto eggshell ground. Some of them looked like a little boy, holding hands with a taller, more pronounced and thick stick figure. I heard the rattle of Eddie's wheelchair behind me, and when I turned around, he looked me in the eyes for the first time. "Don't trust what you know," he slurred. "What you think." He took a deep and labored breath. "Yourself." I don't know what Eddie was trying to tell me, but I think at that moment, he knew what I was at his home for. He knew what I was after, and I felt like he was trying to warn me. They said that Eddie started to act irrationally on the first day camping. He would say the same things over and over. He would think he was somewhere he was not. He started to have some night terrors in the tent, then went out sleepwalking in the middle of the night. Beth got scared when she woke up and didn't see poor Eddie in his sleeping bag. She ran out into the forest, following the sounds of light thudding in the distance, and found Eddie bashing his head into a tree, over and over. The bark was stripped bare, and so was his head, raw and broken, bleeding all over his face. He turned and looked at his mother, woke up, and cried. He didn't know where he was or what was happening to him. That night was the single most excruciating time of their lives, something feverish that punched my gut and made me queasy. Beth tried to wake up her family, but she said it was as if they were drugged. They'd just mumble. Rick would say some profanities and something about leaving him alone, and they'd doze off once more. Meanwhile, Eddie was a zombie, looking off into those damp, twisted trees, eyes following each one in spirals, making him nauseous. He retched onto the ground, creating puddles of stomach acid until he dry heaved while his mom was desperately shaking and slapping her husband to wake up. "I don't want to go. No, Mom, please. Please don't leave me. Please." He begged her as she squeezed her eldest's red, stained face, and promised him everything was going to be okay. Beth dragged Rick out of the tent to try and put him in the truck to take to the hospital. She had the right idea to get out of Dodge, but it was too late. She says she swore she saw something dragging Ryan's limp body in the dark. When she shined a light, the thing hissed at her and looked at Eddie, who started to attack his mom. He didn't recognize her anymore and screamed she was a monster as he brutally beat his mom half to death. She said she could hear the bones in her face crunching under the weight of his fists. Her screams and pleas for help were so loud it finally woke up Rick, who promptly restrained his son. What are you doing?" She heard as she ran after the thing carrying Ryan into the woods. All bloodied, face smashed in, and still in her pajamas, she looked through swollen eyes as the thing held hands with Ryan, who was still only 5, kissed him on the cheek, and let him jump off the cliff ahead of her. Eddie bellowed behind, passing her right by as she was still frozen in shock, looking at a real-life monster that just pushed her little baby off the edge. He jumped off in one big leap to what was supposed to be his demise. She thought she lost both her babies that night. She thought she was insane. That's what the police told her too. That's what they told Rick, who at the time was folded like laundry at the foot of the truck by the hands of his deranged and empowered son. The thing looked back at her and she swore she saw it give her a smirk, reveling in her pain just for a moment before it leaped away. The authorities found Eddie and Ryan's bodies the next day. No one thought Eddie had even a remote chance of survival, but he did. He hung on that whole night and half a day, battered and broken at the bottom of a crumbling rock face, with his little brother's dead body lying next to him. Nothing he could do, nothing he could say to be forgiven, just the pain, just the sadness, just the insanity to keep him company. After hearing all of this, I didn't know what made the young man mad. Was it the Nemosith or his own actions? But Beth showed me a copy of his head MRI when I asked for it, and I saw for myself what the real damage was. It looked like a worm burrowed its way through his head, leaving it a messy art piece of collapsed bridges and glued together with sticks. How could anyone be alive with nothing but mush in their head? How could anyone keep living after they did such a thing, thinking it was all their fault and had no one else to blame? I couldn't help but blurt out through gritted teeth, "This is sick." Beth looked up at me, finally with tears in her eyes and conviction in her voice, stronger than any other sentence I heard the woman ever say to me. "You're going to kill it. You're going to stop that thing." Deep down, boiling inside me was a rage I haven't felt in a long time. Something animalistic and profoundly human. Consider it dead. So that's how I got here, out in the boonies of Washington, setting the stage of my next hunt. I plan on waking up at dawn and heading to a fire lookout perched on a tall mountain overlooking the rainforest. I got my weapons ready, but something tells me I'll need some better tricks up my sleeve for a creature that'll wipe my memory and mess with my head. Something more than just firepower. I'll definitely need to keep my wits about me. The view from up here is amazing. Panoramic windows and deck give me the greatest vantage I can ask for. Although this being the case, dense fog and thick forest obscure the ground level where I can assume the Nemosith is hiding out. I already set a couple of alarm traps in my vicinity and made sure my presence known with a large bonfire I built at the base of the tower. The little guy should know I'm here, and I hope to God he's hungry. I changed up my sleep schedule earlier on in the week so I can stay energized through the night, as it is likely a nocturnal animal. Just woke up a little before sunset, and I'm enjoying some instant coffee on the deck, taking deep breaths and establishing a strong connection with my mind and body. If this thing is going to mess with my head, I figured the least I could do is practice some meditation, something my shrink also wants me to do anyways. I don't believe in the nonsense like the spirituality you can buy at a supermarket, but I concur that the meditations, do in fact calm my nerves. My list is all checked off. Traps, food, water, shelter, transport, radio. Looks good. Okay, it's time to find out what us little people are made of. Apologies if some of this doesn't make much sense. I'm still putting together the pieces of what happened last night. The sun was setting in marvelous glows of pastel tones arranged in warm colors that filled my body with comfort. I set down my mug when the final embers of the day vanished to reveal a night sky filled with the Milky Way, like someone turned on the universe's nightlight. It presented everything in just enough cool-toned lighting that a flashlight wasn't needed until the fog rolled in. I put on my backpack and threw the machete into my sling when I heard it. A loud bang, like a gunshot ringing out that rustled many feathers as a flock of birds got scared away just east of me. It could have been anything, but I had to go check and make sure. Climbing down the steps of the old rickety tower, I began to hear brutal screaming, the kind of screams you only hear in dire circumstances, like someone was being mauled, then another and another. I was surrounded by the screams of what sounded like women all around me. I knew them to be cougars, but it was definitely some shady stuff going on. It was like surround sound. All around my skull and off in the distance, they were all curdling in fear. It made me scared too. I took a second to ground myself and started running toward the east. Game time. Navigating the forest would have been impossible without my headlamp and machete. Still, progress was slow even with the paths I marked and cleared earlier. It was like the shrubbery had some magical miracle grow in them, and they covered my paths just as fast as I cut them down. When I made it to my east trap, I was surprised to see that the trigger mechanism wasn't pulled. I was tricked already, but I was prepared for a lure anyways. I hate the intelligent ones, because they always pull childish stunts like this, thinking they're smarter than me. I may not be a genius, but I'm good at what I do. I pulled out my handgun, closed my eyes, and listened. Then, with the slightest rustle in the leaves jolted me back. I flipped around, aiming through the iron, and then I wasn't there anymore. I was a kid back in Arkansas, and I immediately threw up in my lap from the sheer dizzying spiral of what just happened. I tried so hard to remember what was going on, but it was like my whole life before that never happened, and it felt like a dream to me. It got to a point that all I could remember was the mantra I said when meditating. Don't trust what you know, what you believe, yourself. I said in a rushed whisper over and over. I was startled when I got a slug to the face in the middle of my rambling. "What is wrong with you, Mark?" said the man in the front driver's seat of an old Tacoma. "You little crap, you ruined my car." He threw more right hands at me until eventually pulling the car over to drag me out and started to beat me on the side of the road. The beating was a familiar taste I knew all too well. The salty sweat of a man. I pushed back in my mind palace far, far away from myself. My father. I tried to push him away, but my feeble body didn't have enough strength to fight back. I just ate every hit until a tooth cut through my bottom lip, and I felt my nose crack and bleed down my chin. He stood up in a grunt and exacerbated breath. "Today's the day, Mark." He took some deep inhalations. "You're really pushing me. I'll leave you out here if you don't suck it up." He walked over to the truck and cracked open one of the cores that littered the back seat. He started back over to me, well swigging it. "What you gotta say, little man?" Still lying on that dry pavement, I spit a hot, bloody loogie at his feet. "Screw you, you freak." He got on top of me and really let me have it that time. Full swings and torn up knuckles driving my head onto the pavement over and over. When I started to lose consciousness, I began to have flashes of me in the forest, and something else on top of me. Something slimy and wet, with claws and needle teeth. That's when I snapped out of it. I threw the thing off of me and was surprised to find just how light it was. About 90 pounds of gross muscle, contorted and amphibious. It reeked of mold and decaying meat. The Nemo Sith hissed at me and leaped away into a tree as I heard it bound across branches. "You scared?" I screamed in frustration. I let off a couple of shots, but none of them hit their mark as I was dizzy and tired. My equilibrium was off and my ears rang like a bomb exploded in my skull. It bounded away, and I knew I had to get back to the tower to reassess and check the damage before it attacked again. The journey back was daunting. I stumbled all over the place and kept hearing my father in my head, yelling at me, telling me things, whispering to me to keep secrets, terrible secrets, the ones I'm in therapy for. When I finally made it back, I checked the mirror to find I indeed suffered a real beating. Broken nose, black eyes, cut on the bottom lip, definitely a concussion. The only new things were the small pinpricks nesting around my scalp. The monster tried to burrow its way through my brain just like Eddie. It almost got me good. Bringing my dad out like that was a real pain. And when I started to think of him, my anxiety spiked. I shot up and cut down the stairs to the entrance of my lookout, boarded up the entrance, then sat in a corner and took deep breaths trying to get rid of my panic. Ever since I couldn't re-up my Xanax prescription, I've had to just suck it up and deal with the panic attacks myself. When I finally started to feel a bit better, I began to realize that taking away my only escape route might not have been such a great idea. But in my mind at the time, it was the only way to ensure I was going to be left alone. The only way to stay safe. I took some deep breaths in that musty corner and even ate a granola bar. It hurt like hell crunching on it, but I had to chew on something. I heard that animals only eat when they're safe, so if you eat when you're panicked, then you could trick the mind into relaxing. This time it only helped a little. "Come on out, Mark," I heard from outside. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw my dad making rounds about the lookout. He was holding an axe and was bigger than I remember, wearing that same stupid hat and filthy plaid shirt, looking like a lumberjack. His hands and body were still dirty and bloody from the beating he gave me earlier. His voice boomed with authority. "You can't hide forever, little boy." Panic mode was in full effect. That's what he used to call me when he... I leaned out the porch and with gritted teeth started shooting at him. But I was still just as bad of a shot as earlier and couldn't reach him. The gun ran out of bullets, so I ducked back into the cabin and began reloading when I heard thunderous cracks coming from below me. They shook the tower and threw me off balance, knocking me on my butt. The bastard was going to take the whole thing down. Sure enough, the remaining logs couldn't withstand the weight of its cabin, and my big fat butt fell down with it. I saw the sky quickly revolve into earth and back again as I tumbled through the air. The cabin slammed into the mountainside facing up, but at a steep angle, shattering all the windows. The impact made the fridge fall from above me, crushing my left arm between it and the floor. I screamed out in pain as it slid off me and fell through the windows and down the cliff. My arm was twisted up, compound fracture through the elbow and nicked an artery too. Blood was gushing out 3 feet in spurts that were in sync with my heartbeat. I quickly tore off my shirt and wrapped it. That's when the cabin started sliding. The Nemo Sith started clawing at the barricaded door above me, cutting through the plywood like butter. It shrieked like a cougar and pounced as we both skied our way down the slope. Trees and rocks pushed past us, tearing up the cabin and splitting it into pieces like grated cheese. I rolled around a wall to avoid getting hit, but the thing kept coming at me with ferocity, swinging its claws around with no purpose or care. I managed to shoot it a couple times in the body, and milky fluid bled from it like a punctured balloon. Smash. We made it to the bottom, and when the wreckage settled, all was silent. I stood up, and through double vision and fog, I saw my dad again, approaching slowly with arms out wide. "You know I love you, buddy. I love you so much." Hunched over, half dead and completely done with that, I said, "You love me now?" and emptied the rest of my magazine into the filth. He doubled over and flexed back, arching his spine into a bridge that melted the skin off and became his true form, a slimy, nasty, overgrown frog thing. It screamed one last time, rattling its lungs out until slowly catching a hitch in its breath, gurgling on fluids. It slowly died there, melting into the wreckage like bubbly acid. It took some time getting back to my truck. Even more time to drive to a hospital and convince the staff I was just in a car wreck. You live and you learn. I called Beth in the hospital and let her know what happened. She's ecstatic, and invited me over for dinner once I get out. I begged her to make me some cheesecake, and she did me one better to offer a ride from the hospital with Rick and Eddie too. I'll be taking a short break from hunting to heal up and recharge. In the meantime, I'll be taking any offers or bounties people have, and setting up a schedule. My shrink is pissed that I missed my last appointment and told me no excuses when I explained the whole almost dying thing. He told me to just keep journaling and make sure to come back to the office once I'm out of the hospital. That guy. Something still bugs me though. When I first came down that tower, I didn't just hear one cougar. They were everywhere. Maybe just another sick trick. Anyways, till next time. Mark. The sun was just beginning to set beyond the mountains, which encircle my hometown when a spring rainstorm popped up. I hadn't expected rain. The forecast had been showing clear skies all day long. It started as nothing more than a drizzle, and quickly became a deluge before subsiding back to a drizzle. As the downpour waxed and waned all around, I was disturbed to hear a sound which was not born of nature. It was the sound of somebody trying my back door's handle. The torrential rain slowed down long enough to hear a slow, low, disappointed voice say, "Locked up tight." I felt panicked. Something was trying to get into my house. I was allowed only a second to grapple with this realization before I was wrenched back into the present by the sound of thunder slamming itself against my side door. The knob attempted to turn uselessly against its locked mechanism. The voice came again, this time sounding devastated, as if encountering a locked door while trying to gain entry to my home were one of fate's cruel tricks. Locked up nice and proper. My heart skipped a beat at the sound, and it skipped another when I turned to look at my front door, unlocked. I ran for the door. I doubt that I've ever moved that fast before, and I'm sure I could never do it again. I slammed against my wooden savior in haste, the lock sliding in with a clunk, immediately answered by a thunderous impact which shook the frame of the door, if not the whole house. Picking myself up where I lay, several feet away from the door, I saw that it had remained intact. Even the glass portion in the middle of the door was unmarred by the titanic force which slammed against it. I began to process what I was seeing beyond the glass. The thing which had been trying to enter my house, and its face pressed up against the transparent barrier. It was a putrid mass of writhing flesh. Hundreds, if not thousands of tiny tentacles comprised the bulk of the face. It had the eyes of a snake. Its tentacles moved in perfect synchronization, to reveal a mouth filled with row after row of way too many teeth. Its teeth were round and dark in color, like stones worn smooth by a river. It spoke again, this time consumed by animal rage. All loxy-upsy, good, good, good. After its outburst, the creature took to silently leering at me, with only enough of its head exposed to allow its eyes to see me. We stayed like that for a while, the thing leering at me with cold fury in its eyes, me staring back with cold piss in my pants. Eventually the rain subsided and the devil disappeared from my doorstep. I had thought that would be the end of it. 4 months had gone by, and I was beginning to approach the idea of letting go of the horrific experience I'd had. It had been almost an hour since I had last checked the weather, and I was thinking of going for 2. That's when I saw the announcement of a pop-up storm for my area. All of my doors had been staying locked for months, and that day was no different. The thing made its rounds, growing in volume, corresponding with its rage. When it had checked all of my doors and found its efforts frustrated, it took to leering at me just as before. It's been 7 years since then. I'm a morning person by necessity. That's when I do all my shopping, gardening, working, and general outside stuff. I check my weather app every 15 minutes. These are precautions I've taken as I don't know how it all works. I don't know what would happen if I were to stay home when a surprise storm rolled in. I don't know what this thing even is. I do know one thing though. After 7 years of maximum effort attempts, the thing now only bothers, half-heartedly, to check the front door. Finding no success it sighs, and goes to sulk in a corner. After 7 years, it's giving up. Some roads feel like they remember you better than people do. We were driving back late, me, my girlfriend asleep next to me, and Havana, our 2.5-year-old dog, curled up on the passenger side like she owned it. The air was cool, the sky was moonless, the kind of night where the world seems to shrink down to just your headlights and your thoughts. The GPS had rerouted us off the main road to avoid traffic. I took the turn without thinking, but once we were a few kilometers in, it started to feel like the road had taken me. There was nothing memorable about it visually. Flat, straight, just trees on either side, and the kind of quiet that gets under your skin. But something about it started pressing on a part of me I hadn't felt in a long time. A pressure behind the ribs, a heaviness that wasn't about tiredness. That's when I saw someone up ahead. A man on the side of the road, not waving, not panicked, just standing there, calm. I slowed down, and as the lights caught his face, I nearly forgot to breathe. "Marco?" He smiled. "Hey, Peter." I pulled over, gravel crunching beneath the tires. Ivana perked her ears but didn't growl, just looked at him like he belonged there. I got out. Marco looked older, like me, but his posture was the same, relaxed but alert. He always had this way of noticing everything without needing to talk about it. I hadn't seen him since we were maybe 11. He was never the loud kind of friend. We didn't climb trees or build forts or throw water balloons at girls. We just talked, in hallways, on slow walks after school. We'd found each other because neither of us liked pretending to be interested in the things everyone else seemed obsessed with. I never played with Lego. He didn't play soccer. We found connection in the quiet places between everything. And this road, this one exactly, was where we used to walk together. After school, before the streetlights came on, it cut behind the newer blocks and curved near an old train yard that doesn't exist anymore. We used to sit on a cracked bench back there, and talk about things that felt too big to say out loud anywhere else. Like where we'd be in 20 years. Like whether anyone would still remember us. Like what it meant to feel invisible, even when surrounded by people. And then one day, he was just gone. No explanation, no warning. He didn't move away in the way that kids usually do, with boxes and teary goodbyes. He just disappeared. Empty seat in class. No forwarding address. I asked once, maybe twice, but no one had answers. And I didn't push. I just let him vanish. Now here he was on this road again, like no time had passed. "I never got to say goodbye," he said. His voice hadn't changed. Still soft, still grounded. He looked toward the road like it was familiar too. "I didn't even know you'd left," I said. "I know," he said, "but you remembered this road." I didn't mean to. But something in you did. You came back when you needed to. That's what this place was always for. I didn't understand what he meant. Not fully. Not yet. But he kept going. "You used to talk to me when no one else did. You let me be quiet without making me feel wrong for it. You asked real questions, and when my life was going to hell, you didn't even know it, but you gave me a place to be safe." I looked away. That lump in my throat was back. "You helped me carry something I didn't have words for back then. Now I'm here to return the favor." I laughed, not because it was funny, but because I didn't know what to do with the ache in my chest. "I'm fine," I said automatically. "No," he said gently. "You're functional." He looked at me like I'd said something untrue about my own body, like he was the scaffolding inside me for what it really was. "You've been unraveling slowly for a while," he said. "You show up, you get the work done, you hold conversations, but inside you're bone tired, worn down by the pressure to keep it together, and no one sees it, not the way I do." I didn't answer, because he wasn't wrong. I'd been going through the motions, delivering on expectations, solving problems, nodding along in meetings, but something deeper had been leaking out of me, something I hadn't told anyone about. That feeling like the floor could give out at any second, that brittle edge just beneath the surface of every task, every social obligation, every smile. "You've convinced everyone you're okay," he said. "Even her." He gestured toward the car. "But you're not." I felt something hot building behind my eyes. Then he glanced at the passenger seat. "She knows, though," he said, nodding at Havana. "She keeps you tethered. Every day, you think she's just a good companion, but she's more than that. She pulls you out of the fog, reminds you there's joy and safety, even in tiny moments." I looked at her through the window. She was watching me, tail tapping once, then still, like she understood every word. "You've got more strength than you give yourself credit for," he said, "but strength isn't the same as not needing help." "I don't know what to do," I said quietly. "You don't need to do anything tonight. Just feel it. Let yourself stop pretending for once. That's why I'm here." He looked back down the road, and for the first time I realized something. He didn't look like someone visiting. He looked like someone returning home. "You came back now because you knew I was close to breaking." He nodded. "This was our place. You were most you here. Before you learned to hide. I figured maybe if you came back, you'd remember how to come back to yourself." I took a step forward, but he was already backing away. Not vanishing, not disappearing, just walking into the dark, like someone leaving a room that wasn't theirs to stay in. I watched until I couldn't anymore. Then I got into the car. My girlfriend stared and squeezed my hand. still half asleep. Havana leaned gently against my leg with that quiet, solid love that doesn't ask questions. We drove. The road didn't feel hollow anymore, just quiet, real, steady. I don't know what Marco was. Memory, ghost, guardian. All I know is that I needed him, and somehow he knew exactly where to find me. That's the thing about the right kind of friendship. Even when time and distance tear it from the surface, something underneath remembers. A hidden map, a place. He came back to remind me I'm not alone in this, that I never really was, and that sometimes saving someone doesn't look like a grand act. Sometimes it looks like showing up on the side of the road, right when the silence gets too loud. My mother used to tell me I was her little miracle, not because I survived anything, just the opposite. Because something never showed up when I did. I was born on July 26th, 1999. Night birth, full moon. The room was dim, but my dad had a camera, an old school camcorder. They still have the footage, and you can clearly see it. Everyone else in the room casts a shadow. I don't. It's not subtle. It's not a trick of the light. My tiny body rests on the bed, but the floor beneath me is untouched. I move, nothing follows. I reach for the nurse's finger. Her shadow stretches long across the tiles. Mine stays gone. My parents tried to explain it. Doctors said it was a fluke. Physics, lighting. But it wasn't, because it never changed. All through childhood, no shadow on sunny days. Not in streetlights, not in flash photos. And then around age 13 it started to change. Not that I had a shadow, but I'd see others, shadows, where they didn't belong. One time I was sitting on the toilet, door shut, lights on. I looked down and a shadow moved across the floor, like someone walking past. But no one was there. Another time I was playing in the backyard. The sun was high, I still cast nothing. But I looked to my right, and there was a shadow of me, standing just a few feet away, not moving. Not mine. When I told my mom, she went pale. She never told me what she saw in the hospital that night, but she sat me down and said something I've never forgotten. If it's yours, it'll come back eventually, and when it does, don't let it touch you. I thought she was being dramatic, but then last week at 25 years old, it returned. I was brushing my teeth when I saw it, the shadow behind me, attached to me. I laughed at first. It had been so long, I figured it finally caught up. But then I turned off the bathroom light and it didn't go away. It stayed there, in the dark. It shouldn't have been visible, but it was. And it moved when I didn't. I stepped left. It stayed put. I held my breath and it breathed. Chest rising, falling. Even though it was flat on the floor, it moved like it had lungs. I turned the light back on. Gone. But I could feel it now, following me, watching. At night it stands at the foot of my bed. I don't sleep anymore. Last night I blinked, and it was on the ceiling. Directly above me, stretched long and thin like oil. It whispered, "You were never whole. I've come to fix that." I tried to run. The lights in the hallway all blew out. I got to the front door and my reflection didn't move. I watched myself, frozen in glass, mouth hanging open, eyes wide. Then the reflection smiled, and its shadow twisted like smoke. I've locked myself in the bathroom now. The lights are still on, but the shadow is inside the mirror. It's waiting. It said my name and then, "You don't have a shadow because I took it with me when I left. You were always mine. And now, I want it back. He was only gone for 2 days. Said he needed to clear his head, so he packed light and headed up into the Uintas with his usual gear. No big deal. He's done it before, but this time, when he came back, something was off. It started with how he walked in. No announcement, no "I'm back," just opened the door, set his pack down, and stood in the kitchen like he forgot what it was for. I was at the table mid-bite. He looked at me and smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Good trip?" I asked. He nodded, still smiling. That smile didn't drop once the whole night. Not when he told me about the mountain lion tracks near his campsite. Not when I noticed he was wearing my sweatshirt. The one he hates. Not even when I asked what trail he took and he said North Ridge. There is no North Ridge. Not here. That night I couldn't sleep. Something about how he moved felt wrong. Too smooth. Too studied. At one point I got up to check the locks and caught a glimpse of him in the hallway mirror. He was just standing in the dark staring at it. Not at his reflection, at the space beside it. The next morning I found a dead bird on the porch. Not torn apart, just laid out neatly, like a gift. He said he didn't put it there. Then he asked if I remembered when our mom died. The thing is, she's still alive. I waited until he went out back. He said he wanted to feel the sun, but just stood in the middle of the yard, arms hanging loosely at his sides, face tilted upward like he was trying to remember what warmth felt like. That gave me maybe 10 minutes. I went straight for his pack. It looked normal at first. His knife, half-used water bladder, trail snacks he didn't touch. But when I unzipped the bottom pouch, I found something he would have never brought home. A lock of hair, tied with red thread. Dry, brittle, not his color, not mine. It looked old, like it had been buried in salt or ash. Underneath it was a scrap of parchment, something drawn in charcoal, rough circles layered with jagged lines, stick figures warped around a central shape. I didn't recognize the symbol, but the longer I stared, the more I felt like I should. When I turned it over, a single word was scrawled in the corner in tiny, frantic handwriting. Return. I barely had time to zip the pack shut before I heard the back door open. He stepped inside, eyes still fixed on the ceiling like something might be living just above it. "You been in my bag?" he asked calmly. I lied, said no. He smiled. That smile. It stayed frozen while he poured himself a glass of water, gulped it down too fast, then poured another. His throat made no sound as he swallowed. Later that night, I woke up to him humming, a song we used to sing when we were little, only half the melody was wrong. Notes bent in places they shouldn't bend. The words didn't rhyme anymore. And when I peeked down the hallway, I saw him standing at my bedroom door, back turned, not moving, just listening. He didn't say anything when I asked what he was doing. He just walked away. In the morning, he was already at the kitchen table when I got up. No coffee, just sitting. He looked at me with that too wide smile and said, "Why'd you lie, little brother?" He asked why I lied. I didn't answer. I just stood there, heartbeat hammering behind my ribs, wondering how long he'd known. If he saw me touch the pack, if he'd ever really turned his back at all. He didn't press the question, just smiled and went back to staring at the table. Later, he left again. No word, no jacket, just walked out into the tree line and vanished like he'd always belonged there. This time I didn't check the pack. I waited, and after midnight he came back. His hands were covered in dirt, shirt torn, no blood, just wrong. Like it wasn't made for his body anymore. Like his limbs had started to stretch beneath the seams. He didn't say anything, just walked past me and went straight to the basement. That's when I heard it. Knocking. But not from the door, from inside the pack. Slow, wet, rhythmic, like knuckles dragging against plastic. I opened it. The first thing I saw was the hair again, matted now, damp with something dark. Beneath it, something wrapped in a tattered gray cloth. I should have stopped there. I didn't. I reached in and pulled it free. It was a jar sealed with wax and twine. Inside was a mouth. Not a full face, just a mouth, twisted in a silent scream. Gums torn back, lips stitched closed with animal sinew. But it was breathing. The glass fogged up every few seconds. It was trying to speak. Then I realized something. It looked like mine. I dropped it. The jar didn't break. It just rolled to the edge of the floor and sat there vibrating softly. Then from the basement, his voice called up. Except it wasn't really his. It was mine. Low, hollow, almost like he was trying it on for the first time. "Why'd you go through my things, little brother?" I didn't answer. I was too busy watching the jar. It was smiling now. You don't need to know my name. It's not important. And I know that I'm bad at writing, but I need to get this down before you follow in my footsteps and find yourself on that dirt road, leading to that place. Once you've entered, they don't let you leave. I should have listened to my gut when it told me something seriously sinister was hiding out in the dark corners and hallways of that horrible building. Something that I would come face to face with that very night. This was in 2017. My friends and I had done a lot of abandoned exploring as a group when we were still in high school. Mostly old churches, malls, and some crack houses that were usually inhabited by junkies shooting up, or homeless people needing a place to warm up for the winter. We would stock up on beers, spray cans, and whatever change we could put together between the three of us to buy some weed. It started out tame. We were just a bunch of stupid teenagers exploring old buildings, all while getting hammered and stoned in the process. We had a cheap handheld camera David got for a school film project we would use to record our adventures. Most of the footage was just our antics and vandalism we would do in these abandoned places, thinking it was the coolest thing at the time. Mark would even edit the videos during the week and post them in our group chat, and that's how we spent the rest of our summer, each abandoned place getting crazier than the last until we had seen it all in our town. One Friday night in November, David and Mark were at my place, where we would drink and smoke every weekend, thinking about the next place we would explore. We had already been everywhere in town, and it was getting repetitive. That's when we settled on the Elm Creek Health Facility, an abandoned mental asylum 45 minutes up north of town. We heard stories about kids exploring and going missing, but obviously, urban legends weren't holding us back from having a good time. David had a great-grandmother who was admitted there in the 40s because of her severe schizophrenia and manic episodes. Doing my research on the place now, it was famous back then for its inhumane experiments on patients, and was closed down in 1963 after many cases of abuse were reported. The facility was shut down, but the building remained. The rain battered down on the windshield of my car as we made our way north of the highway. I was 4 beers deep, and to sober up, I kept the windows rolled down in the pouring rain. We exited off the highway and made our way east towards the industrial side of town, where a dirt road led to the facility. That feeling I spoke about earlier was overwhelming me. A sense of existential dread, fear, and excitement washed over me as we turned into the dirt road, only lit by my headlights. The rain was still coming down heavily, only stopping when we were enshrouded in the tall and thick trees along the dirt road. We parked when we reached the no trespassing gate. Mark handed David and me flashlights, and we set out on the path to the building on foot. We joked about not making it out alive, as a means to project what we were feeling. We were all scared, but wouldn't admit it. Mark was on camera duty and started rolling as soon as the building was in sight. The building stood high in the sky, overgrown with vines and leaves, covering the boarded-up windows. We were lighting up a joint when we first heard the voice. "You guys exploring too? There's an entrance over here. Come here and I'll show you." The voice rang out in the cold rain, emanating from somewhere outside of the building. When Mark responded to the voice and said, "Yeah, we've never been here. Where are you?" No answer. We couldn't see where the voice had come from as we were still far from the building, so we just shrugged it off as another group of explorers. And maybe we would get the chance to see them when we got inside. We approached the building and scouted the perimeter for any entrance points we could find until we found an open window behind a grate. Mark kicked the grate in, and we descended into the basement of the building. The smell was the first thing that hit us. Mold and rotten wood. The room was full of graffiti, and medical instruments and books were strewn haphazardly around the room. Smashed beer bottles and cigarette butts littered the floor and made it apparent that we were not the first or the last people to ever enter this building. We made our way out of the room and down one of the long and winding corridors, asking, "Hello, is anyone there?" To which we received no response. We brushed it off as maybe the group had left before we made it up to the building, even though we knew it wasn't possible, and we continued before Mark stopped us and said, "I heard this place has a room where they did experiments on patients. It would be sick to get on film. Let's split up, and if one of us finds it, call the others." Before I could object, he was walking down the staircase with the camera pointed at his face, talking to the audience vlog style. David was just as scared as me. But to look unbothered, he offered to take the third floor and let me explore the main floor on my own. I went room by room, shaking with nervousness and mentally documenting what I saw to tell the others later. When we were done, the feeling of being watched was enough for me to start calling out to Mark and David, to which I received no response. That was when I started running back towards the beginning of the corridor to where we had split up in the first place. That was where I saw him. Mark was standing in the corridor, back turned to me and not moving. "Mark, what? This isn't the time to joke around. I want to leave." He didn't move. A chill ran down my spine as the man turned around and revealed himself. It wasn't Mark. It was me. The man was a carbon copy of my face except for the soulless void of black in his eyes. His face twisted up into a grin. My body was frozen and I stared in horror as he mimicked me perfectly. "Are you lost, Jason?" I backed away slowly, tripping over garbage on the floor in the process. "Why are you trying to leave, Jason? They don't let you leave here, just like David's great-grandmother." I regained my footing and turned toward the staircase. I raced down the stairs towards the basement we entered, tripping and stumbling while trying to convince myself this was some sort of elaborate prank. That was when I heard him start to run. He chased me down the stairs and throughout the basement until I got to the room we entered. I halted across the lawn, not looking back even when I heard the distant shrieking of David and Mark. Trembling with fear, I got to my car, put it in reverse, and drove to a gas station 2 miles away. When I called the cops, a search party went to the facility to find David and Mark. They are still missing to this day. Every night in my dreams, I am in that building. If you ever find yourself on that dirt road, remember this. They don't let you leave. They told us not to talk to him. That was the first thing the guy at the canoe rental said. As you pass Lily Spring, the paper read, you may see a man locals call Naked Ned. He lives off the river and keeps to himself. Please don't approach. Don't call out, wave, or speak to him in any way. Respect his privacy completely. He is not part of the tour. Do not engage. Ned won't bother you if you don't bother him. I read it aloud in the van, doing my best creepy narrator voice. Spooky. Kaysen snorted. Told you, Naked Ned, king of the swamp. He waggled his eyebrows at Jess. Jess rolled her eyes. I've seen enough naked old men in Atlanta. We call it downtown. Luke barked a laugh that was the old Econoline van rattled down the last dirt stretch. I swear it nearly came apart over a giant pothole. Our driver was this wiry, bark-skinned guy who looked like he'd been carved from driftwood. He turned slowly and locked eyes with us. Best mind that paper, he rasped. Ain't just for show. You come with respect. The river carries you home. Then staring right at Jess. You come to judge? The swamp keeps your bones. Nobody said a word. Then Kaysen scoffed like he always does. That's supposed to scare us? The guy didn't answer. Just climbed out and let the van door swing open behind him. I stuffed the paper into my backpack. Whatever. Let's go find your naked Florida man. We'd rented 2 aluminum canoes, 2 beat-up old things. They scraped over the sand before slipping into the dark water as we got in. Jess and I sat up front. Kaysen and Luke handled the steering. Luke grinned. The current grabs you if you're not careful. Kaysen smiled. Yeah, just sit back and look pretty. We got it. I let it go. It was hot and humid already, and if they wanted to do the work, fine by me. The Santa Fe River was tan and dark and slow-moving, winding lazily through the swampy woods. The smell was thick, wet earth, rotting leaves, and something foul. We drifted past half-sunken docks and sagging shacks. Faded, no trespassing signs clung to old trees, nailed in decades ago and forgotten. Jess wrinkled her nose. Smells like a carcass in a crock pot out here. Kaysen grinned. That's just the swamp saying hi. I didn't say it out loud, but the farther we drifted, the more the river felt like it was swallowing the world. Even our voices started to feel off. Too loud, then too soft. Like sound itself didn't know what to do out here. I reached into the bag and cracked open a mini bottle of Fireball. I'm not waiting till Rum Island, I said, shaking the bag. It rattled with more where that came from. Luke grinned. We better kill those now. Show up with Fireball at Rum Island, and you might as well wear a sign that says amateur. Jess held out her hands. Toss me too. I'm double-fisting this river run. I lobbed a handful into their canoe. She caught every one. We laughed, we drank, but the deeper we went, the quieter it got. Cypress knees jutted out from the water like bony fingers. Spanish moss hung from the trees like the world's oldest curtains. We passed a bleached log covered with turtles. When we got too close, they plopped into the water one by one, vanishing with soft splashes. Jess jumped. Jesus. Just turtles. Luke smirked. I wasn't so sure. Where there are turtles. Then came the yellow eyes, barely above the waterline. A gator. watching, not moving. Nasty, Kaysen muttered. No one disagreed. A little farther on, we passed a leaning pine tree. Wired to the trunk was a skull. Maybe deer, maybe not. One antler hung down like a broken limb. Just spotted it. Well, that's not creepy at all. Kaysen clenched his jaw. Idiots hunting out a season. Silence settled in. They say people disappear out here, he added. No splash, no trace. Just gone. Jess scoffed. BS. But her eyes stayed locked on the skull until it disappeared behind us. Ahead the river forked. One way curved wide and easy, the other narrowed into a shadowy tunnel of trees. The water in that direction turned crystal clear. That's Lily Spring, Luke said quietly. We stared into it. It was beautiful in that way deep water can be. Too still, too clean. I took another swig of Fireball. Jess grinned. Well, let's go meet him. Then the current shifted and started to pull us in. The water turned crystal clear. White sand on the bottom with scattered leaves and roots twisting like veins. No one spoke. Then we saw it. A crooked yellow sign nailed to a tree. Naked Ned ahead. I snorted. Seriously? The outfitters put that up? Kaysen smirked. The swamp did it. Nobody laughed. The message came first, smeared on a small warped wall of old plywood. I'm not qualified to cast the first stone. Are you? Then we saw him. He stood behind the wall just tall enough to cover him from navel to thigh. He was tall, disturbingly thin, his skin too tight like it had been stretched to fit bones it didn't belong to. His hair was long, matted with river scum, his beard ever longer, and clung to his chest like Spanish moss. But it was what hung below the wall that really hit us. Between his legs dangled something long and hideous. It looked like a dead snake, shriveled, lifeless, roped with veins hanging almost to his ankles. Whatever it used to be, it wasn't anymore. I don't even want to describe it again. For a second we all just stared. Jess gagged out a laugh. Kaysen whispered, "What is that?" Ned didn't move, just stared at us like we were already caught. Jess, drunk and fearless, stood up in the canoe. "Hey Ned, you gonna show us the goods or just stand there like a scarecrow?" "Jess, stop," I snapped. She threw her arms wide. "Come on, what's the point of being a famous naked swamp man if nobody sees it?" Ned tilted his head. "I show everyone the same thing," he said. "It's only the guilty who have to die." His words drifted across the water like a putrid breeze from hell. Jess sat down hard. Then Ned stepped around the wall. Around his neck hung a human skull, wired through the eye sockets. It swung with each step. And he smiled, too wide, too long, like his face wasn't built for it. The water beneath us rippled. Then something bumped our canoe. "We need to go," I whispered in a panic. Kaysen nodded, dug his paddle deep, but the river wouldn't let us. The current shifted, subtle but there, pulling us forward toward the dock, toward him. Jess started sobbing. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean it. I'm sorry." Ned laughed, a horrid cackle. "The first stone's already been thrown, and it wasn't by me." He pointed at Jess. "She's the one," he rasped, "and the swamp knows." Then the water erupted. Black roots burst from below, slick and alive, wrapping around Jess's arms and waist. She screamed. Kaysen grabbed her, trying to hold on. "I've got you," he yelled. "I've got—" But the roots yanked. Hard. She slipped from his grip and vanished beneath the water. Gone. Silence. Then Ned said, "Judgment has a price, but the swamp always leaves something behind." The water bubbled. Something floated to the surface. A skull, bleach white, gleaming. It looked too clean, like the swamp had scrubbed her soul away. It bobbed next to our canoe, staring up with empty sockets. I screamed. Kaysen dug his paddle in again, but the canoes weren't moving. Not really. Every stroke felt like we were trying to row through molasses. "Paddle," he shouted. "Go now." We all did. Harder, faster, but the river wasn't having it. It was like it had made up its mind. Ned turned without another word. He walked up the dock, disappearing into the trees like the swamp had opened its arms and taken him home. Then the current let go. The river went soft again as if nothing had happened. Our canoes drifted light and easy, free. None of us said a word. We just paddled, hard, fast, like the river might change its mind and reach for us next. We didn't stop, didn't look back. Not even once. I know I shouldn't be writing this. I should be running, but my legs are trembling so badly, I can barely stand. My hands are slick with sweat, making the keys slippery as I type. My phone is at 3% and I need someone, anyone to read this before it dies. This started 3 days ago. I was coming home from my night shift at the hospital. I'm a nurse. Long hours, little sleep. I've always brushed off the weird stuff. Flickering lights, cold spots, probably just my sleep-deprived brain, but that night was different. When I pulled into my driveway, I saw the living room light was on. I was sure I'd turned it off before leaving. Still, I figured maybe I was wrong. Sleep-deprived mistakes. I walked in, tossed my keys on the counter, and froze. The front door was still locked. I moved through the house, turning on lights, checking every room. Nothing. No one. Just me, out of breath and shaking. I was about to convince myself I'd imagined it when I caught a glimpse of something in the hallway mirror. My reflection blinked too slowly. I stepped closer and my reflection didn't move right away. I lifted my hand and it lagged behind. Only by a fraction of a second, but enough for me to notice. I waved, it waved, a beat too late. I don't remember falling asleep that night, but when I woke up, there were muddy footprints leading from the front door to my bed. I live alone. I didn't go to work the next day. Instead, I stayed home, triple-checking all the doors and windows were locked. By midnight, I was sitting on the couch with every light on, scrolling through Reddit and pretending I wasn't terrified. That's when I saw it. My bedroom door, barely cracked open, slowly swung shut. I stood. My throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton. I tiptoed to the door, hand shaking as I pushed it open. The room was empty. I let out a shaky breath and backed away, then bumped into something solid. I turned around. It was me. I was standing in the hallway barefoot, wearing the same oversized shirt I was currently wearing. Same messy bun, same tired eyes. My chest was rising and falling in time with my own breath. But it was smiling. I wasn't. The copy of me reached forward, placing a cold hand on my wrist. Her grip was almost affectionate. That's when I saw the nails, black with dirt, the same dirt that had tracked across my bedroom floor. She didn't speak. She leaned in close, pressing her lips to my ear and whispered, "You are in here now." And then she turned and walked away, disappearing into my bedroom. I ran, didn't grab my phone or my keys. I just sprinted out of the house and didn't stop until I was several blocks away, barefoot and gasping for air. I didn't go home. I couldn't. I went to my friend's apartment and stayed there the next 2 nights, crashing on their couch. I didn't tell them. I didn't sleep. But tonight I came back. I had to. I needed my phone, my wallet, my car. When I walked inside, the house was dark, quiet. I tiptoed through the rooms, grabbing my things, ready to leave, but as I was about to open the door, I heard footsteps coming from the bedroom. And then I saw her, me. She was standing at the end of the hallway, barefoot and smiling, only this time her face was rotting, gray skin peeling in places, hollow cheeks, sunken eyes, and she was holding my car keys. When I started to back away, she opened her mouth too wide, jaw cracking, skin splitting at the corners, and dropped the keys into her throat. She swallowed them. I ran. I slammed the front door behind me, but when I reached the street and turned back to look at the house, she was already at the window watching me, smiling with my face. I'm typing this from the gas station a mile away. My feet are bleeding, my throat is raw, and I'm shaking so hard I can barely hold the phone. I'm afraid to go back, but I think it's too late, because when I looked at the station's bathroom mirror just now, my reflection didn't blink at all. So, you know those double-sided Q-tips you use for makeup application or cleaning out your ears? I discovered a sentient one. Let me start this off by saying I'm a 23-year-old female. I live alone in a decent-sized apartment in a fairly busy suburb. My name is Ava, but I don't think that's important to my story. Now, I'm sure many of you have bought Q-tips at some point in your life. I mean, come on. They're sold at practically every convenience store, at every Cub or Walmart or Walgreens. I'm sure when it boils down to it, there are very few stores that don't sell Q-tips, even if they're just the generic ones called cotton swabs. Well, my story begins a couple weeks ago, so let's start there. I was getting ready to go out and I grabbed a few Q-tips to help blend my makeup. Something about one of them felt, I don't know, off. Like there was this unsettling aura coming off of it that shouldn't be. Because it's just an inanimate object, right? I use it anyway, despite the odd feeling, like an idiot. As some eyeshadow smeared onto the cotton, the aura changed from unsettling to almost threatening. My body jolted and the Q-tip fell from my hands and onto the floor of my bedroom. I tried to put it out of my mind as I got ready, and as I'm about to leave the room, I grab it and throw it out with the others before heading out for a fun night with friends. When I get home and put my car keys on top of the cabinet by the front door, I jump. Sitting there, right beside my key dish, is a used Q-tip I didn't put there. As I take note of the makeup smudge, I realize it's the same one from earlier. I once again throw it away before heading to bed. When I wake up, slightly hungover, I see the Q-tip on my nightstand next to my cup of water. It looks like the same one, but that can't be possible, right? So now, whenever a smudged Q-tip shows up, I throw it out. But every time, it appears somewhere where I'm guaranteed to find it, to see it, on the bathroom counter, by the soap, sitting on the edge of the kitchen table, on my vanity where I get ready, and each time the Q-tip reappears, it's bigger. The growth was subtle at first, barely noticeable, but now it's around 5 feet. The plastic stick in the center is much thicker. There's far more cotton on the swabs. I can't throw it out anymore. Hell, it's kind of heavy. A couple days ago, when I woke up, it was in bed with me, under the covers, the aura still menacing. After doing my morning business in the bathroom, I headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. As I do so, I kid you not, I feel cotton brush against my arm, but it stings, almost burns. I turned around and there, right behind me, is the Q-tip, somehow standing on its smudged swab. I looked at the arm next, but figure there's no point, because there's no way a Q-tip could harm me, right? But when I looked down at my arm, where it brushed against me, not only is my literal skin smudged, I can see my bone. I screamed. Loud. It doesn't hurt though, so I pinch myself, figuring I must be dreaming. But I don't wake up. It's been a couple days since it smudged me, since I was first able to see my bone. I still can. It hasn't changed. My bone is still there, like the Q-tip just smudged everything off, leaving a round crater at the bottom of which I can see my arm bone. I'm writing this now because I need help. 20 minutes ago, the cotton of the Q-tip brushed up against my leg, and now it's like my arm. Skin that has seemingly been smeared away, just disappeared, but the bone is still there beneath the smudged away skin. I still can't feel any sort of pain, but I also know that this is real. And I don't know what to do. I don't know who to turn to, because I fear they'll think I'm crazy. What if others can't see my smudged away skin? What if it looks normal to others, even though the skin and flesh is completely gone, and they think I'm crazy and lock me up? I think it's going to slowly smudge me away, like I used to smudge my makeup. Does anyone know what I should do? This is both a plea for help and a warning. If a Q-tip seems off to you, whatever you do, don't use it. I had lived in the same small apartment for 3 years. I knew every creaky floorboard, every annoying draft, and every spot where the paint peeled just a little too much. However, one morning, as I walked down the short hallway toward the kitchen, I stopped. There on the left-hand side of the hall, where there had always been a blank wall, stood a door. It was old, its wood splintering, its handle rusted. The paint was peeling, revealing layers of colors underneath. Gray, red, black. I touched it, half expecting my hand to pass through, as if this were some hallucination, but no. The wood was real, rough under my fingers. I stepped back, my heart pounding in my ears. This door hadn't been there yesterday. I pulled out my phone, snapped a picture, sent it to my landlord, and then called him. "There's a door in my hallway," I said, my voice unsteady. A pause, then laughter. "Of course there is. Every apartment has doors." "No," I yelled, glancing at it again. "This one wasn't here before. It just appeared out of nowhere." My landlord sighed and with an annoyed tone asked, "Have you been drinking?" "I don't drink," and with clenched teeth I told him to just forget it. I hung up and stared at the door. I should just ignore it. That's what any sane person would do, but something about it felt wrong. The air around it was thick, heavy, like stepping into a room where someone had just been smoking. I leaned in closer. A faint scratching sound came from the other side. I jumped and stumbled back. No, absolutely not. I turned, grabbed my car keys, and left the apartment. Nightfall. I spent the whole day out trying to convince myself that when I returned the door would be gone, but when I stepped inside that evening, it was still there. Worse, it was slightly open. Darkness seeped from the crack, thick and unmoving. The air smelled stale, like old books and damp earth. I should leave, move out, call an exorcist, but instead I found myself stepping forward. My fingers brushed the door, and it swung inward with a low groan. Beyond it was not another room, Not the other side of my apartment, but a hallway. A long, impossibly dark hallway. Something in that darkness shifted. I felt my breath hitch as I saw movement. Shapes that weren't quite human. Too tall, too thin. Their limbs stretching unnaturally. Then the whispering began. It wasn't a language I knew or had ever heard before, but I understood it all the same. Come inside. I staggered back and slammed the door shut. My chest heaved. For a long time there was silence. Then from the other side something knocked. Once, twice. Then a slow, deliberate third time. I never opened the door again. But every night, just as I was about to fall asleep, I would hear the knocking. And every night, the door opened just a little wider. It started with a post-it, bright yellow, stuck to the inside of the fridge. I found it when I came home from work. It said, "You forgot the milk." I thought maybe I wrote it and forgot. It had been a rough week. Late nights, deadlines, not much sleep. It happens. But the next night I found another note. "Please don't lock the hatch. It gets cold up here." I live in a one-bedroom house. No roommates, no tenants. No reason anyone should be using the attic. I checked the hatch in the hallway ceiling. Locked, just like I left it. I even climbed up there with a flashlight. It was empty, but when I came back down, there was a new note on my coffee table. "Thank you." I called the police. They searched the house, said there were no signs of forced entry, no hidden cameras, nothing out of place. They left. I didn't sleep. Around 3 a.m. I heard something thump above me, a slow dragging sound, like someone shifting their weight in the attic's crawl space. I stood in the hallway, staring up at the hatch, holding a knife in one hand and my breath in the other. Nothing happened. In the morning I found a note stuck to my bathroom mirror. "I like watching you sleep." The handwriting was different this time, sharper, like it had been carved into the paper. I stayed in a motel that night. When I came back the next day, the house was just how I left it. Quiet, empty, until I opened the bedroom closet. There was a new note hanging on a coat hanger. "Why did you leave?" I'm sleeping with the lights on now. Every drawer and cabinet stays open. I check every corner, every shadow. I haven't gone back into the attic. I won't. But I can hear him up there, dragging something heavy, laughing when I cry. Tonight I found the worst note yet, folded under my pillow. "I've been trying on your skin. It fits." I didn't sleep that night. I burned the note, scrubbed the pillow, left every light in the house on and kept the knife beside me in bed. But it didn't matter. At 3:09 a.m. I heard it again, the creak of the attic hatch. This time it opened. I didn't go check. I couldn't move. I just stared at the ceiling, heart pounding, barely breathing, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. Not until the next morning, when I found footprints on the hallway floor, bare feet, trailing from the attic hatch to the side of my bed, and back again. The dust made them clear, each one pointed forward except for one, the one beside me. It was turned sideways, like he'd been standing there watching, waiting. I left the house and went straight to the police again. They searched everything again. Said there were no signs of entry, no signs of anyone. But I know better. He doesn't need a door. He's already inside. That night, I stayed in a hotel 3 towns over, a place with bolt locks and security cameras and zero attic access. When I woke up, I found a note on my nightstand. folded neatly. Running is rude. You invited me, remember? I didn't. At least, I don't think I did, but something in me feels I might have. Like there's a blank space in my memory shaped like him. The next few days I stayed with friends, told them my place was being fumigated. I didn't want to drag them into this, whatever this is. But it didn't stop. New notes kept showing up, one tucked into my jacket pocket. Your friends smell like plastic. One under my plate at dinner. You chew wrong. And then one scrawled across my rear view mirror in grease. I'm going to be better at being you than you ever were. I don't think he wants to haunt me anymore. I think he wants to replace me. I went back to the house today. I had to see it again. I don't know why. Maybe to prove to myself I still existed there. That it's still mine. The lights were already on when I arrived. The attic hatch was open. I crept into the hallway. Every photo on the wall had been replaced. My face was still in them. But my eyes were wrong. Too big, too dark, smiling when I wasn't. I ran to the bedroom. There was something waiting for me in the mirror. Me, but not quite. His face was mine, but his skin was smoother, cleaner, a little too tight, and he smiled like someone who didn't learn it from people. He waved, then turned away and walked toward the bed. I looked behind me. No one was there. When I looked back at the mirror, he was lying down. In my bed, wearing my body, and that night, for the first time, I was the one in the attic. He let me keep the light on. For now. I don't know how long I've been in the attic. Time doesn't work the same up here. It drips. It hums. It folds under the corners like wet cloth. Sometimes I see flashes through the vent, the reflection of a spoon, a glimpse in the TV screen, him walking around in my body, cooking, laughing, stretching my skin like it finally fits right. He doesn't talk much anymore. He doesn't need to. Everyone thinks he's me. He's going to work, calls my friends, sleeps in my bed, smiles when people ask if he's feeling better. He's better than me now, more patient, more likable, more alive. But he made a mistake, a small one, a stupid one. He forgot about the mirror in the basement, the old one, the one with the crack in the top right corner, the one I used to check before job interviews, before dates, the one that only ever showed the truth. I saw it yesterday. He walked past it and didn't look. But I did, from the attic, and I saw myself still there. Still whole, still me. And I remembered something. He didn't take me. I gave myself to him. I remember the night now, the scratching in the attic, the voice that came after the third drink, the whisper that said, "You don't have to be tired anymore." And I wasn't. Not after I let him in. He promised he'd take the hard part, the pretending, the smiling, the weight of being me. And he did, but now I think he's tired too. Because last night there was a new note in the attic, scrawled in jagged, desperate ink across the wood above me. I can't do it anymore. You win. And just like that, I woke up in the bed. The lights were off, the hatch was closed. My hands felt smaller than I remembered. My skin fit again, but something felt wrong. I turned to the mirror and smiled. It was still his smile. Sometimes I think about a photo I saw when I was a kid. A photo that used to terrify me. I can't quite remember what was in it anymore. But the fear it stirred in me was so real, so sharp that even now, years later, a flicker of unease returns whenever I try to recall it. It's strange how something you can't even picture can still haunt you. One rainy afternoon I visited my Uncle Ryan, who still lived alone at 42 in the same house he'd grown up in. The place had a quiet, museum-like stillness to it, full of untouched memories. I remembered hearing from our family about how his teenage girlfriend, Elise, had drowned during a summer trip when they were just 17. He never really dated anyone seriously after that. As we sat in his living room, sipping tea under the soft hum of a table lamp, I caught sight of an old photo album on the shelf. A chill passed through me, sudden and inexplicable. Something about the album tugged at a deep, buried fear, like the feeling I got when I try to remember that photo from my childhood. It's not my uncle's girlfriend that was in the creepy photo, wasn't it? I mean, his girlfriend looked sweet and charming. As we finished our tea, Uncle stood up and carefully cut a tiny slice of the lemon cake we were eating. He placed it gently on a small floral plate, then opened the fridge and set it on the top shelf, right beside an old glass jar with dried roses inside. I watched, puzzled. "Saving some for later?" I asked lightly. Uncle smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "It's for Elise," he said softly. "She always loved lemon cake. I like to leave her a little something, just in case she visits." His voice held no irony, just quiet conviction. I felt a strange tightness in my chest, and that old forgotten fear stirred again, like something was just out of sight, was beginning to step closer. I stood and stretched. "Mind if I look around? I haven't seen the house for years," I said, forcing a casual tone. Uncle nodded, gesturing vaguely down the hallway. "Of course, go ahead." I stepped into one of the newly painted rooms, a quiet, softly lit space with pale green walls and a fresh scent from the polished floorboards. I wandered toward the window. As I looked out, my breath caught in my throat. Someone quickly showed up in front of me from outside the window. Its head tilted slightly and it was smiling, but there was something wrong with the smile. It was too wide, too fixed, like it didn't belong to a living person. I blinked, and in that split second, the figure was gone. I backed away from the window quickly, heart thudding. What makes it more disturbing was the fact that I'm in the second floor. I hurried back to the living room, trying to keep my voice steady. "Uncle, I just remembered. I've got to head out. I totally lost track of time." Uncle looked up from his chair, surprised and a little hurt. "Already? You just got here. Stay for dinner, at least. I was going to make Elise's favorite stew." That name again. My skin prickled. "Next time, I promise," I said, grabbing my bag and slipping on my coat with shaky hands. A week passed and the image of the smiling figure refused to leave my mind. Sleep came in fits, my dreams flickering with half-formed faces and waterlogged whispers. Eventually I gave in to the pull of the past and called my mom one quiet evening. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. "Do you remember that old maroon suitcase? The one that had Uncle Ryan's photos and sketches?" There was a pause on the other end. "That thing? It's in the attic, I think. Why?" "I just want to look at something." My mom sighed, a soft rustle of worry in her voice. "That suitcase contains a lot of valuable stuff to your uncle. Just handle it with care." I promised her I'll be careful with it. It was time to face whatever had been waiting in the dark corners of my memory. The attic smelled of dust and old wood, thick with the weight of forgotten years. I found the maroon suitcase tucked behind a stack of broken displays, dusty chest, and yellowed, ripped magazines. My hands trembled slightly as I unlatched it, the metal clicks echoing in the stillness. Inside, the familiar scent of paper and charcoal greeted me. I sifted through them softly, cautiously, until my fingers paused on a worn piece of cardstock tucked between two pages of a sketch pad. There it was. The photo. At first glance it looked innocent, an old black and white snapshot of my uncle's backyard taken from a window. But as I adjusted my eyes, I saw it. In the far corner of the image, half concealed in the shadows near the fence, was the same smiling woman I saw from the guest room window. Alice. The grotesque, rotting, drowned face of Alice. My breath caught, but I didn't look away. I turned the page in the sketchbook next to it, and my heart thudded loud in my chest. It was one of Uncle's drawings. Rough, frantic lines in heavy pencil. A woman with a drowned, sunken face. But what made me gasp was her neck. It's long and impossibly stretched, reaching up along the side of a house. Her face peeking through the second-story window, looking like a pale snake dipped in black mud. I suddenly understood. The fear I carried since childhood wasn't just from the photo. It was from seeing that face once before, through the very same window when I was just a little girl. Alice had been watching over us. I noticed it first with my keys. I've had the same keychain since college. An old bottle opener from a bar I don't even remember going to. I never changed it. It's worn smooth from years in my pocket, the logo faded to almost nothing. But one morning last month, I picked them up from the counter and felt off. The keys looked the same, but they didn't feel right. The weight was off, like someone had swapped out the actual keys for copies. One of the teeth on my apartment key was shorter, slightly rounded, but when I tested them, everything worked. Door opened, mailbox too. So I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe I dropped them. Maybe something bent. That's how it started, though. Small enough that you think it's just stress. Work's been rough lately. Sleep hasn't been great, so you brush it off. Then the email came. It was a receipt for a coffee shop I don't go to, some indie spot across town. The charge hit my card around 8:42 a.m. I checked my phone's health app. At that time, I was in the shower. I remember being in the shower, but the receipt had my name, my card. Everything matched. I googled the cafe. They had a little online ordering system. You could leave a note for the barista. Mine said, "See you tomorrow." I started checking my accounts more often after that. There were more weird purchases. A small charge at a gas station I've never been to. A subscription to a language learning app. Someone ordered sushi at 11 p.m. on a Sunday. Something I never do. The kicker? They ordered what I might almost pick. Not my usual, but not something I'd hate either. I figured maybe my card had been stolen, but then why were the purchases so close? Too subtle to notice unless I was actively looking. And then my coworker asked how the concert was. "What concert?" I asked. She laughed. "The one you posted about on your story looked amazing." I never post stories. I barely post at all. I pulled up my account. Nothing there. But I checked my camera roll, and there were pictures. Low-quality shots from the back of a crowd. A band I sort of like. Someone had zoomed in, tried to catch the lights, the stage, the vibe. The timestamps matched what my coworker said. Only problem? I wasn't there. I spiraled a little after that. Thought maybe I was sleepwalking, or maybe dissociating. I'd been stressed. Maybe I was blacking out, losing time. So I did what you're probably thinking. I set up a camera in my bedroom. Cheap webcam, motion triggered, just to ease my mind. The next morning I checked the footage. I never left the bed. But at 3:12 a.m. I sat up. I sat up perfectly straight, rigid, and stared at the bedroom door. Then, without blinking, I said, "You need to stop watching me." My voice, my face, but it didn't feel like me.